everybody. Welcome to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in beautiful Washington, D.C. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. Jim, we're back, and we are at a standard tournament that is very deep into its life. You know, Strixhaven has been out for a while. We got Marvel Superheroes right around the corner. So for a tournament like this, Jim, how do you kind of prepare for it? And also, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here in D.C. And it's very, very exciting. And we talk a lot about kind of the end-over-end cyclical nature of a standard format, right? You know, and now in this late stage, you kind of get to see that, kind of see the evolution. You know, we had 4-color control win 2 weeks ago in Cincinnati. Yep. Kind of not necessarily a newer deck, but a deck that shifted into a good spot in the metagame, and folks realized how much better Tablet was than Loot.
Kind of taken over, right? I mean, it did well across the sea as well a couple weekends ago, so Control's doing well, but yeah.
And Tablet's really, really good, so now the format has to adapt to that. You know, having Control be a top deck in the format is very different than a mono red aggro deck or Landfall or Lessons or whatever else. So now everyone else needs to change. We're seeing the Landfall decks go from being green-white to be mono green again.
They're back.
You know, so, and then all the prowess decks have to adapt, Spell Pierce comes in vogue, and then, of course, the next step is, okay, well, if folks are adapting that way, how can I adapt to the next level beyond that? And there's metagaming, and it's just good, awesome to see.
I think you said the magic card name for me, because that's how I would have approached this. I would have played a blue-red aggressive deck. Shock, I know. Let me pause for your shock and awe. Okay, yeah, I know. I would have played a Boomerang Basic Storm Chaser Talon deck with a bunch of Spell Pierce. I mean, like 3 or 4. Like, you know, maybe 3 in the main, 1 in the board, or maybe 2-2 or something like that. But I would have maxed that card out for this weekend.
I spoke to a lot of players walking around yesterday, and that was my common advice. Where I looked at my friend's sideboard, and I'm like, you got 1 Spell Piercer between main and board. We probably need to change it out a little bit, you know? Yeah. Make sure you can counter Jeskai Rev. Make sure you can counter Tablet. And the card like Flash Freeze. You know, if you're looking for a counter spell where you want to have a little variety, maybe you have like a Get Out in your board for Landfall to counter their important creatures. How about a Flash Freeze? They can counter most of those creatures, but also counter Tablet, also counter Revelation.
Yeah, and be a great card for Landfall, that's for sure. But if you want a variety from your casters, well, you'll get some, because we're not the only casters that are going to be joining you this weekend. We also got Reed Duke and Ailey Loney that will be bringing you coverage here of the other half of this tournament. And Jim, what format are we playing?
We're playing some Standard, Magic's premier format, and of course Standard. 60-card deck, 50-card sideboard as usual. Playing in 50-minute rounds, best of 3. And this is a rotating format, and it's the biggest Standard has ever been. Standard is currently 16 sets, which is quite large. So there's a lot of tools and a lot of variety. Deck builders have a whole bunch of things to pull on, different themes. And it's fun to see the kind of the cross themes too, seeing the artifacty theme from Turtles join up with the artifacty theme from Lost Caverns of Ixalan, you know, and so on and so forth. So awesome to see, huge format, very exciting.
Yeah, it is going to be gigantic. We're going to get another set here pretty soon as well for Marvel Superheroes. That'll be very exciting as well. But let's look at the schedule that we're going to have here for the rest of the weekend. It's the Regional Championship. Our second, by the way, out of 2. We had our first one here a couple weekends ago, wherever we were. What, Cincinnati?
Cincinnati.
That sounds right. Okay, so day number 1 here, it's going to be the same as that one if you were watching. We're going to have 9 rounds of Swiss. Everyone with 18 match points or higher will advance to day number 2. So 6 and 3, most common way, but I guess there's some other ways, right, Jim?
Very creative ways, yeah.
Yeah, and then day number 2 will be starting right at 9 a.m. here. Jim and I will have our butts in our seats, ready to talk some Magic with you. We'll have 6 rounds of Swiss, and all of those matches are going to matter a ton, as we have a bunch of Pro Tour slots, as well as this top 8 slots to be giving away. So the entire top 8 will play for those single eliminations. And Jim, what are they playing for, though?
A lot. So we got
straight up a lot.
2 5-figure paydays up top. Of course, $20,000 for first, $10,000 for second. But that's almost secondary. You know, money's great. Money talks. But first and second place get invites to the World Championship. It's one of the few ways to really get your ticket straight into World Championship. And of course, the Pro Tour invites go all the way down to top 32. So even players who maybe have fallen off, you know, top 8 contention late in the tournament are still playing for a Pro Tour invite in top 32. Thousands of dollars, you know, $5,000 for third, fourth, all the way down to $125 for 128th place. Not too shabby. And those players also requalify for the next RC.
All right. That is a lot on the line. That is for sure. So players are going to be getting ready here in the feature match area, but we just got our deck list across our table. And Jim, walk us through not only the decks that we're going to be seeing, but we got some good players here as well.
Yeah, I don't know if the audience can feel my eyebrows raised.
Yes.
Deck list, I was like, oh, this is a heck of a match here. So we'll start out with Nathan Stoyer, of course. Needs no introduction. World champion, two-time Pro Tour champion, and probably the best player in the room, if we're being honest, you know. And Nathan's just playing some slick shot show-off. So prowess, nothing too crazy here. This is a top player playing the top deck in the format.
But notably, I mean, he just won a Pro Tour with Landfall. So getting off Landfall is something. And normally, when we have a feature match here right in the morning, we got a player like Nathan Stoyer, got to be playing against someone we've never heard of, right?
Yeah, not this time.
Oh, okay.
So we got Devin O'Donnell, Doomwake, as he's known, popular content creator.
Yeah.
And Devin has brought the spice. Devin is playing a Lessons deck with Tablet of Discovery, splashing green for Esper Origins. So this is a 4-color tablet deck, kind of really utilizing Great Hall of the Biblioplex as a mana fixture extraordinaire, Grand. And I didn't mention this in the intro, but I think this is going to be one of those tournaments, Corey, where we get a little basic land check.
Oh, yeah?
Folks have been getting greedy, and there's been kind of rumblings about Price of Freedom, the lesson that it's on basic, you search for a basic. Well, if you only have one in your 4-color control deck, guess what? That's a Stone Rain. So between that and Field Ruin, so there are 4 Price of Freedom in the board for Devin as well.
That is cool. A card that gets a lot better with the open deck list, right?
Yep.
Which we will be playing for the entirety of this tournament. So that is a big deal. But yeah, this deck looks really interesting.
Yeah, pretty crazy. And what an awesome matchup, right? Popular content creator playing crazy deck versus probably best player in the room playing one of the best decks in the room. Good place to start.
We do love that, that's for sure. I was even on Doomwake's stream right before I came up here, to be honest, and he was playing Momo. I was like, great, man, we'll see you up there. I love Momo, you know, it's a great deck. Hopefully we'll get you on coverage. And he's like, oh, I'm not playing Momo. I'm not allowed to play my deck on stream as far as his testing teammates went. So there's some spice, that's for sure. So players are still getting seated at the tournament. We here are beginning meeting introductions and stuff. But Jim, big picture as far as the standard tournament or standard metagame goes, I should say, we saw Control coming up. You know, we're seeing the mono green instead of Celestia Landfall. What other big changes do you expect, or what else have you been noticing within the 2 weeks in between the last regional championship?
I mean, we discussed it a bit. You know, Spell Pierce being kind of awesome. It's very different when you have a metagame where the best 2 decks are Landfall and Prowess.
Yeah.
They're both fundamentally fairly aggressive decks. They're very proactive. They kill you very fast. You know, unimpeded, both decks can kill you on turn 4.
Yeah.
And having a control deck in the mix really changes things up. So we saw at the Pro Tour, a Road was added to the Landfall deck. That was a great way to break serve in the mirror, a way to kill a slick shot, show up and stay alive. Not so good against a deck with no creatures in it. I mean, it still has the utility of killing your own things. But, you know, so things like that now, once a true control deck enters the format with no creatures in it, decks need to change a lot. Now they need to be able, okay, well, if I play against a deck with no creatures in it, how many kill spells can I afford to have? Do I want a more flexible kill spell? You know, do I want a burst light that can go face over a thing like Seer or whatever else?
Yeah.
So it really changes the texture of a format, opens things up, and then it makes room for other decks to come in and exploit that.
Yeah, and I think removal-based is the biggest part where it does. Like, taking out a Road from the Landfall decks, what does that open for the other decks,
Exactly.
you know? And then, like, you got to kind of piece together, you know, whenever I'm preparing for a tournament like this, it's like, all right, do I want to be at level 1? Or if control decks are coming up, do I want to try to level that level? And, you know, I feel like sometimes you can level yourself too much, though.
Guilty as charged.
Yes,
but for sure, you know, and then there also might be decks that maybe were held in check a little bit by Landfall and Prowess that maybe have a good matchup against decks trying to beat control or control itself, you know. So just that constant ebb and flow and churn, it's just so cool to see, and it has not stopped. Every event we've covered so far, there's been some major shifts and things constantly change and moving, which is great to see.
Yeah, it has been great. I mean, honestly, when did we really like focus on standard? Probably the World Championship last year, and then we had just a ton of standard, you know, events, bunch of spotlights, 4 regional championships, and you know that's kind of just in the United States. There's a plethora of other tournaments elsewhere, and it has been interesting. No 2 tournaments have felt alike.
Absolutely, yeah. And we saw, you know, kind of the Momo deck and the discard deck kind of rise up, and then fall down a little bit, and the control raised up. You know, Momo deck that's really good against Prowess not very good against control.
Horrendous,
it's
right?
Tough. Yeah, it's tough. So that's the kind of those ebb and flows you see, and then we're just in the next stage of that, and we get to watch it here live.
What about a deck like Mardu Discard? You spoke of Mardu a little bit. Like, that's a deck that I don't know. It doesn't feel like it has just a busted matchup against anything, but if it's gonna have a really good matchup against something, I bet it is control, right?
Yeah, the 3/1 elf.
Yeah,
it can't be killed.
Iron Shield. Yeah.
The control decks really struggle to kill that card.
Yeah.
So that deck that's a weird deck where it feels almost like it's fighting against itself more than anyone else. Where its best draws are just like modern quality.
Yes.
Like it can kill on turn 3, like it can go absolutely nuts, and then its worst hands look horrendous. Where you can be in round 4, you open your hand, you're just like, how did I get here? How did I register this?
How did I get here?
This couldn't beat a draft deck, So I like the deck's fighting itself a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, like a card like Iron Shield Elf. Maybe we saw a Silver Quill deck on a Magic Online challenge, just playing 4 copies of that card. Yeah. Fairly.
Yeah.
And I came in second in the challenge, and because it's just a good card against control.
Yeah.
So a card like that, where maybe it wouldn't be played early on in the Landfall Prowess format, now has validity in the more control-heavy format.
Cool. Sounds like we have deck lists available, I believe. Okay, sorry. I thought that was whispered in my ear. No deck list. Players are getting ready. Everything in the morning starts a little slower, as we get ready. What is kind of your, I don't want to say hot take, but what do you expect from this top 8 for this? Like, do you expect just a plethora of control? What's the elimination rounds going to look like to you?
I think controls are going to drop off a little bit.
You do?
I think it's going to be more played here than it was in Cincy, and then do worse overall. I think the good players are still going to do good with it. The deck is very, very good.
Yeah.
But I do think that once folks are like, you know what, I'm going to add that 3rd Spell Pierce. I'm gonna add that extra oomph to make sure I have a good control matchup. Yeah. It's a big deal. It's a card like Spell Pierce is very hard for the control deck to play around, where they're just playing 4 copies of a 7-mana spell,
Yeah.
And even spell piercing a tablet is great. Like, tablet is so hard.
Oh, yeah.
It's so hard to stop the value of that card. You don't want to abrade it once it's already in play.
Yeah.
But if you can 1 mana counter all parts of it, the card and the mana, that's huge. So having tools like that's a big deal, and decks are be more inclined to have tools like that.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting a pretty good variety, honestly. And it's funny because the Izzet decks, all the prowess lists, just all look so different. It's like not only what flavor of decks people want to bring, but for Izzet, what flavor of prowess you want to bring. Is it going to be crabs? Is it going to be fling? Is it going to be a more aggressive version, a more controlling bounce version, riddlers? Like, there are so many
lessons,
options.
Focus, we did kind of see it all in Cincinnati, I mean, like, if I was playing this one, I think I would want to be very aggressive, low to the ground style of Izzet. Maybe this is where the hours and hours of testing would come in, but maybe the fling version, or maybe just kind of the horse style with just Eddie Mert crabs. I think I would like that as well, with maybe some Sunderflocks on the board for mono green, but that's probably what I would play. I expect there to be maybe 12 to 15 copies of Spell Pierce in the top 8, and I think there's going to be 3 to 4 Izzet decks. I think Izzet is going to have its weekend.
There's so much variety in them too, and one thing I've seen also online recently in some of the challenges is a really cool hybridization of the Lessons deck and the control deck.
Okay.
So Lessons playing Tablet and Revelation. Just one of the many, and we've seen a lot of cross-pollination in these deck lists. You've got Lessons Prowess, you've got control this and that, and so that's kind of cool as well. Watch for that. But yeah, a lot of cool evolutions happening. Just super sweet to see.
I mean, the craziest thing I think we've seen is what we're about to watch here from Devin O'Donnell. The fact that we have Esper Origins in this deck, it looks pretty wild, but sounds like our players are ready here, so we're going to head on down to our round 1 feature match and check out this really spicy match. All right, we got Devin O'Donnell, Doomwake on the bottom with 4 color lessons, and the Wonder Kid himself, Nathan Stoyer here, just won the Pro Tour here in Vegas not too long ago with Celestial Landfall, his 2nd Pro Tour, as well as a plethora of other accolades here. Starting it off with a Storm Chase's Talent. Grand comes on down for Devin, and let's see if Nathan has the removal spell for it. Grand's here, and look at that absolutely gorgeous island as well. I'm a fan.
Yeah, nice island, nice sleight of hand.
Yep. Most of those cards were printed before Nathan was born.
That is true.
Just factual there.
Like significantly before.
100%.
Not like a year or two, like 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. There's the synergy. Discard Esper Origins to Grand. Devin O'Donnell is cooking.
We have done it. We have absolutely done it. In the background, we have our reigning RC champion there. Took it down with control. That's Zachary Amy. There goes Grand. Discards Esper Origins and kills one of the otters and sends it back Nathan's way.
Pardon me.
You're excused.
Thanks.
All right, let's see what we got. There's an opt.
I feel like Nathan's cast an opt or a cantrip or two in his day, probably.
For sure, absolutely. If anything, a ton in Vintage Cube, as he's a huge fan of that format.
I recall playing as Nathan in Pro Tour Chicago, the Pioneer Pro Tour. He was playing Phoenix. So probably the same Spiral of Canals and Ops.
And you were ripping veins that tournament, right? You were a part of that busted deck that Seth ended up taking down the tournament with?
Vampires.
Yeah, that was a fun one. All right, so Nathan's doing the thing. Mana efficient, spent his mana every turn, picked up Storm Chaser's talent, replayed the Otters, has done everything he wanted for the setup, but the one thing he would love to trade basically any of those blue cards for was a red removal spell to kill Grand.
Yeah, both players doing their thing. You know,
yeah.
Devin just wants Grand to live, has accomplished that task, and Nathan really has been popping off multiple talents, boomerang basics, just doing the whole nine.
You know, that being said, though, this version here from Nathan does only play 4 Burst Lightnings. Nathan is one of those players that's going to be so dialed in to the format that he's going to very much understand, you know, what kind of removal spells he should play. And like you were saying in the open, Jim, how many 1-mana red removal spells do you want to play when Control's going to be around everywhere, right? That's the card you need to side out.
Yeah, very common to see like a few extra beyond Burst Lightning in these decks, and there are none for Nathan in the main deck.
Yeah.
There's a Prismari Charm, which can kill a thing, you know, and then Vibrant Outburst, which can go face. But that's the thing, both cards have utility. They are not dead against Control.
Yeah. And the 4 Burst Lightning. I wanted to see more Stallions when you play 4 of that card, but only 1 horse. I get it. Maybe it's not the best card, but I just love it.
Yeah, Nathan on 1 Stallion and 3 Eddie Merc Crab as his additional threats.
And there is one of the Eddie Mercs as Flow State got cast for the full value. And one of my favorite cards in Standard, the Roaring Furnace. Enter the sauna later.
I mean, Grand got the job done. Discarded Esper Origins, got a few lessons in the graveyard.
It did do those things, you're correct. It didn't find a land, though. So Devin's been behind on mana. Ironically, probably would have been better off playing the Esper Origins to get some of those non-lands off the top. Firebending Lesson deals with another otter, and it's the horse.
Of course.
Oh,
I found the basics too. Nathan is cooking.
Yeah, absolutely cooking.
Ooh, and then does not cast the basics. So there is 1 Spell Pierce in the deck. There's Octopus Form, Secret Identity, a couple possible tricks here for Nathan.
And then 2 more Spell Pierces in the sideboard here for Nathan. So kind of telling to what we were talking about in the intro. Is that Spell Pierce good? Water wet. So there was Ancestral Recall, and then Grand comes on down, and Nathan presumably showed him something that won the game.
Burst Lightning, probably.
Could have been so many things.
True.
The boomerang basics, I guess, was
sure,
also lethal.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I just want to see multiple horses.
Yes. Well, you're not gonna here.
Nope.
You're not gonna, because Nathan's only playing 1. No way to make another one, right?
Corey.
Yes?
Read the card.
It's still on the screen, of course. Yes,
we can make some copies. We can make infinite.
Infinite. Well,
infinite. I guess it is bound.
You can make like 16. Let's calm down.
I can make 32.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, so we'll start by checking out the sideboard here of Devin O'Donnell. We have 2 Ancient Vendetta, 1 Annul, 1 Essence Scatter, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 4 Price of Freedoms, 2 Slag Storm, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, and 1 Wang Shi Tong Librarian. What do you like, Jim?
Nothing super exciting here, honestly. You know, I mean, Slagstorm can possibly mop up, you know, some tokens, some slick shot show-offs, but Nathan's not playing the full-on like aggressive version of a deck, so it's like it's fine. You know, Essence Scatter can be an okay answer, like a plotted slick shot show-off, to try and like circumvent Secret Identity and the Hexproof effects, but
sure,
there isn't a ton here. I think that looks like Nathan's, you know, Devin is mostly set in the main deck. But yeah, I think things don't really improve a ton for Devin post-board.
And, you know, you got to think, if Devin and the rest of his team here brought this deck, you got to think, well, people are going to play Izzet cards. People are going to play Steam Vents against me. Does that mean he's got such a good matchup based on his Game 1 configuration already?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of removal. You know, so I would think that, you know, just kind of keep Kill Creatures to stay alive is a good plan against the Izzet decks, and then having an end game that will go over the top of the Talent Engine, recurring Boomerang basics, which of course Revelation can do. So, yeah, I mean, looking at the sideboard, my conclusion would be that they think they have a good matchup against Prowess anyway, as there's not much to bring in.
We'll find out if that's true, I guess, huh?
Yep. All
right, from Nathan's side, we got 2 Bounce Off, 1 Disdainful Stroke, the 4th Crab, 2 Elusive Otters, 1 Get Out, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Roaring Furnace, 2 Slagstorm, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, and 1 Wild Ride, Jim.
Yeah, better tools for Nathan. Spell Pierce, the card of the tournament. We're calling it here in round number 1. Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, Stroke looks pretty good too. You know, can get more aggressive with a card like Elusive Otter. Maybe you don't want to against all the removal spells, but you have that option. Crab can be flexible too. It's hard to kill with the red kill spells. A lot of flexibility here for Nathan to kind of tailor the deck to what he wants exactly.
Yeah.
You know, be a little more flashy, be a little more counterspelly, but keep that aggressive stance.
By the way, Nathan's deck, like I'm just looking at it big picture wise, I would submit this exact 75. If Nathan was like, hey, I got a great Izzet deck that plays a bunch of Spell Pierces and is aggressive, I'd be like, I'll register it in the dark. This is like exactly what I would play for this tournament. So Nathan's deck looks really awesome. You know what else is awesome, Jim? Is Secrets of Strixhaven. This set has been a lot of fun. I was even playing an Arena Direct last night, won my boxes.
Wow.
I do not want to talk about my overall record with it, though. I'll tell you that.
Had to slip that one in.
I had to. You know, I had a lot of fun as I was winding down for the night.
He also mentioned it during breakfast.
I did.
And on the walk to the convention
Well,
center.
Jim, I told you I didn't get to tell everyone else, okay?
True.
You know, don't ask me about the other 5 events I played last weekend, you know? But
that's weird because I didn't.
Okay, good. Jim, where can we order those?
You can order at StarCityGames.com/MTG-SOS. Get your singles, your sealed product, and more. StarCityGames.com.
What's the more?
I don't know, sleeves, good vibes.
Okay, I don't know if good vibes are on the actual website to purchase.
Why don't you go to StarCityGames.com/MTG-SOS and check for me?
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right.
Beep, boop, 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 boop.
Fisher Price laptop? Too?
Yes, I sure do. While they're mulliganing, we'll take a peek in on one of our other matches. I love this technology that we have here at Star City Games. Big prop to the production team. Let's jump over and see what we got going on from one of our back tables.
We got some old faces in the room, some classics I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
Walking the hall yesterday, and some folks come back out, which is super awesome to see.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get some of them on camera.
Speaking of seeing some old professional gamers, our next one in Vegas, we are going to be seeing a plethora of gamers there for a team limited event.
Yeah, all the goats come out of the woodworks. You know, just super low barrier to entry. You just all you need to have is 2 friends.
Yeah. Wow.
So Corey, I'll see you in the booth. We only have each other.
Are we allowed to play with just us and just hope we 2-0 every time?
I don't see why not. You know, like I guess like you need to build a 3rd deck.
Yeah.
You concede every round. I don't see why not.
I remember a tournament. I think it was the last team event I played. It was Team Modern, like Unified or something, where you couldn't play like the same copies throughout everybody's deck, you know? My brother, Brad Nelson, Brian Braunduin, and Seth took 2nd in the event, and they still would have taken 2nd if Seth had not been there. Which was a funny little stat. So, all right, we're jumping in here. We got Sean versus Hannah. Hannah has adorable otters. The talents themselves, I don't know. I mean, I'm growing a love for the white bordered one. Those must be mystery booster ones. I don't even know if they do those.
I think those are customized.
Okay.
Yep, but I respect it.
I respect it too. So We picked something up with the Storm Chasers talent, but up against a Sapling Nursery is a tall order.
Yeah, that's a card that's come back now against control decks, having this kind of like consistent, persistent threat. You know, and with mono green kind of coming back in vogue, that's a great place to be when you're playing all forests.
Do you think this is going to be like the shift we're going to see basically across the board, is back to mono green and playing nurseries, and Celestia Erode just completely dead, or like?
For the moment.
Okay.
You know, who knows where the metagame will shift in a week or 2 weeks.
Sure.
But for this weekend, I expect more mono green landfall and mono green landfall to do better.
And we got other regional championships across the way, as well as a spotlight going on simultaneously. So we're going to have a lot of data. But from the early data and metagame from those events, I mean, it was like finally seeing prowess numbers well and truly higher numbers than anything else. Like, it was starting to be 20, 23%. You know, it was getting up there.
The thing is, it's so misleading because there are so many prowess decks. I know folks don't like necessarily when they get split up on the metagame breakdown.
Yeah.
But prowess fling is very different than 4-crab slow prowess.
Yeah.
They're extremely different decks, even though they are both fundamentally prowess decks. So I love seeing online some folks, you know, on Twitter will go and like really break down each different archetype and how each one individually did. So it's a hard thing to quantify. I feel rough for Nick Miller over there trying to classify each deck. It's difficult.
Yeah, it is really, really tough. So, all right, we'll keep you updated on that backup match, and we're heading on in. Nathan Stoyer, the world champion, the 2-time Pro Tour champion, and an all-around goated Magic player, starts off with an adorable otter and the vacuum, and then just what kind of land is that, Jim? Is that the Bant web slinging?
That is Urban Retreat.
Urban Retreat. Let's pull that one up. I don't know if I've actually seen that put into play here for a standard event, but oh man, it's a Ghost Vacuum Mirror. I gotta say, Nathan Stoyer's Ghost Vacuums look a little better, but what does this card even do in this deck? Anything spicy?
So this is a Bant tap Tri-Land.
Yeah.
And then you can spend 2 and like basically ninjutsu it in or web slinging. And so you can tap your Grand and you can spend 2 and kind of rampant growth it into play and then recast your Grand.
That is sweet. Is it good?
I mean, is it? Didn't.
No, it's banned.
Yes. I mean, listen, if you're playing 4 colors, you got to have some concessions to that, you know?
Yeah.
So, worst case scenario, you know, it's a Seaside Citadel / whichever triome that is. So that's not a triome. That's a
Bant.
Yeah, Brokers.
Brokers.
Something.
Brokers Retreat or something.
Yeah, I can't recall. But so worst, you know, those lands are just fine by themselves too. So I think it's mostly to try land with a little bit of extra upside occasionally.
Okay. Looks pretty spicy to me. But Ghost Vacuum from Nathan just does an incredible job here of dealing with all the lessons that get played from Devin's side. They seem a lot better out of his side, especially when you can clean up Esper Origins, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is the combustion technique accumulate wisdom deck. And it's kind of funny how Esper Origins gets kind of caught in the crossfire there.
Yes.
It's catching strays, you know?
And there is a slick shot show off that got plotted. Nathan didn't want to put that one at risk. Didn't care about the little otter. And I love watching Nathan play Magic. It's just always such tight technical play, like attacks with the otter first. You know, just you can look back at every play, and it's just like, all right, there's a reason for each thing. You know, he never is shortcutting at a professional tournament like that or anything like that.
Like the serious face, too.
Yeah.
I'm a big serious face kind of guy, so
Me too.
I respect that. You know,
yeah, people always think I'm mad, and I'm like, I just, my brain can't be happy, chat, and focus and play well in Magic.
I'm too dumb to smile and think at the same time, all right?
Yes,
so.
yes. Too funny, but so true. All right, so Devin O'Donnell's Spider-Man mana base here is passing on back. Got to do something, but the pressure is off.
Yeah, definitely long game favors Devin.
Think so?
Go long, find your tablets, find your Jeskai Revs. And also have time to play around Spell Pierce, where Spell Pierce is a fantastic card, but it's a card that you want to be playing when you are having the initiative. You know, you are pushing your opponent to play spells they don't want to. If you give your opponent time to play around Spell Pierce, it quickly loses its value.
That is very, very true. But man, out of all the decks, if Nathan sat down and looked at this deck list, the only thing he would have been mad about is, dang, I wish I would have played 4 Spell Pierce instead of 3, and I wish more of them would have been in the main. But, I mean, as far as this goes, deck building for round 1 looks great for Nathan, right?
Yep.
And of course, we haven't seen a deck like this from Devin, so impossible to truly say if this is a broken deck or if maybe they cooked too much. You never know.
Well, it's funny, like I was saying, there has been this Jeskai Lessons tablet kind of hybrid deck floating around on Magic Online, and this is sort of like the next step from that. You know, kind of going even deeper, adding Esper Origins, and really kind of cooking. But the core here is somewhat proven.
Spell Pierce, pause for Pierce. Oh, he didn't have it.
Wow.
You could tell that Devin's like, God, if he has it here, I'm just so wrecked, but could not play around it. And nice job there from Devin, because that tablet resolves. That's got to really change the dynamics of this game.
Absolutely, yeah. Now Spell Pierce goes from being good to, well, you know, that's a lot of mana. And we see the planet Kavaron Memorial World, kind of a cute way to tap your Grand outside of combat.
That's true, but double Slick Shot Show-Off just entered the battlefield, so the game could be over right now. Here's Sleight of Hand, double triggers.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, if Nathan had the Spell Pierce, if Nathan was like, sure, have your tablet, I'm going to defend my Slick Shots with this instead.
Could be, could be.
That being said, I guess Devin would have only had, I mean, there's a land drop to be had too, so.
Yeah. Nathan looked at a Sleight of Hand. I saw another Sleight of Hand in there, and I think a land, so we got that going on right now. An attack for 6 is coming in.
I'm going to guess more.
I'm going to guess more as well. I think right now Nathan's trying to piece together lethal. That looked like Burst Lightning that got put to hand, so presumably Sleight of Hand on the bottom.
Got to find your flow.
All right, we're in our flow state. It's the quenchiest.
Uh-oh. So that is, I guess Devin has 1 red mana floating 4 spells only.
Does he have such a thing? Firebending Lesson. That's a 4 of. That's the only thing. So I think Nathan's doing math of if you are dead. So right now this is what, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. That Burst Lightning is 16 that we saw to his hand. So has it, right? So now he gets to go to combat. Burst Lightning to the face, and that should be GG, right?
Yep. The question for there was, is Devin going to spend that mana or not? And didn't have it. And
wow. A quick, easy victory here for Nathan Stoyer, our defending Pro Tour champion here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Devin's deck didn't cooperate too well that game. Game 1, missing those land drops was tough. And then game 2, just stumbled a little bit against Slick Shot, and that's all it takes.
Yep, absolutely. But he does have a 20-piece chicken nugget deck box there. Did you see that? That was awesome.
I missed it.
Oh, okay, that was really cool.
Get Devin back in the feature match area.
Get him back in. We're probably going to have to get him back anyways, because that deck was sweet. We want to see more of it. But Nathan just rudely wanted to win the match instead.
I know. Really, really rude to come to a tournament. Your opponent brings a cool deck, and you just beat them.
Yeah.
That's just, come on, Nathan.
Yeah.
Have some class. You're a world champion.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, maybe that's how he got to be a world champion, was by winning matches of Magic, no matter the circumstances. So
that works too, I guess.
All right, sounds like we got some more Magic here. Let's jump on down to another feature match and see what kind of spice we got here. Jim, I'm excited. This is going to be a great tournament here. I am absolutely pumped. So we got Chris Van Meter. Oh, my goodness.
CVM.
Yes, CVM is here. And we got Cody Hall here. Boros mid-range against Teamer Omniscience. Walk us through this matchup a bit here, Jim.
All right. So on CVM's side, of course, CVM, longtime fan favorite of the SCG Tour versus Live. Good to see him back in action. He's just playing your Omniscience Kona deck. Nothing too crazy there, what you'd expect for the most part. While Cody is on a very interesting Boros aggro deck, not Boros Dragons, talking some Blink things, the Lightstall, Practice Scrollsmith, even Interrupter. Looks pretty nice.
Wow, okay. Yeah, this does look spicy. And then Teamer Omniscience just trying to combo your opponent out as fast as possible. And I love that you say he was on Versus Live. I was on Versus Live for the last 6 years of that show's life. And he wasn't on it. That shows how far back Chris has been playing Magic. He was playing back with Brian Braun-Duin, Brad Nelson, that kind of crew. So it looks like we got a couple bodies here. The Charming Prince. We took a peek at the hand, selected a card, and passed it back from Cody's side.
Yeah, the Lightstall trigger. delaying this land. It will now come in tapped, so some little blink synergy, pretty cool to see.
Yep. So starting town, it is the first 3 turn, but too bad. You'll be tapped and you'll like it. Is that a Pyroclasm in the back of the hand? There is a 1-of Pyroclasm in the main.
Uh-oh.
But now we also have Ashling. He's thinking, God, do I even need to right now?
And that 1/3 body lining up quite well against this board.
What do you like to discard here?
Trying to get a peek at the hand.
I saw Omniscience stock up land, Pyroclasm, and something else. Got rid of the Cavern, doesn't need anything to be uncounterable, and then passes the way back to Cody Hall.
Yep, so a lot of gas in hand for Chris. Got the Omniscience, got some card draw. Just got to find the Kona. Given 2 turns, the Formidable Speaker can go find Kona as well, and Cody is not applying that much pressure, so.
No, not at all. So just an attack for 2, which gets blanked by Ashling. And here is Enduring Innocence, another card that can fall to Pyroclasm, but that one does come back. But passing back to Ashling has the ability to flip. You got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, so we're seeing here, I think, a little bit of this, a lot of cards that Cody's played so far are good against control. Enduring Innocence, Lightsoul Inquisitor, but it's not the fastest clock.
Yes.
These creatures are designed a little more for utility than for speed, giving Chris the time to really get things set up.
Yeah, Cody's deck is really interesting. There's 4 practice Scrollsmiths in the deck to be able to flash back some different spells. And yeah, just a really cool looking, I would say almost mid-range deck. It's not even super aggressive.
Yep.
Here is the Flip of Ashling. 2 mana just for expensive stuff. Doesn't look like any expensive stuff is to be played. It's just flipping it to get that additional 2 mana. Maybe hard cast Omniscience.
Maybe.
Probably getting a Formidable Speaker seems to make a little more sense. But how about a game 1 Pyroclasm here?
Boom.
Out of here.
That's a classy Pyroclasm, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Chris, of course, been around not only the content creation game for a very, very long time, but also, was crushing the SCG tour around the time that you were doing the same.
Yep.
I'm sure you guys played plenty of times back in the day.
Yeah, we got a few.
All right, the attack comes in. Cody goes with Charming Prince.
So you got Scry and then draw of Enduring Innocence.
Yep.
Which is cool, but not super aggressive.
No, not really. So there's the Scry to the bottom. Draw a card off Enduring Innocence and a pass back. Has 4 Get Lost and 4 Burst Lightning available to interact. Man, those Burst Lightnings are going to look horrendous in this matchup, huh?
Yeah, not so good.
Until your opponent's a 4, of course.
Sure. They ain't good till they are.
All right, so add mana just in case you get something to cast here. Now, actually, as we say it, Formidable Speaker, if we have a land, you can Formidable Speaker and Kona. Presumably the Get Lost is there from Cody. I wouldn't go for it this turn if I was Chris, but the option's there.
Yeah, there's no pressure, I think, for Chris to really do anything here.
That's exactly what you want to do when you don't have any pressure in your face, huh?
Yep. And, Chris is happy to sit back. Currently beating the board, can just block this Charming Prince.
Yep.
So,
Formidable Speaker and a land is going to be the option, assuredly. So not using that 4 mana, or that 4 mana value mana. It's early here. I'm still having my coffee. Not going to be able to be using it as we can see so far. But like you said, just 1/3 is blocking the 2/2 pretty effectively. No pressure. It's exactly what a deck like Temur Omniscience is looking to do. And Jim, you and I were kind of walking the halls and stuff, and I feel multiple people that we were talking to, either on the street walking in or in the halls, we're playing Temur Omniscience. Like a lot of people said to us, I am playing Temur Omniscience. It'll be interesting to look at the metagame. Are you expected, or are you surprised by an increase in this deck?
Not really. It's a deck that boasts a pretty good matchup against control typically.
Yeah.
You can tailor your deck to really do that with Cavern of Souls and control that gives you the time to kind of sculpt that perfect hand. So could be kind of a juke, and your opponents are bringing more spell pierces, and you're like, I'll just cast Kona.
Yeah.
You know?
That is fair. And I mean, if you're maybe the one bad aspect is if you play against a lot of decks like Nathan brought, the hyper-aggressive prowess, it might be the weekend for these hyper-aggressive prowess, these low-to-the-ground landfall decks, and that might be, you know, cracking these decks up. We shall see.
Well, landfall decks are getting slower in theory. So they're about to be mono green. They're playing the sapling nurseries, you know, trying to go a little longer, be a little more grindy.
That's fair. But I suppose if you trade sapling nursery for a road, yeah, then again, a road's pretty good against Kona.
Right, a road's good against Kona, and it also can kill your own landfalls and double triggers and stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh, no. See, bounce off in response to the flicker.
Come on. Let him do the Charming Prince loop. I mean, that is sick. Every turn you get to draw a card then, because the other one would come in at Chris's end step, trigger the Enduring Innocence.
Yep.
I love me a good Charming Prince loop. Let's see if we still got Yori and Sky Nomad here on the graphic. That was always Charming Prince's best bud.
Banned.
Ah.
Yeah, they should delete. Whenever they ban a card, they should delete the graphic from the file.
Delete it? Okay, okay.
Scrub all memory.
That is fair. To be fair, I love Yorian. Absolutely love it, but man, did it slow down some modern tournaments there for a while.
Yep. Also, who can shuffle 80 cards?
I know. There's Kona, and now it is able to be cast. Do we want to go for it? I think there was another Formidable Speaker in hand, like even after the one we discarded. I think there were 3, so probably just jam, right?
Here it is. Yep, 2 mana from the Ashling, and then 2 mana, you know, just the old-fashioned way. And Station. Is there an answer?
There just has to be. Cody has not tapped that 2 mana at all, so there is the Get Lost. Couple of maps coming in.
But again, the problem here is that Cody just has no pressure.
No pressure.
At all. Chris's creatures are outsizing his creatures. Chris is at a happy 15. Not going anywhere. Has plenty of time to rock and roll.
And there's just not a lot of creatures that even get through a 2/4 body. Like, look at Practice Scrollsmith compared to, you know, attacking into Formidable Speaker here. That card is just not going to do anything. So this feels like a train wreck matchup for Cody.
Yeah, that's pretty typical. The non-blue, non-black mid-range deck versus the combo deck. So no duresses, no counter spells. Kind of classically a pretty tough one.
100%, yeah.
You know, that means that, you know, Cody's like really needs to lean on being kind of like a false aggro deck.
Yeah.
And that's just not really happening this game. It started out fine with the Lightstall and the Blinks, but since then, Charming Prince, not the best aggro card.
Yep. No, this is the classic Boros Mythic cards I have that are going to be great against, like, Prowess. They're going to be pretty good against Landfall, the decks that are just doing one thing. But, yeah, Control combo, going to be the tough ones, I would think.
Boat Brew?
Boat Brew?
Remember Boros Boat Brew?
No, no.
That was like one of the early Boros mid-range, just like, I'm playing Siege Gang Commander and Revelark and just Boros cards.
Gotcha.
Did okay at a Pro Tour once.
That's fair. That is fair. So still 3 mana being held up from Cody.
There's like 5 people in chat that are like, Jim, I got you.
Yes.
I know what's up.
I mean, what I remember is it was GP New Jersey. My brother played Boros, like, rare cards. It was like a Danto Vanguard and a bunch of, like, Aurelia, all those kind of things. And he got to the finals, played against Ely, where Ely was playing, like, I don't know, some kind of, like, teamer control deck or teamer combo deck. And cleanly destroyed my brother in the finals,
Sounds familiar.
Yep.
History repeats itself.
It sure does. It sure does. All right, 3 mana getting tapped. Formidable Speaker number 2. But, yeah, I mean, if Cody's just going to... Ooh.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's a Spider Sense, right?
So that could defend the next Kona, in theory.
Yeah. That's really interesting. Okay, I mean, that's a great card right now. But, man, you'd think if you get Kona, if you have a land drop, you can play Kona with the 2 mana floating...
Or just wait.
Yeah.
Just get the Kona and then do it next turn with Spice Sense.
But you could, like, crew with your Ashling and then crew the Kona, and then you could return Ashling with Spider Sense.
Right.
Yeah. But this Dragon Avatar looks pretty dang good as well.
Yeah. Oh, let me interrupt you there.
Oh, please do.
Oh,
please.
Oh,
please. I'm going to. All right, my turn.
Okay. Move.
But now the card advantage is coming Cody's way. Like, that's exactly what he needed here, was an interrupter.
Yeah, that's not too shabby, but again, still a pretty slow clock. But the cards are flowing from the Enduring Innocence.
Yeah, the clock is now on. At least we can get in damage. All right, take another peek. One card.
That's actually huge.
Yeah, because you cannot put that into play now, right?
Correct. So now Omniscience is gone forever. That was a 1-mana 2/1 Thoughtseize.
Wow. Well, it's not gone for 11. Gone forever. It costs 11 now.
Right.
That actually is insane. That is the card you want to be hitting off that, you know, very tricky 2/1. That was just 1 mana 2/1, discard a card.
And draw a card.
And draw a card, yeah.
That's
pretty good.
That being said, though, this is all really great and well and good, but Cody's got to make some forward progress. Chris is now at 11, still in double digits. There is an Air Temple.
Yeah.
Which can make these you know, motley crew of creatures get a little bigger, but, you know.
If we have one more Aven Interrupter, though, I think this is a huge advantage to Cody, though. If we can interrupt this Northwind Avatar coming down one more time, this is big game.
Yeah, I mean, do that and also Air Temple me once or twice, sure.
Yeah.
Definitely hitting that Omniscience, though, is really tough.
So good. So good. Okay, so tapping 3, so presumably does not have another Aven Interrupter. But oh my goodness, that is not the card he meant to play.
It's the other Lorehold card.
Lorehold Charm was revealed. Get Lost.
Yes,
Can just be cast now, right?
So practice Scrollsmith. I think it's just until the end of your next turn. Okay. Let me get practice Scrollsmith up maybe and see what the timing on that. I believe it is till the end of your next turn. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Popular limited card.
I was gonna say I've been casting that wrong in limited. I always thought that was to the end of your turn.
I kind of did too.
Yeah.
So.
No wonder why I haven't been doing that great at Arena Direct besides last night. But really cool card. And 3 mana, 3/2 first strike body. Normally very good. Against a bunch of 2/4s, less good.
That being said, there is an Air Temple in play.
Yeah.
So Air Temple is a really big piece to the puzzle to actually help Cody kind of push over here a little bit and make those those utility creatures into actual threats.
Very, very true. So now Ashling going to get to add the mana. You can just play it off that mana, right? I would think so.
Yeah, it's a card that costs 4 or more, so I believe so.
That's what they're asking right now. I would think yes, but I would definitely ask a judge for sure.
I also say yes. Call it out the players. We both okay it.
Yeah.
It's cool with us, Chris.
Yeah, we'll phone that down to the judge, and we'll see the puzzled look on their face. Be like, we don't care what Corey and Jim have to say about this. And they'd be right. Northwind Avatar. Hell of a card.
Yeah, so that gets to go into a sideboard and find an ill-timed explosion.
Ill-timed explosion. That's a good one.
Ill news is an ill guest.
This looks really good if we got a 2 mana spell. But hey, Chris was hellbent. So it's all what we draw here. And let's see. I see 2 lands. What was the third card? 3 lands?
Oh my God.
Oh, Chris.
That does mean he's closer to hardcasting Omniscience, though.
You're really a glass half full type guy, aren't you? I guess, I mean, presumably, if he would have done that even one time before the ill time resolved, he would have been able to discard that stock up, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, what are you planning to do with the mana the other way? It is tempting to want to map first, right?
Yeah, definitely some risk aversion by doing that.
Yeah.
You know, with this face-up Get Lost can take out the dragon. You know, face-up Get Lost into untap Air Temple is actually a pretty significant attack. So, that being said, there are counters on the maps too. So we have a 3/5 now, a 2/4, and a 2/4.
Okay, just passes the turn. Here is Lorehold's Charm to return this pesky little 2/1. Another card underneath that. Untap. And what does attack all with an Air Temple look like? Maybe land, Get Lost, Air Temple activation.
Yeah, that's not too shabby. I mean,
3 blockers. I mean, that is taking 6, 7, 8, 9. I believe this is Chris at 2, right?
Yeah, the smaller attackers are still pretty vulnerable, but that does seem pretty great.
Yeah.
Also, it's a stock up on top for Chris, so you want to make some moves now, probably.
Before we are fully stocked up, but I mean, yeah, I like not even necessarily activating the tempo unless you like got it for sure. Look at this spice here.
Oh, hello. Blink the...
Oh, and the Scroll Smith, you would think exiles after you cast. It does not, Jim.
It's kind of cool.
Cody's deck is kind of gas. Did he draw a card too off the Innocence, right?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, Enduring Innocence has drawn like, I don't know, 9 cards or something like that.
I mean, those were low-key some of my favorite decks to play, were just the mono-white tokens with, you know, Caretaker's Talent and Enduring Innocence.
Enduring Innocence is a great card.
It is an amazing card. One of the better creatures of that vein, you know?
Yeah, it's a card that is really powerful, but doesn't really line up particularly well in a heavy prowess, heavy landfall metagame.
Yes.
You know, but in slower games, oh man, it cooks.
And man, Torch the Tower, a card that was just preying on that card, kind of nowhere to be found.
Yep.
So like this is a time where if that card's ever going to be good, it's probably now.
Yeah, and then of course, Torch the Tower, definitely a card you don't want in your deck against a control deck.
No, no. Unless they're playing tower control, then you want to torch those.
Ah, yes, tower control. we have that one over here.
Yeah, let's pull that up. I got it.
Yep. Check my sources here.
I think I saw Meringue, River Region, and Icona, but man, with that Omniscience not in hand, this game's all of a sudden looking really tough for Chris Van Meter.
Yeah, I mean, casting Meringue's just pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Like,
unless you get interrupted.
Don't let me...
You get interrupted here by another Aven Interrupter, then the game's over, right?
Yes.
Uncounterable, doesn't really care when you got the Interrupter.
Of course, that Lorehold Charm is waiting to be played as well.
Yeah.
I can return a creature or buff the team. It can also return the Charming Prince, which can blink out the Scroll Smith, and now it's all starting to come together. You know, so
end of second main. Return Charming Prince. Blink out Scrollsmith. Get back Charm. Cast it next turn. Yep. Profit.
That's a cool loop.
This is a cool loop. All right. Cody Hall's deck is completely busted. Here's the Northwind Avatar once again. What did we find? It's Pyroclasm number 2. Lorehold Charm presumably to pump the team.
Yep. +1/+1.
So those cards still remain exiled, right?
Yes, it does break up the loop. So that's cool. No flashback, get lost on the big dragon next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, Cody still has some work to do. Cody's been doing a lot of really cool things.
Yes.
But cool things don't necessarily win a game of Magic. Winning a game of Magic wins a game of Magic. So still got to cross the finish line here.
But what if they're really cool? Then do they win?
There is a point in the game where your opponent must concede if you do too many cool things.
Okay, cool.
Got to call down and tell them that too.
Sure. All right, big turn from Cody Hall. We know nothing about the hand, from what I remember, but a plethora of mana, 7, maybe 8 mana to work with. Been drawing 2 cards a turn since the beginning of time.
I do want to point out that Chris can cast Omniscience next turn. So it costs 11. Currently have 8 lands in play, 2 from Ashling, 1 untapped land. That is 11.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Get that interrupted. That'd be brutal. I guess it would be significantly cheaper on the comeback.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. We need an untapped land. The planet land that's exiled that will come into play tap twice.
that means it untaps, right?
Exactly, yeah. So presumably we need the other card in hand to be a land, which I think it is.
Yes.
He had 3 lands at one point. I believe that was 2 turns ago. But that also means he has no cards in hand. So you play Omniscience.
Wait, do you want to have cards in hand when you play Omniscience?
You do, yes.
It's 10 mana to just win the game by itself.
It's 11 mana, first of all.
Right.
Yes, okay. Suspend Aggression here. It's a pretty nice one.
That's really cool with Interrupter.
Yeah.
So Suspend Aggression makes you, it exiles the card, it makes you must cast it next turn or it goes away.
Mm-hmm.
So now it costs an extra 2 from the Interrupter. So some cool deck building here from Cody for sure.
Costs 7, yeah, you're right.
Oh my God.
We are just absolutely doing it.
Well, I know what deck I'm playing this week.
Yeah, yeah. You can't wait to play Team Omniscience, right?
No, Corey. Cody's awesome Boros Blink
of
loopy deck.
Of course.
Do those loops.
These are pretty sweet. So Lorehold Charm comes down again. Now, this doesn't give it haste, right? No, okay. So just some more chip shot damage.
Just resetting the loop.
The loop has been reset.
Yep.
End of Chris Van Meter's second main phase. He can Lorehold Charm, bring back Charming Prince, blink out Scroll Thief, draw a card off Enduring Innocence, and re-put a Lorehold Charm underneath. That was fun to say. I'm not going to lie.
Say it again. Say it again.
All right, so at end of Chris's second main, you can bring back Charming Prince, blink out the Scrolls Smith. You can draw a card off that, get Lorehold Charm back at end step, and then do it all over again.
Say it again. We're doing it again.
All right, I've had enough. I've had enough.
Next turn cycle. I mean, you're going to have to say it again. It's going to happen again.
True. But I'll wait for that moment, just in case.
Okay.
Let's see. What does Chris have? 2 mana. That looks like 2 blue cards. I don't think those are lands.
Plus a stock up meringue.
That would be good with an Omniscience in play, but we can't cast it.
Yep. So Interrupter, of course, any card that is in exile costs 2 more to cast. Doesn't matter how it got there.
Yep. More looking at the sideboard.
Also want to note, this game is taking a long time. This has been a extremely game action intense long game, and we're closing in on 20 minutes left, so they do have 2 more games to play potentially.
I mean, that's what you want to start with, is just a draw right in the morning, right?
No.
Yeah.
Not what we want to start. Corey.
Yeah. Honestly, if I was Cody, no joke, if it was about to be a draw, I would concede. Do you want to be in the draw bracket with a Boros mid-range deck against control decks all day?
I mean,
like, I wouldn't.
Before seeing these kind of loop things in
Chris
action,
might want to be there, but...
Yeah, before seeing these kind of loop things in action, I would have said definitely not. But Cody's deck does have some grind to it.
Yeah.
You know, like, I agree it's always still bad much into control, but time for a dragon.
Yeah, I just lived one tournament where I had a bad control matchup, and I started with like a 2nd round draw, and I just played against Azoria's control like 4 rounds in a row, and I'm like, just have flashbacks now. I'm like, I never wanted to be put in that situation again.
See, I had the opposite. You used to play Goblins in Legacy.
Yeah.
You want to be in the draw bracket.
Yeah.
Like it's all blue decks. Oh, give me that. No fast combo decks in the draw bracket in Legacy. So.
Yeah, I suppose the Goblin deck shouldn't be in the draw bracket in the first place.
You'd be surprised. Games went long.
Yeah, you are a slow player, so.
And that too.
Yeah. All right, heading on back. Looks like that was a Burst Lightning upstairs at end step. Cody's moving a lot faster. Get Lost on the Northwind Avatar, and that sends the game into sideboarding. Finally.
I got to say, Corey.
Yeah?
As far as expectations versus reality go,
yeah,
I'm stunned.
Me too.
Going into this game, I was like, oh my God, Cody's just going to get dog walked here on round 1. You know, like this is really tough. And that was clinical.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That was awesome, too. I was thinking the exact same thing. I was very surprised for sure by that. But now these players have, they have 2 enemies. Their opponent and the clock here going forward. So they're going to try to sideboard pretty quickly. Let's start with Chris's side. Now, keep in mind, this is a deck that plays a bunch of ways to toolbox your sideboard with Northwind Avatar. So we're not going to be bringing in everything, I imagine, but we got 1 Abrade, 1 Battleship. I love that card. Just take out the whole battlefield. 1 Ill-Time Explosion, or 4 mana Divination in the case of the last turn. 1 Improvisation Capstone, 1 Lost in the Maze, 1 Meringue River Regent, 1 Northwind Avatar, 1 Omni Changeling, 2 Origin of Metal Bending, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Spider Sense, and 2 Voice of Victory, Jim.
Yeah, it's a wish board. I mean, you know, the Origin of Metal Bending and the Voice of Victory are the only cards that are like true sideboard cards, and none of those really matter here. So I guess Metal Bending could kill the enchantment version of Enduring Innocence. It does not seem very good, though. So I think Chris is running it back. I think Chris's matchup is still pretty good here. So, you know, if you're a Chris fan, don't fret.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you as well. Like, normally holding up 2 mana for the entirety of the game doesn't work out well for you when you're the mid-range player, but that time it really did for Cody. So the flip side, we got 1 Avatar's Wrath, 1 more Enduring Innocence, 4 Hexing Squelchers, nice, 1 Kotzel's Flanker, 3 Lorehold Charm, 2 Redirect Lightning, and then 3 Voice of Victory.
Yeah, I mean, Voice of Victory is just a quick clock, you know. It's honestly a great card alongside Enduring Innocence as well. I don't hate that. I mean, Lorehold Charm, it's interesting we saw the 1 copy in the main getting looped. See much more copies here. Establishing the loop doesn't seem particularly great this matchup. It feels like Cody still wants to go fast. So I think for the most part, it's just going to be Voice of Victory and some aggression and just try and kind of keep Chris off balance long enough to win the game.
All right, so what Jim was telling me is both players' sideboards suck for this matchup. But you know what doesn't suck, Jim? And that's going to be the next event that we're heading to in beautiful Viva Las Vegas. Jim, walk us through this one. I am so excited for this spotlight.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. We have a Spotlight Series happening in Vegas, June 26th to 28th. This is Team Marvel Superheroes Limited. Grab your friends. You don't got to pack a deck. You don't got to bring any cards. You can if you want to, of course. So I'm just saying, you just show up at the door with some friends, say, let's play some Magic. They'll hang some sealed decks, and you are off to the races.
It's going to be so great. It is going to be maybe the longest day possible as far as how long the tournament's going to be there. And I could not care less. It's going to be so fun to watch. Seeing what kind of players are going to be brought back by a team tournament like this. You know, I mean, we're going to see some of the OGs there almost assuredly. Plus, it's in Vegas, so we might see some of the old school Vegas players, maybe David Williams, Eric Froelich, something like that, who could easily see as well. So StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. You can find more information on the event. You need to find your own friends, though, for the event, though. Is that true?
I mean, they used to have a thing where, like, they would help find people get teammates or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a thing, but if not, I'm on Twitter. At Fire Shoes, you know, finding a teammate would not be difficult if you're looking for one. Yeah. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And, of course, it's also a full SCG Con, so a bunch of other great things happening. You'll catch me and Corey playing Mystery Booster Sealed on Friday morning, most likely. So come on down.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you can't find any way to find friends, just tag at Jim Davis MTG. He'll help you out.
I'd be happy to retweet.
And do all the other work.
Sure.
Okay. Ow, Jim's punching me in the side right now. Okay, as we started off, now we got to stock up on turn 3.
I brought that fork down for breakfast. Stab you in the leg.
Oh, it's going to be a fun weekend, buddy. Stock up here, being on the play, no pressure from Cody. Tapped Sacred Foundry on 2. You got to be pretty happy about that for Chris's side, huh?
Chris's hand is pretty ridiculous.
Is it?
Omniscience, Meringue, I think.
Okay. A full house?
Yeah. That's 2 pair.
He's getting, okay, I was going to say he's getting ready for Vegas already.
Yep.
But going to have to be playing pretty quickly. Even if Chris were to win this, he should probably win it as soon as possible, right?
Yeah.
But it could be over right now. I guess it can't be because we don't have Planet Land, huh?
Yeah, but, you know, close.
Yeah.
2 turns.
Close counts with combo decks, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's horseshoes, hand grenades, and combo decks, right? That close counts?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, okay. All right, Enduring Innocence comes on down. A fancy foil one. Looks pretty cool. Time to do some Sift. You've cast a Sift or 2 in your life, right?
Oh, yeah, Sift is great.
All right, there goes Omniscience. At least it looks like that. Could be some other 10-mana card, though.
I mean, there's a few 10-mana cards in Magic.
Not many.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
I wonder how many 10-mana blue cards there are.
All right, we'll have chat get on the case.
Of course, Cody missing a land drop here, so Screams, Aven.
Interrupter.
There we go.
All right, 2 mana. I mean, pretty tempting to interrupt anything, right?
Yeah, Cody's got to get on the board.
Yeah. Discards, does some stuff. Here comes the Planet Land.
That was some sleight of hand right
there. Yeah.
It's like Chris started to play the blue one, and also the red was in play.
I did notice that, too. I thought I was just waking up for the morning, but yeah, I'm glad you saw that as well. Double Burst Lightning on Ashling, probably not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, Cody has a clock.
Yeah.
It's one of those like old school alarm clocks, the bells on it. Though.
Yes,
it's like,
yes.
It's like tick, 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 you know, wind it up.
It's an actual cuckoo clock.
Yep. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Okay, but the flip side, Cody's hand is great. Did you see Kona? I didn't see Kona.
No.
Okay.
But
looks like has basically everything else wrapped up. This might be formidable speaker to go find the namesake card.
No, wow, okay.
Wow.
Bad call.
Now you just rudely interrupted me.
Now I'm just a jerk.
Yeah. No. Well, you were already, buddy.
It's true. It's true. I got a brand.
Yeah, there you go. So finding Ashling instead of Kona, just to have another threat to play that gets in the way of Enduring Innocence.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Ashling is a must-answer card, you know.
It really is.
The thing about this teamer deck is that just casting Meringue River Regions and Northwind Avatars is like a very reasonable plan B.
It really is. And that's what this deck always needed for me, was a plan B to be good, and it just never had that.
Right.
Northwind Avatar is kind of the card that unlocked it, but at what point when you're Cody here do you scoop, though?
It's getting close, you know, because Cody's like is a little slower.
Yeah.
So he won game 1, but it took a long time. You don't want to be in that spot for game 3 where your opponent can win quickly and you can't.
Yes.
So
then when the best you're hoping is for is a draw. But there is the interrupter. Finally, it worked. And that's exactly what you wanted to be interrupting. And hey, if Cody has multiple interrupters here, you feel actually pretty good, right? Chris's deck seems very, very weak to this card specifically.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's just Cody's attacking for 2. You know, like Cody doesn't have the mana advantage he had in game 1, where he had so many lands in play. He had, you know, air temples and multiple plays a turn. You know, just playing a 2/2 flyer when your opponent's going to cast a massive card every turn is tough.
That is fair. That is fair.
Like next turn, you know, Chris can cast the Avatar and another dragon. You know, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we need Aven Interrupter 2 here just to make the plotted card cost 4 the following turn to kind of shut down the double spelling. But so Cody did kind of juke here, tapped 4 and then said nah.
And we are under 10 minutes.
Under 10 minutes.
Once again, regional championship competitors Tyler Bird and Clara Jordan, please submit your results in Melee.
Chris can't think it through, but can't think too long here.
No kidding. Has to go. 2 mana. Ashling presumably added some mana here as well. I saw another Northwind Avatar. But no, Winter Night Stories. It's maybe not necessarily a stock card in this deck.
Yeah, it's okay.
It is okay.
It's a way to tap Kona. It's kind of cute.
Get rid of some lands. And now let's see what the follow-up is. Presumably you have the 2 mana from Ashling to just cast the Northwind Avatar in the plotted zone.
It does seem like a good place to be.
But instead, how about cast the full rate one?
Interesting.
It is interesting. Guess didn't have anything else for the mana. Wanted to wait to double spell when he could Northwind Avatar plus maybe Kona, presumably. But that dragon's out of here. It's lost.
I didn't see what the card fetched from a sideboard was.
Neither did I. Charming Prince, draw a card. Scrying first, Lorehold Charm, and Mountain on the top.
Charming.
Top.
Wow, powerful.
A Charming Prince finding a charm. I mean, that is charming.
That is, yeah.
Yeah.
Flavorful.
Okay. It's a big turn. We needed the Mountain from Cody. Presumably can cast a Aven. Interrupter.
Is that my cue?
Yeah.
I would want to give you satisfaction. Whoa, voice of victory.
Okay.
Take that, Aven Interrupter.
This feels like this is the Kona turn. I bet that's the card that was searched up off the... Yeah, because that is something that a Northwind or an Aven Interrupter does like nothing about. So this is probably when, if you're Cody, you're like, yep, here's an Interrupter. Show me Kona, show me the win, and let's go.
Yep.
Man, I think we're already at the spot, though. Can Cody even win with 5 minutes, presumably, to get going? Like, Grizzly bears are cool and all, but
Yeah, this is an interesting pause. I don't know what we're pausing here for, because you are totally right. It's a pack up and go to game 3. Let's go here.
it must have resolved.
All right, so yeah, Cody's in the.
Or Cody's just like blank spacing here, but it looks like Chris is thinking about what the next play is. So no play from Cody. Is that surprising to you?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but all right, it's game time. I mean, okay.
Wow. Okay.
Chris, what's the next step here?
Maybe is it ill time now, and he's like, you know what? I'm not drawing 2 lands again. No. And wow, no Kona. Presumably still the 4. All right. It was that this time. Ill time, and he's like, I will not brick again.
All right, so we've got
2 is the magic number here.
Yeah, 4, 3, and 3 toughness for Chris, and 2, 2, and 1 for Cody.
This deck's chock full of 3 drops, though. There's not a lot of 2s.
Right, which is pretty awkward.
Yeah, you do not want to get rid of your Voice of Victory. I would rather not go to 3 and not kill a single thing than get rid of my own voice here.
Yeah, I think that's why Chris wanted to map onto the voice.
Yeah.
Really trying to hit one of those plus and plus counters.
Yeah, and 4 mana divination once again.
All right.
So ill-timed explosions are aptly named for this match, huh?
Yeah, definitely not the best that card's ever looked.
Yeah.
Alex Starr.
Cody, is sort of in the driver's seat in the sense that like he is up a game. So
Yeah.
if he were to really draw it, he would win. And then if he was able to, I guess he wins. If he wins, he wins. But
Wow, that's some top-level analysis right there. If Cody were to win, he will win. Jim Davis, MTG.
tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong,
Yeah,
Corey.
let me double check. Beep, boop,
Yep,
boop,
yep,
boop,
yep,
boop.
yep. Am I
You're
wrong?
right. You're right.
Exactly, all
Okay.
right.
I'm sorry I doubted you, Jim.
Say it again.
Okay, Jim, you're so right. All right, so here is the practice Scrollsmith. Not something I thought I'd be saying this weekend, unless I was playing Arena Directs after work.
This is kind of weird because pre-combating the Scrollsmith is just announcing to Chris, I have Burst Lightning in this combat. You know? So now, of course, attacking all these 2s into these 3s, Burst Lightning can help trade up, but announcing it first is interesting.
I mean, unless it's bait, like, hey, I want to do this. Maybe that's all you think I have, and actually, I have a Lorehold's Charm here.
Right. That would be awesome.
Yeah? It wouldn't even be that good, though, right? Like, it would only kill Ashling, and Charming Prince would bounce off Formidable Speaker, so, like, it would be a card.
I'd respect it, though.
I'd respect it, too. I would respect it, too. Let's see, 2 mana.
Looks like your read might be right here.
All right. Can you say that again?
I mean, it's first time for everything. So sure, I'll give it to you.
I didn't need the extra commentary here. I was just asking for the one line.
We'll see. In just a second, when this card gets put face up on the table, it looks like Corey may have been right.
Oh, my goodness.
With the read.
I just don't even know how great it was, but hey, it deals with Ashling. That's great. 3 damage gets in, puts Chris to 8. But now, shields down as much as they can be down, and if Chris goes to win this next turn, this is probably a draw from these players.
To be fair, shields were also down last turn, and,
That's true.
And nothing happened. So.
That is true.
Uh-oh, that's fessed up.
That's Kona. Crew Kona. And this is where, like, here, I have it.
Party time. Free spells. I mean, if you're Cody, we got to try and get a 1 minute. It's tough. Might not see a game 3 here, unfortunately.
Yeah. And at this point, Cody probably can't win the next game, so he's probably like, all right, let's see it. And that's going to do it for game number 2. These players are going to have 2 minutes to finish this match. We'll make sure and get full confirmation to make sure they do only have 2 minutes on their clock. Okay. All right, so sounds like they do have a time extension, so we'll get you game 3 here. We'll see exactly how long the time extension is, and we'll dive right back in. Oh, okay, all right. Looks like our next round is coming up, so we did not have time to watch game number 3, unfortunately. Cody did take it down.
All right, cool.
Wow.
So a little bump for Chris, because Chris is an old school player.
Yeah.
But Cody's deck looks awesome, and I want to see more of it, so.
Yeah, no kidding. And so far, 1-0, so we might be able to see more of it here very shortly, as that was really spicy. So we're going to take ourselves a short break. On the other side, round number 2 here of the regional championship. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in the nation's capital here in D.C. Corey Baumeister, that's the one and only Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of round number 2. It's been a good start to the day so far. Are you excited for this?
Yeah, awesome start.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to see a deck that I've never seen before.
Yeah.
And it looked awesome on camera. There's no better way to start the day.
Exactly. Standard. Still proven it's kind of wide open. But let's take a look at the metagame here and see what we got at the very tip top and see what we got at the bottom. And oh my goodness, the trend seems to be following here in the U.S. with the Is It Prowess numbers compared to the other places we've been seeing standard tournaments. A big whopping fourth of the field is It Prowess, Jim.
Yeah, Prowess is obviously very, very good. You know, there's a lot of flavors to Prowess. I am happy to see here that the Is It Fling deck has been differentiated. We can see it down lower on.
And lessons.
Correct. So because I think the Prowess, the Fling deck shares a lot in common with Prowess, but it is definitely not Prowess. It's
Agreed.
a very, very different deck. That being said, amongst the Prowess decks themselves, there's still not really a consensus on, you know, slow Prowess, fast Prowess, big Prowess, crab Prowess, and so on and so forth. But yeah, very, very powerful. You can't deny the talent of Stormchaser's talent.
You know what? Bravo, Jim. You know, like you're making some good puns when you're not even trying. You should keep that up. That's really impressive. So Is It Prowess at the top? Then the next most played deck, 4-color Control at 10%. Is that surprising to you?
No. So our reigning champion, the deck looked fantastic 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
The tablet is really, really good. And folks are now starting to realize that. And the deck has a ton of great removal spells, a great late game engine. It turns the corner fast enough for a control deck to feel comfortable playing it into these kind of aggressive decks. And the deck's just really good.
Then looking at our third most played deck, which is kind of the second most played because we do have Celestia Landfall there with 46 players, a little bit below, and then Mono Green with 106. So that will put it slightly above 4-color when you add that in, but you like the Mono Green more than Celestia at this tournament, right?
Yeah, Mono Green's kind of a reaction to 4-color control, other control decks, you know, being able to go back to Sapling Nursery, be a little more straightforward. You know, your lands all coming untapped. You have this kind of cool token-making engine. And there's no doubt that Landfall is one of the best decks in the format. It is a deck that has constantly overperformed. From metagame to metagame, even if it shifts in its play rate, its win rate is almost always like 53, 54% across almost every event. So,
which is just normal good. You know, I mean, we saw some numbers back in the day. You know, you look at like Teamer Breach or Vivi. Those were about the same amount played, but they were all like 65%. You know, those are the absurdities and kind of the busted style decks. But yeah, really great metagame there. We got Mardu Discard, which was the deck right below that. So overall, pretty healthy metagame. And then the other category, still kind of plentiful as well.
Yeah, as we just saw last match. Really, really cool. And we got more other coming up.
That we do. So let's take a look at our deck list here from our players. This is our boy. It's Pete Ingram playing Dimir Excruciator.
Yeah, Pete's a good friend of mine, and he loves this Dimir deck. Every event, I'm in the Discord with him, and every event he's like, can I play Dimir? Can I play Dimir? Can I play Dimir? And here he is playing it, Doomsday Excruciator and Deceit and Friends. Really means it here, the full 4 copies of Duress in the main deck.
Wow.
So we were discussing Spell Pierce earlier. Duress is Spell Pierce adjacent. You know, this is a deck that plays 8 swamps and all black sources, so playing Duress over Spell Pierce, but still similar idea against his control decks. And yeah, this is a deck that is kind of a powerful mid-range plan. They can also combo. Not a bad place to be.
I do love casting Ancestral Recall, that is for sure. So let's take a look at Pete's opponent. This is Ray Fang playing Naya Yuna? Yuna's back?
Is it 2025?
Oh my good. I mean, Yuna, Hope of Spyra is a insanely powerful card that just disappeared into the ether here. Basically, when Vivi came around, when Cauldron Vivi was, and just has never come back.
Yeah, this was a very popular deck when Final Fantasy first came out in Standard, which is quite a while ago at this point. And it is inherently a very powerful deck. It's playing a bunch of powerful cards like the Overlords. It has the ability to play that mid-range game where you can just cast them, or play the game where you get to unit them back and really do the kind of broken thing. And kind of cool to see it again. I have not seen this deck in a long time.
Long time. And trust me, I've tried. It's one of my favorite cards. It's also one of my favorite games, Final Fantasy X. Shout out right there. So sounds like our players are ready to go, though. Looks really, really fun and interesting here. So let's pull that metagame back up here as these players get ready to go, and we'll talk a little bit more about the deck list. Just kidding, Jim. They just got ready now, so we'll head on down.
We got to keep on your toes, all right?
All right, let's head on down. All right, we got Ray Fang up top and Pete Ingram down below, starting it off with a swamp and a pass.
No duress.
And Ray with a stomping ground and a pass. Duress is not that great of a card in this matchup, though, right?
There are 13 hits.
13 hits, okay.
It's not horrendous, you know, but it's not great.
Okay, here is Deceit.
Deceit, however, there are 35 hits.
There are 35 hits. How many non-land cards are there in the deck?
35.
Okay, that makes sense. So now we do see Yuna. We see some solid cards.
No, Pete, can't take that one, Pete. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's a land. It's not one of the 35 hits.
Now, what do you take here? Do you just take the powerful payoff, or do you start chopping off the legs with, like, the Dredger's Insight?
It's very contingent on what Pete has in hand.
Yeah.
You know, Insight here's the enabler, kind of gets the cards in the graveyard, can find different pieces. Already has the Yuna. Vibrance is kind of cool, too. A couple of removal spells here are going to be, you know, a little mid, but it's does Pete have a turn 4 Spider-Man? A lot of questions here based on what Pete has in hand.
Did see a Doomsday Excruciator in hand from Pete. That's the only card I really saw.
That's a big one, too, because this deck plays kind of like a mid-range, you know, kind of Thoughtseize you, play some big guys.
Yep.
But Doomsday is that combo element where if Pete knows he wants to play for the Doomsday plan, the game will play out differently than if he's going to be playing a mid-range, kill your stuff and draw cards kind of game.
Yep, very fair. Also just saw a Earthbender Ascension off the top. That is a card that just feels like it doesn't belong in the deck. What's that doing in this Naya Yuna deck?
I mean, it ramps. You know, you want to go to 5.
Yeah.
It's an enchantment. So there's a little synergy as far as getting it back with stuff, you know. Just a piece to the puzzle.
Yeah, that is spicy. I guess let's pull up Yuna here on our graphic, as Yuna can return not just the enchantment creatures, can return absolutely any enchantments.
Yeah, and there definitely are times where you have a Yuna, and if you didn't play Dredger's Insight, you don't have that extra piece.
Yeah.
So having some extra enchantments laying around, not too shabby.
Good old Cultivate.
Yeah.
But on a permanent.
Yeah,
Not
sure.
bad, not bad. All right. Flipped over some cards, selected something. We also have Aang's Iceberg in hand from Ray. And here, going to take another peek at the hand. Saw the top deck Earthbender Ascension. Pete wants to keep Ray away from Yuning any earlier than he possibly can.
Yeah, so going for the slowdown here. Speaks a little bit about Pete's hand. He wants to kind of get this game into the mid-game.
I feel like that's what he wants to be doing constantly.
Sure. FOMO from Ray. Little discard action. FOMO, another card that's really, really powerful. It's been a huge player in Standard. Hasn't really had a home in any of the major decks currently in the format.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, since the VV ban, you know, that was really where FOMO disappeared. And also, one of the best cards in the format, just like you were saying, doesn't have a home. One of my favorite cards, too. That card's nice.
Card's great, yeah. And Standard, and that's kind of the thing here. Standard's so big right now that this can kind of happen where a deck like Naya Yuna, which, you know, has some pedigree, is a really powerful deck, but just hasn't been played in a while. You know, if the metagame shifts a certain way, all of a sudden it's good again. Wow. You know, this is a lot of cards we haven't seen in a while, but are all quite powerful.
Day of the Black Sun. 4 mana, get that creature out of there. Not ideal by any means, but hey, do what you gotta do.
And Pete just biding time.
Looks like another Surveil land. Torch the tower, put into the graveyard, and next turn, it's Vibrance time. It's not quite Yuna time.
Yeah, this kind of pacing favors Pete.
I would think so, yeah.
Having that combo finish, you know, where being able to build towards this possible Doomsday combo that ends the game. And just also have time to just set up, you know, your Emeritus and your Ancestral Recalls and hard casting Deceits is a good place to be, too.
I would tend to agree.
Pete also has main deck copies of Strategic Betrayal.
Ooh.
That is the 2-mana Edict that also exiles the graveyard, so some extra value there. A little main deck graveyard hate.
Wow, and 2 of those. What is Pete's, you know, 4 Duress, 2 Strategic Betrayal in the main? Like, what is he specifically targeting here?
Non-creature spells and graveyards.
Okay.
No, you know, there's a lot of graveyard stuff in this format, all the lesson stuff or whatever.
But like, is it just really focusing on, like, lessons and spellmentals?
I mean, prowess too. Most prowess decks are playing Crab. They're playing Flow State. There's a lot of incidental graveyard stuff happening for Betrayal, where it's an ace in some of those matchups, serviceable in others, which is quite cool. You know,
just kind of not that great against landfall, but really good against Storm Chaser's Talon decks kind of is the MO.
Right. It's serviceable against Landfall.
Okay.
It's not awesome, you know.
Yeah, fair. So here is the Superior Spider-Man. Take a card, as well as do a little bit of bouncing. But yeah, you don't really want to bounce that one, huh?
Yeah. What did he take?
I don't know.
Oh boy, it's Doom time.
Oh, I think with the trigger on the stag? No, you still get to look at a card though, don't you?
Correct. Yeah. So the iceberg response to remove makes sense.
Yeah.
I must have just missed what card was taken. So
Yeah.
Doomsday time.
There we go. Now that big deck-looking pile, that is your exile card, and you just have 6 cards in your library.
Now,
And do we got any reefs?
there are no reefs. Yeah,
Okay.
one fun part of Doomsday Excruciator is that it is a game-losing card. In the sense that if you just play it and don't do anything else, you will deck first.
Yep.
So there has to be another piece of the puzzle here, which I assume he probably has. It's pretty cool that the Emeritus also, Ancestral Recall, targeting your opponent can be that kill condition too.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, and that is what's in hand.
Yep.
That was Emeritus. And Strategic Betrayal gets rid of the only threat. The graveyard is gone, and 6 damage is coming in.
Pete's going for the flawless victory. No library, no graveyard.
Yes.
Try and attack your opponent for lethal damage in the same turn also.
So now, as far as library counts, I'm guessing Ray is going to go down to 4 cards. Pete is going to draw down to 2, play the Emeritus, and then, you know, Ray will draw essentially his last card. And then Pete will draw his last 2 cards, and then Ray will draw no library and lose first, right? Is that how that math is working?
That sounds good to me, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's close. It is certainly operating on the razor's edge here a little bit.
But I think it's fully set, because you're going to play Emeritus. You're going to have 1 blue mana available. There's not going to be a counterspell from Ray. Ray's not able to close the game out, so it should be foolproof.
Right.
Yeah.
It is interesting that when you play Doomsday, you kind of get into these sort of like almost scripted endgames.
Yeah,
where it's
yeah.
just like, okay, it's just be deterministically A, B, C, D, and you either win or you lose.
And we, of course, did see this deck kind of have its breakout performance at, well, the first World Championship where Javier won. That was kind of when it first became a thing. And then won 2 Pro Tours ago in the hand of Christopher Larson. Since then, kind of fell off. But
Yeah, it's been kind of like floating in the fringes. We saw it in Cincinnati a little bit. And Pete looking pretty happy here.
Pete didn't bring his Ancestral Recall from home to flex on people.
Pete doesn't have an Ancestral Recall.
All right,
Get
all
outta
right,
here.
all right. Fair enough, fair enough.
So we see 3 cards in deck for Ray. Looks like 2 cards for Pete.
And it's the perfect amount of cards to just point Ancestral Recall at Ray's face. But is there any way for Ray to stop that?
I do not believe so.
I don't believe so either, because you can't kill it in response, you know.
I don't think drawing a card off FOMO would do it. So,
Yeah.
want some cards? Ray says, yeah, sure, I'll have some cards.
Yep. And that's going to do it. That's GG. Pete, you know, Pete's very stoic at the table, but inside is just like, I just cast Ancestral Recall for the win. Like, heck yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool one. And his matchup seems pretty good for Pete here.
I would think so, yep.
You know, again, sort of these combo finishes against these decks not playing counterspells or kind of interaction in that regard, or a particularly fast clock.
Yeah. That's a lot of ores.
Yep.
All right, so let's start with Ray Fang's sideboard here. We have 2 Bossing Say, 1 Day of Judgment, 2 Doorkeeper Thrall, 1 Elspeth Stormslayer, 1 Get Lost, 2 Ghost Vacuums, 2 Heritage Reclamation, 1 High Noon, 2 Split Up, 1 Summon Knights of the Round.
So Doorkeeper Thrall is pretty interesting. It stops ETB abilities.
Okay.
So that means it stops Doomsday. It stops Deceit, but also makes Deceit into a 2-mana 5/5. So there's a bit of a double-edged sword there, but it's a little different that it has Flash, so you can kind of respond to the right spots or whatever and use it like that. So the Thrall looks pretty nice here. And then I think that for the most part, Rage wants to go fast. So most of these sideboard cards don't really facilitate that. So the Thralls seem nice. Maybe you get lost bringing out some of these Torture Towers that look particularly great. And that's really it. You know, just try and go fast. Definitely don't want the game to go long. So Ray's going to try and get that fast unit draw.
Yeah, I'm with you, though. This does not seem like what Ray wanted to sit down against. That is for sure. But, hey, some of the you know, some of the prowess decks or some of the landfall decks, I kind of like Ray's deck, you know?
Yeah.
Gonna have some polarizing matchups. Probably not gonna be great against control, but you never know. So then from Pete Ingram's side, 2 Deadly Cover-Up, 1 Death Mark, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Flash Freeze, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Intimidation Tactics, 4 Quasari Revenants, 2 Quantum Riddlers, and 1 Strategic Betrayal.
Yeah, so obviously the graveyard hate stuff is great. 1 Tactics looks very, very nice because you can exile creatures. Depends how deep Pete wants to go. A card like Deadly Cover-Up could be cool. There's a lot of creatures in Ray's deck, and also the exiling effect is cool too. I don't think Pete wants to go all the way to Ghost Vacuum. It is only really good against Yuna. FOMO, there's a little bit of value there, but not a ton. You know, I think that Pete's deck already lines up fairly well against what Ray is doing. It's not like Ray can make this crazy board and Pete can't win, right? There are cover-ups to mop the creatures up. There's a combo kill, so bring some cover-ups, kind of tune things up a little bit here. Probably cut down on those dresses in the main deck, and looks pretty good to go.
You know what else looks pretty good to go is our next event that we're going to be playing in Dallas. Jim, I feel like this is an event that is scripted for you. Walk us through what we're going to be seeing here September 4th through the 6th.
If I say Bilbo Baggins is a burglar, then a burglar he is.
Okay, fine. He's a burglar.
Spotlight the Hobbit. I can't wait for this event. I am a massive Lord of the Rings fan, and this is going to be so much fun. It's in Fort Worth, which is my favorite travel city to go to from the old SCG Tour days.
I do love Fort Worth.
Downtown Fort Worth is unbelievably beautiful.
Yeah.
There's so many great places to go. Have you ever been to a little jazz club?
I don't think I have. Sounds like we're going, huh?
I'll bring you. It's awesome. So,
all right.
Going to be a great event. Going to be a lot of fun. September 4th to the 6th, SCG Dallas. You can go to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for more information.
Do we have time for second breakfast while we're there?
I'm going on an adventure.
Gonna be a lot of fun. And Jim is no fake fan, by the way. Right when the Lord of the Rings set came out, right before Pro Tour Barcelona, I was like, Jim, I'm going to watch these movies. I haven't seen them. And I literally felt it in your voice how, jealous you were that I got to watch them without ever seeing them. You were genuinely jealous, which I thought was pretty funny. So
I have the family here. I was reading Lord of the Rings to my son last night in bed.
There we go.
Yeah, the Fellowship just made it to Lothlorien, and they were about to meet Lady Galadriel.
He is going to be a fan, huh?
Yep.
That is for sure.
He was Bilbo Baggins for Halloween.
That is amazing. You called your own son a burglar?
A burglar he is.
Wow, okay.
I was Gandalf, and Nicole was Galadriel, which is not Hobbit, but whatever.
Okay, that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Dibs Gollum.
you got it.
Going to be a lot of fun. Make sure to join us here in Dallas. It's going to be an absolute blast.
I do a pretty mean Gollum, but we're going to save it for Dallas.
Okay. Yeah. Don't give away all the goods here, okay?
No.
I think I still have a makeshift Lord of the ring that maybe I'll bring with. Turn invisible.
I have the real ring.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's why you're so evil.
Whoa.
Whoa. All right, players getting ready to go. Pete Ingram, of course, had a lot of success on the SCG Tour days. Even, pre-COVID, I won 2 team events with him kind of before everything shut down in 2020. We had a pretty average teammate, too. This guy named Eli Cassis was our third, Yeah, he lost, a whole match. We're going to do a live look-in on D here as Ray does some mulliganing, but our third lost a whole match, It was embarrassing.
Whoa, hello.
Whoa, okay, we got David up top. We got Michael at the bottom. 5 color control versus Is It Prowess?
Yeah, Together as One is a nice card. I mean, that card works perfectly with a tablet.
Oh.
It costs 6, so you can play red, and then white, blue, black, green.
Oh.
Perfect.
Goodness. Together as One. Cruel Ultimatum is back?
Yeah, I'm being able to play that and Jessica Revelation. Pretty cool.
Wow. Okay, that is really, really awesome. So we'll keep an eye on that one, but I'm glad we got to see that even for a second.
Yeah, Badger Ball Cub is a new addition to his deck. Of course, that was not around during the Final Fantasy days, so kind of cool to see some evolution.
Yep. All right, so Badger Mole Cub animates a land, and we're going to be heading to Pete.
Peter. Slide him up there. Thanks, Ray. Appreciate that.
I appreciate that, Ray. Okay, land number 2 from Pete to kill the cub.
Or not to kill the cub.
That is the question, I believe. I think if Pete is left with that question, it's going to be pretty solid, but looks like just Ghost Vacuum. is not ideal. Now, I mean, if you did have a removal spell for the mountain, being able to eat it from the graveyard, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little 1-mana Stone Rain here with a Requiting Hex wouldn't be too bad.
Yep, but either way, what, Yuna still targets, right? I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Yuna, so Ghost Vacuum is just a perfect counter to it, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that, like, it stops a resolved Yuna getting back a card from the graveyard, but
yeah,
so many of the cards in Pete's deck already do that. You can kill the Yuna, you can treat your Patrol to the graveyard anyway, so I don't love the vacuum. I think it seems fine, but I'm not sure if it's a necessary piece, but this draw from Ray is looking really nice.
Yeah, no kidding. Nice mono green landfall draw from Ray.
Just mountain.
Just mountain with Badgerville Cub and Earthbender Ascension. That's just good deck building.
Yeah. And it goes to show that Standard is often a format of packages.
Yeah.
You know, where you have like the landfall package. It can go, it's modular. It can go into different decks. You know, it's not like the landfall is only landfall, and that is it. It is landfall, period. You know, we've seen the Structures Talent package in other decks. You know, we've seen the landfall package. It's cool to see.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, what did we say? 16 sets in Standard right now? Is that what we did the math on? Yep. Unreal. I mean, it's got to just be the biggest, right? Has there been a bigger Standard?
This is it. And
okay.
It's only getting bigger.
Yeah.
We got Marvel Superheroes, got a few more sets, and then rotation happens next year.
Next year. So what? It will get to like 19 at max, right?
It's 20 or 21. Yeah,
oh, wow.
Marvel
20, okay.
Superheroes, Reality Fracture, Hobbit, and Star Trek, I believe it's 20.
Okay. Well, but to be fair, looking at the spoilers from Reality Fracture, anything could happen. You know, we could be down to 4 sets. The reality might be completely fractured.
Who knows?
Yeah. All right, doing a quick read here.
We got a reader.
You know, I mean, hey, we used to all play a ton of tournaments on the SCG Tour days. I think, you know, there was a year stretch where we were all playing. Maybe you were playing a little less at that, you know, 2019, 2020 time. But, man, way back in the day, you and Pete were playing a ton on the SCG Tour days. You know, you were two of the most decorated players from that time.
Yep, me and Pete were two of the founding members of Team MTG.
Okay.
Back in the day.
And then I was on Team BCW with him there for a while as well. So Pete's been carrying us both for years, huh? I was giving you the perfect softball pitch to give your buddy a nice pat on the back.
I took it.
You did something with it, buddy.
Yeah, Pete's a good friend of mine. I've known Pete for a very, very long time.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be devastated to watch this back if he watched your commentary.
Well, that mountain's going to be devastated when it goes into the exile zone. Get out of town. That's a Stone Rain, folks.
Yep, that will work.
Ray's like, wait a second. You can't Stone Rain me in Standard.
Yeah.
And Pete's like, yeah, I can.
But that being said, you know, this is going to work the way that Pete wants it to, but of course, judges are your friend. Call them whenever. You know, don't ever feel bad. Don't ever, you know, feel like you shouldn't call a judge or, you know, bugging them, anything like that. Always call a judge. But that all being said, what if Ray just goes, Yuna, brings back Aang's Iceberg here, and all of a sudden Ghost Vacuum got a mountain instead? Like, that could be a problem, right?
Yeah, that's true. That depends on Pete's hand. You know, those deadly cover-ups would look fantastic, but... So Pete's explaining, so what's happening here is Bitter Triumph kills the land.
Yeah.
The land goes to the Graveyard Resolution.
Yep.
Then the landfall trigger goes in a stack saying, okay, I'm going to bring that land back. And Pete says, in response, I'm going to exile it to Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah.
Then it goes away. Landfall resolves and says, well, I don't know where that mountain went, but I can't bring it back, so that's it.
Now, is that the same interaction, you know, if you have like a Rest in Peace in play, like, do you get the mountains back then? Like,
it should be exiled.
It should be exiled, right? Okay.
Goes away, so. And then Dredge Insight cares about artifacts or creatures leaving the graveyard to gain life, not lands. So
all very, you know, synergistic cards here. But I think the biggest synergy here is no third land from Pete and 5 mana. It is Yuna time. So Yuna is going to be working with Aang here to freeze out that Ghost Vacuum, it would seem.
Yeah, and that's tough because Deadly Cover would be a great response to this.
Yeah.
If Pete just had 2 or 3 more lands in play.
Yeah, and does have the Deadly Cover-Up and, like, stock-ups and stuff. But, yeah, Aang's Iceberg eating the Ghost Vacuum. So eating the mountain here could have been, you know, a little bit of maybe a misplay. Maybe.
I don't know. You know, like...
He's probably just like, if you have land 5 in Yuna anyways, I'm dead.
Right. And now the problem is now Ray has some really, really massive draws where any looting or mill effect could really flip over an Overlord and make things go bananas. So
yeah. How about Deathmark?
Sure. Love that
Yeah,
card.
that's a flashback. Get Yuna out of here. Whenever your 1-mana removal spell can kill a 5-drop, I mean, come on.
Yeah, pretty sweet.
Yuna does bring it back with a finality counter.
Yeah, problem is of course that Pete did not find land number 3 yet.
That is indeed a problem. But the pressure is kind of off with Yuna gone. Pete is desperately like, I need you to take a turn off, though.
Right. Yeah, there are a lot of threats in Ray's deck. You know, various overlords, you know, vibrance and so on. So a lot of things for Pete to dodge here.
4 mana, 5 mana, 6 mana. Looks like an overlord. Nope, you're right. Vibrance.
Okay.
With all the modes, lightning bolts you upstairs. Go find a land. Any spicy lands that we can get?
Is this actually double red? Because the mountain taps for a green and a red. Unless that...
The cavern's got to be on.
Is the cavern on elemental? I guess. And there aren't many elementals actually in the deck, but I guess if...
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do, so...
I guess we'll see. I mean, Pete did go down to 13, so presumably...
Okay, it's cavern on elemental. Sounds good.
Yep.
Cavern of Souls, of course, very good in the matches where it's good, but definitely an awkward land in other spots.
Yeah.
Gotta make those choices when you're not playing a Kindred deck.
And I guess there is 2 caverns, one being on elemental, one being on human or avatar or something like that would make a lot of sense.
Sure.
Finds the one spicy land, Quarry Mountain Monastery.
A favorite of yours.
It is a favorite, yep. I prefer my steel cutter, but still pretty good.
Banned.
Top deck to 6-drop here when you're missing land 3. That's got to be good, right?
No.
And you know Pete like just kept a classic 2-land stock up, Ghost Vacuum on the draw, and just never got the 3rd land because he kept 7. No way you're keeping that if it was a 1-lander, right?
Yeah. So here's the Betrayal. Betrayal gets sacrificed, and then I believe it goes to the graveyard before the landfall trigger resolves. So
Yeah.
this is all one motion where the spell itself is going to kill it and then exile it. Then landfall tries to come a stack. Oh, it's not there. It doesn't come back.
It did come back, though. The mountain came into play, right?
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
It's creature they control and their graveyard. Oh, I'm sorry. It exiles the creature directly. I thought it was an edict that also exiled the graveyard.
Yeah.
I was misreading the effect. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be. But that being said, is Ray did put in that land, did not tick up Ascension, and then played Quarry Mountain Monastery, ticked it up, but did not distribute the counter. So missed 2 counters on those creatures here. Not that it was going to matter, but, you know, you want to always play as tight a Magic as you can. And that's going to send these players to game 3 in a non-game, Jim.
Yeah, it's tough for Pete. Like you're saying, you know, there's definitely hands in Magic where they are definitely keeps, but you recognize that 10% of the time you're just not going to draw that 3rd land, and it's going to look like that.
Yep, absolutely. So sideboarding, any changes that you want to make?
I don't think so. You know, I think that Pete's still in a good spot here, going to be on the play for game 3. As long as Pete, you know, is able to kind of execute his plan, make his land drops and do his thing, he should be in pretty good shape. The matchup looks pretty good, but that's why you play the games.
Absolutely, and if you want to be in good shape and keep your stuff nice and protected, well, you better head on over to Heavy Play, as they have some really absolutely cool products here with the ETB dice box, the RFG deck box, curved sleeves, all that kind of stuff. They're also sponsoring the Commander celebration here at these Magic Cons. So if you want to come in, play some Commander, get to you know, use some Heavy Play products, you can head on over to that URL on your screen to also do some shopping for some Heavy Play products. What's your favorite out of all those?
Curve sleeves.
Curved sleeves?
Yeah, they had a nice shuffle to them.
Yeah.
The kind of bridge shuffle that I do, it really having the curve makes it on snag. It's good stuff.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
And of course, if you're at the event, the Star City booth has a whole array of products, not only for you to buy, but to try as well.
Yeah.
You can feel the sleeves you're like, check out the deck boxes and kind of get a good look. And they're really cool products.
Use promo code Corey B at the desk. It might or might not work. I'm not 100%.
I have no comment.
I love that dice box, the magnetic dice box. It's simple and sleek, but I'm a fan.
You know what I want?
Huh.
That Scout Pink card.
Ooh.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Put that card in my deck.
Is that a real card? Or is that just the color of the deck box?
I don't know. It just looks cool.
Ooh. All right, go ask Heavy Play about it at their booth. And attempt to use that promo code. We'll head on back in.
I'll take 2 packs of curved sleeves and 2 copies of Scout Pink, please.
Yes. They're going to be like, please leave, sir. Oh, you mentioned Corey B as well. Now especially leave. Let's actually escort you off the property. Players have shuffled it up. They got 25 minutes. That's plenty of time. We're going to get it going here. Yeah, so Pete, like I was saying, you know, a very decorated player on the SCG Tour, but maybe hasn't had the best of runs, you know, in the post-COVID world. Really looking for a breakout performance. And, you know, he's playing this, and you and I both know that he's going to be playing the next Spotlight as well. And he's got some decent teammates, Frank Scarron, limited pro, also working on other games now. And then some other player by the name of Seth Manfield.
Who?
Seth Manfield, two-time world champion,
right,
two-time Pro Tour champion, and he's going to be playing some limited with him. Got to think they're going to do pretty well at that one, huh?
Yeah, powerful squad for sure. Yeah, Pete's great. He's had a rough go of it in the last year or two. I've been kind of giving it to him a little bit, but Pete is an extremely accomplished player, which is why I'm surprised to not see him be doing well in the last year or two. So kind of looking for that big kind of comeback finish, but has played in many pro-level events, played in Pro Tours. Again, was a big-time player in the SCG Tour with a number of wins. Pete's great. And we'll see if he can make a run here.
The last limited GP, Frank and Seth definitely played with a little bit more, you know, skilled player at that one. So they did have to find the next best player for this one, but we'll see. They should still do okay.
Was it Ely?
It was me.
Oh, it was you.
It was me.
Yeah, okay.
We top 16. We did okay.
Okay.
I actually did punt around, though. So.
Wow, surprising. So you're saying Seth and Frank carried you to the finish line?
I am saying that. Believe it or not, there's some good limited players.
Yep.
They definitely upgraded finding Pete for limited. That is for sure. So Elegant Parlor, Surveilling, Earthbender Ascension. I say it once. I say it all the time. That's just what happens in Standard. It's like Storm Chaser's Talent and Boomerang Basic it back.
Let me see a Ghost Vacuum on Ray's side.
All right.
Both players trying to beat the Ghostbusters.
Both players cleaning up.
But a much slower draw for Ray here, which is great.
Yeah.
Pete has land 3, and Ray has no creatures in play on turn 3. Great comeback game for Pete.
I do think I saw a Doorkeeper Thrall, so here's the moment. Oh, boy.
So here's the question.
Yeah?
Lose a card or give your opponent a 5/5. So evoke means that when it comes into play, if you didn't play it for its full cost, sacrifice it.
Yeah.
So that ability goes away. And then I believe, right?
Yeah. That ability's gone. So, like...
They're asking, so now I'm asking.
For sure. And, you know, the other piece of interaction for that is if you were to warp a Riddler and this Doorkeeper Thrall comes into play, the warp is a delayed trigger. So that would actually warp away.
Got it.
You know, so it's some interesting exchanges. As it stands, though, the Doorkeeper Thrall will be gone, and now 2-mana 5/5 is going to stick around.
Okay, and the enchantment goes under the Ghost Vacuum.
Why not?
Which I don't think that has any game relevance, but cool.
Hey. It's an action you can do, Jim.
Keeping us on our toes here in the booth.
To be fair, maybe you want to eat the strategic betrayal, but whatever.
Yeah.
Ray can do whatever he wants.
And now at 2-mana 5/5. Not too shabby.
2-mana, whatever the Cub does, is usually, I'd still rather be on that side, especially with the Get Lost. Deceit's gone, some maps are there.
Yeah, I mean, maps are nice in a longer game. You know, Ray is definitely not applying a ton of pressure at the moment.
I mean, whenever you can map like a demon into your yard, like, the maps can be very scary from the Dimir Excruciator deck. And by the way, the Excruciator deck is incredibly fun to play. And it was an amazing choice for that Pro Tour and Lorwyn Eclipse when the rhythm decks were everywhere. The rhythm decks don't exist anymore, so your best matchup is gone, but it's still just pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely a cool deck, and definitely a deck that's also attacking on a different axis. It's playing no small creatures you can burst lightning. You know, it's just doing this kind of very different thing than all the other decks are doing.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool. You know, you're just kind of the yin to the yang.
I bet it rips control decks apart with 4 main deck duress, too.
Yep. And the Cavern of Souls also.
Yeah. Superior Spider-Man eats Deceit. Can't do trigger on the stack or anything, but Superior Spider-Man gets sent away, and now we got a 5/5.
Listen,
Spider-Man.
First 5/5 down. What more can you do? Play another 5/5.
Yeah.
It's good old-fashioned Magic.
Yeah, touche. One costs 2 mana, though, Jim.
It's true.
But either way, this Ghost Vacuum did a great great job here so far. Being able to bounce, draw. I'm not sure if you can bounce non-land, but I mean, if you could bounce the parlor, it'd be incredible.
Yeah, I think it's just any non-land. It's any non-land preparation.
Non-land,
so,
okay. Yeah. So it wouldn't have been as good for that aspect, but.
Uh-oh.
All right. That is a creature that if you can eat that one with either Yuna or Superior Spider-Man, gonna be good.
Yeah, that's actually an argument for Vacuum in Ray's deck, is having the insurance policy of being able to buy out of Superior Spider-Man stealing your stuff.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Keep your webs to yourself, Spider-Man.
Getting close to Delirium here, too. Creature, land, and instant.
RIP to, Caravo as well. We're now officially no longer, right? It is just Superior Spider-Man everywhere.
It will be a card style in Arena.
Okay.
Kavaro, the Mind Bitten, if you want to.
Yep. A newest change for anyone that didn't hear that. I personally love it.
Yep. Marvel
I can't
cards.
remember 2 separate card names. I can barely remember one.
Yeah, it's true. Marvel cards coming to Arena.
Yep, gonna be pretty cool. So soon already. What? We got 3 weeks?
Yeah, Marvel Superheroes is right around the corner.
Early access is going to be around. I'll be there. I know you'll be doing some jamming.
Yep.
It's going to be a fun one. I'm actually starting a new series. 11 new brews.
Wow.
Yeah. It's really innovative. Nobody else is kind of doing it right now, you know? So
That's an interesting scope. Why did you choose 11?
You know, it's just one higher than 10.
Okay.
Yeah. I could have just made 10 louder, but, you know, just wanted to
11,
go
okay.
11. Yeah.
11 new brews.
Yeah.
I like the ring of that.
Yep,
Sounds
absolutely.
like a really, really good show with one too many brews.
You really? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
Probably the wrong host, too.
Yeah, you're right about that one, buddy. You're right about that one.
Lawyers on the phone.
Yeah, no kidding.
Gotta make a call. I'll be right back.
Jim, why did you text me cease and desist already?
You know why.
Big things here from Pete. This is a tough one.
Yeah, Ray's board is like, Ray's been really answering everything Pete's doing pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
Ray's board is just slowly getting a little better.
There is a Deceit. Able to pick off the 1 card. No way to, like, sack a map or anything, but either all, that was not a great turn from Pete at all.
Yeah, I mean, Ray doesn't have much left, but Ray has some monster draw steps here.
But also, I mean, if you eat the Knights of the Round and you just activate Ghost Vacuum, a 1/1 Knight of the Round is still pretty dang good.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting possible plan B for sure.
Yeah.
Ghost Vacuum, folks forget that 6 mana, tap, sack. You get back every creature under it as a 1/1 flyer.
Yeah.
And they will do all the things they will do. So Deceits won't do anything because obviously no mana is spent for them. But the Knights around will come back and make a bunch of Knights. It's also indestructible, which is sweet.
Yeah, indestructible. It's going to create 3 2/2s for 4 turns in a row. My goodness. An absolutely powerful spell in Final Fantasy VII. Very powerful here in Magic the Gathering as well.
Bitter Triumph. Pete's, trying to keep things under control, but looking for that big finish.
I mean, either way, like, that's something I would be looking to do if I'm Ray immediately, is get the Ghost Vacuum down, but the game has changed. We are going to be in the Doom round.
All right, Ray's got an Iceberg in hand. Now, there is now multiple reefs for Pete, and we've already seen multiple get lost from Ray. So we've got 1 remaining get lost, maybe 1 more on the board. There are very few answers left in Ray's deck to try and stop this reef from milling those all-important 4 cards.
I really would have liked Ray to last turn, instead of eating the Deceit, eat the Knights of the Round, and just go for it. Who cares if Pete goes with the Superior Spider-Man Deceit plan anymore? Just that last turn could have been, and, sack the Vacuum, get the Knights around in. It would go to Chapter 2 this turn. Then you Aang's Iceberg away the Doom and attack for, 9. And, like, how is Pete really going to get it done? I guess the Reef is the answer, but...
Oh, he's gone for it now. So...
But now...
End step Knight, bring them all back. But you're correct, this might not be fast enough.
Yeah.
One Reef attack should do it.
1 Reef isn't enough, though, right? Because Ray would draw down to 5 cards. The Reef hits him down to 1 card. Ray draws down to 1 and gets in 1 attack. Is that enough? Because the summon comes into play, the Deceits are one. Doesn't it get its... Oh, the Knights are right there. I'm blind. Okay, so it got its activation right now. The crackback for 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. There's 3 of them, or is there 4? 3, okay. So it's an attack back for 12. Looks like there's 4, right? There should only be 3.
I see that one too, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He's coming along for the ride.
Yeah.
He's like, wait, what about me?
So even with a... this is what Pete has to have. Pete has to have the 1-mana removal spell, the Requiting Hex, has to attack with the Reef, and then Requiting Hex to kill a creature and Blight.
Pete can always block for a turn, but the problem is that puts him in exactly dead. So Pete can wait a turn on the Reef.
Yeah.
Then just block one of his 2/2s, take 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's exactly 10.
Yeah.
And then in theory, if he could live, he could block this turn, untap, and get the 4 in next turn.
Another Doom.
That's not going to do it.
Yeah, because 1 blocker, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is just lethal, right?
1 blocker's not enough. The Reef wasn't enough, and neither is the...
That's why we needed the Requiting Hex. That was enough, because it dealt with 2 creatures, essentially.
Yep.
And that's not going to be the case. All Ray has to do is just attack all... Oh, no, but didn't.
Let's see.
Oh, okay, still mid-attack. And they're all flyers is what that's signifying, and that's going to do it. Ray Fang takes it down with Xaxes and would have been down to no cards in library. So, well, that, attack looked like this was kind of, an easy way for Ray to finish the game. Pete did have it lined up for next turn with, Ray would have had 0 cards in library if you attack with the Reef, but 1 Requiting Hexed would have been just enough there.
Yeah, just 1 point short. 1 more blocker, 1 removal spell.
Yeah.
But that's a tough one.
To be fair, Ray also could have just sacked the Ghost Vacuum a turn earlier, and it wouldn't have even been close.
Right.
So there is that aspect. So we're going to head on down to Match B. We got more Magic here all day for all of you. And walk us through what we got here. Oh, my goodness. I know that guy up top. That's the one and only Jerry T.
Jerry Thompson, all right, playing Selesnya or Boroid. And this is not the Matt Nass deck. All right, this is the new version of his deck as it's floating around. Much more straightforward, much more aggressive, more of a stompy deck with a little bit of a counters theme in it. Leatherhead, Michelangelo, practice offense, no Gear Hulks, no tutor package, just doing the thing, beatdown style.
Yeah.
Playing against Nick, who's playing 4-color control.
Okay.
Northwind Avatar, Jessica Rev, the usual stuff.
Got to be a good matchup on paper for Nick, though, right?
Correct, yes, I would think so. However, this green-white kind of hate stompy deck is well teched out. 4 Surrak, 3 Leatherhead. So a lot of tools in the matchup.
Yeah.
But I agree, structurally not very good for Jerry.
And Jerry T, one of the absolute GOATs. Has to be... You look at the stats, we could find a lot of different stats where Jerry's #1 on the tour, as far as open top 8s, wins, all that kind of stuff. Was really the guy who was innovating from week to week and posting results, especially when there were 1 days. It was just like every weekend. It's like, did Jerry top 8 1 or 2 was the real question.
Yep.
So really impressive stuff. Hasn't seen as many results these days on these SCG events, but not a product of him getting eliminated from the event. Half the time he'll play 3 rounds, be 2-1, be 3-0 or something, and be like, I'm going to drop, I'm going to hang out with friends.
Yep.
Priorities maybe shifted a little bit from when he was just hungry to win every single tournament, but would love to see Jerry go deep in one of these again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Speaking of one of the GOATs, there's Reed Duke here in Jerry T's camera there. We'll be seeing him after this match along with Ailey Loney.
I love the spreader from Jerry. Just got to put the cards in play.
And now let's see. Is there a Wrath? Is there a Klasm?
So there are 2 Day of Judgment and 1 Fire Magic in Nick's deck. And listen, you guys got to do your thing. Jerry cannot afford to wait around.
Yep. And nothing as far as a Wrath right away from Nick. Stock up. Consult. That is the inevitable defeat. Consult. #2, maybe that's 1 consult. Either way, no days, no fire.
I think I saw Firebending Lesson and, was it a flashback maybe? And a No More Lies?
Yeah, flashback and a No More Lies, you're right.
Okay, so it's the song and dance Jerry has to do here where can I afford to play around a Wrath? How much do I have to just kind of go in? Air Temple's a great tool, allowing Jerry to add pressure to the board without actually committing more threats.
Yep.
Air Temple's a 4 of in these decks usually. That's actually only 2. Wow.
Okay.
Usually it's a 4 of in these decks.
He's abandoned a few of them.
He's only playing 2 copies.
Okay. Jerry T, of course, also has a very popular podcast, the Jerry T Podcast, for anyone who wants to check that out. Always an entertaining human being. 3 lands for Consult. This is the Anticipate mode.
Yeah, Jerry, longtime gamer. I remember first meeting Jerry Pro Tour Prague, like 20 plus years ago. And he was wearing a Deftones shirt. And I was a big Deftones fan at the time. I was like, hey, nice shirt, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Wouldn't see him again for however many years.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
Yeah.
Nice shirt, man. Let me just destroy you here real quick.
No, yeah.
Looks like players are doing a horrific job of keeping life total here for us on the iPads, but looks like on Nick's thing, looks like he's at 6.
Yep.
So either way, that means a lethal attack is coming, and with just 1 inevitable defeat, can he survive?
Yeah, with 2 Paw Patch here also, any removal spell doesn't really serve to actually remove much power from the board.
Now it especially doesn't.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh my. Practiced offense is a spicy one from this Celestia deck. So this is Jerry maybe take on the Matnas special here, but much, much more aggressive instead of Gear Hulk shenanigans.
Yeah, this deck has been floating around on Magic Online for about a week now.
Okay.
You know, it's just much more straightforward, much more aggressive, and, you know, it has some pretty serious threats in it. It doesn't have a great control matchup, but it has the tools to compete, and, you know, everyone's got a plan if they get punched in the mouth. You know, you just put some guys in play and see what happens.
And Jerry T did a lot of punching here on Nick. That was pretty impressive stuff for game number 1. Things will probably get a little bit worse here for Mr. Thompson. Let's start with Nick. We got 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Emeritus of Ideation, 2 Flash Freeze, 2 High Noon, 1 Outrageous Robbery, 1 Pest Control, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Return the Favor, 1 River Churn Monument, 2 Stoic Finks, 2 Strategic Betrayal. This looks like if I just picked up 15 random cards in my collection at home that were standard.
It's a nice collection.
It is a pretty good collection. Yeah,
Yeah, there's not really a ton here because so much of the removal's already in the main deck. You know, I can see it argued for a card like Pest Control, Power Clasp looks fine. Flash Freeze, I mean, it does hit some of the bigger threats like Leatherhead. It's a lot of the cards, you know, could be fine, but there isn't really much for Nick to want to take out. I mean, this Nick's deck is essentially just a bunch of removal spells, which lines up well with what Jerry's doing.
that is fair. And then from Jerry T's side, Pro Tour champion, won with Mono Black Zombies in Nashville, I believe. Took second to Luis Salvato as well, where he played a basically unwinnable matchup against Lantern. Do you ever remember that one?
I don't know.
Lantern control when he played Mardu Pyromancer, it was unwinnable from his side, but it was very, very fun to watch. So very decorated player both on the tour and the Pro Tour. He's got 1 Dawn's Truth, 1 Erode, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 2 Restoration Magic, 1 Sage of the Skies, 2 Scrap Shooters, 1 Seam Rip, 2 Sheltered by Ghosts, 1 Torpor Orb, and then 2 Voice of Victories. What do you like here? Do you like that Restoration Magic?
So Dawn's Truce, I believe, is a big protection effect, you know, and Jerry has some tools to match up like Dawn's Truce, Restoration Magic. Kind of these protective effects that can protect the creatures. They're not quite Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
You know, these are measures that can fight back against a control deck. Not in the way that a card like Spell Pierce can, but they have some play to them. So it gives Jerry a little more flexibility. Restoration Magic's pretty cool, like I said. Voice of Victory is great also. It's where they can attack for a lot and stop these counter spells. But yeah, so bring some interaction. You know, cut some of these erodes that look particularly nice. Practice Offense is also an awkward card because it's going to be good in the games where Jerry's already winning, and going to be not so good in the games he's not, and already has that effect from the land on Air Temples. So, you know, shave some of that stuff down, bring some interactive spells. Not quite the suite of stuff you'd want to have, like, you know, Spell Pierce and Friends, but still pretty good.
How many times have you cast Cure, Cura, or Curaga in Final Fantasy?
0.
Ugh. I need to get Reed Duke in here. I know he's a true Final Fantasy fan. I know he's cast a couple Cures.
I could tell you all about the Master Sword, finding Triforce pieces, pieces of heart.
All right, so if you want to sell your Magic cards here, everyone, we got the space to do it here at StarCityGames.com. You can trade in your cards for, just a trade-in bonus of 30% extra if you want to just buy more Magic cards. Or, of course, you can just get the money for the cards. If you need some money for some other things, you can mail in your collection. You can show up at one of these cons. Jim, I know what you like to do with your cards.
Korok Forest. Also, it's good to sell cards too, so you can buy more Zelda games.
There you go. There you go.
But yeah, trader bonus is great. I got my tab at the Star City booth all the time, and I got to buy some cards. I say, put it on my tab, and then you sell some cards and you kind of build it up and you kind of get ready to rock and roll. So.
It does work great. Just show up at the booth, say, put it on Jim's tab. I've been doing it for years, and you know what? I just always keep a spare Jim Davis ID just in case they ask, and it works like a charm. So if anyone needs to borrow that from me, just let me know.
It is weird sometimes that your tab does seem to shrink without you spending it.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't really know how that happens.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Nick comes down with a tapped mountain and a forest and a Llanowar Elves. How many times do you think Jerry has cast Forest Llanowar Elf in his career?
Honestly, I'm going to say not a ton.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, still a ton, but compared to him doing some of the other common plays.
Forest Llanowar Elves is not Jerry's style usually.
I feel like Jerry is one of those players that is so well-rounded. Like, he doesn't – I can't look at Jerry and be like, you play this kind of deck.
I mean,
what do you think is his common style of?
I played against Jerry in Legacy a lot back in the day, and it was always him playing some dumb blue deck with some sort of Niv Magus Elemental or some weird theme to it.
Yeah.
I guess my Goblin deck he just could never beat. So it's just he would take his blue deck and slow it down. I would just beat him with Goblins every time.
Yeah.
But Jerry, of course, a very flexible player, can play whatever he wants, but known for playing more blue decks and more, more tricky things than turn one letter off.
A man of culture, if you will, compared to whatever Goblin in Legacy is. To be fair, that was my first top 8 was with Goblin pile drivers and stuff.
You watch your mouth, my friend.
All right, I take it back. I take it all back.
You're treading in dangerous waters.
Okay. All right, so there is land number 4 and Day of Judgment. When you go turn 3 sweeper into turn 4 sweeper against the green-white creature deck, you feel pretty good.
Leatherhead is a card Jerry wants here.
Yeah.
Leatherhead is that big hex-proof 5-power threat that Nick can only really remove with the sweeper.
Yep.
And unfortunately has the next best thing in Surrak.
Yeah, Surrak's pretty good. Jerry playing the full 4 of this card. He is really prepared for, what the metagame is that he would expect, right? A lot of a lot of control.
Yeah, the 4 of Surrak has been pretty common in this deck, actually, which is it's surprising. It's legendary, but it really speaks to the fact that, hey...
You got to kill it.
Yeah, I don't have a great matchup against these control decks. I want to short up a little bit, and oh my god, these tablets.
Oh, man. Tablet, discovering a tablet. That is flavorful. Northwind Avatar heads to the yard. Can't cast that anymore, but all of a sudden, Nick has access to 9 mana via spells.
That's not a mistake. Nick is still at 20 life.
Yes.
Jerry's got some work to do.
Okay, we'll be for sure at 16 at the minimum. Here is Michelangelo Weirdness all the way up to 11. And a crunch. Hardened Scales on legs. I mean, this is a card that is also just incredible that we have not really seen any action. But, I mean, just read this card. It's so good.
Yeah, it's great. And this is the kind of counter sub-theme this deck has, where it's not like a full-on counters deck.
Yeah. But
there are a lot of cards incidentally in the deck that make counters like Practice Offense and Ouroboros. So kind of slides in there. Very efficient card and good to see.
Abandoned Air Temple, pretty good with it as well.
Very good.
Oof. Stock up. 1, a 2, a 3. Those are lands. That's a day.
Oh, boy.
Is the 3rd sweeper good against the mono green decks, Jimothy?
Yeah, I mean, and then that's a spot where Jerry really needs to have a Leatherhead because there are only 2 days in the entire deck list. So if Nick goes Day of Judgment here.
Is any Kiraga, is the Restoration Magic or anything a good counterplay?
That can, for a larger amount of mana, can save much stuff, but it's a lot, right?
It is just, you can get 1 creature that can be saved for 1 mana, or it's any permanent can be saved for 2 mana and you gain a little life.
Yeah, I mean, saving.
And then the 5 mana, you get to save everything, which is pretty nice.
Saving Surrak's pretty good,
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 5 mana the versatility of 1 mana protect something, Snakeskin Veil type thing, that's great. But the versatility that you can also pay 5 to save your whole team is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let's see if Jerry has restoration magic here. And it is Kira.
That's a big game.
That is big game. Gain some life.
Sorry, Michelangelo.
You gone.
Party on another day. We also see Bossing in the meta base for Jerry. Also
Yeah.
a good tool in the matchup.
Couple in the sideboard there, I believe. So brought that in. That's an incredible card when you don't want to play things. He had 2 in the board and had 1 in the main. Oh, wait, nope, never mind. Just the 1 in the main. Nice.
Got there.
Okay, there is an attack for 8. Crunch on down.
And this is what good players are able to do against control. They can really pace themselves and like find their spots. You know, it can be frustrating to play against almost removal, but you have the opportunity to really put your control opponent in the squeeze every turn and really kind of give them a tough game, even if it is a hard matchup.
Yeah. All right, well, Nick has had 3 sweepers, but he kind of needs a 4th. This is not looking good for Nick, is it?
Yep, and then if you know, any spot removal spell kills the Surrock, a card is drawn for Jerry. Bossing keeps on going.
I mean, how on earth can you kill this 5 toughness creature? Bounce it with Jeskai Revelation?
Revelation would be a good place to start.
Yeah, it always is.
Good place to start and a good place to end.
Yeah, yeah.
It's good in the middle too.
So is it just a good card, Jim?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. That's why we pay you the big bucks. 4 mana for spells. Red. Black. Inevitable defeat. Jerry gets the replacement. It's gone.
It's only 3 more copies in the deck, so.
Yeah, no problem. And I'm sure Jerry doesn't have one or anything.
That's kind of like old school Magic, you know, playing 4 of a legend.
Yeah.
You don't see that as much these days.
Oh, yeah. For Isamaru, the card was too good.
Ooh, yeah.
You need it on turn 1.
Isamaru, Hound of Kanda.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we can dust that one off to put it on the graphics.
I was hoping we could.
There might be some actual dust on the card.
He's a good boy.
Yeah, such a good dog.
I've cast a lot of Isamarus in my
Me
game.
too, me too. All right.
Jerry got to work it through here.
I think I see a consult the star charts here, which looks excellent for Nick.
Yeah, that's the real like nail in the coffin for Jerry, where you're trying to weather the storm. You're trying to kind of like hope your control opponent's a little off balance, having to find these answers. You can kind of just like sneak in for those last few points.
Yeah.
Once that consult is cast for 8 or 7 or whatever it is, it's just the sinking feeling of this has got to be it.
Yeah, 100%. So there is Badger Mole Cub coming on down. Now Jerry does have the option to tap the 1 power Badger Mole Cub, or the 1 power Forest, and Bossing, say, an attack for 4.
Yeah,
but
I like that.
Yeah.
Found an Air Temple also, so, you know, getting the utility from the lands here will be enough is the question.
Avatar-themed mana base here.
Got to go all the places.
Yep. Here looks to be that play. Do you Bossing say on the land? Now, does Nick respond with the consult? If you find something like Lightning Helix, I'm not sure how many we have in the deck, but something like that could interact with this. I love this play.
It's actually 0 Lightning Helix. There's a couple Seer and a Braid.
There we go. The case of Braid we're looking for.
5, 6, 7. Oh, so many cards. Dig through time, eat your heart out.
Wow. Oh, that looks like a firebending lesson too. So able to have a clean answer to that. Firebending lesson and Northwind Avatar pulled to the front. That looks great to me. Kill this creature that's about to take half your life total away and play what has to be a game-winning threat. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Nice stuff here from Nick.
Yeah, Jerry is in the Please God brick phase, and no bricks here.
Nope, no bricks allowed. Looks like this forest can add some mana. Jerry doesn't have anything to do with it. And huge exchange from Nick. Very much ball in his court now.
Yeah, corner being turned as a control player. You love that feeling.
Yeah. Tap your tablets. 5 mana. 6 mana. What on earth could cost 7 mana?
Uh-oh.
Boom. Boom. Kill that. Bounce that. Draw some cards. Put some monks in play.
Gain some life. Do your dishes.
Yeah.
File your taxes.
Yeah. Jerry's here for a good time, not a long time. If the game's not looking like his way for the control side, he's seen this time and time again. Even if it's not this specific matchup, he knows what happens when control gets to this stage versus the aggressive Celestia deck. So, Jim, any changes here?
Nah, same sort of idea. You know, just like Jerry needs to be aggressive, kind of, you know, pick his spots well, and hopefully dodge a good draw from Nick. And Nick just has to do the thing his deck is supposed to do: kill things and play Revolution.
Makes sense to me. Well, if you're sitting at home and you want to play some Magic here, you want to play some Standard, our limited time offer here for Star City Games is going to be great for you. Pick up a nice large order here, order your next Standard deck, or hey, Modern season. It is Modern RCQ season. Pro Tour's Modern coming up. So, hey, you need some of these Modern cards, and you can get them shipped to your door in 48 states here. Apologies to, Alaska and Hawaii. A little tough to ship some cards there, I imagine.
They are rather far away.
They are. They absolutely are. So $100 or more, you will be getting that free shipping. So StarCityGames.com/sale and pick up your cards today.
Listen, if Star City wants to have me go out to Hawaii for them and deliver some cards, we can have that conversation.
Yeah, I think so. And if they're trying to, you know, not pay for shipping there, I bet they very much want to play for a round-trip flight for you, Jim.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Hand-delivered.
That checks out.
Yep.
That checks out.
So I'm just saying, we'll have a conversation. We can talk about it.
All right, yeah. Also, put that flight to Hawaii on Jim's tab for me as well while we're at it. This putting stuff on your tab thing has been working great for me.
I just have no money. I don't know where all my money goes all the time.
You still buying lunch?
It's like a bottomless pit.
You still buying lunch, right?
Oh, no, you are.
Oh, okay. All right. Gene.
With my credit card.
Gene Pollinator. Yeah, I'll swipe your card. No problem. Put it on Jim's tab. Gene Pollinator gets Firebending Lesson. Michelangelo Weirdness all the way up to 11. Here's the mutagen token. Representing an attack for 3 next turn.
Michelangelo.
Go on.
That's it. Just don't know. It's from the movie.
Oh, okay. Haven't seen it.
You haven't seen the Turtles movies?
Huh.
You haven't seen the Turtles movies?
No, I really haven't. I played the game. I played the Turtles movie, or I played the Turtles sidewalking game like over and over.
Yeah, we all have.
And then I watched the show because my brother was a huge fan, but otherwise I was not huge into the Turtle world.
Turtles movies are pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Turtles 1 and Turtles 2 are a lot of fun.
Yep. I was much too into all the Final Fantasy games up until I discovered a game called Magic the Gathering, and then I did nothing else for, 10 years.
Song of Storms. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That's a Final Fantasy, right?
I haven't heard that one, no.
You're lost. You're lost, Corey. You're lost.
All right, Nick's loss here is seeing a Sirach on the battlefield, but Jerry's gain. Let's see, next turn's Day of Judgment time, and we do see it in hand. Had Tablet to play this last turn, and wow, I don't see another land, so not playing Tablet there could be costly?
I see a land. It's a Quarry Monastery.
Okay.
And then no white for Jerry is a little tough also, because a lot of those reactive cards to defend against a Day are white.
Yep, that's true. All the curing.
Rumble time.
There is an attack just for 5. Nick down to 13.
And then what's the next step here is a really important and difficult question for Jerry.
Temple Garden Shock in. Animate Bossing Say. So nothing amazing, but here we are. And there's the Michelangelo Weirdness to 11, cranking that Forest Power up a bit.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah. Just adds to the board, the end of the board. Now, Day's only a 2-for-1. Not the end of the world.
Yep. So that was definitely Jerry saying, I do not have Restoration Magic in hand, right? If I'm playing against him, that's a lock.
I would be surprised.
Yeah. And that's got to be...
It'd be a really good bluff if he had it.
Yeah.
Story sold to me.
So now what's the follow-up?
Leatherhead.
Leatherhead is what we've wanted, and there we go. Jim finally gets his way. The hex-proofing monster has come on down, and hey, it's even bigger now.
And really cool here is that Leatherhead can remove a counter to disenchant doesn't need to be the hexproof counter. It can be a plus and +1 counter. So it can eat tablets, and it must be Wrath. Leatherhead is the card for the matchup.
It can eat tablets all day because of that abandoned air temple. It can just be a tablet-eating crocodile.
And again, Nick has 2 copies of Day of Judgment. Of course, 1 is already gone, and that is the only way for Nick to remove it from the board aside from just blocking it.
What's blocking from these control decks?
The rev tokens.
Oh, okay. So tablet to the, or stock up to the yard is able to stock up here, but man, like you were saying, you just get to munch on that. I did see an Emeritus in hand for Nick. That's a way to block.
Yep. The thing is, like, you can't stop a Leatherhead. So you might as well cast stock up at this point, I guess. You know?
Yeah. Use your tablet before it's gone.
Right. So stock up feels like an actual somewhat ideal hit here because you can't play a reactive card anyway. You know, unless you're going to try and counter the next thing. So
yeah. Little unfortunate tapping of the mana base. Nick took an extra damage for, I wouldn't say no reason, but you know, wanted to be able to hit some other cards, wanted the flexibility. And the 1 damage kind of could matter. When you got this 6 power hexproof creature with the abandoned air temple, you can attack for 6 twice while eating the tablet.
Yep.
Cool.
So Nick in that squeeze where Wizards of the Coast not shy about printing good anti-control cards, as they should, because control can be frustrating to play against, so giving the players tools to really fight back is pretty great. So Leatherhead certainly serves that purpose.
Yep, totally agree.
Standard 5K RCQ players, that is time in round 2. Active players.
All right, Jerry T crunches on in, takes 6, remove the counter, destroy the tablet.
5K RCQ players, that is time in round 2.
And Jerry looking to pad his impressive stats already. Has 7 invitational top 8s with 2 Ws. Has 12 GP top 8s with 2 Ws. Has 3 Pro Tour top 8s with a W. I mean, that is just incredible already. And there's more that I could read. Jerry's an impressive player. He's been around forever.
A lot of W's. Is that a scrap shooter?
That's a scrap shooter.
Yeah, another card that's pretty well sized, you know. Just power and toughness is pretty good, or toughness in particular is good against his control deck because a lot of the removal is damage based. So just being big is not too shabby.
And I mean, Jerry's specific version of green-white, you know, on paper green-white should struggle with control. Jerry's made some changes that help him out, and you have the aspect of playing cards that your opponent isn't used to seeing. 6 cards looking for a day. Is it Nick's day, or is he in trouble? That's inevitable defeat, and I think that's going to be aptly named, don't you, Jim?
Yeah, I mean, it buys a turn. It's not too shabby. Of course, though, if Jerry has sort of protection effect here, that would be game ending.
Yeah, it sure would be. Now, does it buy a turn? Because he has to take 1 to play it. That's down to 5. Then you go back up to 8. The crocodile is 5. Bossing Sake can make it up to 7. Are we 1 short of lethal? That's what I'm counting.
Jerry gonna figure it through.
Unless he just top-decked Restoration Magic and gets to punish Nick for not doing this sooner.
I was just gonna say, yeah, Nick did give Jerry a draw, where if you know you're gonna kill it, it's the whole, new players play instants at sorcery speed. Really good players also can play instants at sorcery speed sometimes because
Oh, and there's Restoration Magic. He had to read it, double check to make sure this does do exactly what he wanted to. And Jerry Thompson, 2-0 at a U.S. Regional Championship. That just feels good to say.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Hopefully Jerry will want to keep playing the tournament. Won't just drop it 3-0 or 4-0.
It's within his range for that to be the last match he plays, but let's hope not.
Yep, so hopefully we'll see more of him.
Yeah, sounds great. So that is going to do it here for round number 2, and that's going to do it for us here in the booth for the morning session. We're going to take a little break. On the other side, we're going to have Ailey Loney and Reed Duke bringing you a couple more rounds here at the U.S. Regional Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Hall of Famer Reed Duke, and we have the pleasure of bringing you the next couple of rounds here in our standard competition. Reed, there is so much Is It in this room. It's crazy.
Yeah, a variety of Is It decks. Prowess as kind of like the default deck to beat in Standard, not slowing down here at the Regional Championship. So yeah, it's going to be a good question of is it the best? What's the best way to build it? Or what's the best way to beat it?
Yep, build or beat it. That is exactly what we are trying to find out this weekend. Who can overcome the Is It scourge that is out there? I say that, but you know, it's a good deck. People are going to play it, so we'll be fine with it that way. Let's take a quick look at our metagame just to give you guys an idea of what is out there trying to beat the big bad of the format. As you can see from this, that is a sneak peek at our feature match. Drew Howells will be on Celestial Landfall. That is one of the ways to beat the Is It deck list, the Is It prowess list, I should say. As soon as we can show you that metagame, we will. But yeah, for our feature match, there we go. Is It prowess? 24.7%, so almost a quarter of the metagame is It prowess, followed not very closely by 4-color control and mono green landfall. So those two kind of trying to figure out if they can beat it, but there's like the cyclical nature of things. You know, 4-color control really became more prominent, trying to take down Is It prowess and landfall, and it's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we've had a lot of high-profile Standard events in a row, flashing back to Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, but also this round of Regional Championship tournaments across the world. And yeah, evolution of the metagame with 4-color control, Mardu Discard, Dimir Excruciator, and Azorius Momo kind of growing as we'll call them tier 2 strategies, but these are all decks that have won premier level tournaments. So you can make a really strong case for going for them if that's the direction you want to go for this tournament.
Or if you want to just completely fly in the opposite direction, you can play Allies or Merfolk. Apparently a Merfolk deck is 2-0 right now, so go Fish Friends. Yeah,
I can guarantee that we're going to see some surprises throughout the weekend, and I think it's just going to be a great tournament overall.
Yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll into this round, so as soon as our players are ready, we'll take a look at the deck lists here. We'll head on down to the feature match area. This is Drew Howell's Selesnya Landfall deck. So, Reed, if anyone is new to Standard, what is this deck trying to do?
Sure. So Selesnya Landfall, I'll mention, is one of the decks that has been successful combating Is It prowess. Some players, if you've been watching closely, might remember that Selesnya Landfall was the winning deck and the second place deck at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, so a huge breakout there. And something that's clearly quite powerful, the white splash, giving you some extra weapons and sideboard options to round things out. So don't underestimate this deck, as it can come out powerful, it's consistent, it's resilient, and it's even nice after sideboarding.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the opponent's deck. Hey, Merfolk! Alexander Pimmel rocking our fishy friends here. Wow, okay, let's take a look at this deck, because this is certainly not on our, yes, note these lists before we start things off here. So this looks like Lorwyn Eclipse deck.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, Ailey, like this was not one that we researched or prepared for in advance. This is a total surprise, but I love to see it. And as you mentioned, Merfolk is one of the supported creature types in Lorwyn Eclipse. Of the Lorwyn Eclipse creatures, you know, maybe elementals showed up as a major player in Standard, but there's no reason why you can't give a try to Merfolk or Elves or Kithkin or whatever it might be. And this looks pretty cool, and Alexandra has already notched a couple of wins in the first 2 rounds. Yeah,
you know, it looks pretty aggressive. You got your Wonderbrine Trappers into your Deep Channel Duelists or your Deep Way Navigators. You know, this looks like it can pack a punch real quickly, but, you know, on the other side of the table, there's a lot of things to punch through, and the creatures that get quite large indeed. So it'll be interesting to see how this list plays out up against Mono Green, or excuse me, against Selesnya Landfall. And as soon as the players are ready to rock and roll, we'll head on down to the feature match area. That list is sweet.
Yeah, really cool. Yeah, I think we're all set to go to the match, but I just really can't wait to talk about Merfolk and everything that this deck can put on the table for us.
Looks like we have the incorrect names on the overlay. We'll get that fixed as soon as we can, friends. But up at the top, Alexander Primmel on Merfolk. That is the Mindspring Merfolk, if my memory of that set is correct, from Ether Drift. And turn 1 Land War Elves for the opponent, Drew Howells.
All right.
Your mentor. All right, so 3 Merfolk down on the board already. Alexandra's on a pretty good fast start here.
Yeah, ideal openings for both players. Alexandra on the play with a 3 Merfolk on the battlefield in the first 2 turns. You can't complain about that. Meanwhile, Drew with turn 1 uncontested Llanowar Elves. That is among many strengths that we're going to talk about for a Merfolk creature type old deck. One of the challenges is it doesn't have access to a lot of great cheap removal. So being unable to contest the fast Llanowar Elves and Badger Mole Cub starts is one of the things we're going to keep an eye on. Here, Drew able to power out turn 2 Earthbender's Ascension, but unclear if it's going to be good enough against the fast start from the Merfolk deck.
Yeah, you know, in game 1, it's kind of like, all right, we're sizing each other up, you know. Let's just try and deploy our game plan as best as possible, and then come game 2, then access to things like the seam rips for Alexandra will come into play, no doubt. But for now, this is a lot of fish, friends, coming in here. We've got our Deep Channel Duelist pumping up the team, and you know, that amount of Merfolk, we could start convoking out Disruptor of Currents, but at the moment, I think we're just turning things sideways to make Drew dead.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly plan A here. Really fast draw on the play, going wide with a creature type Lord, old school style. You know, this is a strategy that's existed since the early days of Magic. Notably, that 1 island left untapped for a blue deck that could represent a counter spell like Spell Snare or Spell Pierce, throw a wrench into the works as Drew is trying to develop. We'll see.
Yeah, shout out to Legion Lieutenant, my first Lord that I absolutely loved. I was a vampire player. I started in Ixalan. They kind of suck, but you know, it's all good.
Speaking of Ixalan, there are some Merfolk showing up from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Tishana's Tidebinder jumps to mind.
Yeah, probably the most powerful Merfolk we've had in a while. I guess Flood Pits Drowners up there in contention. Earthbender Ascension, putting some counters on lands, but where does Drew go from here?
Well, this is the great question in a creature mirror like this is, to what degree are you just executing your own game plan and attacking aggressively versus when is the moment when you identify, hey, I have to actually pump the brakes here. And wow, this is going to be a real pump the brakes moment for Drew, because if the Badger Mole Cub had resolved, then he's off to the races. But now, I mean, look at the inequity of the board state here. I think Drew is going to realize he doesn't have much hope in terms of racing, and he's going to have to try to block or otherwise defend himself.
Yeah. Turns to Esper Origins here to try and find some answers for these Merfolk on the other side of the battlefield. But, you know, outside of a Bushwhack, you know, there are 2 Erodes in the main deck. It's not a whole lot of ways to contest here if you don't have creatures on board to block.
I agree, and casting Esper Origins from hand is not the ideal play from Drew. It does gain 2 life. So if you think about like a red burn deck that's coming in for small increments of damage, that could matter. But the Merfolk deck is not like that. Here, Alexandra is attacking for upwards of 10, 11 damage. So we're talking about huge chunks of life total. Not something where gaining 2 life here and there is going to keep you afloat.
Yeah, Deep Channel Duelist ×2 now, so the whole team has +2/+2 across the board.
New standard side event players.
So we'll see if the life totals get updated here shortly, because I'm pretty sure Drew just took a big chunk of damage from his life total. Probably close to 0 if I were to guess, and it looks like Alexandra is swimming her way to game 1 here in round number 3.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a great win, just basically overpowering a deck that is known to be one of the fastest and most powerful in Standard. You know, the Pro Tour winning Selesnya Landfall deck. And this is the recipe. You know, it's a fast curve of creatures, including the Silvergill Mentor to produce 2 bodies for the price of 1 card. I would say 1 well-placed piece of disruption. This time it was Spell Snare.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you want to do. Just kind of unbalance the opponent with Counterspell, present a fast clock, and a lot of decks and draws are not going to be able to handle that.
Drew is not sure how to handle the situation currently. I bet in his testing he wasn't like, yes, I must prepare for those merfolk.
No. I mean, what can he do? He can try to present blockers. He can try to gain a couple of life here. But if he can't deal with those deep channel duelists, I don't think any of these other plans are going to be very successful. So one thing I see is he finds Fabled Passage. So maybe there's a world where he has Erode in his hand and he was looking for a white source.
Okay.
If you're a Drew Howells fan, maybe that's the best you can hope for here. But, you know, if there's no Erode, he's just going to get overwhelmed.
Yeah. Even then, like, okay, 2 blockers, there's 5 attackers. Double pumps across the board, kill one of the lords to take out 4 damage at least, along with the creature. Okay, Chocobo. 3 blockers. Do we survive? Maybe? Because, yeah, those deep channels are 5s by them. Sorry, 4/4s by themselves. Mindspring is a 3/3, I believe. It has some other abilities, but let's be fair. Who remembers what that card does?
No.
And exhausted to draw cards. Put an X counter on each merfolk you control. Oh, cool.
Yeah, so you could actually do that without paying the X if you just want to add the counters. Notably, Alexandra's mana does not support that because Cavern of Souls can't play abilities, so missing a second blue mana.
I mean, yeah, if she's got it's not disruptive currents. Deepway and Navigator. That's another way to pump the team up, but looks like we're just going to combat. Block the biggest things possible. Esper Origins, the reverse side of that. Forgotten. Maduin, I think its name is.
That's right.
Yep. Oh yeah, you're a Final Fantasy buff. You know all these things. Try to block the biggest guys, get the lords down, and blocking in such a way that once one lord is dead, the other one will also die.
Oh, I love that. The staircase move.
Yeah. The
and then Drew survives at 1 life, taking 6.
Holy moly.
And no play from Alexandra. Could it be a flash creature, a counter spell?
Tishana's Tidebinder, perhaps? I think we maybe would have seen that earlier. Oh, Sapling's Nursery is a good one to find.
Oh, and we know about the Fabled Passage from last turn. Wow.
Hang on, are we witnessing a comeback here?
I think if Alexandra does not have a play to make at instant speed, then it's going to be tough. She might not quite get across the finish line despite the opponent at 1 life. Who knows?
Oh, man, there it is. Tishana's Sidebinder. Oh, on the Fabled Passage. That's just so rude.
Yeah, I love that. I wondered, like, oh, you can counter the ability to make a Tree Folk token, but Alexandra actually super sharp there, countering the Fabled Passage activation instead, getting even more value out of the card, and that was just enough.
Oh, that was really, really cool. Man, I thought Drew was going to come back for a second there, but yeah, that's Tishana's Tidebinder, preventing another blocker. And, it may not have mattered in any case because of the extra attacker, but still, that's one way just to shut the door, being like, no, I'm not giving you any inch here. We are going to game 2.
Yeah, that was a great one to watch.
I might be a fan of Merfolk now. All right, let's take a look at the sideboards here. So for Drew's side of things, what do you like? He's got 2 Erodes, Keyed-Eyed Curator, Mossboard Hydras, Origin of Metal Bending, Poor Patch Formation, Restoration Magic, Sapling Nursery, and a Torpor Orb.
Well, Ailey, you were already kind of alluding to this, but I think a matchup like this in game number 1 is often going to be more or less a pure race. Just, who gets to go first, who has that busted draw, who can attack and put the opponent on the back foot. But now I think both players are reaching for their sideboards and saying, give me everything that can kill an opposing creature. That way I have more ability to break serve if I'm on the draw or have a slow start. I have more ability to manage these tough combat steps. So I think Erode is going to be great from Drew's side. Seam Rip from Alexandra's to deal with those Llanowar Elves or Badgermole Cubs, keep things a little bit more controlled. And then a really interesting one, and actually they put it right on the table there, Winnowing. This is not one I expected to see, but this has the ability to serve as more or less a one-sided Wrath of God. So remember, all of Alexandra's creatures are merfolks.
Yep.
And if Drew has sort of a diverse battlefield, imagine what we saw in game 1. You've got an Esper, you've got a Tree Folk, you've got an Elf, you've got, an Earthbent land. Alexandra could say, okay, I'm going to choose your weakest creature, and everything that doesn't share a type with it, that's going to the graveyard. So Winnowing could potentially be a huge play if the board gets clogged up and we play one of those games.
That would be so cool to see. The spell has Convoke as well, so, she could do some really cool things where Convoke out the Winnowing to remove the blockers, and then, oh no, everything's tapped. Haha! But wait, the Deepway Navigator untaps all the merfolk you control, so we could see some fun interaction there with Convoke. Man, Lauren was such a cool set.
Yeah.
The OG and Eclipsed.
It's easy to forget how many sets are available in Standard right now, and it's like, okay, Strixhaven is the hot new one that everyone's talking about, Flow State or whatever it might be, but there are tons of these hidden gems in Standard if you're willing to look for them and kind of go outside the box in terms of your thinking and deck building.
You were just telling me this morning, you wake up every day to Matt Ness having figured something else out with some random card you never knew existed. Like, oh, huh.
It is a brewer's paradise, I'll tell you. The world's greatest sandbox. That's Magic the Gathering.
Well put. Should put that on a shirt. While these players are shuffling up, consulting their sideboards quick, just a reminder, friends, that if you want to sign up for the newsletter, you should do that, because if you want to hear all about the latest sets, if you want to hear about the latest events or any cool sales, definitely go check out starcitygames.com/newsletter, and you'll be up to date with all of the latest things, Magic and otherwise.
We should mention that this is an open deck list tournament. That's a change from some previous recent big events, but this means that there's a period between games where you can review your opponent's deck list, and that's why the players were just being kind of open and sportsmanlike there with, hey, I forget what this card does. Can you help me out? And Alexandra just showed, hey, Winnowing, you didn't expect to see this one, but this is what I've got available in my sideboard.
Taking a quick look at one of our other feature matches, Sam Bogue up at the top of the screen there playing Mono Green Landfall up against Tristan Wells on Is It Prowess? Prowess with the Drake Hatchers. Are you team Drake Hatcher or not?
Well, I played Prowess at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, and we did not include Drake Hatcher at the time, though we did try it, and it has some really nice things, including being, kind of uniquely strong in the mirror match, where Burst Lightning is the most important removal spell and fails to kill it. So, hey, in a world where 25% of the field is Prowess and you expect to play a lot of mirrors, Tristan could be onto something really smart here with bringing Drake Hatcher.
I do love to see how the Izzet players chop and change between the slightly different iterations of their Izzet decks. Putting in some damage here with our Select Shot Show Off. As soon as our main feature is ready to rock and roll, we'll jump back in there. But it does also look like Tristan has taken care of quite a couple of things. I see a little Chocobo in the graveyard there.
Yeah, lopsided board state here. I actually...
The Dragon Sniper, I believe that is there, yeah.
I wonder if Sam has been missing land drops, or if Tristan perhaps accidentally played 2 lands that turn.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they got Tishana's Tidebinded. Ah.
That's, yeah, we did see that in the last game.
Yeah, 3 lands to 2 there. Curious. All right, our main feature match is underway, so we'll head back down there. Oh, look, Deja Vu. Turn 1 Llanowar Elves here for Drew, except this time he's on the play. Mine's being Merfolk. Turn 1 play here for Alexandra.
Okay, so identical opening to the previous game, except we flop which player is on the play, which does matter a lot, but oh no, Drew missing a land drop.
Uh-oh. I mean, yeah, that was a tempting keep. Turn 1 Llanowar into Badger Maul.
And who knows, it could work out. So this is a moment where, hey, if Alexandra has the Seam Rip to take that Badger Mole Cub away, that's a huge deal. But otherwise, Drew can operate just fine, untapping, having access to 4 mana. You know, anything can happen from there.
Your event is ready for you near table 853, and Stephen Sexton and Thomas Khalil to table 8.
All right, Drew gets to untap. No Seam Rip there from Alexandra.
And no play at all. I thought maybe it could be, you know, say a Flood Pit's Drowner to tap down one of the mana creatures, but could be passing with a counter spell. It's a wide range of possibilities here.
Okay. Wow, all right. This is working out super nicely for Drew. Is able to play on curve. No answer currently from Alexandra. You know, perhaps has the Deepway Navigator in hand that has flash.
Yeah.
Or, one of the instant speed interaction spells, Spell Snare.
Really ideal turn for Drew because he drew a forest for his turn. He resolved the Earthbender Ascension, so now he goes from mana screwed, missing my second land drop, to all of a sudden I have, you know, multiple times the amount of mana as my opponent.
Yeah, looking pretty good here. Esper Origins now as well, finding another land and a Mightform Harmonizer off the top of the library.
Oh, wow. I thought we might see the opposite of keep the forest, bin the Mightform Harmonizer, but Drew, he says, I've got enough lands at this point. I guess it makes sense now deploying yet another Llanowar Elves, and no play at all from Alexandra.
That's not where you want to be. Tishana's Tidebinder, I saw in hand there, so there's Hallowed Fountain now. This is just a complete reversal of what we saw in Game 1.
These decks are fast and unforgiving, and you know, we saw this game, like the difference between answering the Badger Mole Cub or not could have determined the game. In this case, it was not, and now the landfall deck just totally firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, this is why people play this deck. This is why everyone was screaming for the Badger Mole Cub's ban. They don't always look like this, though, friends. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, disdainful stroke, so that's what Alexandra was passing with the previous turn, but another Icetail Explorer.
What?
I guess if you don't have lands, you gotta have something, right?
Oh my goodness. No lands, just gas. Good grief. All Alexandra could do is smile, because this is just a showcase of the power of this deck. Yeah, get him, Cubby. Oh boy.
So next turn we're looking at 11 mana to work with, multiple land drops to give. We know about a Mightform Harmonizer in hand. We know about an Esper Origins in the graveyard. So this is not something that playing a couple of 2/2 Merfolks is going to get you out of. We might need to work towards something like winnowing.
Yeah. But that's still 2 turns away? Well, maybe 1 if there's a creature this turn. To convoke it out. Jeez. Okay, so let's talk about the. I'm not sure what the players started on. Wonder Brian Tapper, just a critter down on the board, as well as Deep Channel Duelist. What do you think is in hand that Alexandra said, cool, I'm going to keep this?
Well, you know, I can't blame her, right? You know, mix of lands and spells, both colors of mana, 1-drop creature, a little bit of interaction. It's just, I would say it happened to be the wrong interaction for this particular game, where it was Disdainful Stroke. If it had been Seam Rip for the Badger Mole Cub, we're talking about a completely different game, but instead the Disdainful Stroke didn't line up with Drew's play on turn 3. Alexandra's mana went to waste, and in a game that moves this fast, that can kind of be the story of an entire game of Magic. So
and then I mean, on Drew's side, had Alexandra had the Seam Rip, that keep would have looked shocking almost. You know, Badger Mole Cub off the board. Now what do? You have a land and a Llanowar. Good luck. But as things stand currently, we are Mightform harmonizing. Playing lands from the yard. Let's get the mill off the ice till. Unless we did that already.
So this is where the landfall players start doing some math. We'll say you get 2 triggered abilities with every land you play, 1 from Mightform Harmonizer to double the creature's power, and 1 from Earthbender Ascension to add counters. So you want to stack those carefully. It's add a counter, 3/3, double it, 6/6, and actually Drew is really helping us out here with counting the total power. Then add another counter, 7/7, double that, 14/14.
That's not so much a cub anymore as a full-grown adult. But do we have trample? Yes, we do, from Earthbender Ascension.
Yeah, so don't listen to me, listen to the players, because they are communicating with one another about exactly the, you know, what the game state is and what the size of these creatures are. So that's kind of what's important, is that the players agree regardless of what I might be counting myself.
Good grief, this board is gross. Nope, no winnowing in hand. I was hoping that was maybe the reason, or the plan here against this massive board. But yeah, we're gonna get a game 3 out of these decks, and that's pretty sweet.
Yep. So we've seen what I would call like relatively one-sided affairs, where in each game a player was on the play, got off to a fast start, and kind of got to do their thing uncontested. Now in game 3, once again, we flip the play draw back in favor of Alexandra and the Merfolk deck. However, Drew gets to have a couple more pieces of interaction. Maybe he now knows the score in terms of what he needs to do to win this game. So we'll see in terms of mulligan decisions and openings, you know, who gets off to the fast start and what the opponent can do to stay afloat.
Tell me about High Noon. Is there any consideration for it in this matchup? I know it's meant for like the Is It Prowess decks, but like once you have that much mana, these green-based landfall decks really do go crazy.
Yeah, that's a great question. So High Noon, the way I would describe a card like this is you kind of freeze the game state.
Yeah.
At a point in time. So if you are on the play and you feel confident that I can get ahead and then I can drop High Noon at the right time to stop my opponent from keeping up and equalizing, that is something you could do. I think, you know, when in doubt, I would skip it just because for starters, you know, it is a symmetrical effect, so it could wind up hurting Alexandra if she's not careful. And then also, any turn that you're deploying the High Noon, like maybe you just want to play a Merfolk Lord instead, or another removal spell, or pass with a counter, whatever it might be. So I would say it's an interesting weapon, but I'm not totally convinced about it yet. Yeah.
Friends, if you want to join us for one of these events, there are plenty this year. The next one being in Las Vegas, June 26th to 28th. It is going to be a spotlight series for Marvel superheroes. So come hang out with us, you know, dress up in your superhero costume and do a superhero pose, landing, you know, something like that. It's going to be a good time. And it's at June 26th to 28th. So come hang out then. You've
got an idea there, Ailey, because that's actually a team trios tournament. So maybe there should be an award for like what team you know shows up as the the most flavorful team of 3 superheroes.
Yeah, you can't do Fantastic Four, but you know, well, what else could we do? Avengers, obviously. The Thunderbolts. Yeah, there's lots. Matthew Umkes up against Christopher Kroll on one of our other backups. Feature matches, excuse me. Is it Elementals up against Mardu Discard? I'm a big fan of this Mardu Discard deck. I think it's so sweet.
For sure. So Mardu Discard won the regional championship in Canada.
Yeah, woo! I live there.
Very nice. And this is one that has been growing in popularity. So definitely a deck that I think we should keep an eye on this weekend, see if there's any building storylines around this, picking up steam or being a foil to some of the most played decks. But what I wanted to mention is Christopher Kroll has been on Team Mardu from the start. He was one of the creators of the deck. I think he was the highest finishing pilot with Mardu Discard at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. So one of the scarier players with one of the scarier decks here, and you know, no surprise that he's off to a 2-0 start.
Hell yeah. Love to see it. Plenty of new tools from Secrets of Strixhaven that this deck got, and it's putting up a good fight. You know, like you mentioned, it's winning, making top 8s, qualifying for Pro Tours and World Championships, so keep an eye on this one as Matthew Umkes gets the puppy elemental down. I keep forgetting what its name is, but it hits things, and it looks like a dog.
Vibrance.
Vibrance, that's the one.
I'm impressed that you remembered puppy elemental rather than.
Yeah, look, it's got a cute doggy face.
So Matthew sporting one of the other Lorwyn Eclipsed represented creature types, elementals, and kind of an old style deck that this was popular 2 Pro Tours ago, prior to Secrets of Strixhaven.
Yes.
It's gone a little bit, you know, but below the surface in Standard, I think in part because of a challenging prowess matchup, but still a really powerful, really fun deck with some great things going for it. And I wonder, you know, how it matches up against Mardu. I have no real instincts for this.
And I'm not sure if this would be the Spelementals version either. It might just be straight Elementals.
Right, yeah, we see Flame Raider in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So one of the great things about this deck is you have basically 8 super powerful mana dorks that you can play on turn 2, 4 Flame Raiders, and 4 Ashlings. So that's a really high chance of just powering out a 5-drop creature on turn 3, which almost regardless of what you're facing or what's going on in the game, that's going to put you in the driver's seat. That's really, really powerful to get that level of mana advantage.
Absolutely. There's a Light Shadow on board for Christopher Kroll. Up against a Vibrance, though. Matthew tapped out. Both players tapped out, so. Be interesting to see where this game goes. Looks like our main feature match. Both players have mulliganed. Let's see if they like the next hand that they draw.
Not shocking to me in a matchup this fast and volatile that the players would be perhaps a little bit more choosy in their mulligan decisions, making sure they have that 1-drop creature, making sure they're not going to miss a beat, maybe that they're prepared with that well-placed disruptive element or removal when the time is right. But Alexandra actually starting on 5.
Wow, okay.
But she does get to go first. So.
Yeah.
You know, with the right configuration of cards, it could still go okay for her.
All right, let's jump back into our main feature match. It is Azorius Merfolk up against Selesnya Landfall. Abandoned Air Temple, not the land you want to be playing first. You'd ideally love to have a first drop on the battlefield, but that's how the cards lie this time around. Fabled Passage, and again, also not the land you want to be playing on turn 1, but this is where we are.
So significantly slower than the first 2 games already.
Yeah, by this point they're already dead.
Yeah. Wow, it's
like
turn 2 and we don't know who's going to win yet. This is a refreshing surprise.
Cavern of Souls, naming Merfolk. Looks like a deep channel duelist in hand there.
Yep, so that one has flash.
Cubby! Oh, Flip It Strauner. Okay.
All right.
Nice. I stun your land.
Yep.
So no tapping for you.
This
Nice.
could be a way to get ahead just a little bit of tempo, or
Yeah.
it could be a way to, hey, I'm going to stone rain your second land by shuffling it into your library. The Earthbend lands comes back under a lot of circumstances, but not if you
that
shuffle
one.
it in.
That's so cool. Good gravy. All right, so trade there. That was a 3-2, courtesy of the Lord. So Badger Mole Cub down. But Drew only working with one land so far. At
Right.
the moment.
So with that Flood Pit's Drowner, Drew went from potentially as much as 4 mana to now one, one unused mana, no play at all. So really, really impressive stumbling block there. The Flood Pit's Drowner, really exactly what the doctor ordered in this case.
Deep Channel Duelist doesn't pump itself. In for 2. And yeah, if Alexandra can just keep the cards flowing here, keep the merfolk swimming, she could be 3-0 here at our regional championship. Another one. Oh, it's so annoying. Oh boy. Earthbender Ascension now gets another land animated. Woo! Another target for a Flood Pit Strata number 3.
Yep. So a strong play from Drew, but we know he's going to take at least 5 damage here, potentially 7 if there's another Merfolk Lord. So, both players developing, but this is still very much a contest.
There was a raise of an eyebrows there from the eyebrows from Alexandra. I want to know what she got. Both, yes. I love, the underdog decks, the completely unexpected ones doing so well. This is so much fun. Down to 13 goes Drew, gets to untap one of the lands. And now with 4 mana, we see Icestill Explorer hit the board.
Oh, and this is a big moment. Does Alexandra have the Disdainful Stroke, something like that? No?
Tishana's Tidebinder.
Okay, Tidebindering the Icestill Explorer, which is really nice because it's going to remove all abilities. So even though playing an additional land is not a triggered ability, the Tishana's Tidebinder will permanently make the creature lose basically all text in the text box.
So did the passage come down after?
So it was passage from cast Icestill, passage from the graveyard. Alexandra countered the triggered ability to mill a land, and Drew used the Fabled Passage in response.
Okay, so he would have gotten the mill from that then, right?
Correct.
But yeah, it was still in the stack. Okay.
Yep. Lot to keep track of.
Yeah.
Oh, so I see what happened is Alexandra doesn't actually have blue mana for non-Merfolk cards.
Oh, yeah. That's a big deal here. Ooh, where's that Hallowed Fountain when you need it?
Yeah, a little bit of awkwardness here. I mean, there's only 2 Abandoned Air Temples in the deck. The deck is primarily blue. Similarly, in game 1, she had the 1 basic Plains. So, like, a little bit of awkwardness in, I think, in most games, you're going to have the blue mana flowing kind of without being in question, but this one has been a tiny bit awkward.
Yeah, and this is a multi-5, so, you got to work with what you have at that point, so.
Correct.
She's done a great job so far, but now it looks like Drew might be accelerating and taking the lead here. Icestill Explorer number 2 comes down. Fabled Passage in the yard is a real pain in the butt.
Icestill Explorer is just such a powerful card. Multiple archetypes, multiple formats, and if you can pair it with Earthbender Ascension, like we're seeing in this game, it really just gets out of control super quickly.
Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, these creatures are going to be enormous very, very soon. Now we're just waiting for a Might Form Harmonizer, and I think we're done here.
I would agree with that. Heck, even without it, you're getting 4 triggers off of Earthbender Ascension per turn. You have Bossing Say, and now all the mana you could ever dream of. So, yeah, it's not going to get any easier for Alexandra. She really needs to make big plays in the next 2 turns to keep afloat.
Like winnowing.
Winnowing would be nice. Yep.
Pretty please. Big swings here. Let's see if there's any interest to do any blocking. I doubt it at this
No
point.
blocks.
Down to 11. She goes. Untap. Win, no wing. Win, no wing. Hey, Island! Woo! Okay, that's a little victory. Excellent choice of Island, too, by the way. What does Disruptor of Currents do again? Is that something useful? When this creature enters, return up to one target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, that helps with Earthbender Ascension. You know, block, and then bounce that to remove the trample. Or does it give trample? It's not a static effect, right?
Yeah, so it's not going to be effective if
No,
there's a
never
giant trampling
Yeah.
land, but there's also the Wander Brine Trapper.
Gains trample time to time. Yeah,
Um,
Wonder Brine Tapper, yeah. Trapper. The trapper that taps. Yeah, that's one way to at least stave off some damage here. Yeah, unfortunately, Earthbender Ascension doesn't read creatures you control have trample. Shucks. This has been a fun match.
Yeah, the Merfolk deck is just super cool. Even if Alexandra doesn't win this one, certainly rooting for her to have a good run, maybe
Yeah.
make day 2 with the unusual brew. Why is that Ice Tail Explorer upside down? Sometimes players can use that to represent this one's shut down by Tishana's Tidebinder, sort of
Yeah.
differentiating that one from the other.
I often do that when my things are stunned.
Yep, I do that as well.
It's like you can go 90 or 90 degrees, yeah, but not the full 180. Sapling Nursery in the yard. This failed passage is putting in work. Holy moly.
So one option available is Drew could activate Bossing Say,
Yeah.
could just make it a forest into another attacker, but sometimes what you'll see is Bossing Say on Fabled Passage so that you can
gross.
sack it and get an extra trigger when it comes back from the Earthbent.
It's so gross.
From Earthbent.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Before attackers are declared, it looks like we might be seeing the tapper doing its job. Oh. Yes.
And then the power here of having the landfall triggers sort of in the bank to use at instant speed makes it really challenging for Alexandra to line up any profitable blocks.
Yeah. Because ones with counters don't have trample.
Yeah, so this is already 9, and with 2 additional landfall triggers represented by that Earthbent Fabled Passage, it's basically 11 with all of the creatures threatening to have trample.
Yeah.
Michael Bird and Zachary Poor. Michael Bird and Zachary Poor, we are waiting for your result. Please submit it to melee.
Got any other way to bounce?
RC players Joshua Herr and Timothy Moore. Joshua Herr, Timothy Moore. We are waiting for your result. Please submit it to melee.
Nope. Doesn't look like it. There we go. Alexandra doesn't have a way to keep these creatures
Joshua Herr and Timothy Moore.
off the battlefield. And yeah, Drew Howell's pummeling over the line there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Selesnya Landfall deck. That's the Pro Tour winning deck that has been so powerful in Standard for so long at this point. And Alexandra, you know, honestly, just taking a game off of the top tier deck with your own homebrew, like sometimes that's a nice win for a deck builder. And you give a player like Drew Howells a good match deep into the tournament here. And, you know, we see what the rest of the day brings.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Drew, remains undefeated, 3-0. Sweet list there from Alexandra. Looking forward to seeing it a little more later, hopefully, fingers crossed. We do have more Magic, though, so we'll jump straight into our second feature match. Valerie Jade up against Dhananjaya Solin. Is it Prowess and Jeskai Control? Okay. Jeskai Control hasn't really been as popular as the 4-color Control, but still pretty darn good.
Yeah, a lot of the things are going to be somewhat familiar between the two decks. The leaning heavily on Jeskai Revelation,
Yeah.
the Tablet of Discovery to power these big sorceries and huge turns.
Yeah, Jeskai Revelation is a terrifying card when you're sitting opposite the control player.
And now a lot of people at home are gonna be thinking, okay, Is It Prowess is the most played deck. What wins between Jeskai Control and Is It Prowess? And my answer for that is it's not quite that simple of a question. This is an extremely intricate, challenging matchup where it's going to matter not just what the cards are, but how you play them. You think about both decks having so much card drawing and selection, the little cat and mouse game of who can tag the other person's key card with a counter spell.
Yep.
So it's just a really challenging matchup that's not going to go the same way every time you play it or between every two players that you could put in the feature match area.
Once again,
Tablet of Discovery, a crucial part for these control decks. Secrets of Strict Save and delivering some goods. Flow state for the Nanjaya.
submit your results to melee.
Yeah, main phase burst lightning you down to 18 is an unusual play that can really only mean one thing. It's that I'm trying to fill my graveyard for flow state or a variety of other shenanigans. Okay, so Valerie is playing Jeskai Lessons.
Okay.
Specifically, so this is kind of a hybridized deck where you have the the Grands and the Accumulate Wisdom engine that's familiar from the Is It Lessons shell, but also utilizing Tablet of Discovery and going all the way up to Jeskai Revelation. So I like this a lot, sort of combining the best elements of two different successful archetypes, making yourself more difficult to play against and sideboard against. And then also just like as simple as Abandoned Attachments is really good with Tablet of Discovery, which we've seen Valerie do twice on back-to-back turns. That's kind of enough for me already to be impressed by this deck.
Storm Chaser's talent here now for Solon. Let's see where he goes with this. Ooh, let's draw some cards. So it's Valerie Jade. Accumulate Wisdom. While you're talking about the two decks kind of merging into one that we see Valerie playing, I just thought of the why not both meme.
Yeah. I mean, so far Valerie has just been playing Is It Lessons with an extremely powerful mana rock, which sounds great already. Is It Lessons is great all by itself, and with this power level upgrade makes it even more exciting.
Yeah. Valerie Jade, of course, our Magic Spotlight Eclipsed winner in Toronto. That was a super fun event. All limited. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah, so Valerie showing chops across multiple different formats.
That's what you got to do if you want to be on the Pro Tour, man.
That's exactly right.
Two Tablets of Discovery now. So much mana for Valerie to work with. On one little otter on Dan and Jaya's side of things saying, hang on. Boomerang Basics, returning the Storm Chaser's talent, at least attempting to, and Valerie is going to have a response to this.
RC players, that is time in round 3.
Return the favor.
Well now, that's rude.
Additional turns to finish your
Return the favor says target spell changes its target.
RC players, that is time in round 3.
And Secret Identity says don't touch my otter.
Okay, so I think Valerie is using both spree modes. So the way this would work is I'm going to both copy and change the target of your Boomerang Basics. If things go well for me, my Boomerang Basics will remove your otter first. But that's the part that the Prowess player is foiling with Secret Identity. So it's going to be now your Boomerang Basics fizzles, mine bounces my otter, so I get to draw a card. What a weird sequence there.
Wow, yeah.
return the favor. This is a really cool card that has come into popularity as kind of the best answer in the format to an opposing Jeskai Revelation.
True, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because Jeskai Revelation, how does it read? Can you do anything with the second ability and return the favor for Jeskai Revelation? Or is it just the first one?
So basically the way it plays out is, Ailey, you cast Jeskai Revelation with all your modes and targets.
Yeah.
And I copy yours.
Yes.
Mine resolves first, and as part of that, I bounce your spell back to your hand. So it doesn't like fully counter the Jeskai Revelation, but it means I'm going to get one, and you're going to have to wait till next turn, and often that's enough of a window to leverage into a win.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, the second one wouldn't work because it's got multiple targets in the spell. Turn target, yeah. Draw 2 cards? Oh no, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. 2 targets. Eddie McCrab, hey buddy. Would you like 3 tablets? Wow, getting all our multivitamins this morning. That's so terrifying, seeing the Jeskai player with that much mana.
So much mana.
Ooh, what can you do about it, Krabby? Let's find out.
Players Christopher Henderson, and Maxim Bakvarov. Christopher Henderson and Maxim Bakvarov, we are missing your result. Please enter it on Miller.
Big thanks here for Solon, as we try to return Secret Identity with Storm Chaser's talent. Let's see if Valerie has anything to say about that. Sure does. All right. In response, before you can protect, I'm going to kill your crab. Firebending lesson. Nice. Man, Valerie's not letting him have any fun.
No.
Perfect control player.
All right, so
Jeez.
Valerie with all the mana in the universe, 16 life, clear board state. The question is just, does she have something to use it on? A Jeskai Revelation, some more card drawing?
Yeah.
And if she does, I mean, I
13 mana.
I think it's going to be Valerie's game, but sometimes you do just kind of flood out and sit there wishing you had a Jeskai Revelation but can't find one.
You know what? I think she might have one. Here comes Storm Chaser's talent. Number 2. Solon just going to attempt to resolve whatever he can through a looming threat of Jeskai Revelation. She's almost at the point she can cost 2.
Yeah, what is this, 13 mana?
13 mana, yeah. That's crazy. Not too sure what Solon's life total is. I think he's on 18, perhaps.
There it is.
Hey, all right. Revelation number 1. So bounce a thing, whack a thing, draw some cards, gain some life. Make some dudes.
Yeah, so I would guess this one's going to be somewhat academic at this point. You know, I have seen Jeskai Revelation be beaten before, but not on a board state like this. If you're basically going to be at 20 life, dominant position, more cards in hand, it's so difficult for the opponent to fight through.
This feels like a card that in the design phase they just said, what if it did all the things?
Right. It's a really popular category of card, you know, going back all the way to Cruel Ultimatum, which was a Pro Tour winning card all those years ago. I want to say 19 years ago.
I'll believe you.
But yeah, just these big, like, I'm going to do everything, game-winning instants and sorceries are really fun for players to use.
Yeah. Would you like a playset? Oh, Lord. And then the Great Halls as well. If you're in Solin's spot, like, what do you do here besides crap?
You even start to think like, boy, even if Valerie doesn't play any more spells for the rest of the game, I still have these monk tokens and all these great halls of the Biblioplex to fight through, which, you know, maybe he could do that, but it's not trivially easy.
Burst lightning. Okay. Trying to prevent the damage here. Imagine, though, that there's plenty of things for Valerie to do. Oh, let's just flash back a Jeskai Revelation. Why don't we? Come on, this has got to be it, right?
Yeah, it's basically just up to Solon of, you know, how much beating are you willing to take before you pack up your cards. There's also, you know, let's not forget this is a tournament match with a 50-minute time limit, so there's some thought to, you know, do you want to concede early?
Yeah.
Do you want to intentionally, like, keep playing so that the control player has a harder time winning the second game? Like, these are things that a player could reasonably think about. You're, of course, under no obligation to concede until you're actually at 0 life.
Yeah, you know, the biggest factor in this case would be, okay, I'm clearly, I don't, you know, based on what I know sitting here, it doesn't look like Solon's going to win it. So for his thinking, it's like, okay, let's get to game 2, go to my sideboard, start pulling out some pieces that can help me combat this Jeskai control deck.
I would agree. Yeah, I think the worst thing you can do in a spot like this is play a super long game where you basically know you're going to lose eventually. And like I said, I'm not always conceding to the first Jeskai Revelation, but in a game like this where you're just so far behind on basically every axis, I have a hard time seeing it.
Because have we seen Solon draw any cards? He just Vibrant Outburst there to kill something else. Like, he can't have all that much in hand.
Meanwhile, I'll say I'm a big fan of the way this Jeskai Lessons deck is showing up. One of the dynamics in Standard is Lessons was the best deck for a while, with the Lessons shell of really powerful card drawing and removal, but the old style of Monument to Endurance and Artist's Talent has, like, kind of reached its limit of effectiveness, where that's not a great strategy against, you know, a lot of the top decks in Standard. So Valerie here with Jeskai Lessons basically repurposing the really effective shell of card drawing into a different way of leveraging that into a win with Tablet of Discovery and Jeskai Revelation. It looks perfect to me, and I might not have thought to play this deck myself, but seeing it in action, I'm jealous. Like, I wish I could
be down there.
I wish I could teleport into the tournament and be playing this deck.
Yeah, and it's literally the only white card is Jeskai Revelation. That's it. Nothing else. So that tells you just how powerful of a card it is, how powerful of a shell this is. That the only white card is the top of the mana curve. All right, Solon looks to be at 9. Valerie is still at a healthy life total. 16 might be more. Okay. Got the room in hand there. Roaring Furnace, Steaming Sauna. What do you think of the rooms?
As I mentioned, I played Is It Prowess at the Pro Tour. I had one Roaring Furnace in my sideboard, and it was so good for me all weekend that I wished I had a second copy. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this. One thing that's nice is it kind of covers all of the creatures that might be too big for your Burst Lightnings to handle. And then at the same time, it comes up that you're bouncing your own room with Boomerang Basics. It comes up that games go long and maybe you're unlocking the Steaming Sauna. I do not think that Solon's going to be able to do that in this particular game. But anyway, it's just a card that does an awful lot and feels like a nice addition to the deck.
Yeah. Pretty cool design as well. Yeah, as a new
new card type.
New card type, yes.
Yeah, the rooms are really fun.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll get more rooms. So creatures being dealt with here now. Solon keeping the monks off the board. We've seen 2 costs of Jeskai Revelation, but only 1 actual copy of it, I think.
That sounds right.
Yeah. It's Flashback getting that one back.
You have 50 minutes. You may begin.
Keeping an eye on the clock there, 27 minutes.
This is a player announcement for player Marshall Carter.
Valerie Jade gets a turn passed back to her.
If you could please come join us at the registration.
We've got 2 other Great Halls, which might come into play here.
Announcement for Marshall Carter.
So if I'm Valerie at this point, I'm thinking, let me just, you know, get a crisp, quick victory without, you know, blundering or leaving any unnecessary openings.
Yeah.
But I also want to get the game over with so that I have plenty of time to play the next 2.
Yeah.
And make sure I can escape this at a 3-0 record rather than a 2-0-1 draw.
Yeah. Stock up now. Oh, lordy. Jeez. Would you like to draw 3 cards? I bet she will. 2 for 6 mana. Yeah, we're just gonna firebending lesson away the Edinburgh Crab once again. Secret identity to try and protect.
Yep, so remember
Station?
this was known, picked up earlier by Stormchaser's Talent level 2.
Yeah.
I'm gonna counter your 1 mana protection spell by spending 10 mana to double Firebending Lesson with Kicker.
I think that's Valerie just being like, come on, man, let's go. Game 2. That was funny. I mean, it didn't cost her anything. Sure, it cost 10 mana, but like she still had left over.
A bargain at any price.
Holy moly, that was ridiculous. Alrighty, let's take a look at the sideboards here for the players. So Solon needs a way to answer the biggest bad in the deck that Valerie has access to, and that is the Jeskai Revelation. So looking here, we've got Bounce of Stallion, Disdainful Stroke, Edinburgh Crab, Get Out, Ghost Vacuum, Ral Crackling Wit, Seer Slagstorm, Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, and One Sheet Tongue. What are you going to first here, Reed?
Disdainful Stroke, that is potentially going to be the most important card in the combined 150 of the 2 players. Is Solon's 1 hard counter for Jeskai Revelation. Honestly, his sideboard looks a little bit light for a matchup like this in that I think these games are going to go long, and while Spell Pierce is great, it's not a reliable long-term answer when we get to that stage in the game where, what did Valerie have, 15, 16 mana at the end stages there. So, certainly Disdainful Stroke is big. Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, those are little stumbling blocks that you can throw in at the right moment. Ral Crackling Wit is going to be a really effective way to diversify his threats. And then most importantly, getting some of those ineffective like burn spells, burst lightnings trimmed down out of the main deck so that he has fewer dead cards.
Friends, if you want to come and hang out with us at another event, well, if you can't make it in June to Las Vegas, well, there's Dallas in September 4 to 6th. Come hang out with us. It'll be Spotlight the Hobbit. You're a big Lord of the Rings fan, right?
I'm a huge fan of The Hobbit, and I'm not currently planning to go to SCG Con Dallas, but maybe an unexpected journey.
No, I see what you did there. So come hang out with us in Dallas, friends. It's going to be a good time. There'll be hobbits. There'll be rings. There'll be some really cool things. We haven't really seen all that much from the set yet, but the little sneak peeks we have gotten have been pretty darn cool. So hope to see you there.
Dwarves, I hope. One of my
yes.
favorite underappreciated creature types in Magic.
I agree. We have enough elves. All right, so players have their hands and are ready to rock and roll. Sleight of hand seen on top there. Does Solon like it enough to draw it?
So the classic cantrip into another cantrip, and you're like, well, I guess, you know?
Yeah, why not? Why not both?
But that's a perfectly fine way for the Prowess deck to start the game, is just churning through, filling the graveyard, setting up for those Edinburgh Crabs and flow states.
Yes. Grand on the board here for Valerie Jade. Let's see if She is long for this world.
Boy, well, I already feel silly because I was like, Solin's gonna, take out some of these burst lightnings because they're not effective against the Jeskai control deck, but this is what I mean with the Jeskai Lessons deck of Valerie Jade. It comes at you from so many different angles. There's so much that you have to be prepared for that it's just challenging to sideboard against.
All right, friends. Unfortunately, we can't see the rest of that match because it went hella long, and the competition is continuing apace. So round 4 is about to start. Valerie did win that 2-0, so a much faster game too, it seems like.
Yeah, but I mean, even winning 2-0, like pretty straightforward, that deck can be a slog.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get ready for round number 4, friends, and when we come back, we'll have all the action for you here at the Regional Championship, so don't go anywhere. welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. I'm Ailey alongside Reed Duke, and we are going to bring you round 4 of action here. We've seen some slobber knockers so far, Reed. That's my new favorite word. I heard Nick Miller use it last time, and I'm like, oh, I like this word. Anyway, I digress. Let's take a look at the standings and see how our players are doing so far. Woo, look at that, Reed. We have Jeskai Control up at the top of the tables there in the hands of Valerie Jade.
Yeah, so Valerie we saw in our backup feature match, notching a 3rd win. Very cool deck there. You know, we can go through lots of big names in the field. There are nearly 1,200 player field here. But also take a look at the middle column there of the archetypes. A lot of diversity here. Granted, you know, a lot of blue and red between the Izzet and the Jeskai decks, but there's variety even within our, you know, cohort of Steam Vents players.
Yeah, there's so many Steam Vents in here. That's why convention centers are so hot all the time.
Indeed.
It's all the Steam Vents. We figured it out, friends.
12th place Hall of Famer Ben Stark.
Yeah, Benjamin Stark.
Indeed.
Yeah, he's in the field now. We saw Nicole Tipple. I've seen her playing. We also have Michael Plummer, Pro Tour winner as well. He's playing here this weekend. So there's plenty of really, really cool names to see. If we do have second page of standings, we can take a look. Otherwise, we are going to get into our feature match area as soon as our players are ready to rock and roll. The matchup that we have coming up, Reed, is going to be a Teamer Omniscience versus Izzet Prowess matchup. How do you like the Teamer Omniscience matchup against Prowess?
Well, Teamer Omniscience is an extremely scary deck because with Cavern of Souls and the station lands, basically it can create situations where there's like no counterplay. You know, you play an uncounterable Kona, you tap it right away, and the opponent's dead. Yeah. Granted, it has a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot needed to combo, you know, quickly and reliably. But if Corwin is able to assemble the right cards quickly enough, he can basically just race the Prowess deck and box the Prowess player out of interacting with Cavern of Souls. Yep. The more interesting games are the ones where, hey, I'm going to have to use stock up to find my combo pieces, so maybe you spell pierce my card draw spell, or maybe you put on a fast clock where I have trouble assembling my combo pieces quickly enough. So that's a long way of saying there's a wide range of how these games can play out. And I wouldn't necessarily pick a favorite deck-wise. It's just going to be about like who draws the right cards quickly enough and who can make their stuff line up properly against the opponent.
I feel like there's a large number of one-drop spells in this version of the Teamer Omniscience deck. Bounce off 4 of them. We've got 2 opts, 3 spell pierce, 3 spell snare. So you can see it's just like, I'm going to protect my beastie as best I can.
It makes sense too, because your deck it's the most powerful deck in the format if you can actually start deploying some of your expensive cards. So what do you really need to round things out besides just a bunch of cheap card drawing and interaction to make sure that you can buy enough time and then assemble your combo reliably? Yeah.
And then the combo, Northwind Avatar, allowing you to go and fish things out of your sideboard. You know, it's a little bit of a convoluted way to get there, but when it does show up, we'll talk you through it, friends. But I do like that there's a Terror of the Peaks in the sideboard. We've seen different ways to finish out these matches. Terror of the Peaks is probably my favorite.
Yeah, that's a cool one. So Northwind Avatar is part of the combo where you can start seeing the Avatar pulling Omni Changeling from the sideboard and copying and bouncing and blah, 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 before eventually killing with Terror of the Peaks. It's also just an awesome card. It's just a really powerful value card. Like sometimes the Teamer Omniscience deck can forget about Kona and Omniscience, and it's just Cavern on Dragon and start casting these Northwind Avatars and Meringue River regions for value, and that wins a lot of games as well.
Let's take a look at the opponent's deck list. Ryan Mullins is on Izzet Prowess here. If you've been in Standard for the last 3 months, you'll know exactly what all these cards do like the back of your hand at this point. So is there anything to note of difference in this list? Maybe in the sideboard or?
No real
otherwise?
surprises here. The big questions with Is It Prowess are, number one, what is your preferred creature suite? This is a pretty disciplined one with Eddie Merc, Crab, Slick Shot, Show Off, and not too much frills. And then the other question is just how are you going to round out, slots 57, 58, 59 in your deck? But double Spell Pierce is pretty good, setting up Ryan for a reasonable game one in the combo matchup.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the matchup, players are ready to rock and roll, so let's head on down to the feature match area. Here we go. Corwin Houston up at the top of your screen. Our Teamer Omniscience player, Ryan Mullins, kicking things off. It's basically the blue Llanowar Elves at this point.
Storm Chaser's talent is so good. That's one of the cards that is not up for debate in the Is It Prowess deck. That one you're going to see 4 copies in every single Prowess player's deck and rarely sideboarded out. It's just that strong.
Corn with a mulligan to 6. So definitely trying to find the pieces needed to assemble the combo. I think his mulligans are a little bit more, I don't say important, but a little bit more strict than Ryan's would be.
I would agree, yeah. The Teamer deck can deliver some hands where, you're really just not doing much. I have 2 Omniscience in my hand and no way to get on the battlefield. So you're going to mulligan stuff like that, whereas Prowess is more likely to just keep lands and spells. Though I will say Ryan has an ideal start here with being on the play and being able to assemble an uncontested, pretty fast clock here with 2 Prowess Otter tokens.
Yeah. Looking good, so if he can just continue the spells or just keep those spells flowing, then yeah, this could be a very fast clock indeed, because the Team Omniscience deck, it's good at countering stuff and protecting stuff. Killing stuff though, not so much.
Yeah, so I'll note that Corwin played an untapped land on turn 1, so I was thinking about maybe bounce off for a token or Spell Pierce to counter something from Ryan's side. Neither of those happened, so now I'm thinking he could have a Spell Snare, but he's struggling to find a target for it.
Yeah, these pesky 1 mana things. 2 Sleights of Hands, an Opt, 2 Storm Chaser's talents. It's basically 1 drop dot deck.
Yeah, you're actually noting a pretty important dynamic of Standard right now is things are so fast and powerful that when in doubt, just focus on 1 mana spells.
Yeah.
And if you can make a play that's, as good as your opponent's play for a smaller amount of mana, those are the type of incremental advantages that are going to add up and lead to, Prowess being one of the best decks in the format and Landfall being so powerful with the Llanowar Elves start, things like that.
Formidable Speaker gets to party for a little bit. So it's going to go and find, Omniscience in the bin. Does that mean you have 2 of them?
That is a good bet because you're going to find Kona with Cavern of Souls and a station land ready to go. You would think if you had Omniscience, you'd keep it. So I think your bet of Corwin having a redundant copy in hand is a pretty safe one.
There's the risk of playing combo. Either you draw too many of the same piece or none at all.
Corwin's thinking though, so I mean, what could you possibly get besides Kona?
Yeah.
Unless you already have Kona, and then you're thinking, okay, maybe I want Northwind Avatar or Meringue River Region
Fair,
instead.
yeah. Okay, fetches a Kona. But yeah, ideally, Kona Omniscience isn't the be-all end-all. You need something to do after that. So, one of the powerful dragons in hand is pretty crucial here for Corwin too. As the turn passes back to Ryan. Where's he going with this turn? And what's he going to do about Kona next turn?
Okay, so Roaring Furnace is effective for removing the blocker. But it's not going to save him from the combo unless he can actually win this turn, which seems somewhat unlikely.
Yeah.
What Ryan can do is he can't necessarily stop Kona from resolving due to the Cavern of Souls, but if he can A, kill or bounce it with, say, a Vibrant Outburst or a Prismari Charm.
Yeah.
Or B, maybe let the Omniscience resolve and counter whatever is played off of the Omniscience. These are some ways that he can still interact with the combo and notch a win here.
Yeah. He does also have the Get Out in the main deck, just the one copy of.
Yep.
Returning two things to your hand, but there's the Vibrant Outburst like you mentioned, so goodbye, buddy. Looks like we are good to go here for game number 1. Ryan's got all the things that he needs. Let's see if he's got some spells to make these guys just a little bigger. And that is going to do it for game number 1. So Kona hit the board, but then, yeah, he died, unfortunately.
So interestingly, Vibrant Outburst, you know, not much more than a burn spell for an opposing creature, but the ideal card for this matchup because it removes the Kona sort of agnostic of Cavern of Souls before you can get to that post-combat main phase.
One of fun of in the main deck. Let's take a look at sideboards now. We'll start with Corwin's list. He has another one of the station lands in Adagio, Windswept Bastion, Consult the Star Charts, Emeritus of Ideation, 2 Ghost Vacuums into the Flood Maw, Meringue of Regent, the Changeling, Spider Sense, the Terror of the Peaks, and 3 Voice of Victories. Voice of Victory? Okay.
Yeah, so it's Voice of Victory with ostensibly no white mana in the deck. There's Cavern of Souls, there's Multiversal Passage, there's, you know, Adagia if you want to sideboard that in.
Yeah.
So I would not reach for the Voice of Victory, but I have seen people do it. It's sort of like a, you know, if you're that fast and loose style of player where you're just, you know, willing to put your opponent in a tough spot, be unpredictable, you know, look for those opportunities to spike nice draws at the right time, you could do it. But for the most part, I think Corwin is going to close to stand pat here. You know, he could bring in into the Flood Maw, maybe like another creature if he wants to go more of that control route where he's just slamming big creatures off of Cavern of Souls. Ryan, on the other hand, I have found the Temur Omniscience deck to be a really tricky one to sideboard against because, you know, you generally would want your counter spells against combo, but you don't want to slow yourself down in such a way that you're vulnerable to Cavern of Souls. So it's going to be like some optimizations here and there for both players. And I really don't know exactly what configurations we're going to see.
I do love the 2 copies of Gigastorm Titan in the sideboard there for Ryan. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I played this in Limited and nowhere else, but hey, here it is. You know, costs 3 less to cast if you cast another spell this turn, and boy, howdy do they.
Yeah, for sure. So that one is there to support Sunderflock.
Yeah.
Which is this is not the matchup for it, I would guess, but against some of those like creature-based decks that flood the board, if you can reliably get Sunderflock to resolve at a discounted price, it's such an effective plan.
While our players consult their sideboards, friends, we'll see if we have another matchup we can go and take a peek in at. Friends, if you have a bunch of cards that you wish to sell, you know where you should go? Star City Games. Go and check out sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. You get great prices on all of your goods, and you get the 30% trade bonus as well. So you can do that online, or if you happen to come to one of these events run by Star City Games, you can do it right here too. Let's have a look at one of our other feature matches here, friends. Tristan Wells up against one Benjamin Stark playing Mono Green Landfall. Tristan playing Is It Prowess. So this has basically been the tale of Standard for the last 2 months.
You said it. This is the classic, most important matchup, and the reason that Standard is so interesting is that this is actually a really close competitive matchup. If one of these decks was way ahead against the other, I think we would, it would sort of change the balance of power in the format. But here we see Tristan look like narrowly defeating Ben. Not a moment too soon, because Benjamin's board was going to be crazy if he got one more turn.
He was one shock land away from death. Picking up a win there against the Hall of Famer Ben Stark. And they'll be going to their sideboards as well. Come back to our main feature here and see if our players are ready to rock and roll. Do we like the hands we get to see? I like looking at the players as they're seeing each other sideboarding. Or, sorry, not sideboarding. Opening their hands. It's like, do you like? Do you not like? A lot of lands in hand there for Corwin.
Yeah, but he's got some
bounce-off.
pieces there. He's got mana. He's got cheap interaction. He has omniscience. So, you're almost always going to be missing a piece with your opening hand. But the question is, like, do I have everything else in place? Do I have decent prospects of finding the missing piece? Those mulligan choices are not easy.
Here's another one of our feature matches. Grayson Nemitz on Jeskai Lessons. I wonder if it's a similar build to Valerie Jade's deck. Up against Dylan Nolan on Is It Prowess. Plenty of Tablets of Discovery on board. Plenty of Storm Chaser's talent. And the cutest otter I ever did see. Elaine or Dana made that. It's so cute.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Now, are those the players' personal tokens they brought from home, or that's what we have available in the feature match area?
Yeah, they're promos here this weekend. It's pretty sweet. And in Cincinnati 2 weekends ago. Firebending Lesson taking care of that little archer as we join in here, but Spell Pierce is going to say no thank you and protect the little guy. Grayson gets to draw 3 cards.
So pretty cool Spell Pierce there. The Tablet of Discovery taps for 2 mana. That mana can be spent to cast instants and sorceries, but it cannot be spent to pay the mana off of Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
So even though Grayson ostensibly had 2 mana available, the Spell Pierce succeeded in countering Firebending Lesson, and Grayson's like, okay, I'll just have to play a different 2 mana spell instead.
Gran hits the board for Grayson. Does Dylan have anything to say about that? Our main feature is keeping an eye on them as well. Looks like we might be good to boogie over there.
Mistrized Village gets activated, and Jeskai Revelation gets cast. 1 mana discount with the Gran. And wow, Dylan actually has the counters, but the Mistrized Village is doing exactly what it's intended to do.
Oh yeah, making something uncounterable. Oh man, yeah, Gran with Jeskai Revelation. That's just rude.
So guessing this one's going to be equalized at 1-1.
Yeah, not having a way to deal with that. This is kind of where Return the Favor would look really, really cool.
Yes.
Because sure, it's uncounterable, but nothing says you can't return it.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Our main feature is underway here. Game number 2, Corwin Houston kicks things off with a Breeding Pool.
We know Corwin took at least 1 mulligan.
Yeah. Spirebluff Canal for Ryan.
And Breeding Pool untapped. You wouldn't do that as a bluff. The 2 life points are too valuable, so that's representing likely a Spell Pierce, perhaps a bounce off if he anticipates an otter token. But yeah, Spell Pierce on the Storm Chaser's Talon is absolutely perfect way to start.
Nice.
And Corwin, perhaps rewarded for a disciplined mulligan decision to find that really nice opening.
Yeah, because the first hand that we got a glimpse of, he didn't have any ways to answer what Ryan was doing, barring the 2 bounce off. Which, once Storm Chaser's Talon's on the board, it's very tough to deal with it.
All right, so an interesting turn of events on turn 3. The first thing I'll note is that Ryan passed with open mana, where you'd think if you don't have anything, you might go ahead and opt on your main phase to try to find another threat or Storm Chaser's talent. Then he passed the turn to Corwin. Corwin said go without a third land drop, which, you know, again, he did mulligan, so we can expect some hiccups here. But, you know, these little kind of exchanges and clues matter for the players perhaps being able to guess or deduce what could be in the opponent's hand.
Slick shot show off.
Looks like a cast.
All right. Okay. Sleight of hand. After 2 opts. Man, imagine if Prophetic Memory was still in this deck.
Holy cow.
Meow. In for 3 goes the bird. Down to 15 goes Corwin.
Disappointed look. No third land, no play, just taking a beating from the slick shot show off.
Yeah, that's real rough. Sleight of hand now again from Ryan. It's going to be a tough one here for Corwin. Land's not playing nicely. That's the 3rd opt. Good gravy. How big is this bird now? 5?
5 so far. 5 and counting.
Yeah. No spicy flings in this deck, I imagine. All right, down to 10. Come on, Corwin, land. Nope. Hate to see it. And Eddie Crab. That, I think, will probably wrap it up here. A non-game from Corwin's side, unfortunately. Not finding the 3rd land.
Yeah, so the first one was competitive, where Corwin could have comboed off, and Ryan was forced to both present a fast clock and have the proper interaction for the Kona at the right time.
Yeah.
The second game was Corwin's deck just not delivering, which, it is a higher failure rate deck because there are multiple moving pieces compared to, like we talked about, is it prowess, kind of just lands and spells is often going to be good enough. That's part of the power and consistency of this best deck in Standard.
Yeah.
But, that's the way it goes. You play these long tournaments and you got to prepare for a variety of outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's part of the game. Storm Chaser's talent redeployed. Spell Pierce on the stack. I don't think Ryan cares too much to fight over that if he's got 2 more spells in hand, because then he just has lethal.
Yeah, I mean, he can go for lethal. He could also just pay the Spell Pierce knowing that Corwin is still 2 mana off from deploying Kona and presenting a combo. So there's really no wrong way to do this.
Yeah. Down to 3 goes Corwin, and it looks like that's going to do it. Land's not playing nicely here for Corwin Houston. Ryan Mullins picking up a 2-0 and remains undefeated. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all. 4-0 is getting to feel like, okay, I'm on track. I have a really good chance at a day 2 position, and potentially even better because, remember, these players are going for 6 wins to play on the second day, but your record does carry over. So if you can get 7, 8, or even 9, you're in prime position.
Absolutely. Eyeing out the spots in the top 8. Definitely want to get to the finals. That's the main goal for these players. Almost 1,200 players started today.
That's right. So, yeah, big one.
Yeah, it's a really big one. There's plenty of people here playing this weekend and competing. And speaking of, we got 2 more of them ready in our second feature match. So let's go on down. Matt Sickink Johnson at the top of your screen. Mono Green Landfall up against Nicole Dubin on Is It Prowess. I feel like we've seen this one before.
Yes, so we named this as the key matchup in Standard, and a very competitive one. This is, the die roll matters a lot. Tight gameplay matters a lot.
Yeah.
Sideboard choices matter a lot. So, I wouldn't be disappointed if we had to watch this a lot over the course of the weekend, because it is just
It's a fun matchup to watch, yeah.
volatile match to watch. Cool card here, Hydro Man.
Yeah,
which
Fluid Felon. He's fun.
This is not the ideal matchup for it, but one of the strengths of this one is it gives you extra mana to work with at instant speed, and it also can give a headache to those control players who are trying to answer things at sorcery speed with board sweepers, whatever it might be.
Yeah. It's kind of like a vehicle, you know. He's uncrewed on their turn and just goes back into the land, so can't get targeted. Oh, no, deck. Why have you forsaken me? Sliding off there. New sleeves. Up here for Nicole. Chocobo on the other side. Llanowar Elves was taken care of, courtesy of a Burst Lightning from Nicole Dubin. So slowing down the mana generation there for Matt.
So pretty interesting, Matt saving the escape tunnel here.
Cubby.
And this is exactly why.
Hell yeah. Here comes the little guy, making the escape tunnel into a creature so that when it is sacrificed, it finds a basic and then comes back to the battlefield. Burst Lightning, killing off the cub. So Nicole's finding all the answers at the right time here.
Still a really nice development play from Matt, where basically using the earthbending of Badgermaul Cub in conjunction with the fetch land escape tunnel to just jump ahead on mana, like kind of a rampant growth effect.
Yeah.
Plus more nice landfall triggers for the Saz's Chocobo.
Yeah. Or as Christopher Larson would say, Chocobo! That's not the sound they make though, is it? Hydraman Fluid Felon. It's kind of a prowess creature. Well, at least it is the best impersonation of one.
Blue prowess.
Blue prowess, yeah. And some really cool cards from the Spider-Man set.
So Nicole here is going to want to do some combination of answering the Chocobo or presenting more threats of her own. She doesn't want to just sit back and let this race happen, because the Chocobo, first of all, is the biggest creature on the battlefield. It's also going to grow bigger and bigger, and we can expect Matt to deploy more hard-hitting threats. So this is kind of a key turn in order to try to flip the race in your favor. And if you can't do that, things might just get worse and worse. So Storm Chaser's Talent, a good way to start.
Boomerang Basics.
A good way to continue.
Absolutely. Pretty much what this deck wants to be doing. Replaying threats, getting cards off of cards like Boomerang Basics, and if there's a second copy of Boomerang Basics, who knows, maybe that heads towards the Chocobo.
So fascinating here, Nicole not redeploying the Storm Chaser's Talent, of course representing an instant speed play. Nice convenient 5 instants in the instants and sorceries in the graveyard, so it could be Eddie Merc Crab, which would be ideal.
Passing Say for Matt. Another trigger on the Chocobo. And it was indeed a crab. That taps down the bird. Who needs to bounce the bird when you can just tap it? That's a lot of damage. Now that Nicole can get over the line here.
Oh wow, a relatively weak play from Matt in an open window where he could have deployed, Ice Tail Explorer, Earthbender Ascension, whatever it might be. Instead, he just activates Bossing Say. And we talked about how this is a nice value play to Earthbend onto a fetch land where you can get more landfall triggers, jump ahead on mana. But we're getting past the stage where I'm excited about getting ahead on mana, and I'm starting to think, like, how do we win?
Yeah.
Right?
Look at all the mana I have, and look at my 0 life total. The only reason I think Matt might have done that is he doesn't want to be chump blocking with an Ice Tail Explorer.
Good point. Yeah, the Earthbended Escape Tunnel is a really effective blocker.
Yeah. Pumps up the little Chocobo. Still 1 mana for Nicole to work with. but I don't. Nicole's not playing bounce off or anything like that, just the boomerang basics. Come on, harmonizer.
Yeah, so a harmonizer in conjunction with a way to remove the blocker or grant trample could win the game, but that's perhaps a lot to ask in this case. Otherwise, Matt, like if Matt does not have a fight card, then he's going to have a hard time winning the game this turn, and he's going to have a hard time not dying to the slick shot show off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, he's got to have something pretty special, I think.
Let's see. Esper Origins, that's not where we want to be going here, but bossing say it up one more time. And Esper Origins back from the graveyard.
Okay, so he does gain 4 life, which makes it a little bit more likely he can survive a hit from the slick shot show off.
Yeah.
But still in pretty rough shape against 5 total attackers on Nicole's side.
Okay, Earthbender Ascension.
So Eddie Merc Crab would do the trick. A Flurry of Spells might do the trick. Boomerang Basics is a really good start. Actually, Boomerang Basics, would be lethal right away.
Yeah, just moving one of these blockers out the way. You know, I guess blocking Crab and Felon. Fluid Felon, that's the one.
Yeah, Burst Lightning looks to do it as well. So there's not many combinations of cards Nicole can have that do not win the game here.
Bit of an uphill battle here for Matt if he wishes to escape this turn unscathed. But you got to think with the amount of cards that this deck goes through, that Nicole should have it here. Looks like the Chocobo is in Nicole's sights, but how does she wish to deal with it? River Pirate Verge, first and foremost.
Wow.
What?
So Nicole actually had, a very specific combination of cards that did not allow her to win, and now the game is interesting.
Oh my!
Because Matt has access to a lot of mana, some threats that can threaten lethal damage somewhat quickly.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see that one coming.
He binned the Might Form Harmonizer off of his Surveil, so start to think, what does he have? What's going on here?
Is he going to go for the 4 landfall triggers with the Earthbender Ascension? We saw that come to hand, right?
I think that's right.
Yeah. Okay. This just got interesting. Oh, hello.
So warping Might Form Harmonizer.
Yes.
Casting Earthbender Ascension. Can you get it to the 4th counter to give trample? So 1 landfall trigger from searching for a land. Another from sacrificing the escape tunnel. Another from earthbending the escape tunnel. Now, do you get to play a land for your turn? Because that can mean lethal.
Yeah. Holy moly.
Or, okay, I was thinking, yes, that's a forest from hand. Oh my goodness. And Matt
that is crazy.
Johnson steals victory from the jaws of defeat.
Absolutely.
That game did not go the way that I expected it to go.
It did not. Good grief. I bet Matt was thinking, yeah, I'm super dead at one point there, but it's just like, hang on. My out here is the 5% chance you have absolutely nothing in hand that kills me right on the spot.
Yep.
Sheesh. That was sweet. All right, sideboard time. So, Nicole's sideboard has a plethora of options. Oh, whoop, there goes my pen. Bounce Off, Broadside Barrage, Colorstorm Stallion, Get Out ×2, Ghost Vacuum, Into the Flood, More Magic, Damper, Ral, Roaring Furnace, Slagstorm, Spell Pierce, and Vibrant Outburst. So lots of options.
Lots of options. Yeah, this is a matchup where even after practicing a lot, playing a bunch of times under tournament conditions, I couldn't really come up with a super crisp sideboard plan that worked every single time. You know, it depends on play and draw, it depends on what your opponent has access to in their sideboard, how you think they might sideboard against you. But the cards I would be looking at here are Get Out, because that counters most of the important threats from the landfall deck.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything that can remove a creature at a decent rate, so Bounce Off and Into the Floodmaw as just extra 1 mana interaction. Broadside Barrage and Slagstorm are a little more expensive, but those are ones that you could look at. And then, yeah, I guess Vibrant Outburst as well, Roaring Furnace. So a lot of options for Nicole to turn to, but nothing that I would say is going to revolutionize the matchup. It's more just like rounding out the edges, getting a couple more, you know, cheap interactive cards, but sometimes that's enough.
And then on Matt's side of things, Demolition Field, interesting. Dragon Sniper, Mossborn Hydra ×4, Paw Patch Formation, Royal Treatment, 3 Soul Guide Lanterns, and Surak, Elusive Hunter.
Yeah, similarly, nothing like super obvious from Matt. I think Surak is definitely a decent card that you could pay attention to. A little bit of a guessing game where if you think Nicole is bringing in Get Out but not Slagstorm, then Surak's going to be awesome. If you think it's the other way around, then, you know, Surak might not be perfect. Other options, you could do the Soul Guide Lantern thing if you wanted to, you know, sort of disrupt your opponent's ability to deploy those fast Eddy Merc crabs. I probably would not go for the Mossborn Hydras, as those are a little bit more expensive and vulnerable to removal, but Royal Treatment could be an option. Again, if your plan is to set up those big turns, maybe get in a big trampling attacker through a turn where the opponent wants to tap it down with Eddy Merc Crab. These are all options, but again, like the matchup is not revolutionized after sideboarding. It's just about the players trying their best to prepare for what the opponent's going to bring against them and have the right answers.
Absolutely. Friends, if you would like to take advantage of the latest limited time offer from Star City Games, you can do so and get free shipping. StarCityGames.com/sale. If you buy $100 or more worth of singles, then you get free shipping. That is in the domestic and lower 48 states only, and that excludes free orders. Gosh, I wish free orders were free. Pre-orders, I should say. So yeah, go check it out. StarCityGames.com/sale. Pick up some singles you've been eyeing out for whichever deck and whichever format you play, and go ahead. All right, we are underway. Sleight of hand. Nicole Dubin kicking things off here in game 2. Both players sitting at 3-0 currently, and would like to remain undefeated. I've seen a couple times players going to tournaments with like a printout of what to do sideboarding wise against which deck. You ever tried that approach?
Yeah, I often, well, actually, that's a great question, because sometimes I do bring that and sometimes I don't. It usually depends how much I have like prepared and innovated on my deck myself versus how much information I'm trying to record and absorb from teammates. So yeah, like if, you know, I think it's good to be flexible and be able to exercise your good judgment in an event like this, because things change, you know, like I said, like there's not one way that everyone should always be sideboarding in prowess against landfall. It depends on the exact circumstances and the opponent's exact deck list and your judgment of the way the matchup's going to play out. So it's good to have that in your toolbox and be able to adjust on the fly. At the same time, it's nice to have a framework and, you know, not have to reinvent the wheel every single time you play the same matchup.
Yeah. It also reduces the mental load, you know, if it's a pretty straightforward matchup, one you've done multiple times, it's just a case of, okay, cool, yes, I've taken those out, I've put those in, cool, now I can focus on the match.
Yeah, sort of outsourcing that mental burden.
Nicole Dubin going ham here with Flow State and a Slick Shot Show Off. Oh, what was that, plotted?
1:30 p.m. Chaos Sealed players. Your seedings for deck build are live in Companion and
see shortly.
Yeah, I think what happened was Nicole plotted the show off on turn 2 and then cast it on turn 3, which is a really good technique. I love doing this because it basically guarantees you're going to get at least one big hit with the slow show off, whereas the worst case scenario is you cast it on turn 2, okay, your attack, you're at 19, and then your opponent gets to eat it with a Bushwhack or a Meltstrider's Resolve, and you've lost one of your key cards at not such a impressive rate.
Yeah. Let's see Demolition Field coming into play here. Nicole Dubin won't be worried about running out of basics. 7 islands in the main deck.
Yeah, so again, like not that impressive of a play from Matt. I feel like he would love to just be deploying more threats. But if he has another 1-mana card to play, like say, you know, he picked up a Llanowar Elf a little bit late, or he has a fight card, that would be pretty nice. But otherwise, you know, not what you're hoping for on turn 3 in a racing kind of matchup like this.
It's a battle of the birds, except one flies. Slingshot Show Off versus Saj's Chocobo. Now, Magic Damper to untap and block the bird.
So it should be a 4/3 Slickshot Show Off trading.
Nice. All right. Don't see Magic Damper very often. Pretty cool.
Yeah, so quite interesting exchange there. If Matt had foreseen that and wanted to avoid it, he could have sacrificed the Demolition Field after blockers.
Sure.
However, even given that Nicole had Magic Damper in hand, it's not necessarily obvious that she would choose that exchange, because with the right supporting cast of characters, Slickshot Show Off can be really, really dangerous.
Yeah.
So really interesting kind of telling about what the players' hands might be and what kind of strategy they're hoping to settle into as the game progresses.
Yeah. And, you know, also, I think rightly so, both players valuing their life totals and trying to keep them as high as possible, because you can die out of nowhere because of this guy, mostly.
Absolutely right.
He is gotten out. Get out being cast there by Nicole Dubin. Where's our Storm Chasers talent?
Yeah, actually, some sideboard strategies could reasonably involve taking that out in this matchup, because if you say, well, I'm not so interested in doing chip damage on the ground, I want to focus on winning with a big turn for Slickshot Show Off or Eddie Merc Crab, whatever it might be. I have heard of some Prowess players sideboarding out Storm Chasers talent.
Okay.
On the other hand, I've heard of some players doubling down and going for those elusive otters and being like, I want as many hard-hitting 1-drops as I can to try to race. So just even more evidence that this is not a one-size-fits-all matchup, and there's a lot of different ways you can approach it.
Big chunk of damage here from Eddie Merc Crab and Hydra-Man Fluid fell on Boomerang Basics. Now going to return the Crab, and looks like Nicole is going to lock Matt out of this matchup pretty effectively.
Good news for Matt is his life total is still pretty high. He's got the Esper Origins ready to go from the graveyard. So even if he can't unload damage, he can still make relevant plays. And, you know, the game can continue to develop.
All right. I still Explorer now. Might form Harmonizer's best buddy. Just checking something with the table judge. Doubtless whatever hits the board here is going to get tapped by an Eddie Merc Crab. Just known information. So that resolves. Land, trigger. Llanowar Elves milled to the bin. Second landfall from the yard as well. There goes another copy of Ice Till. And here comes the Crab, tapping down both critters for Matt. Now, there is a world in which we could find lethal here if Matt doesn't go for a life gain effect.
I agree. Yep, there could be a flurry of prowess triggers.
Nice. Meltstrider's Resolve attempts to keep Matt alive here, but Into the Flood Maw says, nope, get out of here.
A very nice sideboard card there, Into the Flood Maw, because like you said, Ailey, normally these Is It Prowess decks do not have instant speed bounce available in game number 1.
Yeah. Game number 2, though. Good to go. Down to 3, I believe Matt goes. Yep. Nicole sitting in the driver's seat for this game. Boomerang Basics once again. We're just going to wash, rinse, and repeat until the job is done. Looks like we're going to get a game 3 out of these two. But let me not say that, because last time I said that, the inverse happened, so.
This is also an interesting question. You know, we talked about that possible sideboard configuration that involves cutting or trimming Storm Chaser's talent. And then it invites the question of, well, what do you do with these Boomerang Basics? But Nicole has a pretty good answer in just constantly recycling these Eddie Merc Crabs to lock the green creature attack deck out of the game.
Man, I remember when this crab was first gaining popularity in Standard. It drove me nuts. I cannot stand it when people touch my stuff. It's just like, leave my creature alone, please.
Yeah.
So there were some colorful words exclaimed playing Arena that day.
I hear you, especially when it's repeated turn after turn.
Oh, it's brutal. Oh, did we lose a card? Did a tree fall in the forest? Did you hear it?
Jackson Noor and Mariam Barnes. We are missing a result. Please submit it to melee. Once again, Jackson Noor and Mariam Barnes. Please submit your result to melee.
You'll see this once in a while, just kind of like how to describe it. Just, you know, sometimes you fumble a card, which if you're playing on the kitchen table, no big deal, you just fix it. But in a tournament setting, you want to get a judge involved, make sure it's handled in a really precise way where both players and any judges involved are happy and satisfied that there's nothing missing, no cards went to the wrong zone, nothing was seen that shouldn't have been seen. So again, like, not a big deal at all, but just better to good practice to fix it the official way.
Yes. Here we go. Esper Origins, summon Esper Maduin. Let's take a look at the top cards of the library. See if there's anything that Matt fancies putting into hand.
Okay, so Matt is resolving a Surveil 2.
Sure.
And he decided to put one Bossing Say into the graveyard, and he's thinking about the second card. In a moment, it will get revealed one way or another, either from going to the graveyard or from the Esper Maduin's ability. It is Llanowar Elves.
And that goes to hand. Neat. All right. Triggers. Once again from Ice Till Explorer. Dragon Sniper in the yard.
So what's Matt's goal here? I guess he wants to present as many blockers as possible because he knows 2 are going to be tapped, and then he's going to have to block at least the Crab, possibly the Hydro Man as well, in order to survive the turn.
Good grief.
So
4 blockers. Yeah, all right. 4 blockers. Eddie Merc Crab gonna block. Oh, tap down the 2 least important ones.
Right. You say least important because what Nicole can do, even if she can't present lethal, is she can force a chump block with, you know, whatever you determine is the creature you most want to get off the battlefield. Maybe Might Form Harmonizer.
Yeah, that's probably the scariest of the bunch. I mean, the engine is definitely the Explorer, but Harmonizer, oh boy. That's the one that gets you dead, but looks like we're going to block the Llanowar Elves, or no, that was played this turn, so you can't tap in response. And that one, okay. All right, so
Man, in both of these games, Nicole has just been inches
Yeah.
away from lethal, but is the top of her library delivering this time?
Let's see. Otherwise, it's very rude.
Players, that is time in round 4. Active player finishes their turn, and you have
All right.
extra turn.
Oh,
Once
okay.
again, RC
Oh, okay. We're just gonna bounce, tap, tap, try and find 5 damage with the Hydra Man. Sent to face. All right, sweet. Got there. Vibrant Outburst upstairs. And Hydra Man crosses the finish line in game 2 for Nicole Dubin. So we go to game 3, friends.
Yeah, so we said it. I mean, a close competitive matchup. You can see both of these games were highly close, right down to the wire. This time it is going to be Matt's turn to go first. So he'll be looking for an explosive start so that he can actually play from ahead for a change instead of kind of scrambling back from behind like the first 2 games have gone.
Yeah, he hasn't seemed to find his footing early, and that's definitely where he wants to be for this 3rd game if he wants to keep that undefeated record going. Now, a lot of cards that we see played this weekend come from one of the coolest sets, I think, from this year, and that is Secrets of Strixhaven. So if you have not yet played with this set, go check it out. StarCityGames.com/MTG-SOS. Go pick your school and yeah, get some of those sweet cards that you see in action here this weekend. Did you take the quiz? I bet you're Witherbloom.
I don't think I have to take the quiz to know that I'm Witherbloom.
Well, you know, I thought I would have been Silverquill or Lorehold, but apparently I'm Prismari. It's like, huh, okay. That's fair.
Interesting. What was the main quality that put you in Prismari?
Probably graffitiing the walls of the campus.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yep. I do love the flavor on the Prismari cards. Like, I'll show you colorful insults on Vibrant Outburst. I haven't seen any traumatic critiques in these Izzet decks we've seen so far.
Good point. Yeah, sometimes you see them in the slightly bigger ones, like the Izzet Spellmentals or like Jeskai Control. But yeah, usually it's a little bit too pricey to make the cut in these prowess decks.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe the Spellmentals will have more of them. If we see them later, who knows?
So here comes Llanowar Elves 1 turn late because the combination of Fabled Passage and Bossing say you don't get an untapped turn 1 green source.
Steam Vents ×2 for Nicole Dubin. Burst Lightning says, please go away.
But notably, shocking with the Steam Vents, so representing an instant speed card. Oh, and it's Spell Pierce. That is one that I would not necessarily have counted on being in after sideboard. But Nicole putting it to excellent use there. Like, honestly, potentially saving the game because getting behind against Earthbender Ascension when you have nothing on the battlefield is setting yourself up for a tough game.
Brutal.
But they're spell piercing the key card and getting to potentially land the first threat. Really flips the script in favor of Nicole.
Excellent Spell Pierce there. Fluid Man, Hydra Man, Fluid Felon, same thing. On the board now, so pseudo ramping Nicole 2. I still Explorer.
Off of Cavern of Souls, nonetheless.
Nice. So nothing to be done about that. End step opt. And turn passes back. All right. Time to get rid of an Ice-Still Explorer. Flow state to kick things off.
Fully powered.
Tap turned all the way on. Man, what a card.
Players in these.
Yeah, of course, Flow State was the major level up that took Izzet Prowess from, merely one of the good decks to the top dog, the deck to beat in Standard.
Gathering points. Once
once again,
Flow State into sleight of hand. Fluid Man's now 4-4.
your pairings for round 5 are now available.
So whatever happens this turn, Matt's going to lose a big chunk of his life. Dink. Down to 16 he goes. Turn passes back. This is danger territory here. So 2 mana represented, or 2 mana spell represented here by Nicole. Matt's going to do some land things. Let's see what he has to accompany this Ice Explorer, though.
Yep. So he has not yet made a land drop. This is just sacrificing the existing Fabled Passage.
Yeah.
Makes me think maybe he's going for a sapling nursery.
Yeah.
Trying to start his turn by getting some extra forests onto the battlefield.
Yeah, make it cheaper.
So there's 1 land drop. He's going to mill a card that I'm guessing he's going to play a spell.
So much shuffling in this deck. If you don't like shuffling, friends, might I recommend not playing Landfall? Good grief.
All right.
Second Landfall. Probably won't be too happy to see that in the yard, but such is. Esper Origins now. Gain some life, look at some cards, throw some things in the yard.
Paw Patch Formation, another one of those flexible sideboard cards that I wasn't sure if that one would come in or not.
Yeah, good for killing Slickshot show-offs.
Great point.
Although I didn't see him at all in the second game.
Modern side event players, your pairings for round 1 are live in
I want to know your secrets. Tell me what you sideboarded.
pairings scored by the red gathering point. Please
All right.
find your seats.
Ice Till number 2 to hand there for Matt. Crab says, please sit.
Players
And
in
now
standard
Nicole gets to do what she did in game 2.
Still making your way to your seats. Please raise
Which
your
is a lot of
hand so
damage.
a judge can assist you.
Goodness me.
Players in the standard 5K RCQ.
Matt just separating out his lands and his
You have
spells.
50 minutes. You may begin.
Flow State to kick things off here for Nicole's turn. Potentially like 10 damage coming through here. Could take a big chunk of life out of Matt.
Right. Yeah, we're not quite in lethal territory from either player, but it's getting there. Both players developing their position exactly the way they want to. Fully powered Flow States from Nicole, unanswered Ice Till Explorers from Matt.
This iteration of the deck, off to sideboard, looks a lot more like a control deck. Plays a lot more like a control deck.
Mm-hmm. And yet it makes you respect your life total because Matt's got to worry that, even at a high life total with blockers, he could die out of nowhere to Eddie Merc Crabs tapping things down or a Slick Shot Show Off going uncontested.
And there's not too much he can do about it right now, barring mill himself a couple times.
Attention competitors in the regional championship. This is a reminder that time has been called for round 4.
So yeah, 10 damage there, 5/5 Hydra Man.
Extra turns but don't have a time extension. Please raise your hand.
Jeez.
Hydra Man has been pretty impressive,
He's been
both supplying the damage output while also letting Nicole spend more mana in these turn cycles and not put the shields down in terms of instant speed interaction.
Yeah, and also, help her keep up, in the mana department.
Yes. Okay, so 2 mana from Esper Motto in Chapter 2, combined with the Cavern of Souls, makes an uncounterable Ice Till Explorer. And now Matt he's going to have access to 3 land drops, including from the graveyard. He's getting to work with his Demolition Fields, which can maybe he takes an approach where he starts to cut Nicole on red mana.
Yeah.
Or
She doesn't
actually,
have any mountains in the
honestly, just going after the Hydro Man because it does
is a
count as a
land, yeah.
non-basic land
Yeah.
when it's not active as a creature.
Smart. That's what you get for being a felon, Hydra Man. So 2 Ice Explorers as well as Esper Maduin on the board. Matt's doing a decent job of just getting some creatures down, because this crab, along with another crab friend, could be lethal.
So now, Nicole floated a mana before the Hydra Man went away. I think she searched for an island. Note that that should enter the battlefield untapped off of Demolition Field. So, not sure exactly where we're at in terms of game state and mana floating. There you go. Matt is pointing it out. Both sportsmanlike and correct. You know, both players have a responsibility for
maintaining the board state.
Exactly.
Okay, so that mana then disappears, which makes Nicole's decision as to when to deploy the second crab, if there is one, a lot more flexible. Speeding things up here a little bit. Time has been called in the round. Vibrant Outburst. Taking care of 3 damage to Matt's face and tapping the Esper Maduin. So there wasn't a second crab. But it's not to say that Nicole won't draw one here.
Oh, wow. So now we're finally seeing the value of the Icetail Explorer mill, just getting these incidental Esper origins into the graveyard.
Yeah, that's where you want them. Get some bigger creatures out on the board, get some blockers down, because Matt needs them. He's at 7. That is danger, danger territory. He's at 9. Thank you, Esper Origins. Oh, okay. Death Toucher. Neat. How many keywords are in that 1-drop? What the
heck? It's a lot. It's a lot of keywords for a 1-drop.
Oh, and the fight. Hey, there we go. Okay. Meltstride is resolved, taking down the crab.
So that move to me indicates that Matt feels he's far enough ahead on resources that he just wants to control the game and make sure nothing weird happens.
Yeah, yeah.
Willing to spend 2 cards to take Nicole's only threat off the battlefield.
You know what? I'm cool with that, because we've seen from Nicole's side, she just boomerang basics that guy over and over and over again. That's a pain in the butt from Matt, so.
Absolutely.
Get it off the board. Roaring Furnace now. Gonna blast one of these Icetail Explorers. We're gonna bounce it and do it again. Just like you were saying. It's real great, just turning it and killing big things.
Now, one bit of good news for Nicole is that the Chapter 2 Esper Maduin is going to go away.
Yes.
So that's going to be like sort of a threat dealt with incidentally. The finality counter means it'll be exiled.
Yeah.
So it's basically the one Esper Maduin that will be able to attack this turn.
Yeah, as a 6/6. But
the Esper Origin still in the graveyard, but honestly, something that's gonna become really important in this game is the Bossing Say, because Matt has so much mana and presumably a fair amount of time that he can start activating that, either to make attackers or like maybe just repeatedly Demolition Field. There's a number of ways this can play out.
Just turn Nicole's deck into a mono blue deck. Ooh, Mindform Harmonizer. Hello. That's what we like to see from Matt.
That can become uncounterable off of the Cavern of Souls. So there's a way the game ends this turn if Nicole doesn't have the right piece of interaction.
Yeah, it's a bug. You know, I wouldn't think something that looks that mighty was a bug. I thought it was like a centaur or something. I know that's not in Edge of Eternities, but...
If you go to space, there could be, you could see some mighty
giant
bugs.
Space bugs. Oh boy. All right, let's see what Matt does here. So, 1 Esper Maduin can attack. We've mentioned the lands. Bossing Say as an option there to animate one of them. Demolition Field. Perhaps.
deciding if he's going to cast it or warp it, which is a totally fair question. You know, you figure if it goes well, either one can result in a win, but actually he's going to deploy Surak first.
Okay.
And Surak resolves, which if Nicole had Eddie Merc Crab, she would strongly consider flashing that in response.
First, yeah. Here comes Harmonizer now. Trigger, and that's going to do it. Nicole Dubin doesn't have a way to keep these creatures from attacking. With Might Form Harmonizer down, bunch of landfall triggers make Esper Maduin a lethal threat. So that was a crazy series of games.
Yeah, that was a great match. Really, really close. Really, really fun to watch. Remember how close Nicole was to winning game 1. Ended up narrowly losing it, resulting in, you know, a close 3-game match not going in her favor. But it was really fun to watch. You know, both decks, interesting post-sideboard configurations. In particular, I'll mention the power of Esper Origins, especially the free value of getting to mill it directly into your graveyard with Icethil Explorer. But great decks, and you know, we'll see plenty more of both of them throughout the course of the weekend.
We're gonna determine who the best players of those decks are as we whittle our players down. We're gonna take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll be at round number 5 for the regional championship. See you then.
And welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one, the only Reed Duke over there. But for now, we just got Jim Davis to join us. Jim, how are you, buddy? How was your lunch?
I'm trying to be Reed every day.
Oh, aren't we all?
I'm not there yet, but
yeah,
maybe one day.
One day, maybe together we can be as cool as Reed. Nah, that's all right. We'll just stick to being Corey and Jim for now. So we're going to get ready for round number 5. But first, let's take a look at standings and see who's got the early jump here after 4 rounds. So any big things standing out for you? 6th place, I see a young Dingo.
Yeah, and we got a pretty good variety here of decks. Control, Jeskai Lessons. I believe that's the deck I was talking about that kind of melds together.
Yeah.
The Tablet Revelation package with the Lesson package, really cool. Prowess Landfall, Azorius Prison. Kind of that real dark horse deck that, you know, I feel like we talk about it when it's on and never talk about it when it's not, you know, because it kind of just floats around. But players who are very adept of a deck can do pretty well with it. Spellmentals, Ouroboros, Landfall, Mono Blue Spellmentals. That's kind of exciting.
And might be coming up here pretty soon. We don't know.
I was trying to tease it really, you know. But
more subtly?
It is coming up.
It's our feature match A.
Next round. It's going to be great.
This round.
The next round that we're going to watch.
Okay, absolutely. Let's take a look at our second page here of standings. See how far the 4-0s go. I will say 4th place, Gavin Perry as well, a phenomenal player. I've been watching quite a bit. All right, so 4-0s go at least to 32nd place. We kind of figured that would be the case. Any other big standouts here? Ryan Mullins is a player I want to call out in 9th place. He's a phenomenal player. Top 8's a lot of these.
Yeah, and then a little more prowess in this page. Of course, prowess is a large part of the room. We're around 25% on the metagame, around all the various prowess lists. So expected to see that, but a good variety overall. Golgari Landfall. That sounds kind of cool up there, Dan.
Spicy.
In 18th place. So this is the point in the tournament now where, you know, spicy decks have maybe off to a good start, and they got to keep going.
Yeah, I still want to see, I don't see our Boros mid-range players so far, but man, I hope he's still doing good out there. That deck was sweet.
Me too.
All right, so that does it for the standings so far. Now let's get ready here for our round 5 feature match as we have some spice here. So first, let's take a look at our mono green landfall player. This is Joseph Hunt playing what looks to be relatively stock here for mono green. We do see the 4 Melstriders Resolve in the main. This is kind of the deck that we saw right before the Pro Tour, I would say. It was that 4 Melstriders Resolves in the main deck. Going into the event, that was kind of how these mono green decks were answering prowess decks.
Yeah, and got to have interaction, of course, and without a road, Multistriders is your next best thing in the mono green. Mono green also allows you to play Sapling Nursery. You see 3 copies of that card in the sideboard. Big card in the slower control matchups. That card really goes in those longer games, and it's funny to see it right next to Mossborn Hydra, which is the card for the opposite end of a spectrum.
Yes.
When you want to go really fast, Mossborn Hydra has it covered.
Awesome stuff. Okay, so Joseph Hunt, we've seen this deck before, but Andrew Bailey brought a spicy one. You said you were playing this deck on stream, huh?
Yeah, this is kind of, I don't want to say budget in the sense that like it's intentionally trying to reach a price threshold, but mono blue spellmentals and using Eluge the Shoreless Sea, a pretty cool mythic from Bloomborough. As big as all your islands, it adds counters to lands and makes your spells cost less. So you can cast 3 steps ahead, flow state for 1, you can tell the star chart, it's really cool. So able to play that Eddie Crab and the Sunderflock, Sunderflock engine as well, which is great. Deck's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very, very blue, to say the least. And hey, that gigantic elemental fish does curve nicely into Sunderflock, right?
Yep, sure does.
All right, that's just good deck building right there. So sounds like we are ready down in the feature match area. So let's head on down and see what we got.
If I was green, I would die.
What?
Blue song. I'm blue.
Oh, Eiffel 65?
I mean, mono green was mono blue. If I was green, I would die. Come on, Corey.
I don't remember the lyrics to that song, but I love that song. And Eiffel 65 way back in the day. I remember listening to that on my Walkman in a library.
Whoa, what's this?
Shocking.
Unmore Forest, Unmore Llanowar Elves.
Wow. All right, and some wild alternate forest and wild alternate Llanowar Elf. Is that Agent Smith from The Matrix?
I don't think we've had that.
We haven't had that secret lair?
I've had that Universes Beyond yet.
Okay. All right.
Whoa.
we'll figure it out later. So just an island and a pass for Andrew Bailey. Now, Andrew Bailey, that is a face and a name I have seen around before. Same with you?
Not a fan, but I'm also terrible with names and faces.
Oh, okay.
So who knows?
I've definitely seen his name on standings here and there. Does some nice work. So there is a get out. There's actually 4 in the list here from Andrew Bailey. That's very telling.
Yeah, and Get Out's great. Obviously, the limiting factor on Get Out is to cost blue in most decks. So it's a little awkward to cast. Not in this deck. Easy mode, encountering creatures and enchantments are 2 great places to be.
All right.
Awesome card.
Another third different island. How do you like all mismatching islands? I mean, those are all pretty cool islands, at least.
This is the Autumn Burchett.
Oh, that's right.
Right, when Autumn won Mythic Championship 1, I believe.
Right?
Yeah. Yep, with the Mono Blue Spirits deck. Mono Spirits. It was more like a Mono Blue Tempo deck.
Yeah, Mono Blue Curious Obsession stuff.
They notably played all different color types of basics, and that's been a thing kind of ever since.
That is very true. And played that deck with 100% mastery, that's for sure.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I learned so much.
If you're ever looking for a match, to watch, go back and watch the finals of that match.
Oh, yeah.
Just actually unbelievable.
One of our, co-commentators knows that tournament very well, as Reed top 4'd that event as well, playing the same deck. That was, as things get developed here, a fun story for that is I was on Reed's testing team at the time, and Billy Jensen was just like, right when testing team started, he's like, we're playing this deck, it's busted, no playing anything else. And Reed, notoriously not a mono blue style gamer like that, was like, I don't know. And then finally ended up picking it up and, top 4 at the tournament. Pretty good.
Easy game.
Yep, no big deal. So big things here from Andrew. What to do with 4 mana. Could drop the Shoreless Sea. And there it is. Let's get that up on the table as Joseph does a little read. We'll do one as well.
Yeah, so it loses the size of all your islands.
Okay.
And then every turn you can put a flood counter on an island. It becomes an island in addition to its types. And then the first instant source spell you cast each turn costs a blue less or colorless for each land you control with a flood counter on it. So that means that spells can be free. We can see free counter spells, free interaction, really, really potent card if it's in play for a turn or 2.
So this is a 4/4 right now, and you can turn your opponent's creature or lands into islands as well, right?
Yes, but it is in addition to the other types.
Okay.
So it's all like
gotcha.
It doesn't turn a forest into an island, it would become a tropical island.
Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense to me. So you almost always want to target your own lands.
Correct. Your goal is to build up flood counters and get to a point in the game where your spells are free.
Not a card we have seen a lot of, but let me tell you, if there's going to be some sleeper card and it's from Bloomborough, it's probably pretty good.
Yep.
That set was supercharged.
Yep. And really cool, of course, is that it's also an elemental.
Yes.
It's a huge factor in the Thunderflock equation.
If it wasn't, it wouldn't be played, right? No chance.
Yeah, I think that this deck is definitely the sum of all the right pieces, just having just enough elementals just to play Thunderflock. And Thunderflock really shores up a lot of weaknesses you would have in a deck like this, not having removal. So no black kill spells, no red kill spells. That would normally be tough, but Thunderflock mops things up so well that you can kind of shore up that weakness.
That makes sense to me. Free sleight of hand there. Oh, my goodness.
There you go.
Wow. What a time to be alive, huh?
And it's on each turn, right? So on your opponent's turn, and you also get 1 spell for free. It could be a counter spell. So,
wow.
Sweet
so,
card.
I mean, yeah, no matter what, Get Out still costs 1, but, I mean, that's a heck of an ability.
Well, we have an attack here. It adds another flood counter.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
So you keep flooding, you keep filing up the flood counters. And getting those costs lower and lower.
I have legitimately never played against this card. But a heck of a card. So here is Eddie Merck. Comes on down. We got the 5 spells. Gonna tap down, aggressively tapping down the escape island, forcing Joseph's hand. And the hand was forced. Land sacked. Another force into play, presumably putting some counters on this Llanowar.
He's buff.
Did we miss a trigger?
No, you did.
Okay. It was the escape tunnel coming back was land 3. Land 4 was the forest.
Sunder.
Flock. Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, this was a hell of a turn. Eddie Merck to tap the land and trying to get that extra value. Like, if you don't use it now, it's gonna be back in your hand. Joseph correctly cracked it, but now you got to fight from behind here up against a staggering battlefield.
Yeah, and kind of the classic hallmark of these mono blue tempo decks is they play really well ahead.
Yeah.
You know, counter spells, bounce spells, awesome when you're ahead, not so great when you're behind. So
Thunderflock does change that equation, though, don't you think? Like, that is a card that breaks the mold.
Definitely true. This is definitely not your typical, like, Autumn Burchett, sort of like, you know, one drop, you know, whatever. But block removal is weird aside from Thunderflock. So getting ahead's huge, and Andrew is currently in the driver's seat.
Very, very true. So 4 mana, looks like an Ice Till Explorer, could be a Harmonizer. All right. Ice is being tilled. So this thing's going to get to be large, right? It's going to be a 4/8.
It's decently big.
Not bad at all. Actually, could be a 5/9, right? Because that was the fetch. We still get 4 more land drops into play off this escape tunnel.
Ice Explorer is so good.
So good. Yeah.
Such a good card. It's peanut butter and jelly at the same time.
And the land's the bread?
Sure.
You need something to go with it, otherwise it's just peanut butter and jelly, or
That's true. You don't just eat peanut butter and jelly on a plate with a spoon.
You know, I'm not totally against it, but no, I have not recently. My 2-year-old probably all about it though.
Oh yeah.
Be her jam. Yes, I meant to do that.
Oh, I got you. I'll pick it up what you're putting down, my friend.
All right, so this Ice Till is getting swole. But hey, that blocks 1 creature. It doesn't block the Thunderflock. And presumably, Joseph is not at 20. I would assume just, what, 15 from that last hit? 14?
Looks like
16?
15 on the life pad.
Okay. Wouldn't make sense, right?
Should be 16.
Yeah.
I guess that's a 6 and a 5.
Yeah. I have worse handwriting, that's for sure.
We'll see if our players can, you know, help us out here and update their iPads.
Yeah.
And do some points. Point and talk. Good to communicate with your opponent.
Seems like these two players are having fun.
Why not?
Yeah. I mean, you're 4-0 at the regional championship.
So here's second land drop, it looks like.
Probably saying, oh, I always forget about the iPad. I don't want to deal with it. All right, is that a demolition field? Interesting. Whoa! Melstrider's resolved to clean up Thunderflock.
We got a knockout in the feature match area.
Yes. Ah, it's a 6-10. So close. But that is a house of a blocker.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. I mean, there is a plethora of ways to deal with it, air quotes. Bounce off, you know, Flood Pit's Drowner, more Eddie Mercs, but no way to just say that goes to the graveyard. Doesn't exist in this deck.
Right. That's kind of the hallmark of these blue decks.
Yeah.
They are tempo decks. They are delaying your things and never actually killing them.
Yeah. All right. So the Great Hall of Biblioplex gets tapped along with the Cavern. That's a land that we can turn into an island as well. So this Elemental Fish can attack in for 5 this turn. So Eddie Merc plus that, attack for 5. But here is 2 mana. Look at the top 5. Trying to find something right now. Flow State's not so bad, but this is supposed to be like an Eddie Merc, right? Or a Thunderflock.
Yeah, some way to push through. This is kicked, of course, because of the cost reduction on the Eluge. So
oh yeah, of course.
Two cards here.
Yep, that's gonna get me.
Yep, it's a very powerful effect.
It really is.
And now, you know, if Andrew can find some way to push through your attack again, once it gets to 3, now you're talking about free 3 steps ahead.
Yeah.
You know, really impressive stuff.
And I mean, hey, that's the thing is this card, you know, has a huge deck requirement. You have to be mono blue. Almost assuredly, right? Like that is pretty impossible to play outside of that. But a cool shell, and just shows how deep Standard is that we're this far in. I mean, when was Strixhaven? A month and a half ago or whatever? And we're this far into the format and we're still finding new decks, which is really, really exciting.
Yeah, and they're saying the card pool is so deep, but this is a Bloom Burrow card.
Yeah.
You know, this is a card that's just been hanging out, was pretty good, didn't really have a spot to be until we've seen Thunderflock and all these pieces come together, and here we are, 4-0 at the RC.
Everyone was all about the mice. No one was about the Elemental Fish, huh?
Yep, Fish Slander.
Yep. Or they just banned all the mice.
Or both.
All right, and then a pass back Now gets that free spell, air quotes, gets a cost-reduced spell on Joseph's turn, but the problem's here. The Icestill Explorer is going to get gigantic. That's a card that can easily win the game this turn with help of a Harmonizer.
Yeah, that would definitely do it. You have to assume that if Andrew had a bounce spell or a tap effect, would have been used offensively.
You think so?
Yeah, so I think so, yeah. I mean,
probably.
The coast clear for Joseph, barring counter spells. And one note about 3 steps ahead in this deck is that the card's great already, but it's a very mana-intensive card. Aluge can really push that into the stratosphere, being able to counter spells and copy things and do all the modes on it pretty easily, which is very cool.
I mean, right now you can 3 steps ahead, and I mean it gets a cost reduction for 2. So what you can
just do counter draw.
Yeah. Okay. I mean that's not the best mode. I mean like right now, 3 steps ahead, copying Eddie McCrab, tapping down a team, like that looks amazing right now.
The copy's a big deal.
I feel like this is what Andrew is setting up. Like going for something like 3 steps ahead, tapping down Joseph's battlefield so that he, doesn't have any blockers, and then play 1 more land and attack for 16. Like it's pretty clean, right?
Looks like consult and then opt. So
none of that.
Not yet.
Yeah.
But I imagine that is definitely what he wants to be building towards.
Yeah. I mean, Consult and Opt is actually amazing right here with the fact that you can kick it and opt.
Yep.
And if you're just not about to lose the game here, which now, after all that's going on here from Joseph, we're not seeing a Harmonizer anymore. So this has to be pretty decent news here for Andrew. That being said, lethal on the crackback is not going to happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of huge hits for Andrew. Yeah. Sunderflock, another Crab, 3 steps ahead, more card draw spells.
Yeah. Yeah, Sunderflock just has to be the best of them, right?
For sure.
Okay, lots of land drops. Escape Tunnel is ready to go and attack as well if needed. And oh yeah, some Demolition Fields. Does that change anything? Of just kind of starting to blow up some lands? It doesn't look like Joseph has that available right now to actually activate it.
Right.
There is Escape Tunnel, 1 counter.
It is kind of cute that the demo field can go after the Caverner Souls. Normally not relevant in this matchup, but it does have that counter on it.
Yeah.
So being able to reduce the Eluge cost reductions is kind of cool.
Or the Great Hall of Biblioplex, That's a thing too.
Such working through lots of triggers in this landfall deck. Earthbender Ascension triggers, landfall triggers, Icestill Explorer triggers.
Yeah. This is a deck where if you watch some of the better players in the world playing this deck, where they just are so in tune, not missing anything, the deck looks so different than if someone's just picking it up. And so far, Joseph played this very tight.
Yep, looking smooth.
Yep, so there should be, 2 triggers on the stack going somewhere. Hard to tell. That dice was definitely representing 1 counter.
Talking it through.
Yep.
Figure out what's going where. Joseph seems to be interested in diversifying his bonds here a little bit. Making sure he's got some, not all down to 1 tap or bounce spell.
Yeah, because I mean, the fact that you cannot create a lethal attacker, like even if we have, 5, maybe 6 plus counters, which hard to know the exact number with this not being represented via dice or something like that. But regardless, Icestill's attacking for 11 at the most or something.
Yep.
A puny 11, if you will.
Oh, paltry. Players are really talking through it.
Yeah, no kidding. Mostly God, do I have any land drops left? I feel like that's the most common thing when you're in the thick of a tournament is, wait, did I play a land this turn?
Right.
And when you're allowed to play 5 of them here with the double Icestills,
that's the dice.
Kind of forget.
The dice that's now a little bit off screen, I believe, is tracking land drops.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep, that makes sense. So in that case, there should be a lot of triggers from the left Earthbender Ascension on the stack, right? They should be targeting something.
I would assume, yes.
But something you can miss too, right? I don't think we are missing them, but that is something you can just miss in a tournament, right?
Yeah, and just, deciding where they're going to go, where to spread them out. There are 3 current targets for them.
Yeah.
It shows if you want to go super wide, you want to go kind of tall. Obviously, a Harmonizer would be nice. And of course, it is important to note that Earthbenders essentially gives trample too. So going tall has its merits.
Very true.
Although a little indecisive here, where the first two went on the smaller ice till. Now these two are going on the bigger ice till.
I like the small ice till getting to at least 6 toughness to be able to bounce off and block. And looks like that is only 2 lands being played.
You know, there's a lot more landfall triggers to come here with these 2 tunnels.
Yeah. So 3 more, right? Because the one being sacked here plus land drop 3. Plus the one in play.
Correct. And
the land that would come in. So there technically can be 5 more triggers.
Right.
But that's 5 times 2, so 10 more. So wow, this is actually getting up to 18 power. So close.
Yeah. I mean, that remaining 2 that ended up on the smaller ice till explorer.
Yeah. Or even, I would say the 2 that got put on escape tunnel, but oh, never mind, that had to. That was earthbending, so yeah. Interesting, interesting, interesting.
So currently in for 10.
Okay. A modest 10.
Just 10.
Just 10. How about a consult the star charts? Find a bounce off. That's a pretty good thing. 4, 5. That's a lot of spin your wheels.
Nah, there's 3 steps in there.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
okay.
So copying Eddie Mercrab looks pretty nice here.
Can't happen though. Because this was a kicked consult, right? Isn't it only 1 spell a turn?
I don't mean this turn. I mean,
sure.
Yeah.
3 steps ahead. Looks great then. And with no instant speed interaction, you know, this is going to be something where Andrew Bailey is like, wow, I'm excited you're not Celestia for a road.
Yep.
A road would be such a beating. Bossing save for land number 3. 2 more triggers from Earthbender Ascension. 2 more mill triggers. Boink, boink. There's Fabled Passage, the best of the lands. All right. Hey, why not? One more creature.
Yeah, sure.
Another blocker.
Actually, kind of
It's good, yeah. Yeah, so you don't get your team tapped down, you know? That's a Flood Pitch Drowner on the top that was kind of snapped off. And all this being said is, you know, confusing and convoluted Joseph's turn was and how, like, powerful this was. The fact that Andrew can have 3 steps ahead to counter and copy a crab and tap 2 things down and Flood Pitch Drowner to tap a 3rd thing down, I would still put huge advantage to Andrew, even without being able to get damage in right now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be able to convert this tempo into an actual W.
Yeah.
The tempo that can't just sit there forever. So Andrew has the tools right now to make some good progress, but does need to end this game.
Yeah.
And every turn now, you know, there's 6 land drops coming every turn. That's counters everywhere. Go super wide with the Earthbenders. And 16 is still reasonably healthy.
Yeah. But, yeah, that being said, 6 land drop plus 12 to anything. You can make any creature lethal.
Yep.
So, I mean, Llanowar Elf looks like it's about to hit the gym and probably get pretty swole here, wouldn't you think?
He's working out.
Yeah.
He's working on himself, you know?
Oh, okay.
It's been a long time. He's getting a little older.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, you got to take care of yourself, and he's not.
Llanowar Elves has just been helping other people, you know, generating his mana to help other 3-drops mostly.
Yep.
It's about time Llanowar Elf, you know, started looking inward.
I agree.
Yeah. All right, here's Opt for free. That's a crab. Snap.
Looks
that onto
pretty
the
good.
top.
Yeah.
So now we have 3 steps ahead. Eddie Merc costs 2. 3 steps ahead can copy for 2. So if we have land 6, we can go Eddie Merc, Drowner, tap down 5 threats. What are you going to do?
Yep, and that is enough for actual lethal, too, with 5, 5, 5, and 2, which is the important part. Because 16 is a little awkward otherwise. When you're counting in 5s, it might as well be 20.
Yeah.
So.
But I don't think the land is there. Probably would have played it.
Yeah, I imagine it would have been played last turn. And we've seen all the draws so far. So.
Yeah.
All right.
And you can't really attack to put another flood land to make your 3 steps ahead even cheaper. Like, maybe you can, but we got a 6/8 on the Ice Till, which can become a 10/12. It's pretty good.
It's huge.
Swole.
Everyone's working out.
Yeah.
Everyone's hitting the gym. Summer's coming up. Everyone wants to look good at the beach.
Get the beach bod. Yeah, there you go. All right, 2 mana. Is this a proactive play? I'm kind of surprised by any proactive play here.
Yeah, I mean,
like, even if we don't have, yeah, who knows? Okay, here is Eddie Merck. I would be terrified if I was Joseph. Just the fact that you're playing this proactively?
right.
It's like, am I dead now? How?
The thing is that, like, if Joseph is that scared, you just pop the passage, dump your counters on the flip on the Land of Elves, and now you have a 5/5 blocker, which is pretty good against this board.
Yeah.
You know, and then if Andrew commits more to tapping these things down, it's still not lethal.
Mm-hmm. So also another choice, Andrew, if you tap down those 2 creatures. Okay, that is actually, I really like that, because now no matter what, you attacking with your elemental fish here cannot die. If you target the escape tunnel and the ice till, this 5/5 coming in, you know, you can just sack the land, put 4 counters on Llanowar Elf. I mean, even more, right? Like, no, just 4. Okay, but
Yeah.
you put 4 counters on it and you trade it with this elemental fish. So as it stands now, probably going to see a block and a sack, right?
Yeah, so we have a Flippet Surrounder and Copy Crab.
So yeah, this play was kind of a gasser because, yeah, exactly that. 1 mana to put a crab into play, and then the Drowner, and then now with there only being 3 creatures, the only way the 4th creature is going to come down is Bossing Say.
And that's the thing about this mono blue deck is you really got to play well.
Yeah.
You know, there aren't a lot of, I mean, Thunderflock aside, there aren't a lot of, like, get out of jail free cards, you know. You really got to be timing all your things, you know, just the right way. And,
all right. So now, Jim, is there any way we can go Bossing Say on a land, Escape Tunnel, target the land, bring back Escape Tunnel, target the Llanowar Elf, and then boost those 2 threats enough to get through lethal? That's a play that seems tricky. It seems like a lot, but
it seems like a lot, actually in the face of 3 tap effects.
Yeah.
You know, like, because the thing is,
well, that's what I'm saying. The ice tills are going to get tapped as well as 1 other thing. So if that 4th thing is unblockable and can get big.
Well, the smaller ice till isn't lethal yet. So.
But anything can be lethal at instant speed.
Sure, I guess it'd be extra 2 from the tunnel.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some mapping out here.
This will be interesting to watch for sure, and that is barring Joseph having nothing in hand. God forbid there is something good, but also it's pretty tough to play around your opponent about to tap 3 of your creatures and have 3 blockers?
Right. I think that...
I guess just 2 because the crab will enter tap, but...
Yeah, I think Joseph playing around a crab or crab-like effect here is very reasonable.
Yeah.
That 3rd tap is the real wrinkle.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course, we know about it because we're watching here from this, you know, God's eye view, whatever, bird's eye view, whatever. But our players need to figure this out at the table, which is not easy to do.
Not easy to do at all.
Oh, my.
You know what? We needed more land drops. That's what I think. I think we needed a few more land drops.
I was thinking that too, actually.
Yeah. I think this game was just missing having land number 13, 14, 15, and 16 in play.
I'm breaking out the toes.
I was kidding, but it actually is land 13, 14, 15, and 16. I was exaggerating, but that is actually true.
Well, we got an important check here. There are 13 forests in Joseph's deck. So we have 3, 6, 9, 10. So there are only 3 forests left.
And I know some of them are in the yard. I don't know how many, but I saw at least 1.
Sure. And that is, you know, one of the benefits of playing mono green landfall over Selesnya is you have more basic forests in your deck.
Yeah.
But also a limiting factor for this deck of, you know, you don't have an infinite amount of lands. Eventually your fetch lands won't do anything.
Yeah. Very true. So a tough turn to figure out. And, you know, this game has been just very confusing. And Joseph's acting at a very reasonable pace. This is just a complicated game. But at some point, these players do got to turn to that magic number in the sky. The clock is already, you know, going to be minimum down to like 20 minutes here going into game number 2.
Yeah.
I'm thankful I don't have to figure out this line right now, is all I'm saying, you know?
Me too. I'm happy just to be here watching, seeing what Joseph's got in store for us.
No, you're the expert role. You literally have to be figuring this out
I mean, I have a general idea. There's going to be some counters put around. I like your thought process of the escape tunnel plan, that being a plan as far as unblockable stuff. But all right, well,
Let's see.
Bossing. Nope, just kidding.
Undo. It's tough. Like, bossing on the forest. You get some of the Fabled Passage that you can crack at instant speed to diversify your stuff, but I think I saw like 3 forests in the yard there. So you got to think how many are actually around.
There's 3 in the graveyard?
I think so, yeah.
Then that's out. He's out.
Okay.
There's 13 total. So.
Okay, there is Esper Origins as well, though. That's a thing.
So that escape tunnel is actually just a blank.
Except for making creatures unblockable.
Sure. I guess that other part of the utility, sure.
But you got to do it like now, right? So you can let 1 trigger resolve to Llanowar. There you go. Yes. Unblockable. Now we know it's not going to work for 3 creatures, but it's cool. Now bossing, say, on another land. Bring back Escape Tunnel again. Unblockable on that one. Possibility to work.
No, she's going to go for 4 here.
Okay, Esper Origins is something you can start with. And then you can still bossing. I guess we'll be short, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, bossing, say. Or excuse me, Esper Origins. Try to get the flip side.
Little life here, make a body.
Yeah. And I mean, at this point, maybe Joseph goes completely defensive. Because once you see at the beginning of combat that you get 3 creatures tapped down, even if you have another attacker, you're not attacking.
Yeah.
So we're going to see now, can Andrew close out the game and not die this turn? Maybe.
Andrew working it through, too.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot. A little easier from Andrew's side, but still not easy. What was that?
There's a Harmonizer going to the top.
Okay, I don't know if that's super relevant, to be honest.
How many land drops are currently available? I guess with the taps.
Yeah, there's just no creature can attack.
But it does, I mean, there's 4 viable attackers, and it is maybe possible now to spread out and have 10 power on all of them.
I know it has been a while since even this turn started, but we started with Ice Till, so only 3 attackers. The one on the far left is sick.
Good catch.
So normally you think 3 attackers here should be enough. If I'm Joseph, I'm thinking, all right, you're going to crab me, and you're going to tap down my 2 Ice Tills. This Llanowar Elf is going to get you dead, would be what I was thinking in Joseph's thought. And then this Drowner is just going to be like, all right,
Yep. That being said, now there are blockers on the backside, and
yeah. 1 less, though. This got warped.
Yeah, but there's still 2. And Joseph's at 13.
Yeah.
Lots of work. The thing is that it's every land is multiple counters that can go literally anywhere.
It is pretty funny because as it stands now, there's going to be 12 damage that will get through from Andrew. With a Drowner and another Crab, with 2 blockers, you block the big Elemental Fish, an Elemental Crab, and you take 12. Mm-hmm. A land for Great Hall of Biblioplex would be lethal, though.
Yep.
Lots of math.
The third mill. This might be the longest turn of a tournament.
It really might be. And, I mean, both these players at 4-0. You haven't accomplished anything yet, but you are on a great start, Win a couple, get to 6-3. That's awesome. 1 double.
Double your refreshment.
I do not envy having to keep track of all this math to then just have your creatures tapped anyways.
Yeah, Andrew's sitting there like, oh no.
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
But Andrew also can't just be like, I have these, because you can still play 3 lands and do a bunch of stuff. There's another Esper Origins. This is madness. 2 more lands. Badger will come. That's 2 more blockers.
Jeez.
That's a scary one, right?
I mean, this is, when you can't really leave this landfall deck unopposed like this for so long. Leaving Ice to Explorer and play for a few turns, well, it ends up looking like this.
So as it stands, we could 3 steps ahead counter copy, right, and then be tapped out. Which I think then you're dead immediately.
Yeah.
Because you can, you know, like, what, you can tap down. It just wouldn't work. One of those 3 creatures is going to kill you.
Yeah, I've lost track of how many land drops. I think there's been 1 or 2.
Oh, don't you know? The yellow dice in Andrew's bin, that's keeping track of the land drops. The +1s are the doubles. The 3 is spell count. No, I'm just kidding. None of that is factual.
Where am I? what state am I in?
Tough choice here, and I think Andrew's going to have to realize, like, hey, I got to let that happen. But that's going to very much mean winning on the crackback looks near impossible.
I mean, it's so funny if it's Thunderflock just is like...
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, of course.
At any point, if Thunderflock is drawn, the game just ends.
Barring Thunderflock. But I think that's what Andrew should be looking at right now. Be like, I can no longer think I can just tap down your team, tap down 1 Drowner to tap, and crack back for lethal. It has to be Andrew's like, how do I not die right now, which is tap the 3 attackers, and then try to find your way into the old Thunderflock. Now, this is a 4th attacker, but I think we're out of ways to make this crazy, right?
Again, I am not sure how many land drops are left, so...
Yeah, who knows? Or lands left. Physical lands. We got at least 1?
Yeah, I mean, so there is no lands left to fetch by our count.
Yes. So Harmonizer plus pumps. Realistically, if there was a 1 more forest in the deck, you can target the forest for 4 +1/+1 counters, and then 4 doubles. I mean, this forest is well over lethal as well.
Yeah.
That you just earthbent in with the cub. And if that's the case, I mean, I think this is game. This is nuts.
Yeah, crazy.
We're going to see if we can just get Nick Miller down there with a mic. Just a table mic experience here.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to do like the game night style cutaway to Andrew right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Be like, all right, what are you thinking, Andrew? You know, like.
He'd be like, I blacked out midway through this turn, actually. Okay, there is presumably the double there.
Doubling doubles does get pretty silly.
It really does. So I think what Joseph's saying here is I'm making it sure all the creatures trample, and they're all lethal threats. That's the goal.
Right.
Now, if that's able to happen, we shall see. So 1 counter on the ice still, 1 counter on the forest. Now they both have trample. As far as I can see, the forest is no doubling shenanigans, so that's 3 lethal attackers. And the forest, pending that there's another forest actually in the deck, could get bigger.
All right, now it's Andrew's turn to work things through.
Yeah, and Andrew's like, how many basics did you have in your deck? Probably something that, this is an open decklist tournament, but you get to see it at the beginning. You don't usually hard count that out. Like,
right.
You just say whatever,
right.
You know, like.
What's your interaction? How many of these threats
exactly.
do you have? Forest count is not a thing that usually comes up.
Yeah, unless you have some kind of Field of Ruin style card in your deck, which Andrew does not, so.
Also, I would see a double-digit number if I was playing Field of Ruin and stop caring about it.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. I would see not 2, sure. I don't care.
Yeah. Unless you really like a challenge.
Yeah.
You know?
So Andrew's got to just kind of assume that Joseph has another land.
Right.
I think both players just agree, like, whoever takes this game down, we got it. Let's go get lunch or something.
Yeah.
Okay, here is the fireworks. Joseph's taking a ton of game actions. Andrew's going to take just 2 of them. 3 steps ahead. Instant speed clone on Eddie Merck for 1 mana. It's going to come into play tapped. Those are tapped.
I would think if you're in a flood pit, you want to stun the larger one?
Oh, and it was a second Eddie Merck.
Oh, my.
Oh, okay. So now, I mean, for sure that one. It's been doubled, and now I think it's just Andrew doing the math. Can you kill me with that forest? And if there's a forest in there, that's add 2 counters and then double. I like it. I think you have to. Harmonizer's gone. That very short turn is over, and let's see if Andrew can close it out. Now there is only, what, 3 blockers?
Sunderflock, all over.
3 blockers, so as it stands, Joseph's only taking 10. Animating the land of the Great Hall of the Biblioplex is only 12. So land is 1 short of lethal. I think we're in Sunderflock or bust territory.
That's insane.
This is insane.
Yeah, wow.
And you got to think, there's no way Andrew lives through another turn, right? Like, that was it.
Yeah.
That was the keep me alive thing. I don't care how many blockers Andrew has. This mono green deck does not care about your blockers from this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Even if you just play Fabled Passage without lands, that's going to be enough, you know?
Yeah, everything is doubled and trampled. I can't.
Believe it or not, that card's not even in play anymore, but I guess it can be with the warp.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's enough spare mana to spend on it, probably, right?
I think, is there exactly an opt? This just isn't lethal, though. Oh, wait. It is lethal because there's an opt in hand.
Oh, it's a free opt?
It's a free opt. So this is going to be 3 blockers on 2 Eddie Mercs and the Elemental Fish. And then that's going to be 5, 10 from the Crabs, 11, 12 from the Hall, and a free opt is going to do it. But wait, that wasn't lethal.
Did he flash the opt from hand?
No, the opt's right there on the notepad, right? Was life totals at 13?
Yeah.
There were 3 blockers there. We might be missing something. We might be missing something. Incredible game regardless.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you just verbalized that he had the spell or whatever. Or
Yeah, easily could have been something like that. Just 1 spell gets it done. Maybe the counter on the Great Hall of Biblioplex kind of got looked at as a +1/+1 counter. But as I was saying, that was 1 short from lethal, as long as the life totals were accurate, stuff like that. But
I mean,
wow,
had lethal because the op was in hand, so like it's.
We knew it, but yeah,
Right,
I mean,
right.
didn't reveal it and
Right.
and make that actually, a play that had to be dealt with. Wow,
Okay.
holy cow.
Corey, let's take a breath.
Okay, let's get it together and see if we can still, function for the remainder of this match. So let's start with Joseph's side. 1 Defend the Land, 2 Dragon Sniper, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 1 Leatherhead Swamp Stalker, 4 Mossborn Hydra, like that one, 2 Pop Patch Formation, 3 Sapling Nursery, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter. So this version of Mono Green, the Sapling Nursery is in the side and not green-white. I kind of like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here. Sapling Nursery, if it ever resolves, is going to be monstrously huge. It's kind of poor against Get Out, though, so there are a lot of counter spells for it.
Yeah.
Sirach looks great. I think Mossborn Hydra on the play seems great. I think it's another draw. Yeah, like if there's a way to actually remove it. Bouncing it is pretty rough, but Leatherhead is, I don't know, probably not great, but Sirach seems great. A lot of tools here for sure. Yeah, just kind of deciding how many threats and what kind of threats that Joseph wants to work with.
Okay, sounds right to me. And then Andrew's side, a little bit spice to a lot of spice, actually. 3 Annul, 1 Bounce Off, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 Flood Pits Drowners, 2 Glenalandra Guardian, I love that card, 1 Spell Snare, 2 Spider Sense, 1 Sunder Flock, 1 Unable to Scream, and 1 Wan Shi Tong Librarian. I like that one.
Yeah, Wan Shi Tong and Sunder Flock are slam dunks. Just everything you ever want. It's just going to match up. Flash Freeze seems great too, kind of like mix and match your counter spells a little bit. Flash Freeze seems great. Flood Pits Drowner seems awesome too.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's kind of a weird card to see in a sideboard, honestly.
Yeah.
But Drowner looks nice. Yeah, kind of just, do more of the same kind of tempo-y stuff. Lean pretty hard on Sunderflock. Sunderflock, there isn't really a good answer in Joseph's deck to Sunderflock. There's no way to really stop it. So a good Sunderflock with a little bit of a clock can really get things done, as you saw in that game.
A Sunder Clock, if you will?
Yep.
All right, sounds great. So if you want to join us at our very next Spotlight event, we got a super awesome one coming up for you. This is going to be unlike any event that we've done, really, at all in the post-COVID world, and we are bringing back Team Limited So assemble a couple of your superhero friends and come on down and play what looks to be a really, really awesome tournament. We're going to see some great players. The entire top 8 always goes to the Pro Tour. I don't even know exactly how it works. Entire top 4 teams, I would assume. Probably all going to the Pro Tour, but not 100% on that. But StarCityGames.com/SCGCon. If you want more information about the tournament, it's going to be June 26th to the 28th. It's going to be a hot one in Vegas.
Yeah, but we'll be inside, hanging out, having a great time playing some Magic, so it's going to be awesome. We got Defend the Rider here up on the phone, looking for an Oracle text.
Yes. Yes, and I would say we'd do a live looking, but believe it or not, they're all done with their matches. Well, we're still in game 1, so we're going to leave you right here and unpack that a little bit more. So, I think going back to that moment, it does seem like we were one short, but the opt-in hand was going to get it done, but probably verbally expressed from Andrew.
Yep.
That would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, crazy, crazy game.
Crazy game.
The tab effects are awesome. This sort of like tempo-y, I'm not going to kill yourself. I'm just going to kind of work my way around them and then kill you is so cool to see.
Yep, absolutely. So, game number 1 there was picked up by Andrew Bailey, in case you're just joining. And looks like a quick mulligan from Joseph. At this point, Joseph's playing for the draw, right? At best?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
I mean,
tough to win 2 games in this amount of time, right?
With Harmonizer, it's certainly possible.
For sure.
And also, I think that given the clock, those Moss Born Hydras are coming in. So maybe those sapling nurseries are not going to be part of the equation, and Moss Born Hydra will be here for clock considerations.
I mean, Moss Hydra's just great because it doesn't get Sunderflocked.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
I always forget that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's weak to bounce off in friends, but yeah, not being Sunderflocked is a huge deal.
100%. That's the whole reason against Sunderflocks.
Yep, definitely coming in.
All right. Let's see. Let's get it going.
10 minutes, 2 games happening right now.
Chocobo comes on down. And an island and a pass from Andrew.
I mean, if you got to win a fast game, Chocobo's the way to do it.
Attack with a Squire on turn 2. I'm with you.
Yep.
And then Llanowar Elf comes down as well. Great start from Joseph. Just a pass. Second island. A plethora of counterspells available. Get out would make a lot of sense to me.
And I like this. Just going for it.
Yeah, why not? Joseph's in the spot where I have to jam no matter what to even have a remote chance to win this match.
That bird's flying.
Yep.
Regional championship competitors, if I call your name.
Another 2 damage coming in.
In melee, Andrew Bora, Henry Romero.
Here's a sleight of hand.
Ralph Marcellet.
Looks at an opt and another land.
Lopez, Evan Ten.
I love those sleight of hands, by the way. They look pretty cool.
Please submit the results of your match.
I'm marveling at Andrew's lands, just all the variety.
Yeah, really cool. Really cool. They're all full art, so I can get behind them. I tend to be more on Joseph Hunt's sides of all one type of land.
I mean, me too, but
yeah,
it's cool to appreciate variety.
All right, here is a hot piece of tech here, from a couple months ago. The Wan Shi-Tong Librarian against these landfall decks. Getting that trigger every time fetch line gets searched and drawing a card is huge.
Yeah, that's a one of and a very impactful one.
Yeah.
Whenever you're able to cast Wan Shi-Tong for only 2 mana, but still feel like you're getting your money's worth, it's so good.
Yeah, I mean, how does 2 mana, 2/2 flyer, draw a card read? That's pretty good. Flash.
Fantastic.
Like, that's just a strong Magic card.
It's interesting, too, how it changes the texture of the card.
Yeah.
Where usually it's viewed as kind of like this Hydroid Krasis, big-time, card draw spell.
Yeah.
But has extra utility being a cheap 2-drop in these matchups.
So that looked like a Joseph playing fast. That was a attack with both before blocks essentially sacked the land, and then Wan Shi-Tong came down and blocked Llanowar Elf. So in a world where Joseph had more time, would have been, okay, do you block? No, now sack. But once again, the clock dictating a lot of plays. Near impossible to play perfect in these situations. You just have to play.
Yeah, time pressure is very, very real.
This is the spot where we could look back on plays from both sides and be like, no, they could have did this, they could have did that. The time dictates, you know, exactly how much mental fortitude you can put on each turn, time-wise.
Yeah, a lot of Magic tournaments is not just, you know, I'm playing my deck, I'm trying to play it best I can, you know. It's not making the best plays, making the best plays you can in the time you have to do it.
Yep.
And that time is variable.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have a lot of time, sometimes you don't.
Exactly. And you got to recognize at this stage of the tournament, a draw is a double loss. Pretty much, you know, like they're not locked up for day 2. If they were 6-0, sure. They're automatically in. You know, a draw can have some value next turn, but a free bounce off.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Oh, the face Joseph's making is what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's the power of A-Luge, you know, giving you the ability to play interaction while you're tapped out in standard is a rare feat.
Either way, that's going to be a great new, you know, profile pick for Joseph Hunt there. The eyebrow raised in response to a free unsummon.
I'm sorry, what now?
Yeah, like you did what to my chocobo bird?
What did you just say?
Oh my goodness. Incredible, incredible stuff here so far, and everything looking very good for Andrew Bailey. Now maybe this whole match is about, can Andrew win in time? I guess you just don't even have to, right? Like, you're either ahead and gonna win, or it goes to time and you win because you're up a game.
Yep. A-Luge really getting a showcase here.
Yep.
Looking unbelievable.
There's an Esper Origins out of the board. 2 counters. Free flash freeze.
Free freeze.
Free freeze. That's exiled now. And poor Saz's Chocobo.
Oh, sad bird.
All right, there's an Eddie Merck, and that's going to do it. Andrew Bailey won one of the craziest games that we've seen all weekend, maybe one of the craziest games we've seen all year in game number 1. And then, well, game 2. Honestly, there wasn't too much play to it. Andrew's draw was just much better than Joseph's there, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I kind of like what this deck is up to, honestly. You know, being mono blue against control decks, like you have the counter spells, you don't really need the removal spells anyway, and the fact that all of your kill spells are also just creature threats. You know, flashing in a crab. I didn't tap anything, sure, it's a 5/5, whatever. Even Floodspit Strauner, you know? So really kind of a cool deck choice of the tournament. 5-0 so far, looking great.
Looking real good. One last look at the sideboards here. I'm sure we'll be seeing a little more of both players. All right, so we'll remind y'all of our next event here, one of our next events here. We got Dallas. Jim, walk us through what's going on here.
There's lots of walking to do in Middle-earth. SCG Dallas is going to be Spotlight Series The Hobbit, which I am extremely excited for. December 4th to 6th. In beautiful Fort Worth, my favorite, actually my actual favorite travel city on the tour, period.
Yeah.
Love it. Downtown Fort Worth is beautiful, and I am excited for this event for many, many, many reasons. Big Lord of the Rings fan, big Hobbit fan, and I am Gandalf. And Gandalf is me.
We're going to go on an adventure, that's for sure, and like I said, I want second breakfast while we're there, okay? So that's going to be it's going to be a fun city, and good food city, too.
Yeah, it's great.
I always eat a bunch of barbecue whenever I go to Fort Worth, so. Yeah. I know it's not your favorite food, but.
Yeah, but there's plenty of other great food, too.
That is true. That is
for folks who like
very
good
true.
Food.
Yeah, okay. Wow.
I'm fired. I lost.
Oh, my God.
I'll pack my things.
Yeah,
okay.
Let's get you out of here as we get match B in here. Okay, let's fire up some more magic here, my friends. All right, looks like we have just started here. Game number 1 between these two players. We got Jeffrey up top. We got Leo on the bottom. Sultai Reanimator versus Celestial Landfall. How do you like this matchup?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Reanimator has kind of really fallen off. It's not like I've seen in quite a while.
Yeah.
Landfall won't be able to interact super well. It's going to depend on what kind of interaction that Leo has in deck. How much removal is there? How many ways to stop Harmonizer turn? It's certainly a very interesting matchup. I'm not exactly sure, honestly, if I'm being totally honest. Here's Brood Spitter.
Yeah, we definitely didn't see, at least at the Pro Tour, you know, Celestial Landfall, there wasn't a lot of Dimir Demons popping up, but, or Dimir Demons or Sultai Reanimator, but it's made some splashes here and there, and this looks to be the classic Nathan Stoyer list. I mean, this looks about copy-paste here from Jeffrey for that list. And then the Sultai Reanimator from Leo. It is doing the demon thing. The Bringers, the Ardens, the classic deck that we even kind of saw at the World Championship from Ken Yukihiro.
Yeah, Bringer of Alaska's gift, of course, compares favorably to Thunderflock in killing all the things that Jeffrey has. So a good place to be if that can be done. But, of course, Landfall can go pretty quick.
Like this?
Yeah, and Leo takes a little time to set up. So pressure on Leo to have a good draw.
Yeah, and I just don't know if there's a lot that Leo can do at 3. What are you going to do? Awaken the Honored Dead everything?
Let's play an elf.
Okay. Little John Emmanuel Duprat from winning the World Championship.
Just want to give props to Jeffrey for these Ice Age lands. That's one of my favorite lands.
I like that too. That's nice.
I like the third art with the purple sky. That's my go-to forest.
Oh, really?
But
okay.
hopefully he's got those too.
John Avon full arts. I can't get enough of them. After all these years, I've been using them for 10, 15 years. They're still my favorite. My second favorite, his next generation full land arts. I'm a huge John Avon fan, that's for sure.
Yeah, so Bringer's going to hand here, not to the graveyard. Important distinction, of course. So still a few more steps in the process for Leo.
But just being able to Superior Spider-Man a Harvester, that's not bad.
Yeah, these birds are pretty big.
Yeah.
What do we have for life for Leo?
Undetermined.
Okay.
Undetermined.
These perps have gotten in quite a few shots. So.
Yep. Definitely not 20. Let's see. That looks like a 16 if I had to guess.
And this is 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Last I checked, that was not 16.
Is the erode.
Does that change the math?
Other basics? There are basics. Okay. Let's make sure there's basics in this deck list.
That is a good step.
Yeah, I mean, looking pretty good here. So 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if 16 is correct, then it goes to 4.
Yep.
And then a Superior Spider-Man bringing back Harvester is not good enough.
But how about a Sewer Surveil a Bringer to the Yard and then Superior Spider-Man?
Is good enough.
Ooh. I mean, that would just be awesome. But that's not going to be it. It's going to be Jeffrey Amos taking down game 1 with Celestia Landfall. Pretty clinical win.
Yeah, just a clean, aggressive draw. And of course, things usually get a little worse post-sideboard for the Reanimator decks. So.
Yep, you would think so. All right, from Leo's side to start, we got 2 Ancient Vendetta, 1 Awaken the Honored Dead, 1 Day of the Black Sun, 1 Deadly Cover-Up, 3 Deep Cavern Bat, I haven't seen that card in a while, 1 Emeritus of Ideation, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Outrageous Robbery, 2 Strategic Betrayal, and 1 Wistfulness. What do you like?
Yeah, I mean, a little more interaction. The supers seem pretty nice. Day of Black Sun, Deadly Cover-Up. You know, this is the deck that takes a little while to get going. It's kind of weird because the combo itself is a sweeper with the Bringer. So, like, it seems a little redundant, but there's times where you kind of just can't get there.
Yeah.
You know, as you saw in that game where there's too many moving parts. I got to go search out my Bringer and then find a way to put it in the graveyard, and that's just too slow. So having a few extra super seems nice. That's really it, honestly. Nothing here else is particularly exciting. Ancient Vendetta is an interesting Carino traction effect, but yeah, supers for the most part.
Yeah, only 4 cards. Not able to take, like, I mean, taking all the forest, that would just be silly. But
basic farce.
They probably thought that one through. So, all right, then from Jeffrey's side, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 1 Leatherhead Swamp Stalker, 1 Mossborn Hydra, 3 RIP, Rest in Peace, 1 Restoration Magic, 3 Shelter by Ghost, 3 Sirach, and 2 Voice of Victory.
Yeah, not too shabby. Of course, Rest in Peace, a tool that Mono Green Landfall does not have access to. So those look pretty nice. Mossborn Hydra for the fast kill, Keen-Eyed Curator for more graveyard hate. This looks like a nice spot for Jeffrey to be in.
I would think so as well, especially being up a game. So, all right, let's talk a little bit about Heavy Play. They're sponsoring our Commander Celebration packages here for the weekend. Doing some other nice stuff there, the Jim.
Yeah, great products. These curved sleeves are a favorite of mine is for their shuffle because they just have that really nice, nice smooth riffle. When I do my hard bridge shuffle, that everyone's always like, your cards, Jim, your cards.
Yeah.
Like, cards are meant to be played with. But
and
really cool
broken.
Stuff. Yep. Really cool stuff. Check them out, starcitygames.com/heavy-play.
Dash.
I said dash.
But you need a dash at the end. It was dash heavy /play dash. Forgot the dash on the end.
There's so many slashes and so many dashes.
I know, but you need to send them to the right spot. Who knows where they've been? Error 404 if you don't tell them the last one.
They could be anywhere on the internet right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Anywhere.
All right, so getting into game number 2. Jeffrey Amos is up a game. So we got the bat taking a look at one of the cards. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra on curve here, of course. We see the Awaken the Honor Dead. It's kind of interesting. So it's a big yellow game of chicken where if Leo does not take the Mossborn Hydra, if Jeffrey just plays it on turn 2, it dies to the removal spell.
Yeah.
But if Jeffrey waits a turn, holds the Snakeskin Veil effect, and holds the Hydra, then can defend it.
Ooh.
So who blinks first?
Patience. Patience. We shall see.
And that will depend a lot on if Jeffrey draws a land next turn. If Jeffrey knows he has guaranteed 4 mana on turn 3,
yeah,
he can play it and protect it, sure. But if he's stuck in that same spot again on turn 4 with only 3 mana, that's tough.
It's also awkward because you don't want to play your land and then play Hydra, you know, like
sure.
That sucks too, so it's just what do you want to do? Start with the Chocobo.
It's a bird.
And a crunch. Attack for 1. Want to block? Kind of tempting.
A little bit.
And then a pass back to Leo.
Deep Cavern Bat is not much of a creature in this matchup, you know, like maybe it gains a life or 2, but Leo's going to win by miles, not inches most of the time, so the body itself is not that exciting.
It's also a card we have not seen in a long time, right?
Yeah. It
looks pretty good here.
It's a card that is better the weaker the format is. You know, the less sets there are, the smaller the format is, the better it gets. The more and more powerful things get and the more redundant decks get, the less impactful it is.
Yeah.
And the body needs to matter also.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, this card was really only played with Dimir Kaido shells, and man, what the heck ever happened to that Planeswalker? Just like never sees play anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think Landfall and Prowess being the top 2 decks, it's pretty hard to keep Planeswalker play against those.
I mean, it was always 45% against the field, but people still played it. Now people have just stopped playing it.
I saw a few folks posted on Twitter they were playing it, so wherever you are, Dimir mid-range player, Godspeed you.
My literal last tournament that I played of some kind of value, the Arena Championship 12, I played it. Or Arena Championship 10.
Why didn't you talk to me first?
I did not make the day 2 competition.
Wow,
so,
weird.
Yeah.
That's odd that happened.
On tiebreakers, though. Let's calm down.
Now we're going to have all the barbecue fans, all the Dimir fans just on Reddit. Jim's the worst commentator ever. Get him out of the booth.
Yeah, and Corey's got no respect for Kaido because he's bad at Magic. We'll send the tweet for you, okay? We already know.
Yep.
Awaken the Honor Dead. It comes on down. What's going to be dead?
I mean, it's funny because it looks like the bird, but it could also be Llanowar Elf trying to stop. I guess the Snakeskin Veil's gone now too. But
yeah, either way, the best possible draw, just like it usually is Fabled Passage.
Yep.
That looked green to me.
I mean, it's interesting. I guess there's some sort of distraction right now because I would say that Ice Tail should probably be in play already.
Yeah.
Casting Ice Tail is a great place to be, but there's some sort of a thing there.
Yeah, but when you got no lands, you know, like, there's nothing to go with it. It's a Harmonizer. That's a big one.
Hello.
Still just looking for any kind of fetch line from Jeffrey. This deck plays a ton of them, you know. It plays literal 10. Or literal 8, excuse me. That's still a lot.
All right, so no Creatures Mill, just a Day of the Black Sun and 2 lands. The output on Awaken the Honor Dead is very variable. It can be, you know, Entomb or nothing.
Yeah, it can be Murder, Entomb, and Reanimate all in one card.
Right.
That's a good 3 mana investment for sure. Or it can be destroy something. Not even always destroy something. Sometimes you just need to play it.
Right.
So it can be quite bad. 4 mana, Superior Spider-Man with Landfall. Let's go.
Superior Bird.
Superior Chocobo. Amazing.
That was in the games, right?
Yes.
Was that Final Fantasy, what, 6, 7, 8, 9?
I believe it was 8. Yeah. It was a side quest.
Yeah, where Spider-Man showed up and
it was
became a Chocobo?
Right after the Cloister of Trials in Final Fantasy X, I believe, yeah.
Okay.
Saz's Chocobo, just what you want on turn 7, right?
Oh, my God.
Jeffrey's top of the deck has not been kind to him so far.
Jeffrey's Kingdom for a land.
Yeah.
one land and one fetch land, and the world explodes.
Yeah.
But any land, and off to the races. Get a redraw 2 on your Ice Tail for a mill for a land. So.
This is a judge announcement.
Okay.
Judges.
Rougher draw for Jeffrey, but Leo's not really capitalizing yet.
No, not really. Was missing a lot of land, so presumably Leo has just a plethora of gas in the tank, you would think.
It's just these bats are, they're chipping in and gaining a few life, but.
I saw 2 other Superior Spider-Mans.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Doesn't do as much as you want right now. Now you can play it though, right? It just has a 4/4 because it wouldn't legend rule because you have one, right? That's how
correct.
that works. Okay.
Yes, because it is a Superior Spider-Man is the name of the card, but it's not legendary. It's Chocobo. So it's a Chocobo. It's not legendary, named Superior Spider-Man.
Okay.
So
as long as you don't copy another Sauce's Chocobo,
if
that would legend rule.
No.
Yes.
If it had copied a legendary creature, so say it copied any legend or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you play another Superior Spider-Man. Now you have 2 legendary cards, both with the same name. You must sacrifice one of them.
Okay.
I believe that's how it works.
Okay, I'll believe you.
He's craning over, reading the card on this laptop. I don't believe Jim. 1 second here.
I don't, but I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. All right, so there is the Hydra. So no matter what, we're in agreement that there can be a Superior Spider-Man, Mossborn Hydra next
Correct.
turn.
It only matters if Superior Spider-Man is copying a legendary.
Okay.
And they both need to be copying legendaries.
Okay. All right, there's Bossing Say. Doubling 1 is a lot less exciting than what we saw in our last match, for instance.
Yeah. But we're seeing this pre-Ice Tail Explorer. So no Ice Tail Explorer first.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Or just no. Yeah, all right.
All right. Prioritizes making a landfall creature. Very interesting.
Interesting.
Jeffrey got the setup going here. I like the little, furrow my brow a little bit. Got that setup going. The master plan.
It's all coming together.
Right on cue.
Yep.
Perfect.
I mean, one Fabled Passage off the top, you got to think is just going to be able to do it. But we shall see.
These bats. Just chipping in, chipping away. Spider dude. Spider dude.
There it is. It's a Hydra.
What's the dice on the Spider-Man for?
I believe Mossborn Hydra comes in with the counter, right? Because it's a 0/0.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah,
And
so it starts as a 5/5.
Right. It just happens to be one counter from Chocobo on a prior landfall, and the Hydra one, sure.
Exactly.
Oh, that was marking like something else. So.
Nope. So both of them have a counter on them. They are indeed 5/5s, but technically the next land will just increase each counter by 1. But after that, the Superior Spider-Man Mossborn Hydra on the right will start getting a little larger. So just a Bossing Say on the forest, which is pretty sad here.
This is the most modest game I think we've seen all day from
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
We just watched the craziest game 1 last time, and now we're watching just like, all right, the B or C draws from both decks. And honestly, that's why Magic's so great. It's like, even competitive Magic at the highest level, it's not always, wow, these decks are doing insane busted things.
Yep.
Sometimes you still draw poorly.
Yep. You got to work through them.
Yep. Wistfulness.
Uh-oh. Bringer goes to the yard pretty quickly.
Stamped Wistfulness. That's a flex. Bring her to the yard. Triggers.
It's kind of funny, though, because, like, the board is, I mean, Leo's just ahead,
Yeah.
And the deep cavern bats with the bringer is pretty awkward, too, so.
Yeah, and with nothing expected to, like, be able to get trample, you can double this stuff all you want. There's chump blockers, so. Unless you top deck Fabled Passage, you play Ice Till, and you're somehow able to, double a bunch of creatures.
Yeah, big attack.
Huge attack. All right. Here comes a big old block.
And Leo's like, look at me. I'm the landfall deck now.
I'm the Chocobo now. All right, let's see. Feels like one last draw step for Jeffrey. If it's not what has to be the best card in the deck, Fabled Passage, probably ready to go to game 3.
Leo's at 23. That deep cavern bat buffer really paying off.
Yes, yes.
They have attacked so many times.
So many times, and that is going to do it. So these players are going to head to game number 3. All right, so we're going to bring it back to us. We'll have our producer let us know who won that, as round 6 was just about to get going. But sounds like Leo did end up pulling that out here. Impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff.
Pretty sweet.
Sultai Reanimator 5-0.
I always get I hear the announcement for the next round, and I'm like, ooh, are we on the edge? Are we on the edge? So
yeah.
Fortuna's got to roll on.
Gotta love it. Okay, we're going to take ourselves a very short break. On the other side, round number 6. Don't go anywhere. right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here for round number 6. Corey Baumeister, Jim Davis here. Going to be bringing you one more round before Ailey Loney and Reed Duke take our places here to round out the day. So let's take a look exactly where we're at as far as the standings go and see the players that are undefeated with a 5-0 record here. So I see a decent amount of landfall, decent amount of prowess, but there's some other stuff in here. 2 Dimir Excruciator decks at the bottom there. We see Andrew Bailey with that Mono Blue Spelementals deck as well, hanging out there in 7th place.
Yeah, some control. We see Jeskai Elementals. It's kind of a deck that, was a big deal at that Pro Tour as far as, being Elementals and cool. And then it's kind of faded off since then a little bit in favor of Spelementals and Friends, but pretty cool to see.
Very much. Let's take a look at the second page, see how far the 5-0s go, and man, they're still going. This is a big tournament. This is a large one out there, so taking a look at this, we got Matt Sinkett Johnson there, Minnesota native, phenomenal Magic player. Any other big standouts for you?
I mean, Kaido. Dimir mid-range, 21st place.
Yes.
He's rocking the 5-0. There's always a Dimir mid-range player out there somewhere.
Just as we were saying, Dimir mid-range is, of course, just phenomenal. It's well-positioned.
Yep.
Kaido's the greatest card in Standard, right?
I think that's what we were saying.
All right, players are getting ready in the feature match area, but let's take one more peek at the metagame just in case you have not seen it here before we get ready to go in our feature match. So, like you were saying, Is It Prowess collectively the most played deck by quite a bit. Then we have Control, and technically the landfall decks are a little bit above Control. Any other big surprises or standouts here so far to you, Jim?
Not really. We are kind of late. We're kind of late this season here, So most of these decks are established. There's quite a bit of variety between them. Azorius Momo, we got Marius Lessons deck, the Prison deck. Multiple different Lesson deck, multiple different Prison decks. Omniscience decks, Selesnya Beatdown decks, Excruciator decks. Martyr Discard kind of rounding out the aggro package, and just kind of a wide spread. Still a nice wide other category to it, 15%, not too shabby.
Yeah. What the heck happened to Selesnya Ouroboros? That deck, or Selesnya Gearhulk. That deck fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I mean, the more straightforward Ouroboros decks that are playing the kind of like hate creature package, like Surok, seem much better into the control decks. The stock Matt Ness version of the Pro Tour seems quite bad against control.
Yeah, that was very much targeting that specific metagame. When the format opens up like that, it does make sense that that's going to be, well, also not very good against Tablet of Discovery decks, that's for sure. So it sounds like our players are ready in the feature match area. Let's jump on down, and we're going to be seeing Kaido? Shh. He's back. Kaido's back in the hands of Andrew up top. Julian down below. 4-color control versus Dimir midrange. I mean, hey, this used to be a hell of a matchup for the Kaido decks. Like, is it still that?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so on paper. Now, there are answers in Julian's deck. Inevitable Defeat is a very solid answer to Kaido. That was always kind of the question of how can this control deck answer Kaido? Can it do it cleanly? If so, and it can pick off the small creatures, the Dimir deck is oddly almost like a combo deck, where it's just like a bunch of small, weak creatures, 4 Curiosity, 4 Kaido. Put weak creature together with Curiosity or Kaido, you're in great shape.
Yeah.
But if you can answer the Curiosity or the Kaido, it's a bunch of small creatures. And this deck can do that pretty well.
Weak creature number 1 on the battlefield, good old Dream Beavers.
Dream Beavers.
I mean, hey, Dream Beavers is a heck of a Magic card when you're bouncing it back and forth with Kaido, huh? Gotta respect it.
And it's gone.
Get that Dream Beaver out of here. Thunder Magic, dealing with that. And we're going to head on back. See Andrew's direction. But, I mean, what you were saying, Jim, the Inevitable Defeat being a clean answer to Kaido, it's still a clean answer as in the next turn you deal with it, right? It still can't be dealt with as it comes into play, right?
Yeah, but like the other creatures bounce back, so that's out of the equation too.
Yep.
And it also cleanly answers Curiosity by exiling it too. Curiosity is the kind of card where, without a way to actually cleanly remove that from play, things get really, really ugly. So the tools are there for Julian. It's going to be a tough line to walk for sure. I think that Andrew has the edge. This kind of classic Dimir tempo versus control, but tools are there for Julian. With careful play, he can definitely get there.
All right, fair enough. Looks like no land drop here from Julian and a pass back to another Dream Beavers, as well as the very powerful Azure Beastbinder. Not a card we see in non-prowess decks that often, but it is still just a good card.
Yeah, it's solid.
Connects. No Kaido. That's good news for Julian. Is there land 3? There is.
Kind of cute that the the Beast Binder can be a way to attack tablet and turn on removal spells. You can turn their tablet into a 2/2 with no abilities and then require to hex it. Can't hex it, sorry. You can Bitter Triumph it or place some other removal spell on it. It's kind of cute.
I'm not going to lie, for right when that card came into play, I was just thinking it was the one that makes Drakes. That is not that card.
Drake Catcher.
Yeah. All right. All right.
They're both 1/3s for 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're both Magic cards.
Hey, and I mean, that's close.
Yeah,
I got pretty close.
You're in the ballpark.
All right. Either way, probably a card we're going to see sided out, right?
Yeah, it doesn't seem great here. I mean, again, the utility is kind of cute against tablet, but once the rule spells are boarded out,
yeah,
then it doesn't look very good.
That feels like a card that's pretty dang good against landfall decks, though, huh?
Yeah, some solid.
Turn like lands into creatures with no abilities. Yeah, that's kind of sweet. Okay, so we are seeing 3 mana. That looks like a stock up. I mean, it doesn't look like one, but presumably with what's happening, it is what we're doing.
Just guessing.
Yeah.
Guess Brainstorm, Resolve Ponder. Guess Ponder, Resolve Brainstorm. That's all safe.
There we go. Anybody who's just listening to us would be like, whoa, are they switching to some Legacy here? All right, here's a Timeless Classic from the Dimir deck. Good old 2/1 Flash.
The big thing here is that there are 2 copies of Spell Pierce in the main deck for Andrew. I think a game 1 Spell Pierce probably ends the game.
Yeah, I think so, because Julian did have a Day of Judgment in there, what it looked like. And, yeah, if that gets eaten up, we're probably all done here. But, man, Andrew also just like land Enduring Curiosity. That would have been awesome as well. All right, big turn from Julian. Julian's been stumbling and only developing, so presumably this should be Andrew's game to lose. And let's see, Watery Grave. There's the Blue-Red Verge. Take 2 down to 10. Is it Julian's day?
Or is it Spell Pierce time?
Can be a plethora of things, right? No. Wow. Okay, does Andrew have the follow-up? Maybe even like a Tishana's Tidebinder? Yeah, okay, sure. 3/2 Flash. Get that one in there.
And as it is most turns for Andrew, did I draw a Curiosity or a Kaido?
Yes. We're like, oh, do I have the busted card?
Nope.
Yes, we do. That's Dream Beavers.
Just Dream Beavers.
No, you put some respect on the Dream Beavers.
Just
okay?
a Dream Beavers.
Oh, I saw that on top. That's a card.
That's not a Dream Beavers.
Yeah, that card's going to pick up Dream Beaver, though, I'll tell you that. But here's the train wreck scenario is if Julian were to cast another Wrath and you put a Kaido on top and you clearly don't have land 4, that could be troublesome, huh?
Yeah.
Or God forbid, if we had just, another Tidebinder, this tablet coming into play. I think you were saying this play earlier in the day. Tidebindering on the mill trigger for the tablet is pretty nasty. It can tap mana in response for what it's worth, but
yeah, but
still pretty cool.
Stopping the draw and the effect's pretty sweet.
Yep. Here's the tablet of Discovery. Andrew gives a thumbs up. Mills another tablet.
Yo, bro. Heard you like tablets.
I'm a fan. I am a fan. Shall we discover another tablet? We might be just a little too low. I mean, 6 life, that's not a lot of wiggle room.
Looks like lands and blue cards, so.
Painful lands, though, too,
Yeah. Ooh, ouch.
Down to 4. No tablet. So dead on board.
That must be that's a defeat, all right.
Yeah.
I thought it was a revelation, but it's a inevitable defeat, so.
Okay. We got black, white, red. Little did we know. Probably should have taken the Dream Beaver, right?
Yeah.
With it about whatever is going to turn into a Kaido anyways.
Now Kaido gets to come in unimpeded and start the Kaido train, but Julian's mana is really starting to pile up here. 5 lands and a tablet in play.
Yeah.
Has the resources to do multiple things, whether it's a card draw spell and an interactive spell. That being said, these defeats are really taxed. I think if Andrew can make Julian cast a defeat and it's not on Kaido or Enduring Curiosity, that is a huge win.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, if it's on a Tidebinder, not so bad. So Andrew just flips over a land, found one, but does not have Spell Pierce or anything to interact. If there is a revelation, do we think we got it? We got tablets.
Defeat.
Bang. Great Hall. Biblioplex. There is a 3 steps ahead. Do you got to play it right away?
I mean, Got a catalog here. The truest sign of desperation.
Okay. What's that? That's in a road?
That does deal with Kaido.
Yeah. Oh, poor road. Or, I mean, poor Kaido. Getting a road to deal with it, too? Come on.
Yeah. Poor Kaido.
That's what I'm saying.
Everyone's so sad for Kaido.
I mean, Kaido has been not the bad guy for long enough that I think that makes you the good guy again. I think that's how it works. You're saying Dream Beavers is the bad guy of the format now?
It's not him.
Okay.
It's the crew he rolls with. All right?
Okay.
You are defined by your friends.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I know that too well.
Yeah, exactly. Me too.
Oh, that was funny. So there is the Erode on the swamp. Soulstone Sanctuary can come on down. And with all the ill respect you put on the Dream Beaver's name, it can be a lethal beaver.
Oh, yeah, it's going to win the game here. I get it.
Well, I mean, put some respect on the Dream Beaver's name.
Look, Beaver's fine. He just needs to find a new crowd to hang out with.
No land off the top, so no lethal beaver.
Leave it to Beaver.
You literally have to leave it to just Beaver here now. The Soulstone Sanctuary alone is not enough. Now there is the Tidebinder that was just drawn off the top. Let's see what else Andrew has.
It's important to note also that these control decks have moved away from Lightning Helix, with the mirror being much more prevalent. So as far as life gain goes here, a couple defeats, and that's really it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Dream
Beaver.
Fleetwood Mac's gonna sue us.
DMC Ed.
There's the land. If that was in the opposite order, Andrew probably would have went for it. But as it stands, you just say go. You can make another Beaver Nightmare at end step with the Soulstone Sanctuary. It's a Beaver Nightmare. It's also an otter.
It's true.
Okay.
I think firing the Tidebinder would be a died. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, the Tidebinder's in hand.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, yeah. Consult the star charts.
I mean, that's a pretty deep look.
Kicked. Yeah, it's a great look.
Dig through time.
It's even better, right? It's 9 cards.
That's only 7. Those are tablets, not lands.
Oh, yeah.
It's exactly dig through time.
Okay. Okay, that's the goods. I mean, there's flashback. That's a plethora of options.
Yeah, defeat.
Defeat's probably the best card, right?
The awkward thing here is defeat can't tag the Soulstone Sanctuary, and neither can either burn spell without paying a large kicker cost.
Thunder Magic can't do it. How about flashback on a road?
Plays.
Yeah, yeah.
Only fair to turn a land into a land.
Yeah, oh yeah. A non-Beaver Nightmare land. Power creep that land down.
Yep. Just the old swamp.
Not taking flashback would be wild to me. That card just can be anything. Except another flashback, but...
You can flashback a flashback.
Actually, that's a good point.
Huh?
Storm count 2?
Yeah, sure.
Only have to tap 1 tablet to do so? 2 red. Black-white. Get that Dream Beaver out of here. Right now.
All right, so that's another defeat down.
Dream Beaver might have lost this fight, but winning the war, if you got a point, what is that? You know, inevitable defeat number 2 at Dream Beaver? No, I guess I got Tidebinder for the first one, but
yeah,
it probably should have been defeat on the Beaver with the fact that Kaido was coming, but that was with perfect information, of course. Now, is there anything you can do to, you know, bounce this, blink it, like any... Not really, right? You can kill it, yeah.
Kill it response, requiting hex, you know.
Yeah. If you got a requiting hex, that's not so bad here.
Can you gain 2 life in the exchange? Pay that blight cost.
No, you can't.
You can.
Because the blight counter never goes on it, right? Because it'll be dead?
You still just gain life.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, that's part of the costs.
Okay, okay.
As an extra cost, you can blight, right?
Okay, yep, you're right.
The hex won't resolve.
Mm-hmm.
But... Or maybe then it actually, yeah, you're right.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Whatever.
It's not going to happen. I like that we're arguing about niche interactions here. All right, there is Enduring Curiosity.
That is a better target for defeat.
Oh, yeah.
I'll have to cancel. It's fine.
Is it?
3 steps ahead.
I mean, it costs 2 life.
Oh, wow.
It's a great play, but at a great cost.
I don't think you can not cast 3 steps here. It's painful.
Yeah.
It stinks, but
Standard RCQ.
would you rather play 2 life or lose the game?
Yeah.
Active players turn 0.
I feel like there had to have been a different way we could have tapped that, but maybe not.
Standard 5K RCQ players. That is
Yeah, maybe not. So now, once again, Lan, Dreambeaver is lethal. One time. It'd be the case, Dreambeaver.
Julian tapped out and awaiting his fate.
Andrew deep in the tank to get 3, put Julian down to 1.
I've been there a lot of my life. The control player where you're just trying to hang on. You're totally tapped out, and you're like, all right,
Yeah.
hopefully I get another turn.
God, I do love the rush, though. The rush of playing control. You're always fighting back from behind every round.
Yep.
Nothing better. All right, take some damage with the Watery Grave. Now what to play? We know about Tidebinder. And I think that's the only focusing.
You gotta like close his eyes and then sort of like, ugh.
Yeah. Thinking about his outs, maybe?
Okay, you woke up.
Strategic Betrayal.
Get out of here, Graveyard.
Okay. I mean, there is a flashback, so this is kind of a gasser play.
Yeah.
And now passes with 4 mana. Tidebinder already, or Soulstone Sanctuary. And the last card in hand is flashback, and that's it. What an absolute gasser play from Andrew.
Yeah, could have gone activate Soulstone attack and then done it and tapped out, putting Julian to 1.
Semantics.
But I mean, the Tidebinder here is also, so now we can be Tidebinder and then also untap into the threats too.
I would have liked your play better because the way it would stand, you'd get damage, you'd exile the graveyard, and then you could Tidebinder the Great Hall, the Biblioplex activation. So I like your line a lot better with Strategic Betrayal there. So
Tidebinder.
Here's the Great Hall.
2/4 creature.
We were both looking at the eyebrow raise like that is the classic. I forgot that creature can become a land, I feel. But the Requiting Hex is there.
This is also the classic of, well, I'm playing its control deck. It's been 14 turns.
Yeah.
And they animate their creature land. Well, I have a handful of removal spells I couldn't use, so.
Dreambeaver for the win. Oh, my goodness. That is amazing. The 4th Dreambeaver. God, Magic's the greatest game of all time.
Corey's floating. Floating in the air.
That was awesome.
Not even a Turtles fan, but just loving the Dreambeavers.
Yeah, I have no idea what the lore is of that. I just think it's a funny card.
I would tell you.
And I love the song. I love Fleetwood Mac's Dreamweavers. Is it not Fleetwood Mac?
No, it's not Corey.
Okay. I know who sings Dreamweaver.
I know, but I can't tell you.
Oh, sure. Maybe we'll have the director get us.
I don't want to get copyrighted.
All right, that's fair. I'm sure Chad is eating me alive right now. Sorry, Chad. And Gary Wright, apparently. Okay. Why did I think this was Fleetwood Mac?
There's some questions I can't answer, Corey.
Okay. Well, no, that was my question to you instead of sideboarding here. Can you answer? Can you get inside the head of me?
Please, God, no.
Or should we just talk about sideboarding?
Sure.
Okay, let's start with Julian's then. It's 1 Day of Judgment, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Emeritus of Ideation, 1 Fire Magic, 2 Flash Freeze, 2 High Noon, 1 Outrageous Robbery, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Voice of Victory. They must did a great cover or something, All right, what do you like, Jim?
Voice of Victory is pretty cool. Being able to remove the flash aspect of the Dimir deck. Also, the kill spells come out, you bring in the creature, kind of a classic juke. I can block and pressure a little bit too, which is kind of nice. Also attacks Kaido, which is cool.
Yeah.
Fire Magic looks pretty cool. Honestly, not a lot else. A lot of these cards don't really line up. Dimir is not a particularly played deck, so kind of Andrew getting some under the radar points here in sideboarding.
Okay, and then from our other side, from Andrew, we got 2 Annuls, 1 Day of the Black Sun, 2 Duress, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Nowhere to Run, 1 Oroku Saki Shredder Rising. I do not actually know what that card does. I remember playing that in Limited.
It's basically Ninja for deep hours, but it costs you a life.
That's right. Okay. And then 2 Preacher of the Schisms. Haven't seen that one in a while either. And then 2 Soul Guide Lanterns.
That card's in standard still?
Yeah, no kidding.
Wow. So some good tools here, of course. Duress. Oroku Saki seems great here also. You can sneak it in for 2 mana. deal 3, draw a card, bounce your Dream Beavers over and over again. So not much for Andrew to do. This matchup is already pretty well suited. The spell piercers are already in the main. So bring in a Rokusaki and some dresses, cut some of the removal spells, and try and just do it all over again.
Sounds right to me. Okay, so if you want to pick up some cards, but you got all these magic cards laying around, and you just want different magic cards. Let's say you got Dimir mid-range. You want to get a different deck. Jim, what should we do?
I definitely want to get a different deck. You hop on over to StarCityGames.com, sell your cards.StarCityGames.com, or at any event, walk right to the booth and their friendly sellers can help you out. And you can sell your cards, you can get cash, pay the bills, sure, or you can get that big time 30% trade-in bonus. So they keep it on your account, and you can use it online, or you can use it in person, and you just say, hey, put it on my tab and get that little extra value because you're going to buy more Magic cards anyway.
Yeah.
So might as well just take the bonus.
I always ask myself that question when they give me that option. Do you want me to just hand you cold hard cash, or would you like a trade-in bonus? I'm like, will I buy Magic cards within my lifetime? And I mean, the answer is a laughable yes.
So. I like hearing both numbers. It's like, yeah, well, it'll be 170 in cash or 230 in store credit. You're like, ooh, free money.
That's higher.
This is awesome.
So go ahead and do that over at StarCityGames.com. And these players getting ready to go. Andrew on the top. Up a game, 5-0. This is, of course, a win and in for day 2. But at 5-0, is that what you're thinking about in a tournament?
I'm not thinking at all. I'm just playing Magic.
We know, Jim. We've watched your feature matches.
I'm just playing Magic, all right? There's no round number. You just sit down and play games till they tell you to stop.
Yeah.
And you get dinner and you say, what did I finish?
Yeah.
What's our record, you know?
Yeah.
I'm 7-2. Awesome.
Honestly, that is just the greatest advice. So many times I hear either players come up to me or I look back at my own career and I'm just like, all I need is 2 more wins and I'm into day 2. Or all I need is 1 more great tournament and I'm platinum this year. All those benchmarks I created in my own brain, which creates more pressure and has made me play worse throughout my career, for sure.
Yeah. I actually hate that feeling where someone walks up to me in an event and they're glowing. You can see them glowing.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, Jim, how's it going? You know, how's it going?
I'm going to take a look at C here while you finish telling us this.
And I'm 4-0. And you can see they're so happy and excited about being 4-0. And I'm always like, ugh, I don't like that.
Yeah.
There was like 1 loss and they were going to nosedive emotionally.
Yeah.
So
that's where you don't want to say it at the time. But the correct thing to say to them is, you've accomplished nothing.
I mean,
good sir or madam. Yeah.
I sort of do. I'm like, you ain't done yet. Just play your matches.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what your record is. So
that is fair. So Zachary on the bottom there playing Dimir Excruciator. I caught a glimpse of a Riddler in hand. That's pretty spicy. And then Alan Key up top. Mono green Landfalls.
Yeah, just doing the thing.
Interesting. Is that a Quasari Revenant? Is that what that is?
I believe so. We're about to find out.
Could be a Preacher of the Schism. We just learned that's in.
Wrong button.
And I guess we'll never know because our main feature has begun. We'll check it out a little bit later. But, yeah, I'm not sure what that card was.
It was Revenant.
Okay, cool.
They hit the wrong buttons, so Lifelink lost 3 life, and then opponent gained 3 life. But
doesn't even seem like that good of a card against Landfall, though, is it? Whatever. We're here now.
Yeah. And they hear it now.
Yeah, all right. Storm Chaser's talent, get a map. Haven't said that in a while, but man, we used to say that every match in Standard a while ago, huh?
Yeah, it's wild that these Ixalan cards are still legal, and then you don't see them for a few weeks, and you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And here we are.
Would you say they're lost?
Yep.
In the caverns?
Yep.
Okay. Here's a map. Get that creature out of there. Seared. And hey, that's a big exchange. You know, that is one of the play from Dimir that you always try to avoid unless you're very much okay with a removal spell getting wasted there in air quotes.
To be fair, that was a pretty good removal spell. This is not a shock effect. This is an effect that can damage Kaido, kill larger things. So.
Stock them up.
No spell pierce from Andrew, so good setup turn for Julian.
Looks like Jeskai Revelation, Sacred Foundry, a Yu-Gi-Oh card, and a Great Hall of the Biblioplex available. Just kidding. That's a Day of Judgment.
Wrath. Textless, I believe that's the player reward promo.
I think so, from way back. Yeah, I remember getting those were always awesome.
Yep. Really,
you
really
just
cool.
signed one of those F&M promos earlier today, huh? Didn't you?
Some Goblin Ringleaders.
That was pretty cool.
Big fan of the player rewards program.
Yeah, loved it. Here's Andrew. land 3 pass and maybe a Tidebinder, hoping for a tablet. That'd be spicy. I want to see that interaction.
Yeah, it's a good pickup.
Your seating for build is making its way out to table 30, 40.
Looks like Julian just has it's just the old naked Tidebinder, no problem.
Please find your seats for build.
Wow. Julian here just snapping off the defeat.
Yeah, just right here. And I mean, it makes sense. That's what Kaido does, right? Kaido's just presence always makes you do this. I mean, what are you going to do? I kind of agree with it. Maybe you can wait till combat.
Just take the hit and then kill the Kaido. You know, like.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not great, but like, it's not like Kaido's not going to be a factor of his matchup.
Yeah, that's fair.
It'll come down at some point, you know.
Now it looks like there's another one. Now this creature I think you just kill, right? Preacher gets out of hand. We've seen it.
Yeah. So
Inevitable defeat once again. Only gaining 1 life each exchange because we do have the Great Hall of City of Brass, essentially.
Yeah, and Andrew's doing a really, really good job here of what you want to do against the control deck, which is to make them squirm. Make them play the spells they don't want to play on the things that you want them to kill, right?
Yeah.
So Andrew's been able to get a Seer onto a 1-drop, 2 defeats onto 2 creatures that are mid-level, and damn.
And now Kaido cannot be destroyed.
Yeah. And now there's no way for Julian to deal with the Kaido, you know? So great play from Andrew, really good patience.
Yep. Okay, there is Tablet. That's a start.
You have 50 minutes.
But I'm with you, Jim. I think that was a little too aggressive on the Tidebinder for sure. The Preacher I would have killed, but
Preacher's tough.
yeah.
I agree.
Preacher you got to kill, but I'm with you. Inevitable defeat if your opponent bounces your own Tidebinder and you get that temple loss and you get to kill Kaido. That feels great. So this is a tablet. This just has to be a Spell Pierce for sure.
Why?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
So Julian pays, has to tap out, but
Julian would not have done anything with his mana anyways, so that Spell Pierce, you know, what are we going to have? How much mana are we going to have next turn? 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, maybe 9 anyways to get the Spell Pierce out of range, but just imagine Andrew draws second Spell Pierce here. You're going to kick yourself that you can't double pierce this Revelation next turn.
yeah. But that Kaido snowball's rolling. Curiosity gets added to hand, and this Dimir deck, when it starts to pull ahead, the snowball is just rolling down the hill.
Yeah.
Gaining speed. You know, 1 Curiosity, draw a couple cards, and the game is almost over. So.
Ooh, but Julian, no matter what, has a great turn here. Uncounterable Jeskai Revelation here looks great. What are you going to do about that if you're Andrew? Bounce that. 4 to your face.
I mean, just play Curiosity. Attack for 4 and draw a card.
Yeah,
You know?
I would have loved to see Julian say, all right, I'll go to end step. See if Andrew wants to do anything. Andrew's like, okay. And then we're like, all right, then I'll cast it now, you know?
Well, you can't do that.
What?
Well, if you say go to end step, you're assumed to be in your end step.
Yeah,
passing card
okay,
already. So, like,
fair.
So then if Andrews just kind of doesn't take the bait and says okay.
But I would just take that risk because even with an Agna Kali on the battlefield, like Andrew's gonna use his mana for something.
Sure.
I would take the calculated risk, and sure, if you do just untap and go, so be it.
Yep, I like it.
Yeah. There's just no way. I would doubt it.
Julian is not like this. Takes the only spell.
Yeah. And you just got to think, like, how has my opponent been playing? Have they been trying to play things all the time? And the answer is yes. Andrew has been, doing stuff at basically every street. So you would think if you have that land in play, very minimum, you're going to activate that.
Yep.
All right, there's a chump block to the Curiosity.
It's interesting that Andrew is at 10. So these monks, we saw a little pause there from Julian. The monks could perhaps, turn around and do some damage. But also the monks are able to pressure Kaido, too. So brief pause from Julian, but decides 4 damage on a card is not worth it.
Yep. So Kaido comes up, and now Kaido is going to be swole. That's double emblems. That is going to help out your Soulstone Sanctuaries as well.
Kaido was going to be swole.
Yeah.
Until he gets eroded into the netherworld.
Oh, is that our draw?
Yep.
So now we have the Great Hall of the Biblioplex. So is there any world where you go, Great Hall animate, erode the Curiosity, attack down Kaido, and take that risk?
That is not bad.
I feel like,
honestly.
Curiosity killed the cat, but Curiosity is going to kill Julian if you don't try to do anything. So I think if I'm Julian, I'm behind enough He said no effects. I'm going for it. But oh no, didn't get punished. But man, you got to think you got to misfail Village that road, right? That could have been a nightmare.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. To be fair, looking at the counterspell suite, it just couldn't have actually countered it.
Yeah,
There's literally no way.
It's just spell pierce.
Yeah, and it would have to be 2 of them in a Swamps Open, so there was actually no way.
The thing is, it's open deck list. We have a list out here. We're looking at them. They are not. So you have to trust in your, remember in your memory, but you remember, there's only 2 spell pierce in that list. So it could just be like I ain't spent the mana anyway, I'm just going to do it kind of thing. But
that's fair. Either way, great exchange here from Julian.
And the good news is for Julian that Andrew's at 10. So Andrew's not going to have that much time to put it together.
11, correction.
Sorry, my bad. But Beaver looks pretty threatening here. And that's the thing where now any small dinky creature is actually quite threatening with the Curiosity in play. So it was a bit of pressure on Julian to actually close out the game, even though he's the control deck.
Yep, totally agree.
Scry into a loot. Uh-oh.
Okay, second Dream Beavers.
If there's trouble, call it double.
Oh my goodness. Oh, third Dream Beavers on the top.
Actually?
Yeah.
These do look a lot better when they are Ophidians. They draw a card. So.
Yeah, no kidding.
What is... I thought the card hand for Julian was a baffling end.
Well, this would be a lot faster of a game here, as Julian would be eliminated immediately.
I love this.
Yeah, get busy. Is there a spell from Julian? Is it another Erode, maybe? No, just an attack for 5. And all right,
who's the beatdown?
Post-combat Voice of Victory.
Julian's the beatdown. I think I would have liked Voice of Victory pre-combat.
I was gonna say the same.
But it seems like Andrew's just playing cards off the top, though. So
I mean, yeah. Here comes a double attack. I think I would have also liked to see Dream Beaver played proactively, get the Surveil. He would have kept the Tidebinder almost assuredly anyways, but...
Yeah, and I like Julian's stance here, understanding like, hey, I am not going to win this game long anymore. This card advantage from the Curiosity is way too much, so let's just turn the gas on.
You never truly beat... that's a 4th Dream Beaver on the top! Oh my goodness.
Right. We're going to call that if a judge is going to deck check on Andrew.
Yeah.
See how many beavers are in the equation. Oh my god, it's all coming in.
Okay. Plays a plethora of creatures. Let's see what Julian is going to draw. Big draw step.
That's not bad. That's stock up. Stock it up.
Okay, great draw. Clearly no interaction, so look at the top 5, see what we can find. Can really be anything. Revelation, you just don't want to spin your wheels into Revelation, and you got to spin your wheels. That's a tablet and a consult. Now, maybe you'd have to do the math if you consult, how much mana do you have left, what's my out type thing, but looks like we're going to start with tablet anyways. Mill a card. And that's just spells, right? It's prowess for spells?
Yeah, correct.
Like instant or sorcery prowess, essentially, right?
It's opus. It's instants or sorceries.
Okay, so 1 over there.
Oh, man.
Oh, we were already going to cast Consult, so might as well cast this one. Now, do you kick it?
I don't know if you can.
Can you kick it?
Yeah, like... You need to have mana to actually cast the cards you get. Because the thing is, next turn, it's over.
Yeah.
A few beavers attack. Andrew draws a fistful of cards. There's a bunch of mana in play.
A few? I don't know. I think we've gone beyond the few.
Andrew might deck on the next turn.
Yeah. I'll leave it to Beaver.
Ooh, fire.
Oh, fire magic to kill 4 beavers?
Magic for 2 could kill the Tidebinder as well. With Andrew at 8, is this enough damage?
Like just to win the game right now?
I guess one of the Great Halls has to tap to cast it, unfortunately. So,
yeah, so you got
the floating mana,
Oh, yeah. There's Fyra. 2 damage. Pump it up. Now we're getting an attack in. Is it enough? It looks like enough. And wow, we're going to be heading to game number 3. That was an awesome turn. And hey, we don't see the Great Hall of Biblioplex win that many games, but man, it looks good when it does, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think great game awareness from Julian to really understand how much the game changes once that Enduring Curiosity had to be killed and go into enchantment mode. Now, got to get the game over with, and Julian gave no time at all for Andrew to really accrue the advantage for the card draw, and just took the proper roll, took it down.
So now, I mean, a big question from this match is you just drew, you know, your absolute best card. You drew all 4 Dreambeavers. Like, what are you going to be able to do, you know, if you can't take it down when you already draw the blade?
I think Andrew should board out Dreambeavers 5 through 8 and not risk a game loss.
Okay, solid advice. I will totally agree with you on that one. Any changes play draw though, Jim?
Nope.
Okay, just submitting it back. All right, we got to talk to you about our limited time offer here that we got for all of you Magic fans at home. If you are in the United States in the lower 48, you can get any card sent to you for free shipping. That's a deal as long as you have a purchase of $100 or more. I mean, hey, Modern season is in full swing. There's still standard tournaments going around as well. It's a pretty solid time to pick up some cards, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, you can buy 8 copies of Dreamweaver and go play your local standard F&M and have a great time.
What are you going to buy with your other $98?
I don't know. Is there some like really fancy version of Dreamweavers?
Yeah. Fleetwood Mac signed an artist proof for it, actually. Yeah.
Oh, Fleetwood Mac.
StarCityGames.com/sale if you're interested in checking out this deal. Big props Star City Games for giving us cool deals every single show that we have. We're going to get back down, see if these players are ready to go. Looks like we're looking at some opening hands. Oh! Bang!
All right, yeah.
19-21, Jim.
I would like to see a deck check.
Yes.
Too many beavers, too many nightmares.
Oh, man, this is amazing. Okay, so there is the turn 1 play that's very important when it comes to how this Kaido deck operates. And now let's see. Is that a Thunder Magic to cleanly deal with it?
Looks like it.
Okay.
But, of course, establishing your mana in this control deck is pretty important. Obviously, it's a little messy at times.
Yeah, and if you take 2 to Sacred Foundry to then kill this, sure, you're risking having counter magic to protect it or whatever, but okay. I mean, just kidding. This is kind of a nightmare, right? Like,
yeah, Aroroko Saki, draw an extra card, re-beaver.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, deals damage, draw a card, lose a life. An insane exchange when you were playing that limited format, I assume.
Yeah, and then it's also a ninja, so Kaido pumps it.
Yeah.
And it also deals combat damage each time. It's not only on the ninja attack, so it is a card that must be dealt with.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, of course. This is just 3 mana when it connects, and hey, this is pretty awesome. Ninja of the Deep Hours, right? Is that the other one? I feel like you and I have put a couple of those cards in play.
I love that card.
Yeah.
We get Ninja of the Deep Hours on the screen, please.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if we can dust off that file.
Play that card in standard a lot. Turn 1 Isamaru.
Yeah.
Turn 2 Ninja of the Deep Hours, draw a card. Turn 3 replay Isamaru, Seigo, Mana Leak your play.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I don't know why, but I returned so many Birds of Paradise with that card. Maybe I was doing it wrong. Because it's no Dreambeaver.
Sounds fine to me.
All right, Thunder Magic comes on down, deals with it. For now, it's back.
So lucky to draw another Dreambeaver.
I no joke, Jim. I think this is the 11th Dreambeaver that's been cast. Like, I legitimately think so. What is it? Was this a villain in the show, or?
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I have literally no idea.
Okay.
I think it's in the comics or something.
Yeah, feels like a dream that was like one, clip of the show and then never showed up again.
Could not tell you.
All right, so there. Oh my goodness, there's a fire magic from the top.
Don't do this.
Oh, come on.
Julian, he's got a family.
No kidding. What a great exchange here from Julian. Julian Claver here with a phenomenal exchange there. There's another Pyroclasm for some other great exchanges. But this does feel like Andrew's Enduring Curiosity turn. It kind of has to be, right?
Yeah, and that's scary. There is a defeat in hand for Julian, so.
Yeah, but No is going for this play. And I mean, if I'm Andrew, I would have played it right there. I mean, there's not a lot of counter spells that can counter it, but God forbid there's an annul or something.
Yeah, there's like Disdainful Stroke in the board, but.
Yeah, well, with 1 mana, I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
I think it would literally be annul as the only thing, which not in the 75. So finds 2 cards Julian likes. Big moment. Does Andrew have it? He has it. And is there any way to remove it? No.
Yeah, so got to get a hit in. That first hit's pretty important.
God.
Kind of get that snowball rolling.
Every time you get hit with this card and they draw a card and then just like play a land and pass, I just feel like I lose 95% of those games, you know?
I have a confession.
Yeah.
No card in Standard tilts me more of an Enduring Curiosity.
Honestly, for real.
It's like not even that good in Standard, but it's a hopeless feeling.
It really is. And there was a time when that was very much arguably the best card in the format.
Yep.
Like not even that long ago. Maybe like pre-Worlds. It was a scary one. But now you know what the best card is, of course, right?
Enduring Curiosity.
Yeah, I was going to say Dream Beavers, but whatever, to each his own.
Is that all 3 defeats?
I believe you are correct. And now, is there any protection from inevitable defeat from Andrew's deck? Like, there just isn't, right? There's no shore up, ways to bounce a spell, anything like that. It just works when it happens, right?
Just going to get it.
Oh, no. This could be 3 mana being tapped for a tablet before you play a land.
Oh, boy.
Spell Pierce licking their chops. Oh.
Wow. All right. Well, that was really, really good. So definitely a very greedy line from Julian.
So greedy. I never would have made that play.
Yeah. So running the risk, but you're going to go for Pyroclasm here. Interesting. Leaving the Enduring Curiosity alone.
Oh, I hate it because now you just make a fish. Dream Beaver at home.
I am very surprised at the setup here from Julian.
Yeah, the Fish Beaver here is ready to go, and now you're going to get to attack. You're going to get to draw some cards versus you just had the inevitable defeat ready for Curiosity, and then you don't care if Andrew's attacking you with 2 1/1s. They're not drawing cards.
Yeah, what we were saying earlier about the horrible sinking feeling of Enduring Curiosity, of just drawing cards and you just feel like you can never crawl back into the game. Julian's letting that happen right now.
Yeah.
Letting that extra hit get in. And picks up 4. Oh, my God. Oh, God. I can't. I'm having a nightmare right now.
Yeah. All right, draw 4. Oh, the cat glimmer coming in from the top ropes, and now we just do a disdainful stroke. We're drawing 4 cards. There's a Kaido in there. We might have to discard the hand size. And all because we didn't deal with this Curiosity. Now, granted, the play that would have happened here was just Curiosity would have came down during Andrew's turn, and a fish and a Dream Beaver would have connected. But that's 2 cards instead of 4.
No fish, right? Because the fish came in with the mana that would have been casting Curiosity.
Oh, but maybe we didn't have the Curiosity, right? Like, we could have drew it for the turn.
Sure.
So we still would have fished at end step, and then we would have played Curiosity here, had 2 mana left over, and the only change would have been that Curiosity would be a Dream Beaver, and Andrew would have 2 less cards in hand.
Which is still very good for Andrew.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, still very good, but this is, catastrophic for Julian now.
Backbreaking.
Thunder Magic off the top, and now, I mean, is there a world where you can double inevitable defeat? I feel like that has to happen, right? And there is.
Yeah, I mean...
Black, black, white, white, red, red, red. Okay,
the question, of course, has the damage been done?
And now, if I'm Julian, I don't want to do this now, because if you just go double, defeat on the 2 Curiosities, then Andrew knows I can play Drowner right now, versus if you don't, maybe... you can't play a Drowner because you can't tap out. What if it's a Jeskai Revelation? So playing aggressively here, too, is going to have its disadvantages depending on what Andrew has.
Yeah, but it's done. It's cleaned up. The cats are gone.
Okay.
Andrew still has a handful of cards, Fountain Port, and a bunch of mana. And this Lonely Fish.
Lonely Fish, but no creature on end step. Maybe the clock is gone. Let's see. We know about Kaido. I saw that.
Yep.
So if anything, sacrifice the fish. Kaido connects, puts Julian down to 3 or down to 6, and you get the Surveil. But this game is definitely not over. This Kaido can definitely be dealt with. Andrew didn't have a flash creature to put into play last turn. I do think he has a Disdainful Stroke, which is a nice piece of tech here for any possible haymaker that Julian can play.
Looks like Soulstone and another land. Yeah, and of course, there's still a fistful of cards that Andrew has drawn over the last 2 turns.
Yeah. Back in my day, to draw 4 cards, you didn't pay 4 mana. You paid 5, and it was a sorcery.
Tidings.
Tidings. Let's see.
Cast quite a few tidings in my day.
Yeah, I don't know if we have that on file either. That might have to dust that one off.
We got tidings on file.
I don't know if tidings has ever been like printed again. I feel like that was a one and out.
A few sets.
Okay.
I feel like it was in some, I don't want to say recent, but like, in the last 10 years. Set.
Okay.
But I could definitely be wrong.
I remember back in the day, oh God, that just brings it back for me. I remember casting Annex into Tidings back in the day. Oh, that's magic. All right, so there is the Watery Grave goes to the graveyard. Someone just tuning in now is like, why is Tidings on the screen?
Why not?
Yeah.
I say to you, dear viewer.
Oh, yes. All right, we drew 4.
I'm glad it's the original art, too, even though it's like a Commander version of the card.
Yeah.
So.
Agreed. I love that art. All right, here's Stock Up. More spinning, but there's a road.
Yeah.
A road's great, and if you need to push through spells, get that Voice of Victory in there, too, right?
Yeah, and also it makes things very, very clear. Play Voice of Victory first, see what happens as far as instant speed stuff, but...
Now, you do have to erode now, right? Like, Kaido will, of course, be protected, so you're kind of forced to try it now. Okay, no hesitation. It's out of there. Nice exchange there from Julian.
There's, of course, a fish factory in play, though. So if there is another Kaido, it's coming right back down.
Yeah, no kidding. Or, God forbid, a cat glimmer coming down an end step, but maybe at that point, you don't risk it.
Well, Julian has the 3rd copy of Defeat in hand.
Okay.
So Curiosity would be a disaster for Andrew.
It really would. So, you don't want to just fire off and kill a fish, but, man, you're not at the spot where you have to do it yet, but Julian's getting close. Like, if he does make a fish at the end step, do you do it?
No.
You can't, right?
No.
Oh, what a lifesaver there.
Defeated before Andrew even finished tapping for it.
Yes. And honestly, I do like doing that now because the train wreck scenario is just, well, you just destroy your own creature in response and it becomes an enchantment. So exiling it right away is great. But, man, if Andrew would have had perfect information there, he would have made a fish for sure.
Yep.
Just make Julian deal with the fish first and then play the goods after that,
yeah,
right?
And it is the 3rd defeat. So that's the case copy of Defeat. Andrew's already seen 2 of them.
Yep.
So it makes sense.
Okay, just a couple creatures. Has the ability to animate Soulstone Sanctuary or make the fish.
Oh.
Or sack a map. Would we draw?
Big draw. I guess it's Revelation. I suppose Andrew has the disable stroke.
I thought I saw a stroke, but it was just a classic, looking as he drew a card. I could be wrong about it. Are you going to go for it right now? Here we go. This is probably the game right here. Will this resolve? There is Thunder Magic to play a little defense, but man, even Spell Pierce sends you to the top rope.
Julian, I'm so nervous, Julian.
I know. But hey, we got to look at the clock too. These players are getting low. No, ill-timed. There's the Disdainful Stroke. Check. Picks up another Jeskai Revelation. Now to discard. No discard. No damage.
Interesting. Julian says, I'll just keep these cards.
It's like I fancy them. Okay. Now, what's going to happen here? Oh, now this could be a Disdainful Stroke.
Not on Thunder Magic.
Yeah. Yep, very true. And actually, the way it works is Soulstone would not be able to tap for mana there. That's a trap that you can really fall for. That was played that turn, so it'd be summoning sync.
Yep.
So you can't even use the mana. Thunder Magic resolves. Thundara.
I believe the Azure Beast Mage can turn the Siren into a 2/2 for a little extra damage.
It can, yeah.
So could be attacked for 3 here.
Okay, could have been 4 if we would have hit off the map a non-land. You can also turn off the tablet though, right?
You can turn it into a 2/2.
Tap 2/2.
Well, it's tapped, yeah, but but
Julian's like it'd be a lot cooler if it was untapped though.
Yeah.
So now next turn though, it's a 2/2 and not a tablet though, right?
Correct. So it'll be a green vanilla 2/2 until Andrew's next turn.
Okay, and then the tablet's unlocked again. So let's see. Big turn here. Players down to 3 minutes. 2 revelations in hand. Once again, it only has 1 mana available if there is a Disdainful Stroke. And now, when do you fire this off?
I mean, upkeep, once the tablet gets back on,
I guess,
some
right?
sense, yeah.
Because you kind of have to. You need the tablet mana to play around Spell Pierce, but if that Disdainful Stroke's there, Andrew has showed great restraints and is going to get super paid off for it. Let's see. Bang.
Ooh, ouch.
Oh my goodness, it's not there. Okay, I don't know what I saw.
So, and then Julian going face. Just 4 to the dome.
Trying to win this game. And man, it might be slipping away from Andrew. This game looked very good when he tidings for free.
Yep.
But now Julian has clawed back in, took the risk when he needed to, and has a chance to take this down. And you got to presume Andrew has to have a lot of lands. What else makes sense in hand, you know?
Yeah, he drew a lot of cards, but hasn't really done a ton. So.
Yeah.
Ooh, and now a defensive fish.
1 upstairs.
And if there was no answer for the first rev, that second one's looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe we drew it off the turn, but there is not actually a lot that counters rev in this deck list. There's actually not a Disdainful Stroke, and there's no negates. There's only Spell Pierce. There's no hard counters from Andrew. So Julian just kind of has to know, if I leave 4 mana open, you know, excluding the old triple pierce, this is going to work.
Just putting it right in the bin, already resolves.
Okay. So, gaining a little bit of life, killing one of these monks. Not the exchange you want, though. And requiting Hex is an interesting one to still.
Yeah, I mean, it kills Great Hall and Voice of Victory. It's doesn't seem great, but I mean, it does also have the I'm sorry, can't kill Tablet, sorry. It's a vanilla 2/2, but it still has a mana value of 3, so.
Yeah, I guess when you do. Oh, you still can you? Yeah,
Right.
Okay, gotcha. So one of these can attack. Andrew is down to 3. It's been a wild match.
Yeah, kind of crazy, honestly.
Okay. Consult the star charts.
All right, taking a look.
Okay. A gigantic consult. Try to find some gas.
Just keep going.
Yeah, keep going. You got enough lands.
Just keep looking.
Yeah. Fire Magic again. Man, Fire Magic has been the card so far from Julian. And winner of this game advances to day number 2 straight away.
Do you want to cut these cards? No? Okay. Boom.
And there it is. The Fire Magic comes down. Sack the fish. But now this is 3 power. A lethal monk coming in. Beginning of combat. Tap it down. It gets a stun counter. We're still playing Magic, Jim. Time presumably is called between these players. Of course, there might be a little time, lag from our clock versus what's actually in front of them at the table.
Yeah, I mean, feels like Julian's game to lose.
And that's the judge coming in, so I imagine this means let's put a turn counter on the field.
So goes to the block to try and play around. But it's just that a ninja effect that would not only bounce, put an ninja in play, but bounce the flood pit to go again.
Yeah. So now these monks are stunned. Okay, we're still playing. Now, of course, 3rd rev or flashback, we're done, right?
Yes.
Just straight done. No ifs, ands, or buts. Flashback. What do we got? Tablet to start.
That's a good sweat.
Ooh.
Greg Schaefer, and
It's a beautiful card. Maybe the best card in Standard, Steam Vents.
the results of your match.
But it's not a Jeskai Revelation, so are we still playing? Here's 5 mana. 6 mana.
Dimitron, please submit the results of your match in Melee.
Oh, baby. Are we copying a tablet and looting?
That's aggressive.
Yeah.
What it looks like.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you just wait till your monks get woken up, right, and just kind of go from there. But now looks like you got to stack the order. Do you draw first or do you tablet first? That looks like a draw. Wow, that's 5 lands in hand from Julian. That's a 6 land. Those are all lands. My goodness.
Deck does play 27 lands. It is quite mana hungry.
There can't be any left. Julian's drawn just as many lands this game as Andrew has drawn Dream Beavers this match. And now we head it back. And man, if my eyes didn't deceive me, and that is 4 lands, that's 4 lands. Andrew has a chance to come back from this. This has been a swingy game.
Yeah. I was pretty sure there was going to be a winner at multiple points in this game.
Yeah.
It has changed every time. It's important to note this is turn 2 of turns. Julian's at 13. That means Andrew has 2 attacks to close this game out and deal 13 damage.
Yeah.
Or he will not be able to win, he'll only be able to draw.
Yeah. And, oh my goodness. Okay. So tick up. Kaido represents 4. Beastbinder is 5. The fish is 6, 7, right? So 7 total. Okay.
What's the fish?
The fish will be 2 if you Beastbinder it. So I believe we had 7 in total available here. Look like that's not the case. Kaido to pick up Kaido, a legal play.
Opens up another activation. Can stun down the monk again.
Technically 2 more activations, right? You can replay the other one.
True.
And they don't legend rule, you know, like they don't exist on the table at the same time unless you play. So now Kaido's going to connect for 4. Fish is 5. Beastbinder is 6. Because I think we targeted that monk. He at least pointed to it.
That I missed. I didn't see that, so.
Now, okay, interesting. Because, yeah, if you're going to just stun him down anyways, maybe just get in the extra point, make your fish a higher power.
Yeah, I don't see the value of targeting a monk when you're at 2.
Okay, surveilling. Leaving the 2/2 monk. That seems dangerous unless you play the other Kaido.
Playing with fire, I like it.
Or playing with fish. You know, you can make another fish and block.
Going down to 1, I like that too.
Yes, yes. Up to, oh, not a Dream Beaver. Okay, duress.
I love getting duress when I have 4 lands in my hand.
Agreed.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, like, good news. You're not going to hit anything. Bad news, my hand is horrendous.
I've been internally complaining the entire time, and now I get to show you how bad my hand is.
Yeah, now we both know how unlucky I've gotten.
Oh, glorious day.
I mean, now I feel like you have to play that Kaido and ice down the monk. Like, it's too dangerous. It's a 2/2. So, I mean, also knows that there's no, spell in hand. A lot of spells would just win the game for Julian anyways.
There's also a Great Hall hiding under that Sacred Foundry.
Yeah. All right, there's Kaido.
Love it.
Okay. Now it's iced. Great Hall of Biblioplex. There's no land to be able to make a fish. So you got to think, if there's an erode, this Great Hall just wins the game. 3 Tablet of Discoveries being untapped. What's the draw? That's a land.
Oh, my God.
My goodness. Julian. And Julian just drew 2, discarded, tablet twice, and the turn before that, and cast 2 Revelations the 2 turns before that. And this is the end result of his hand. Just absolute nothing. How unlucky.
The funny part is that there's 4 lands in hand, but there are also 2 lands milled off the tablets. So there were 2 lands in tablet zone that went to the graveyard.
Yeah. And you'd think even Andrew could have made the play of not duressing there, but it's like you got to have something good, and then left to open a fountain port. But as it stands, it's heading back to Andrew. This is Andrew's last turn to win the game.
Yeah, that's the problem. So can Andrew deal 7 damage this turn? Otherwise, it's a draw.
Sure can. All right, how does Tidebinder interact with Great Hall? You can just activate it a second time if you have 10 mana, right?
Well, Tidebinder would attack, the trigger would go off, and then you activate the Great Hall. So if the Great Hall is not already activated, it can't target it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is when it gets activated, then you Tidebinder it. But in response, Julian can activate again.
I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying.
I think I meant Beastbinder, not Tidebinder.
No. Yep. Tidebinder.
Beast binding, Tide binding.
A lot of binding, but either way, 10 mana would mean that this is not a lethal attack with the Hall. Okay, there is turning that monk into a 2/2. Here's an attack for 5, 6, 7. Lethal. Great Hall of the Biblioplex. Is there an answer from Andrew?
Ooh.
Is that a... Oh! So blocks Kaido, but in response, ninjutsu this Kaido.
That's one short?
It's one short. If you targeted your fish to make it a 2-2, wouldn't that have been lethal?
I believe so.
Dreambeaver. One time. You have another look, right? Fountain Port to sack. Try to find Dreambeaver. The sweat.
Let's do it.
Is it windmill slam that beaver? Because if not, we're going to lose. Oh, that's a beast binder.
So not dead. Playing for the draw.
Yeah, now playing for the draw, but had it, right? I mean, are we misunderstanding the beast binder activation? Can't you attack and target your own fish?
Oh, it's opponent controls.
Okay.
That's on us.
All right, that is on us. All right. So no ability to do that. There was no lethal lined up. And now Jeskai Rev off the top. Julian takes it down. Claver with an incredible draw at the end for an otherwise horrendous draw in the late game there. Just drew land, like at least like 8 lands off the top.
Can't draw land every turn.
Wow.
You know?
I mean, he tried. He really tried.
He did try really hard.
Wow.
But maybe next time, you know?
Yeah. Big congratulations to Julian advancing to 6-0 and heading to day number 2 no matter what. But, of course, he wants to win some more matches, right?
Got to keep going.
All right, so that's going to do it for this round. Sounds like we have a really spicy deck tech with Michael Mapson on 5-color control. That's what that together as one, right? The Converge card?
Together B. I know it's together one.
Yeah, okay, some combination of those.
Converge card.
It's Cruel Ultimatum, basically.
Together as one.
Together as one. So let's see what Michael and Nick Miller have to talk about.
Hello, welcome to the sideboard. Here is the regional championship, part of SCG Con Washington, D.C. I'm Nick Miller alongside Michael Mapson, playing 5-color control, which is now the next step in the control variations we've seen in this metagame, going from Jeskai to 4-color, which had a dominant weekend a couple weekends ago, to now. How did we land on this deck? Because to me, I look at this and I'm like, oh, we're just doing Secrets of Strixhaven Limited now.
Yeah, that is actually kind of what it feels like. My testing process for this event was admittedly really bad. I just kept postponing. Life was hectic, and then it was like, oh, there's the Pro Tour. I'm going to wait until we have the decks from that. And then it felt like the Pro Tour was all kind of the same stuff. And then we're like, oh, well, Cincy's coming up. We'll wait and see how things go in Cincy. And then Cincy happened, and it's like, oh, it's like go time. And so I started off looking at the decks from there that I liked. So like Prowess was like an obvious thing I was considering, but like you said, 4-color did really well. So one of my teammates, Henry Romero, just like popped up in our Discord one day and was like, I've got this list. I think it's really good. Please don't spoil it to anyone. And so like the thought was to kind of go bigger and punish like some of these other slower decks that were popping up. So in the control mirror, it's like really powerful getting to play Arcane Omens out of the sideboard to kind of jump ahead. That's really powerful in like these slower control mirrors. Together as one, gaining you a bunch of life. Like we all know how good that card is in Limited. It's really good in Constructed too. It's flexible. Like I've killed a number of crabs with it, and it's like my opponent's like, oh, I have this crab. It's so hard to kill. I can't lose. I'm just like, kill that. I'll draw 5 cards. I'll gain 5 life. Like I'm way ahead now. So it's just really powerful, and then the shared routes help you get there a little bit faster. So like the goal was just to like play control, but go over the top of control and also speed it up at the same time.
Yeah, this continues to have the control moniker, but we're even lower on counter spells now than the 4-color list, which only played 2 or 3 in the main. You have none in the main. We're now this like old school tap out control deck, and the shared routes really looks to kind of enable all of that. You get to have these early, you know, Jeskai Revelations and early, you know, all together or together as ones. How has the mana base had to be reassembled to kind of enable this deck?
Yeah, so the mana base is rough. The mana base is very rough. Thankfully, WotC has been kind to us. So we have Starting Town, a land that I kind of hate, but also this deck would not function without it. So that does a lot of heavy lifting. And then Great Hall of the Biblioplex does a lot of heavy lifting. It's nice because that card also, it also functions as a win condition sometimes. Like, I did kill my opponent in round 1 with just attacking with the guy.
Yeah. So we've enabled the green mana, so we have Shared Roots on time. Tablet, I think, is just also the all-star because this is what has powered up the 4-color control deck, which dominated Cincinnati, and now you have it here as well. Are there any issues with this deck in lining spells up now that we have a 2 and a 3 you want to play, that when the 2 jumps you to 4 or anything like that?
So, yes and no. I would say, honestly, the biggest issue with lining things up is the mana, because you do have, the Surveil lands, so some of those come into play tapped. When you have Shared Roots and Tablet, they actually work really well together, because you don't really want to play Tablet just on 3 mana, because then you flip over a card and you can't cast it. What, my ideal play pattern is maybe turn 1 I shock their thing, turn 2 I Shared Roots, so now turn 3 I get to play the Tablet, and I already have 3 mana in play. So if Tablet flips a land, I get to play that. If I have a stock up in hand, maybe I can cast that. Maybe I can cast a removal spell. Sometimes it hits this. But what was happening a lot before is you would flip over stock up, and you're like, I can't cast it because it's turn 3. So you kind of are already waiting till turn 4 to play your tablets, but now you can actually play it on turn 3, and then by the time you get to turn 4, you're ready to cast Together as 1 for X = 5, and you can play your Jeskai Revelations. And
talk us through the sideboard, because I've seen some people in this tournament have the Arcane Omens in the main deck, which just seems like the absolute mirror breaker within these tablet matchups. You have it in the sideboard, just a little too clunky for some of the other matchups?
Yeah, so Arcane Omens has been insane, and that was the original reason why Henry wanted to play this deck. But like you said, it's a little clunky. Prowess was what I was expecting to be the #1 most played deck. I haven't had a chance to look at the metagame, but I'm assuming
it is, with 4-color behind it in #2.
Yeah, and so it is really good against control, but then there's a lot of other decks you don't want it. I don't really want it against Landfall. I don't want it against Spelementals, because putting things in their graveyard is good for them. There's just a lot of matchups where I was boarding it out. So even though when it resolves, it's the most satisfying card that you resolve, I would just rather bring it in the matchups that it's good. And I already feel pretty good in those control matchups anyways, so this is kind of a way to just kind of cement it.
Yeah, anyone who's been on the receiving or giving end of the discard 5 pretty much knows that the game's a wrap at that point, when you have any resources. Yeah,
I've definitely had games where my opponent's tap out on turn 3 and draw these cards. I'm just and they're all gone, and I still have 6 cards in hand. How do I lose?
Notably, you do have some counter spells in the sideboard. Are these specifically aimed for the mirror as well, or are we branching out for some other matchups as well?
So most of them are for the more control-y decks. Disdainful Stroke does double duty because it can also counter Eddy Merc Crab, which is kind of difficult for your removal suite to hit. I think if I could go back in time, I might play a heavier black version and play Shoot the Sheriff, so that those are a little bit easier to kill. But Disdainful Stroke does work there. It's really good against the Doomsday Excruciator decks, because they play a lot of threats and they all start at 4. So Disdainful Stroke in particular is just very versatile. Flash Freeze is also good in the mirror because it hits Jeskai Revelations, but it's also good against the mono green deck because all their cards are green.
Yep.
It's also counter Slickshot Show Off, so a lot of the counter spells, it's weird because they're restrictive counter spells, but they're also very versatile and effective in this format.
Lastly, how are we winning games? Because the 4-color control deck pretty much did the burn you out plan, make some 1/1s. Are we still doing that with the addition of Altogether as 1, or are we doing anything else to close these games out, once you have them wrapped up?
Yeah, so it's absolutely a burn deck. I have been calling it 5-color burn sometimes as well. Previously we were playing Firebending Lessons, and I replaced those because they were dead too often with replaced it with Burst Lightning, which notably doesn't kill Crab like Firebending Lesson can, but also it just goes to the face. And again, expecting Control to be popular, it's just more cards you just get to aim at their face. And like, I've had a lot of games where people start to feel comfortable, they're shocking because you're a Control deck, and next thing they know they're at 9 and you're just like, okay, like, I'll Burst Lightning you, I'll Inevitable defeat your thing, and I'll Burst Lightning you and you're dead.
Where does the format go from here if we have reached effectively this is the top of the powerful, rampy, decks, and we still have prowess at the bottom, setting the tone for the format?
Yeah, so I think a couple things happen. I think, well, one, I don't know how many more RCs there are left after this, so I think a lot of people just stop playing Standard for a bit. But I think Spell Pierce gets even more popular. I just lost my last round. My opponent had 4 Spell Pierces in the 75, and it was just like impossible for me to resolve a threat. So I think just playing Prowess, which is obviously a good deck, and just upping your number of Spell Pierces is really effective.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you filling us in on the new 5-color Control deck here in the Standard format. Michael, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Everyone at home, stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Washington, D.C.
What's cracking, everyone? Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. Myself and Reed are going to be taking you through the final rounds of action here today as we determine who is going to make it into day 2 of competition. Reed, let's take a look at our standings to see who is bubbling to the top of our players here this weekend. Ooh, Landfall up at the top of the tables there, Gavin Perry.
Yeah, so we're getting pretty deep into the day. Remember, it is a big field, so that's why you see a lot of names still undefeated at 6-0. But the 6th win, that's the sweet spot. That means you get to play tomorrow. So these players are cruising along. They already know they're going to be able to compete on day 2. And they want to notch a couple more wins, if possible, put themselves in prime position going into tomorrow.
Yeah, some big names here as well on the RC circuit, John Puglisi Clark being one of them. Excellent day so far for these players. Let's take a look at page 2, and see where our 6-0s end. James Thrash, the final of our technically undefeateds. Tristan Wells, Darren Rucker, and Jeremy Cloyd also undefeated with a draw to their names.
Yep, Ben Stark, Hall of Famer, Pro Tour champion, 25th place, 5-1. Those 5-1 players, they're right on track as well. They are not guaranteed their day 2 spot yet, but those are still players to watch getting into the second half of the event.
Yeah, and a good combination or a good mixture of archetypes here as well in our top of the standings. So love to see that. And our feature match that we're going to be jumping into next is going to feature the really cool deck that we just got a deck tech of, which is the 5-color control list. So this is Joshua Wells' Is It Lessons deck. He's going up against the 5-color control. Take a look at it. It's pretty much what you expect to see, although interestingly, this is the Monument to Endurance Artist's Talent variant that we talked about a little bit earlier.
Right, so this is super old style Is It Lessons. I mean, very, very, very close to what Seth Manfield used to win the 2025 World Championship 6 months ago. You know, you cut one Storm Chaser's talent for one flashback and you're pretty much there. But the story here, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is a really powerful deck. Players who have been playing it for a long time know all the tricks, all the tips for piloting it. You know, don't count them out, and Joshua Willis is proving that it's still really effective even in today's standard.
Yeah, this deck can go absolutely crazy if you get multiple Monument to Endurance down alongside the Artist Talent. So I personally am a big fan of this package, even if it's not the most effective. But let's take a look at the 5-color control deck here in the hands of Henry Romero. This is sweet.
Yeah, this is sweet. So we just saw Michael Mapson with the deck tech that was pre-recorded with Nick Miller, so we appreciate them taking the time to do that. This is Michael's teammate, Henry, so this deep in the tournament, he's at 5-1 with the brew, you know, showing that this deck built around those haymaker spells, Jeskai Revelation and Together as one, is very powerful and pretty effective as well.
It is indeed. Arcane Omens, that card you hate to see in Limited, so let's see if it makes somebody on the other side of the table very sad in this round as our players are ready to rock and roll. So let's head on down to the feature match area. Here we go. Henry Romero up at the top of your screen, Joshua Willis down below. Is It Lessons? Would love to get a fast start here, so let's see if we have a turn 1 play. A shocked Steam Vents tells me yes, and there is Gran Gran.
Yep, perfect start. Just what you want.
Yeah. Let's see what Henry has in terms of early plays here. Ideally, something to get rid of the Gran Gran, but instead, just shared roots. Gonna go and find some land and ramp up, find all those 5 colors that are necessary to make this deck work. And off we go.
Still, that's somewhat ideal. Now, in game number 1, Joshua Willis is not prepared with a lot of counter spells. He has 2 It'll Quench Ya, but I think just going straight up to that 6 mana mark and playing Haymaker after Haymaker, even if Is It Lessons is able to churn through its library, get some card advantage, some card selection, you know, eventually you can probably just overpower them based on the actual, you know, configuration of the cards in the library. They're just not going to have enough to hang with the 5-color control deck in the long run.
Yeah, you know, it plays out similarly to the 4-color control. I mean, even the Jeskai control with the Revelations to an extent, you know, this deck playing 4 copies of Jeskai Revelation anyways. So, yeah, so long as Henry can stay alive, it's going to be very scary as we get into the mid-game.
So Henry here on turn 3 starts with a Tablet of Discovery and mills a land, though he's not immediately playing the land, which could mean that he has a card of an alternate color. Like, what is this, another Shared Roots, perhaps?
Yep. Hey, you're pretty good at this, huh?
Well, I know I was thinking I would just play that land.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, perfectly reasonable to do that. You want to get as much value as you can off of it. It always feels bad when you can't capitalize off of whatever the card is milled. But in this instance, Henry deciding, let's go find all of our colors, and I think he's got them all. Yeah. Wooberg.
So, I mean, let's take note of what's going on Joshua's side. He has the perfect start. 1, 2, 3 of the most important cards in the Is It Lessons deck. That said, I mean, Henry's untapping with access to 7 mana already. He could just resolve Jeskai Revelation. You know, imagine in the main phase, just kill your Gran Gran, bounce your Monument, overwhelm you with card advantage. That's already so powerful that despite Joshua's good start, I could see him having his back against the wall if Henry's prepared with the right play to make this turn.
Yeah, basically
There it is.
wash, rinse, repeat. We saw the Eloquentia in hand there, so maybe Joshua a little bit bummed about that exchange as Jeskai Revelation gets to do all the things you said, Reed, and probably multiple times.
This is turn 4 on the play. So this is like literally the payoff of this 5-color control deck. No other deck in the format, at least in terms of top tier strategies, can do this. You know, the Jeskai and 4-color control decks, they're waiting till turn 3 to deploy their tablet. They can't Jeskai Revelation till turn 5, which imagine one more turn of Joshua having all those cards. He could maybe set up with an Eloquentia. He could draw a million more cards, make some treasures. But the timing here is just so crucial. And Henry just really showing exactly why he built and brought the deck that he did.
Yeah. Kudos to him and Michael for coming up with this 5-color concoction. We love to see it. Now let's see where Joshua goes from here. All of a sudden, instead of him being the aggressor, he has to take a bit of a step back and be like, okay, these monks are problems. We've seen them just clear out, you know, life totals left, right, and center. So firebending lesson, hopefully somewhere on the cards, or boomerang basics, anything along those lines, just to keep his life total as high as possible.
Yeah, and you know, I said it earlier on the broadcast, but I have seen Jeskai Revelation be beaten, but not in a game like this. You know, 20 life, mana advantage, clean board state. Joshua can start trying to rebuild, but now you think Henry's got 8 copies between Jeskai Revelation and Together as One. He's got 2 copies of Flashback. So, you know, he's likely to just continue playing these haymakers turn after turn. So as Joshua's trying to rebuild, he's going to just keep getting that tablecloth swept out from underneath him. And, you know, unless Henry has a really, really bad draw and his deck doesn't cooperate, I think he's on track to just steamroll this game.
Yeah. I mean, we saw bad luck or bad beats with the last round's Jeskai Revelation player just having 6 lands in hand, basically, or 4, however many it was, off of multiple Jeskai Revelations. So stranger things have happened, but as it stands,
it's true, it can happen.
Henry is getting feisty, and now we see an inevitable defeat taking care of a Monument to Endurance.
Okay, so not quite as powerful as Jeskai Revelation or Together as One, but that's still a really strong follow-up, you know, pressing the life total advantage here, getting the most important card off of the battlefield on the opponent's side.
Yeah. Also, great way to make life total go down, and inversely, Henry's go up. So now down to 11 is Joshua. There's a Flashback in hand, Grand, Abandoned Attachments, and looks like 2 lands. What a tricky pickle he's found himself in.
Yeah, so the question is, how do you even approach this game? Like, you're not close to winning the game. So what do you even focus on? Are you trying to kill those monks? Are you trying to control what your opponent's doing? Are you trying to, you know, present the clock as quickly as you can?
Yeah.
I could see Joshua using this as a setup turn for something like leveling up his artist's talent. You know, level artist talent, use the abandoned attachments. That at least fills your graveyards that your Grand is going to be online the following turn.
Sure.
But boy, I mean, every turn he has to use for setup plays like that is another turn that Henry could just drop the hammer.
Yeah. This Otter is going to be putting some work in here as it chips in for 2 points of damage. Grand on the board, Artist Talents as well, 4 mana left up. We saw the abandoned attachments, and we also have the discount now, so the firebending lesson is online to be kicked. Don't put your artifacts in your lands. Drives me nuts. Sorry. Big thanks now here for Henry as well. So his way forward is not as clear and clean cut as he would hope. So Joshua still posing some questions to him.
Oh, setting
That's
up mana.
a lot of mana. Are we going to together as one?
That looks like just Sky Revelation.
Okay.
With mana available to pay for It'll Quench Ya.
Yeah. All right. So there's Revelation. Does Joshua want to do anything in response?
Okay, so this is Revelation, 4 damage to Grand, bounce your steam vents. I'm gathering from the body language here.
Yep. Doesn't say non-land permanent. That's so rude. This is a silly and very powerful magic card. So now we see Joshua tapping in response. Where do we go first? Dracula Monk?
This is actually flashback that Joshua
Is it flashback?
is hovering over, which if he does that and discards abandoned attachments, then Grand will be powered up.
Players in the 5 p.m. value vintage and standard plus
Combustion
events.
technique, okay.
Your pairings for round 1 are live in Companion and making their way to the pairings board by the red gathering point. Please find your seats.
Okay, so filling the graveyard up. But what does Joshua do from here on out? Combustion technique. 1 mana Grand discount. Trigger, discard, draw, deal 2, and then ding out.
So Joshua fighting the good fight. He realizes that amidst a very bad situation, the best he can do is just not die. So take out one of those monk tokens with combustion technique, stop the bleeding a little bit, and put himself in a position where, hey, at least if Henry's draw doesn't cooperate, maybe I can buy some time and get back into this. But there's a lot of ifs. A lot would have to go right for Joshua to win this game.
Go on, little otter. I believe in you. Let's see if Joshua agrees that this is the little otter that could, up against 3 very powerful monks on the other side of the board. Monument to Endurance back down. 1 prowess trigger. Artist talent. Discard draw. When discard, do thing. Which thing are we going to do first? Boomerang basic summon.
Yeah, so he could go. He could target his own Storm Chaser's talent, but he's actually just going to go after a monk again. Just let's make sure I don't die to the prowess creatures.
Yeah. I like that he's prioritizing getting this board clear as much as he can because, you know, Jeskai Revelation's all well and good, but it's the monks that kill you eventually.
Yep, I'm right there with you. And now he does have the talent monument going, so simply by virtue of casting spells, he's getting a little bit of an advantage. But here, shields are totally down.
Yeah.
No treasures, no untapped lands.
Another Revelation and you're dead?
Yeah, Henry could win the game with Together as One, Jeskai Revelation, Flashback. Even a flurry of smaller spells might do the trick. This looks like he's lining up Together as One, which almost certainly will be lethal. 5 damage to Joshua and triggering prowess on the monks means he just would have to draw, a way to remove the otter token in addition to a million other combinations that would end the game this turn.
Yeah. I think he'll find a way to remove that, that little rascal. So there's the powerful Converge spell from Secrets of Strixhaven. Takes him down to 4. Does he find a way to remove the otter? He does. Wow. The most overkill of overkills on a 1/1 token.
That was a very nice showcase from the 5-color control. If
that was sweet.
If you can do that every game 1, you've got yourself a really nice deck. Now moving to sideboard, I think things will get a little bit more competitive because now Joshua gets to bring in his anti-control countermeasures, couple of spell pierces, 3 steps ahead as a hard counter, diversify his threats with stuff like Ral, Crackling Wit. And now Henry gets to configure his deck, not necessarily just with pure upgrades, but he's thinking, okay, how do I fight through Joshua's sideboard cards where maybe I'm using duress to clear the way to resolve one of my big spells. Maybe I'm, getting some cheaper removal into my deck to make sure I don't fall behind against Grand. So it's going to be interesting, and the dynamic should shift a little bit between Game 1 and the post-sideboarded games.
While our players consult their sideboards and each other's deck lists, just a reminder that if you want to sign up for the latest Magic and other TCG news directly to your inbox, you can do so with the Star City Games newsletter. You can find out all about the latest sets, the latest events, and any sales that are underway. So go sign up today. It'll be the emails you actually like getting in your inbox. I get a lot of spam. Spam sucks, man. This doesn't feel like spam.
Yeah, read about stuff that's fun for you.
Yes, precisely. Targeted spam. No, wait, no. It's just a cool newsletter, friends. So go check it out. And yeah, let's take a look at one of our other feature matches underway at the moment. Marceline Orion versus Nick Ferrigno. Got some mono-green landfall versus, is it Prowess? The match of the tournament here.
Wow, Nico's deck is beautiful. Those first edition basic forests and Llanowar elves.
Nico will be very pleased that you complimented him on his mana base. Those are very pretty. Old school Llanowar elves as well. That art terrifies me.
Yeah. You know the flavor text?
No.
1 bone broken for every twig snapped underfoot. So the first edition Llanowar elves, they were a bit more brutal.
They went hard. Jeez. All right. Who you calling mana dork?
But yeah, Marceline actually, her collection is quite nice. Also, those Rob Alexander signed lands. Meanwhile, what's actually going on strategically in the game? It looks like both players have a relatively good start, but the double prowess otter token draw means that Nico could find himself in the slightly undesirable position of having to play defense with the landfall deck. You really, the plan A is just to get ahead and steamroll, and games get a bit more tricky when you have to worry about your own life total.
They do indeed. I didn't see Nico's deck there for a second. It is so well camouflaged. I was like, where did that come? Oh. Meldstrider's Resolve in the yard, courtesy of the Isle Explorer. So didn't opt. Oh wait, no. Did play the 3rd land, yeah, and then the 2nd land drop for a turn. I think.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Cool.
And one of the storylines is the variety of ways to build these Izzet decks, and even the variety of ways to build Izzet Prowess more specifically. But Marceline has access to Elusive Otter, which is one way that you can pressure the landfall matchup is just be faster, more 1-mana threats, higher chance of double or triple Otter draw to put them on the back foot, because like we said, that's the game that the landfall deck doesn't want to play.
Marceline just going with the slick shot show off there, doing a little chip damage wherever possible against Nico. But again, that's also not really the game plan you want to deploy with this prowess deck. Both are very capable of killing on the spot if they go uncontested. Might form Harmonizer.
That's a warped, so that indicates that there's an attempt to set up lethal here. So Escape Tunnel is going to make the 2-power Ice-Till Explorer unblockable in response to the Harmonizer doubling it. So it goes up to 4. Now another land drop brings it up to 8, and presumably sacking the Escape Tunnel will make it 16. So that is presenting lethal.
And that's going to do it there for our. Oh no, I think they're 1-1.
Yeah, so that that was a handshake after the game, which, if our graphic is correct, it means that they are still just playing a 3rd game, but we can get confirmation on exactly what the result was there.
Yeah. All right, let's see what these opening hands have to offer for our players. Joshua Willis, a game down up against Henry Romero and a sweet 5-color control brew. We've seen some really sweet home brews this weekend.
That is a very good hand from Joshua Willis on the play here. Just perfect mix of lands and spells. Turn 1 Gran, and then backed up by Spell Pierce, which you have to imagine is one of his absolute best cards in this matchup. End card draw. So basically, if I could pick my 7 cards, it would be somewhat close to this.
Let's see on the other side if we can get a glimpse of Henry's. He's happy with it, so let's get going. Gran, turn 1. What does Henry have to deal with Gran while the shields are down? Nothing at the moment, so Stomping Ground enters tapped, which Joshua will be very pleased about. And here comes the Granny.
Yeah, so the trade-off is that Henry has built his deck sort of single-mindedly to get to those 6 and 7 mana cards. And if your deck is mostly mana ramping, 5 different colors of mana and those big plays, it does mean that you have to sacrifice something in terms of cheap plays.
Yeah.
So this is kind of the downside. As Henry on the draw, he's going to have no answer to the Gran. He's going to be fighting from behind. He's probably a few turns down the road going to get the game to a spot where he's very reliant on one of those big spells resolving. And if Joshua winds up tagging it with the Spell Pierce we already saw in his hand, it could be a quick one. But that's one way this game could play out, and let's see if Henry does something to change that prophecy.
Where do you think Joshua would ideally like to spend that Spell Pierce?
Well, the best thing that can happen is, I Spell Pierce, I counter your 7 mana card, and then I kill you the next turn. However, I'm perfectly fine Spell Piercing, say, Tablet of Discovery, or, pretty much anything that my opponent's going to spend their whole turn on, because the great thing about Spell Pierce is it's 1 mana, so you can play that on a turn that you've also played 1 or 2 other spells to continue pressing your board advantage, and then stop your opponent, and then untap, and continue doing more and more. So we're seeing, kind of exactly what that Lessons deck wants to do, and the relative advantage of the Lessons deck in this matchup is just more 1 mana cards, more ability to make multiple plays in the same turn.
Yeah, like we're seeing here, Joshua Willis with 3 otters now on the board. Can he keep his board alive now? I bet there's a bunch of sweepers available for Henry. Not actually that many, so I think he's good to just jam and hold up that counterspell for anything relevant.
But yeah, that's a great thought as well. Spell Piercing a key Day of Judgment, that could be a winning play. And it's definitely something I would do this turn if that comes to pass.
What's that? We got Get Lost. What else do we see in hand there? Big things here for Henry. Where does he want to go with this turn? It's like probably 2 Get Lost, an inevitable defeat there. Jeskai Relation right to the back of the hand, I think, as well as an all as one, or together as one. Stomping Ground shocked in. Ouch. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, there's also a fair amount of damage from the lands from this 5-color control deck. A lot of these Ravnica shock lands, 4 copies each of Starting Town and Great Hall of the Biblioplex. So if you wind up leaning heavily on those lands, it can be painful.
So just hit myself. Turn pass. As Joshua gets to draw here again with 4 creatures. Looks like another land off the top. Yep. 1 island. Here comes Monument to Endurance. So now we could get cooking here real quick. So as it stands, Joshua will be able to answer one of the Get Losts if the other one is fired off first.
Yeah, and then Henry also has Inevitable Defeat. So the Monument is an interesting play because it does, you are kind of presenting your best card into, a somewhat obvious Inevitable Defeat. However, I think Joshua is correct that he just basically wants to spend his mana and keep playing things and force Henry to keep pace with him, given that Joshua has the overwhelming board advantage to start with.
Yeah, so Joshua happy to just let that be and swing in here for 7 points of damage. Yep, there we go.
Yep, and Joshua's holding a really powerful duo of Spell Pierce plus Accumulate Wisdom. So he's really hoping to find one more lesson, which he could, of course, discard to Gran, and power up that Accumulate Wisdom, which would really put him in the driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
More ability to trigger prowess, more ability to find counter spells. Yeah, I love this play.
Nice.
Just, you know, get it while the getting's good. And if this means Henry can't make another play on the same turn, whoa! But that is another play. Holy smokes.
The one of Fire Magic coming in clutch there, dealing 1 damage to each creature in response to the prowess trigger. That could have saved him here.
Yeah, that's a way to equalize the game, though. I will note Henry missed a land drop, so a combination of getting the tablet spell pierced and not hitting a land means he's still somewhat far away from being able to unlock his very best spells. Oh, wow. So
accumulate wisdom into wisdom into wisdom. What?
Discarded the first wisdom to power up the second one, drew another one, and this is how it goes with lessons. Once the floodgates are open, sometimes they never close again.
Holy moly. Monument to Endurance as well. 1 mana left up. Senior discount is active. That's a lot of lands in hand. Is that 4 lands?
Yeah, it is.
What? Okay, those Storm Chaser's talents are going to do some work next turn. I wonder what we should get back. Grand Ancestral Recall, anyone? No, Granny. That hurts.
Look at Joshua Hollywooding here.
Do I have anything to do? No, I don't, but I'm going to make it look like I do.
Which of my 4 lands should I cast in response?
Oh, my. All right, so if he has another land. He's got 4 in hand, Ailey, come on. He can still do the Storm Chaser's talent, bring back Ancestral Recall.
Yep. Perfectly strong move to make, especially while your opponent's kind of stagnating.
Yeah. Oof, okay. Get lost. So wait, does that fizzle the trigger?
It does, yeah.
Wow.
If you respond to the talent leveling up, it means it never successfully reaches level 2.
Today I learned. That's pretty brutal. Oh, we know he's got another one of those, so I think we're going to do that again. This is crazy. Henry, my guy.
So Joshua would love to find Agni Quella. You know, that's kind of one of the reasons that card is built into the mana base of the Lessons deck, is when you do find yourself in these flooding situations or, you know, with a monument lacking proper support, then it means you can just go to town with your the activation of Agni Quella.
Holy moly, look at all those maps. So many maps, but where's the destination here, Joshua? You're fighting for your life. Well, not life, but you know. This is a match for day 2 between these two players. Duress now going to take a peek in hand and see.
So this is actually not that bad for Joshua, because the Duress will trigger Monument to Endurance. So while Joshua was kind of stuck a moment ago, you know, Henry, I'm sure, will take away one of these spells, and Joshua will get to trigger the Monument to draw a card, maybe find something new. So it's really, that is one of the reasons Duress is not a perfect solution to this matchup. I mean, I don't blame Henry. I would definitely have it in my deck after sideboarding, but it's just not great against the Monument on the battlefield.
Unfortunately, Duress doesn't say up to 1. Otherwise, you'd just be like, nah, you can keep those, it's fine. Artist Talent now on the board. And here comes Monument number 2, Trigger.
And I like that play a lot. I think a lot of folks with this much mana would have been tempted to level up the Artist's Talent right away. But against a deck playing with Get Lost, that would give the opponent an opportunity to destroy your artist's talent before you ever get to trigger the ability. And since Monument to Endurance is on the battlefield, that's just so important that, yeah, actually Henry just picks up his cards. That was kind of competitive. Henry made a few nice plays with, you know, diffusing the threat of the Storm Chaser's talents, with fire magicking away 3 otter tokens. But
that was crazy.
The Is It Lessons deck just has remarkable staying power, and it kind of illustrates what's going on in the matchup, where Henry Romero doesn't just need to survive, he actually needs to resolve some of his big spells if he wants to, you know, if he wants to win the game. It's as simple as that.
So Monument to Endurance getting the job done there. As we're going to take a look at sideboards once again for our players.
So I'll say, Ailey, Together as One is one of my favorite cards, and the first deck that I built when Strixhaven came out was I tried to build a 5-color Converge deck around Together as One, but my version, I was using the Ancient Cornucopia, the green mana rock, and it was so cool. It was like really fun deck. I was really passionate about it. Couldn't quite get it good enough to where I was comfortable bringing it to a tournament, but maybe what Henry and Michael have unlocked here is using the Tablet of Discovery instead of the Cornucopia is just that little bit of extra oomph, you know, like the difference between 1 mana and 2, like that might just be what's putting this archetype over the top, and these players finding a way to use Together as One, which is clearly a really, really powerful card, but has not really shown up in any other top-tier strategies in Standard.
Well, let's see how these players do this weekend, and we might find another deck for everyone to copy-paste and go and play in their respective games over the next couple of weeks. So the players are just taking a quick bio break. We'll be back with them shortly, but in the meantime, let's talk about some of the upcoming events, friends, and also Secret of Strixhaven, because this set is awesome, and you should definitely go and check it out. There's some absolute bangers from it, like Together as One, which we were just talking about. So if you want to play some of these sweet decks, the Commander decks are also so much fun. It's a great draft format, so definitely go and check out Secrets of Strixhaven. Then our next event is going to be Spotlight Series of Marvel Superheroes, June 26th to 28th in Las Vegas. So if you want to come hang out in the middle of summer in Las Vegas in a very air-conditioned convention center, you'll be fine. Come and hang out with us in June.
First Team Trios, well, maybe not the first event, but the first like sort of premier level staple of Wizards organized play in the Team Trios format since 2019, something like that. You know, a long time. But I know a lot of players are really excited to have this part of the calendar again. People have a lot of fun with team events. They have a lot of fun with limited, especially a cool new format like Marvel Superheroes. So that's one, you know, if you have a chance to get out and play, that's great. If not, be sure to watch the broadcast and just find out what's going on.
Who's your teammates?
I'm not actually going to make it to Vegas, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, that is one, like, that's a format I've loved in the past. And it's, I like, my hope really is that the 2 events on the calendar this year, the Spotlight Series in Las Vegas and the Spotlight Series in Brussels, that's also team limited, will be so popular and well received that it will become a staple of, like, you know, the organized play calendar for future years. That would be awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Wizards pays attention to attendance and popularity and, you know, how much people ask for certain things. So if you want to see more of the things you love, go and get involved. And yeah, hopefully we'll see plenty of you in the Team Trios event in Vegas and in Brussels. All right, friends, we're still waiting for our feature match players just to get back. The other matches looks like they finished as well a little early, so we're just going to wait for those players to get back. But okay, so you're not going to Vegas, but if you had to take 2 people, who would they be? I won't tell your friends, don't worry.
Well, it's a great question. The Team Trios Limited is a really great format for like the old timers, like the folks who have played a lot of Limited, you know, a lot of sealed decks, a lot of booster drafts over their lifetime. So the first thing I would think about is getting some folks out of retirement. my cousin Logan Nettles, Jabberwocky, for those of you who play a lot of Magic Online, like, you know, I would love to get him out of retirement to play at one of those events. Andrew Cuneo is somebody who I used to be, like, you know, one of my tightest teammates in the old days. He came out to play the Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, which was awesome to get him playing again. But even somebody like John Finkel, you know I was really excited to get in touch with John when they announced the 2027 Limited Championship. I said, hey, John, you know, I know you don't want to come out and play a standard Pro Tour, but all booster draft, can I interest you in that? He said, yeah, maybe you'll have to come out for it. So, yeah, it's just great opportunities like those old formats for people who maybe aren't you know, staying current or maintaining a collection or following every single new set release, but can still come out and have a ton of fun with Limited.
Absolutely. We would love to see that. So, yeah, John Finkel, if you're listening, come play. That'd be great to see you there. Let's take a look at these opening hands here for our third and final game between Henry Romero and Joshua Willis. Looks like Josh is happy with his hand. What does Henry think of his? Looks like we got lands and a tablet.
Well, that's a good enough start, I'd say.
Ooh, and a duress to kick things off. This is where you want your duress. Turn 1. Take a peek and see what you want to get. What are you taking here?
Joshua Willis, first thing that jumps off the page here is this is a one-lander, but it is a stacked one. It's a one-lander with 5 blue spells. I mean, my inclination here is you could take the Storm Chaser's talent, which kind of neutralizes the boomerang basics. So, you know, by taking the talent, you get rid of like that really nasty and threatening combo, which honestly, as a control player, that's one of the last things you want to see is your opponent just getting that value and those quick otter prowess tokens attacking you. But the other thing to notice about this hand is you can't duress array Grand. No. There's 2 copies, and that's the card that Joshua Willis really wants to survive so that he can start looting through his deck and find those second land drops. So if I'm Henry, the first thing I'm thinking about is like, all right, do I have some burn spells to take care of those Grands? But in general, you know, it's kind of hard to imagine taking something other than talent, and yeah, he does go for that.
It's a fun little game to play because, you know, while Henry is getting all this information from Joshua, Joshua also gets information from Henry. It's like, okay, so you took that. That makes me believe that you're not too worried about me countering your stuff. So, okay, cool. You're more worried about me being proactive than reactive.
Yeah, it's a great way to think. You know, like Magic is such a challenging game that just playing your own cards well and not missing the key interaction and you know, operating your own deck, it's challenging enough, and it takes so much mental burden for, you know, your typical player. But when you start thinking from the opponent's perspective as well as, oh, you know, why did they take this card and leave me with this card? And how do I make the game difficult on them and not leave the opening that they want me to leave? That's when you really start leveling up as like a, you know, high-level competitive player, is when you start thinking from both perspectives at the same time.
It's awesome to see, you know, players of that caliber basically playing both decks. You know, being able to put yourself in your opponent's seat is such an important skill, and it's just so cool to watch too.
Absolutely. Now, thinking along those lines, Joshua begins looting, and normally you might think of like Spell Snare, 3 steps ahead. Boy, these are some of my best cards in the matchup. But when my opponent knows about them, what is the likelihood that they're gonna actually let me, you know, tag something in a convenient, meaningful way? And I think Joshua discards the Spell Snare there in part because it's known from the duress, whereas maybe under different circumstances he makes a totally different decision.
But what about the second Spell Snare? Will Henry suspect that? I don't know if it's hand-in-hand.
They never suspect that.
Tablet. That's got nothing that Joshua can do about that. Tablet into Get Lost. Or, sorry, Get Lost thrown into the yard. Unable to cast that with the 2 red mana that Tablet generates. So Grand gets to survive another day.
Still not particularly close to the senior discount, as you put it. Which, yeah, that is important because unlike game 2 where Henry was stuck on lands and Joshua was successfully able to counter the tablet, Henry's off to the races now, so he's going to be able to get to that 6 mana mark really quickly. And while it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be resolving together as one. It does mean that Joshua has to think about that spell at an early stage in the game. So, you know, he's making a calculated decision to put the shields down here, or actually, you know, making a somewhat meaningful sacrifice in order to set Henry back on lands. But he's got to play from that perspective of like, how do I manage your mana? How do I keep up my counter spells at the key moments? And that just makes it more difficult to play, whereas game 2, with Henry stuck on lands, he had a lot more flexibility.
Yeah. Tempo play here for Joshua, bouncing back the Tablet of Discovery to Henry's hand. So no Jeskai Revelationing when Henry would want to. So it's a Temple Garden. Sort of a green, and then whatever starting town makes. So still short on one color. There we go. Stomping Ground. Ow. 3 mana tablet once again. Let's see if we find a spell to cast. Nope, it's a land. But we do get to duress once more. Ooh, okay.
Wow. Okay.
That is rough.
All right, so duress in game 2 was less than ideal because Joshua had a resolved monument. This time there's no monument, so he's not going to get direct value off of the duress. But with Artist's Talent and Gran, you know, Henry can like punch a hole in Joshua's hand and see everything that's going on. But you got to figure Joshua's going to have a completely new hand, even one turn from now. Like he's going to get a draw step, a Gran trigger, one or more Artist Talents trigger. He's going to find a completely new set of cards. So even if Henry's like, all right, I'm going to take away your 3 steps ahead and clear a path for next turn, there's no guarantees.
I mean, this is rough because once Accumulate Wisdom's in the yard, that, you know, activates Gran's ability, so then spells just get cheaper and cheaper. Like, yeah, this is a tough choice here for Henry. What do you fear more? Card draw or counterspell?
Okay, well, if I'm seeing Henry's hand correctly, it's just 2 lands and together as 1. So if that together as 1 gets countered, like, I'm just not. Yeah, he's got nothing. You can't say it better than that. So if his entire game plan is based around resolving that together as 1, then maybe you just have to take the counterspell and accept, okay, my opponent's going to see like anywhere between 3 and 6 new cards next turn, and I just have to hope that I can sneak this one in before he finds a counter.
Yeah.
And that's what he does. It's a really interesting conceptual question, and it's what makes Magic so context based, where some games you make that duress choice. If you feel like you're ahead and your position's really good, you take the Accumulate Wisdom so that you can kind of like pare down resources and make sure nothing crazy happens. In this case, it's the opposite, where Henry is behind on the battlefield, so he needs something crazy and volatile to happen, or else he's just going to freeze the game in a state where he's losing, and that's not a way to get to 6-1 here.
Absolutely not. Gran getting in for 1 more point of damage there. 2 new cards in hand for Joshua. Boomerang Basics once again. Oh, this is brutal, man. He's doing such a good job of keeping Henry off of doing anything powerful.
Yeah. We'll note, you know, that does come at a cost. Henry is now at the stage in the game where he could plausibly hit like meaningful cards with the mill off tablet. So if Joshua Willis has to do this turn after turn, like Henry is eventually just going to get value from that tablet and set up naturally. But, you know, long way of saying I think it's an appropriate judgment call for Joshua to make on these early turns. But it's not the end of the world for Henry, and it can't happen forever.
No, like you said, you know, Henry's eventually going to hit something he can cast off of the replaying Tablet of Discovery. So now Gran's discount is active. It'll quench it, looks like, in hand for Joshua. Caught a quick glimpse there. Apologies for the very loud intercom announcement, if you guys can hear that.
That's life at a Magic tournament.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Flashback. Get lost?
Yeah, you get lost on the Artist's Talent is a perfectly reasonable move. Yeah, you know, Duress just has that problem of like you take away Joshua's best card, and you know he gets a whole new hand before the next time you get to make a play.
Did we kill the granny?
Yeah, maybe you kill the granny, because that's another thing is if you get lost the artist's talent and leave the Grand, then suddenly the maps become meaningful.
Yeah.
But maybe you can get lost the Grand and sort of stick the maps. So yeah, lots of options here.
Yeah. Artist talent does do a as good a Grand impersonation as it can on the second level. So we're going to flashback something here. Looks like it's going to be Get Lost, and it is going to be Get Lost on Artist's talent. 1 red floating.
This has been a great game. I think both players are playing exceptionally well.
Yeah, it's been super cool to see.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, every play that I see seems crisp and tight, makes a lot of sense.
Wow. Unable to pay for It'll Quench ya. That red mana cannot pay for that cost.
However, you know, Henry had to fight through that counterspell one way or another, so he could have picked Duress, and he probably would have Duressed away the It'll Quench ya, so same outcome, you know, effectively either way.
Yeah. Grand's gonna get the job done. 12 turns to go, baby. Oh, flashback. Woohoo! Ancestral Recall. Accumulate Wisdom, sorry. Yes, I know it's not actually Ancestral Recall, but right now it is. Let's draw 3 more cards, shall we?
Joshua's also nice and crisp with, you know, the ordering of his triggers. Was that an ancestral into another
one?
Ancestral?
Yep. Where's Narset Potter Veils when you need her, huh? Oh my goodness. And another one. Yeah. I think I saw a little bit of shake of my head there with Henry. I'm like, I'm with you, man. They just, these decks churn through the top of their library so well.
Yep.
It is so rare that you have nothing to do with this deck.
All of that said, Ailey, if you know Joshua somehow has not found a counterspell in all those cards, Henry's going to get to resolve something this turn.
Well, let's see. I'm going to catch a glimpse of Joshua's hand here. Does he have an answer for a Together as One? Attachments.
So Joshua has 3 steps ahead. And that is the only hard counter in his deck. Everything else is Spell Pierces and It'll Quench ya.
Okay, but now he can just hard cost it, right? I say that, hard cost it. He doesn't get it for cheaper, but yeah. 6 mana Together as One.
So Henry's choice here is does he believe that Joshua has a Spell Pierce or an It'll Quench ya? If he does, he can play the 2 Tablets of Discovery in his hand. If he has a read that, you know, maybe this is a moment of weakness, he could just fire off Together as One with a 6th land drop. It's a tough choice.
He's gonna make the responsible play. Without perfect information, he's making the most logical play here. And that is Tablet of Discovery, Mill, Shared Roots. No green mana to cost that. At least not at the moment. Does he have a land drop for turn? We did see land in hand. What colors do those lands produce? Three minutes left on the clock. I imagine both players will be cognizant of that and get to a natural conclusion here. This game is going to end in like an explosion. That's just my prediction.
Yeah, I mean Joshua, he's seeing so many cards every turn.
Yeah.
If and when he finds monuments,
he had it. He found the Spell Pierce.
Yep.
Jeez Louise. This game has been sick. Like, if we had to pick a match of the day, I think this would be a strong contender.
Yeah, it's a really good one. And I love like how over the course of the 3-game match, we've really gotten to see the strengths of both decks on display. You know, the one approach of let's play the most powerful spell that I can, and the other approach of let's you know, play a flurry of 1-mana cards and gain an advantage that way. And they both have worked in various games.
Standard's pretty great right now. Artist talent times 2 while Henry is tapped out. So let's see if Joshua can deliver that explosion I predicted. Yeah, get him, Gran. 10 more turns, Reed.
I have noticed that Joshua has started to be a little bit wary of not over looting, because his library size can start to matter in these games.
Yeah. I mean, what, that's like 30-ish cards maybe in the yard at least?
Maybe even less. And you know, your theory of Gran attacking 10 more times, like that is a mandatory loot every time Gran becomes tapped.
Yeah.
So Joshua really wants to find Monument soon. Is that what this is? It is.
4. Nice. Yeah. Certainly into the lower half of the deck. As we now have Monument to Endurance, also at a discount. Huh. Oh, they're gonna start making treasures and then start blasting.
Oh, wow.
This is ludicrous. Treasure? I miss those fancy little tabs from the Pro Tour that we had to cross off each option that was chosen, each mode. Well, if he didn't have 30 cards in his bin, he certainly does now. What the heck?
Note, he did not make a land drop that turn, you know, probably intentionally because he values the material in hand so he can keep churning through.
Yeah. All right, Henry, your go. 18 seconds left on the clock here. We might get to turns.
I feel like Henry's got to go for something here.
Yeah. I mean, Joshua's still at 18. That is a lot to chip through.
So there's the library count, and it looked like plenty, you know, 18, 20 cards, something like that.
These players do have a 5-minute extension, so don't worry about the clock.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, they're
Forget
fine.
about it.
They're chill. Voice of Victory now in hand for Henry. I bet he wishes he had a High Noon. That's the next evolution of this deck, is High Noon.
Yeah.
All right, so that resolves. Now he gets to do whatever he wants on his turn.
Yeah, I'm a little worried though, like he's trying to play it safe and not run his big spell into a counter, but he at a certain point, like, he has to worry that he might not get another turn to another opportunity to go for it.
Yeah. I mean, how many monuments have we seen?
There's
one went to the yard, didn't it?
Yeah, there's one in the yard. That's correct.
So yeah, if Joshua could just like resolve 2 more monuments, pew pew.
Yeah, there's also, like, you know, trigger the monument in your upkeep.
Yeah.
There's bounce my own monument, replay it to get more triggers. So there's a lot. I think especially a lessons pilot as experienced and skilled as Joshua will find something pretty devastating to do on a turn here.
Spell Pierce. You're very late to the party, man. Don't think Henry would like to cast that on his own stuff this turn. So Joshua untaps another Grand Guard in hand, so a couple lands there. Where do we kick things off? Monument number 2. Trigger. I think this is going to be it. Pow, pow. And then in his upkeep, pow, pow. Right? Joshua working through it now, just making sure he's got what he needs here to get the job done. Gran number 2 in the yard. There's another discard. That library is looking very light.
Okay, so now the second monument resolves.
Mm-hmm. Abandoned attachments. Good grief. Not sure what the card. It's just Henry's just got together as one in hand, right?
Yep. Might actually see Joshua just not use abandoned attachments. Like, I'm just not going to discard. I'm not going to draw 2.
Yeah,
I'm casting my spell to, you know, just to cast a spell.
This is silly. Yeah. And then if he has just one spell in his upkeep.
Although the Voice of Victory does.
Oh, yeah, that does shut that down. So he needs to get that off the board.
Yeah, the upkeep shenanigans a little bit trickier.
That's where Agna Kayla comes into effect.
So I guess this game is actually quite interesting if Joshua cannot remove the Voice of Victory.
Yeah.
If he can remove the Voice of Victory, it's trivial.
Yeah.
But you know who knows how many removal spells he left in after sideboarding.
Yeah. How many bounces have we seen? There's 3 basics
all 4,
in the yard.
All 4. Yep.
Frick. Okay. Never mind. Maybe we should. Nah, we didn't really have time to level up the artist talent for Joshua, did we? And just clarifying something with the judge. If we find out what that is all about, we'll let you know, friends.
Yes, so right now the game state is that Joshua resolved the 2 artist talent triggers, and I think that he did not discard anything to the abandoned attachments, so perhaps that could be plausibly a question, is like, is the abandoned attachment still on the stack, or did he indicate that he was resolving it without discarding? Yeah, so a question both of like what is the current game state, and also like what is Joshua's actual intention, and what does he want to do with the abandoned attachments. But yeah, you know, like if it's not for the Voice of Victory, then I don't even care about abandoned attachments. I just want to preserve the number of cards in my library. I want to pass the turn. I want to maybe kill you in my upkeep. But with the Voice of Victory,
10 cards.
That's like a real shields down moment where Henry can have, if he gets a turn, he has free reign to resolve something, and Joshua doesn't want that. So he might want to draw more cards, looking for a way to remove the Voice or to, you know, do any number of things. So it is quite interesting here.
You know what's cool? If he draws any more cards, together as one says player.
Wow. So Henry could make Joshua draw.
There's 10 cards left. Let's do it.
Oh,
yeah, there it is. That can get through Voice of Victory.
Yep, you can absolutely activate that. But he wants to be careful of his timing, because if he does it in the upkeep and Henry responds with Jeskai Revelation, that might end badly.
Yeah.
So here Joshua is kind of like, I'm going to keep this in the chamber to kill you in response to anything you might do.
Oh my goodness. Wait, do we have enough mana for that? Yeah, we got the treasures. Never mind, we're golden.
What a fascinating end to the game.
Holy moly, there you go. The land gets it done for Joshua Willis in an absolute slugfest here in our feature match area. What a match.
Amazing.
That was insane.
I loved that. Yeah, you know, props to both players. Like that. That's what it's all about, kind of just a long, tough match. Both players played it as tight as they could.
Yeah.
It was back and forth. It was, you know, maximizing my own cards. It was thinking about what you might have as counterplay
Yeah.
to what I'm up to. And I mean, yeah, just great stuff.
That was a phenomenal match. I absolutely loved that. Kudos to the team there of Henry and Michael bringing that sweet 5-color control list, and absolutely superb stuff there as well from Joshua Willis. That just showcases why these IZA decks are so powerful, the Lessons package especially, why it has been such a prominent feature in all of these matches, or in all these contests or competitions that we've had lately. So, yeah. Thank you for the match of the day, friends. We're going to take a short break, I believe, unless we're going to another backup match. We are going to be right back after the short break for round number 8. See you soon. Welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Reed Duke, and we are coming to you with the final 2 rounds of competition here this weekend. Before we jump into our feature match area, let's take a look at our standings and see how our players are doing. Look at that. We have 8 players undefeated. Oh, James Thrash is playing Is It Fling. That's one of my favorite decks. But Krishna Pai, Michael Miller, John Eli, Nick Ferrigno, Bradley Schlesinger, Dan Shriver, Alexander Kahns, and James Thrash, all undefeated, alongside Tristan Wells with Jeremy Cloyd with 1 draw apiece as well.
Yeah, very impressive. As a reminder, this is a 2-day event. Anyone who achieves 6 wins today will get to play tomorrow, but those records do carry over. So 7 wins, much better than 6. 8 or 9, even better than 7, puts you in prime position to make a run at the top 8 tomorrow.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the second page of standings, if we have those for you, friends. See how the rest of our field are shaken out. So Matt Sinking Johnson, name I recognize there. John Puglisi Clark having a good time of it as well. So lots to play for here. All of these 32 players are into day 2 of competition with the 6 wins. So if the players don't have that at this point, that is what they are fighting for. The players obviously on the first page who are undefeated. You know, it's always nice to go into day 2 as the undefeated player of the tournament. But unfortunately, there's been some bad luck with all the undefeated players as of late. It happens too often where they just kind of fall off in day 2. So hopefully that's not the case for whoever is our overnight leader. Let me not commentators curse them.
Yeah, these events are very much a marathon and not a sprint, so you never want to get caught counting your chickens before they hatch, so to speak. You know, anything can happen, and 6 more rounds of play before the top 8 tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. So let's take a look at our feature match that we are going to jump into. It's going to be Michael Miller up against Alex Kahns. We'll bring up the deck lists here for you to take a look at. This is Michael Miller's Dimir Excruciator deck. Now, we haven't covered this matchup yet, I don't believe, but what is the main objective of this list, Reed?
Okay, so Dimir Excruciator is a really, really interesting one. We'll talk about what the deck does, and then we'll talk about its position in the metagame. But the idea here is this is mostly a Dimir kind of mid-range, kind of control deck. But the key card and the one that it's named after is Doomsday Excruciator, which this is a way to put a game on a very, very fast clock by depleting players' libraries and then setting up to attack the following turn with Restless Reef, of which there's 4 built into the mana base. You can also do this even easier by discarding Doomsday Excruciator, let's say to Winter Night Stories or Bitter Triumph, and copying it with Superior Spider-Man. So this is like a control deck that has this kind of oops, I win angle. And there's a lot of other really nice things about depleting players' libraries. If you kind of recall some of the matches that we've seen on camera so far today, there's the landfall decks. They really, you know, they count their number of fetchable lands remaining. They have Ice Tail Explorer going. Last game we saw Lessons having to worry about ending the game before running out of enough cards to win with Monument to Endurance. So Doomsday Excruciator just puts a lot of opponents in a really tight spot. Now, what I find interesting about this deck is it's kind of seesawed in its popularity and success as the standard metagame has evolved over the last couple of months. It did win a regional championship. I think that one was in South America. But the way I would describe this is it's sort of like the scissors in the rock, paper, scissors metagame, where it's not my favorite deck against Is It Prowess. If you told me I was going to have to play against a bunch of blue Storm Chasers talent decks over the course of the weekend, I probably wouldn't choose Dimir Excruciator. But it has some very favorable lopsided matchups among the tier 2 strategies in the format. So, you know, it's proven that when played well and when it gets the right matchups, it can be really, really scary and successful deck.
Well, luckily for Michael Miller, he's up against Alexander Kahns playing Selesnya aggro, so no Is It Prowess this matchup. But a very formidable opponent, as Alexander Kahns is the runner-up of Arena Championship 12, which happened last weekend, I think.
Amazing.
Time is a flat circle currently, but yeah, he's been rocking it, played Orzhov Blink in that format, and here is rocking the Selesnya aggro deck. So what is he trying to do?
Okay, so this is a... this actually looks like what Jerry T was playing in our early rounds of competition, but it's, you know, kind of the familiar shell of green mana dorks and creatures, trying to explode out with Llanowar elves. But rather than going for a way over-the-top Nature's Rhythm for Craterhoof Behemoth kind of game plan, it's focused more on stuff like Paw Patch Recruit, and Surrock, these intermediate creatures, and the new technology that we haven't seen much before this is 4 copies of Practiced Offense, which can allow you to go wide with a token strategy if you're drawing Paw Patch Recruits, or, you know, go tall, so to speak, with a giant double-striking trample creature like Surrock or Leatherhead.
All right. Well, the players are ready to rock and roll, so let's see if the Selesnya aggro deck can be fast enough to outpace the Doomsday Excruciator list. So let's head on down to the feature match area and get this game underway. Here we go, friendos. Alexander Khan's at the bottom of your screen there. Kicks things off with Temple Garden. Do we have a turn 1 play? We sure do. It is G-Gene, as Corey Baumeister likes to call him. Gene Pollinator. And Intimidation Tactics now gets to take a look at the hand here of Alex.
Ooh, okay, so Alex's hand is a little bit of a fixer-upper. We'll call it that way. He has Meltstrider's Resolve and Shard Mage's Rescue, which can be really powerful cards for protecting a key threat, but currently he doesn't have anything that he can deploy with the mana available to him, and it's even worse now with Surrock being stripped away. If he can't get up to this Bright Glass Gearhulk, he might stagnate a bit, which is not a great place to be against this Dimir Excruciator deck. Wow, is that a real play? He's just making a 1/4 Gene Pollinator?
I mean, sure, if you got nothing else to do with your mana and there's not really that many creatures to kill from Michael's side.
Yeah, okay, yeah, good point. I guess there's just really nothing else this card can do.
Yeah, it's just taking up space in the hand, you know? All right, where does Michael go? Excuse me, where does Alex go from here? First things first, we're just gonna 20 turn clock, let's go.
Oh, okay, I'll tell you why. It's just to have an extra permanent on the battlefield because you can tap the Meltstrider's Resolve with the Gene Pollinator.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so that makes a lot more sense as like...
It's his mana friend, yeah.
Pumping the toughness of my creature did not seem like a really compelling move.
Yeah, cut down's not in this format, is it? Even then, it would not survive. Anyway, Keen-Eyed Curator hits the board here. Now this guy, he's going to be big in this matchup because anything in the yard that could be targeted by a Spider-Man, it's going to get eaten up before Spider-Man even hits the stack.
Correct. Yeah, very, very effective card against Superior Spider-Man.
More like Superior Raccoon, am I right? So the damage chips away here. Michael Miller down to 14. Okay, we got the land. So Bright Glass Gearhulk. Potentially online.
And then remember the last card in Alex's hand is Shard Mage's Rescue, which is
oh, excuse me,
somewhat awkward in the sense that he can't deploy it, but it is it is not a blank, you know, against a deck packing a bunch of black removal spells. But Day of the Black Sun is absolutely perfect here.
Yeah. Gonna take care of all the things in the bin. Bright Glass Gearhulk eaten up before the critters go away.
Pretty sharp play. I wouldn't normally think of exiling cards from my own graveyard, but you don't want to leave that as a powerful target for the Superior Spider-Man.
I never didn't have it.
Yeah, that is just a perfect
Totally
draw.
knew he was gonna top deck that, chat. Bright Glass Gearhulk now able to go and find 2 new friends. Let's see what he goes for here.
So sometimes you'll see players go for Nurturing Pixie here if you think the game's going to go long enough that I can pick up the Bright Glass Gearhulk and replay it.
Yeah.
Paw Patch Recruit, of course, super effective one to go for in this spot.
Paw Patch looks to be one of the cards pulled to the front here for Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one Paw Patch Recruit and then either a second Paw Patch Recruit or a Nurturing Pixie.
Yeah.
I don't think Seam Rip or Meltstrider's Resolve are super compelling.
Yeah, I think those are cards he's going to want to get out of this main deck configuration when it comes to sideboard time. All right, so 2 paw patches. Ooh, we're going to have so many counters on things. Unfortunately, paw patch isn't great against sweepers. How many more does he have to worry about? There's 3. They have the Black Suns.
Yeah, and 1 deadly cover-up.
Hui, in Michael's list. Both players here undefeated, sitting at 7-0, so excellent records for these players.
Yeah, and you mentioned Alex Kahn's, young player who's on a great hot streak run, showing success across multiple formats in Historic just last weekend.
Yeah.
So, yeah, really cool player to watch and to root for.
Yeah. Eesh. Bright Glass Gear Hulk down. Deceit getting rid of the redundant copy of Paw Patch Recruit, so Alex gets to untap with a critter and Shard Mage's Rescue, so any targeted removal will have a hard time resolving from Michael's side of things. We're gonna kick the wabbit. It comes in with a friend. Everything's just kicker, right? It's Offspring. Michael's swamps throw me off. They look like forests. They're so green. Why is the swamp so green? Superior Spider-Man. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Targeted here, the Deceit. So a couple triggers on the stack now. The Paw Patch Recruits will trigger. And then we have the Shard Mage's Rescue as well. In hand, possibly.
Yes, that's exactly right.
So, Rabbit's getting swole. And we see now Shard Mage's Rescue protect the token. So, a big old Deceit to deal with here for Alex. Can he find an answer for it? Excuse me, Superior Spider-Man, cosplaying as Deceit. There you go.
So it's a 4-4, which means it's about the same size as the 4-3 Paw Patch Recruit. Alexander elects to not offer that trade.
I wonder what he drew. Anything of significance, I wonder.
But Michael Miller's position's pretty good because he still has cards in hand, and even if he draws a land, it could be a blue source which turns on the Restless Reef as a highly relevant permanent. Here we see another Spider-Man.
Another Deceit coming in? Or are we digging for Bright Loss, perhaps?
Yeah, there's... Oh, love that.
No!
Superior Raccoon, didn't you say that?
Little buddy, I did. Not like this. Not like this. Keen-eyed Curator now on Michael's side of things. And he gets to start chomping and make this guy enormous. Will this be an 8/8 then? If he gets 4 card types exiled?
Okay, so...
Legend rule?
I'm confused about the legend rule because Superior Spider-Man is a legendary creature and its name is still Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah. Huh.
But I'm sure the people who have been playing these decks have a lot more reps with that than I do. Yeah, maybe get Superior Spider-Man on the graphic.
Well. Games continue apace.
You may have Superior Spider-Man enter as a copy of any creature card in a graveyard, except his name is Superior Spider-Man, and he's a 4/4 spider human hero in addition to his other types.
Yeah. So this is a legend? So they should legend rule each other? No?
Okay, I mean, I guess he... Yeah, I guess he just copies the card and has the name Superior Spider-Man, but not the legendary status. Sure.
Okay. Not confusing at all. Yeah, that's a cool shoot the sheriff. Does Alex have a way to fight? Or is our Gear Hulk going down? Where are we? Are we resolving triggers for the paw patches, or?
Yeah,
what's happening
so
here?
this is Bright Glass Gear Hulk, search for Melt Strider's Resolve, cast Melt Strider's Resolve, and Michael Miller is using Shoot the Sheriff to, effectively prevent the fight.
Sure.
And you're absolutely right that there are 2 paw patch recruit triggers on the stack, so that's a lot that we're resolving here.
Big thanks here from Alex. I believe he tapped mana there, or am I seeing wrong? Or was it just
It's 5,
mana in
4
total?
from the Bright Glass and
Gotcha.
1 from the Melt Strider.
Okay. So just now thinking where to resolve the 1/1 counters. So the Whittle Wabbit that could is now extremely large. Good old 6/5. Yep, kill the guy that's gonna get enormous. So Raccoon into exile. And Superior Spider-Man down. These Excruciator decks sleep for some funny magic.
Yeah, I'm just like really admiring Michael's configuration of lands, where he has 6 mana and would love to make use of that Restless Reef, but he has no actual blue
Yeah.
mana.
Can Cavern of Souls do activated abilities of creature types, or
It
no?
cannot, it
It cannot. Boo. Only to cost. I suppose that's good enough, huh?
Yeah, history has proven that to be good enough. Ooh, Abandoned Air Temple is a big draw, and now Nurturing Pixie threatens to pick up Shard Mage's Rescue. Michael is going to respond to
phooey.
the creature spell by using Requiting Hex.
Yep. So it'll take care of the token, so Pixie doesn't get to pop anything up.
And
No, it's
I actually
still arms
wouldn't
race.
have minded. Michael could have animated the Restless Reef tapped and blighted onto it if he wanted to pick up a couple free points of life.
Oh, yeah. That would have been sweet.
He's got the mana to spare.
Yeah. If not, why not?
But this game's getting close because both players are going to have to start thinking about their life total.
Yeah.
This flying creature with the Abandoned Air Temple. It's a slow clock, but it'll get there.
Yeah. It's a
And
race.
if Michael finds even so much as a blue source, there you go, Bloom Lake Verge. So now he can attack for 8 and present 2 lethal threats for next turn.
Okay.
Milling
Does Alex
himself.
have a way to do 6 damage? We can get one more power from.
Practiced offense would
Yeah,
be,
that would do it.
That would be the key card here.
All right, let's see if practice pays off here for Alex. Or if we're going to go to game number 2 here with Michael Miller being up a game. Stop flicking your cards so fast. I need to see what you got. I don't think he found it. Otherwise, he would have been happier about it.
And really sharp for Michael Miller to mill himself, because that would have been the disaster cases.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
mill you
yeah.
for 4 and accidentally put a practice offense in the graveyard.
Have a double striker. Why not?
All right, so got to hold up 2 blockers.
Uh-huh.
The Nurturing Pixie can trade with something due to the Abandoned Air Temple, but still, chump, basically losing all your creatures in combat and then facing lethal again next turn.
That's rough. Mill. There's Black Sun. 3 lands. Ugh. Okay, get out of there. Likely won't matter much for Michael, as he looks to be in good position here to pick up game 1. Like you mentioned, Reed, these critters are blocking. Chump duty. Activate the temple. Counters a piece. So Spidey down, but the land remains. Blocker? Hey, Crocodile! Hey, Leatherhead. It's something. Restless Reef becomes a big old 4/4. Leatherhead, a 5/4. So they would trade, Death Touch or not. And now we have a stalemate.
Yeah, what a game that if Alexander actually draws a creature, he could potentially still win this.
Yeah. Oh, this is just a hard cost. Oh, Winternight Stories, okay.
That's a nice one.
Yeah. Is it a Requiting Hex I spotted there? What else you got there? Okay. Land and Duress in the yard. Turn passes back now to Alex. You need some action, friend. What you got? A Wabbit.
Oh, that's powerful. That's powerful with the Abandoned Air Temple.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Miller, he could be holding a Day of the Black Sun. I saw a little nod of his head. He's thinking like, oh man, is this really turning away from me?
Yeah. So close.
Okay, there it is. That's definitely a card that makes sense for him to have been holding.
Yeah. I think we've seen 3 copies of it now, and that's all 3 out the deck. So, Alex, if you can find another rabbit, you might stabilize. Man, this has been a extremely close first game here between these two.
I guess you could just spend 5 mana to harmonize Winternight Stories. That is, oh, okay, this looks like quite powerful.
Ooh,
Spider-Man copying the Emeritus.
Actual Ancestral Recall.
Actual Ancestral Recall, yes.
Nice. Man, this deck was like, oh, we feasted when Secrets of Strixhaven released. Does he have a way to remove the critter? He does not. All right. On to game number 2 then, shall we? Let's take a look at the sideboards here for these players. Starting with Alexander Khan's 2 Balustrade Worm, 2 Erode, Goldvein Hydra, Rest in Peace. Bet that's coming in. Restoration Magic, Sheltered by Ghosts, Soul Guide Lantern, and 1 Zac Fair.
Okay, so, you know, as you mentioned, Graveyard Hate is definitely an option depending on how much you are afraid of the Superior Spider-Man shenanigans. But for the most part, I think Alexander wants to focus on just resilient threats. Like basically frame it as though you're playing against a grindy mid-ranger control deck. So Balustrade Worm seems like it's probably good enough. Zac Fair and Restoration Magic can be ways to protect your investments, you know, your most powerful threats. Goldvein Hydra is a really hard-hitting threat that you can pluck off of your Bright Glass Gearhulk when that resolves. And yeah, like you said, maybe moving away from some of those small removal spells like Melt Spiders, Strider's Resolve, and Seam Rip. Practiced Offense didn't come up in that first game, but that's one where I think you're much more excited about that in like racing style of matchups. Whereas if you are playing against a removal heavy deck where you might have trouble actually sticking something, you might not want the full 4 after sideboard there.
Yeah. For Michael's side, the sideboard is as follows: 2 Deathmark, Disdainful Stroke, Doomsday Excruciator, Duress, Flash Freeze, Ghost Vacuum, Intimidation Tactics, No Way to Run, 2 Carsey Revenant, 2 Quantum Riddler, and a Strategic Betrayal. Yeah,
so I'm thinking pretty much anything that kills a creature, Deathmark, Nowhere to Run, maybe even Strategic Betrayal. I would want to get Duress out of my deck since it has a pretty high risk of missing. And then some additional threats like, you know, Carsey Revenant, Quantum Riddler, those are totally fine if you want to round out your deck if you think they're appropriate. But yeah, I think for the most part, it's not going to be a dramatic overhaul for either player, more like just kind of perfecting for the given matchup.
Well, friends, just a reminder, if you would like to keep up to date with all the latest news, the latest sets, any sales or events that Star City Games put on, go sign up for the newsletter on the main page or go to starcitygames.com/newsletter. You'll get all the information you want. You won't miss out on any sales. And if there's an event in your city, well, you'll find out about it first. While our players are consulting their sideboards, we will not go to anyone else because they're also sideboarding. So, you know what I think we need? We need our own deck to just shuffle here in between games. Won't drive anyone mad. Not at all. I've been told I have to riffle shuffle. I cannot do that, actually. Can you riffle shuffle?
Yes. Yeah, I've got enough practice. Pretty good at shuffling Magic decks.
But can you shuffle a commander deck? That's the real trick.
That's much more challenging.
Yes.
Yeah, that I have less experience with, and it's still a little awkward. Does anyone get really good at that?
I don't know. I'm sure Brian Kibler can do it pretty efficiently.
He jumped to mind as perhaps the best commander deck shuffler if I had to pick someone, to do it for me.
We're underway here in game 2. Paw Patch Recruit to start things off. Very nice indeed for Alex. Can he go fast now and get Michael Miller down to 0 before any shenanigans are afoot or any Day of the Black Suns arrive?
So once again, he's got a hand with a lot of creature support, but not actually a huge number of creatures, although he's going to slam a Surrak here, which I think is going to be one of his best cards in the matchup.
Yeah, definitely be happy to have that. Card that works really well with Paw Patch Recruit. It's cool, you get some counters and you get a card if your opponent targets your stuff.
No play for Michael.
Wonder what he's got. Might find out here. Deceit, first and foremost. Which mode's he gonna take?
Boy, that's a turn-off schedule here.
Yeah. Goodbye, Leatherhead. Yeah, don't want to put the practice offense in the yard.
You could take 12 damage from practiced offense here.
Yeah.
And the coast is clear. I think I'm cashing it in.
Yeah, jam it before your things die.
13 damage even, yeah.
Good gravy.
Because you pick up the counters on everything, and then you give your best thing double strike.
Yeah. Surrak, that's you, bud.
But he is giving it a think because he might value holding up Restoration Magic as a protection instead.
Yeah, he hasn't got anything else to play if there is a Day of the Black Sun.
So I think what he should be considering here is what happens if I just hold up and protect the Surrak? Am I going to be able to get the game over with before Day of the Black Sun for X = 3 becomes part of the equation? And, he goes with what my instinct was, which was just get in the damage while the getting's good.
Yeah. Especially in a format where lands hurt quite a lot. So, Michael Miller certainly on the back foot here. And unless he has an answer for one of these critters, he's very dead.
It looks very dead to me.
Because what, he'd need 2 removal spells? Owie. Okay, Alex did what I said he needed to do, and he made Michael really dead there very quickly.
Very quickly, yeah. Quick and painless.
Painless? That hurt.
Well, sometimes in tournament Magic, especially playing a slower deck like Dimir Excruciator can be, I say, the best thing that can happen is I win the game. The second best thing that can happen is I just lose immediately.
Yeah.
And then you have at least enough time to play game 3.
Yeah, play game 3, and if that goes the same way as games 1 or 2 did, then you get, half an hour off to go and chill. That's what I always love about mono red, when it's popular in tournaments, is the games go so fast. So it's like, well, that's done.
Yeah.
Or the fling style decks with Leyline.
It's a real benefit. Now, one of the things that would make sense in that game, and I don't know the answer, but just for the sake of fun speculation, is maybe Michael passed with Flash Freeze on turn 2.
Okay.
Hoping to counter most things out of the primarily green Selesnya deck.
Yeah.
But then that couldn't counter Surrak, so his mana went to waste and he kind of just fell hopelessly behind.
Yeah.
Because he didn't play Deceit on turn 2.
No.
And he could have drawn it on turn 3, but I just I kind of am struggling to think about what configuration of cards he would have kept there where he didn't have anything to play in the first 2 turns.
Yep. Just want to say a big thank you to Heavy Play for sponsoring the Commander celebration here at SCG Con, Washington. It's been great to have them as a partner, and also StarCityGames.com/Heavy Play is where you can go to get all of your Heavy Play accessories. All right, let's take a look at these hands. We are good to go. That was perfectly timed. Huh. Good job, you guys. Swamp Go. Paw Patch. Dead Paw Patch. Requiting Hex, doing what it needs to. I bet he would have loved that in the last game. Restoration Magic, lots of land. I think we saw a Balustrade Worm in hand there. And a Surak, okay. This is a really nice curve. Nothing to do on turn 2, but the rest of Alex's turns are going to be pretty powerful. This is a mono black deck. Starting town on time. Surak Elusive Hunter hits the board now for Alex. Shoot the Sheriff. Gets rid of Surak, but he draws a card. Restoration Magic, number 2. Cavern of Souls. What you naming? Human. Okay. Turn passes back now to Alex. Land off the top. Worm? Nope. Just land go. Are those worms in the back, or am I seeing things?
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you nailed it.
Yeah. But gonna wait until he can protect it with Restoration Magic, no doubt. Keep your buddies
Balustrade
alive.
Worm is actually 5 mana up front.
Oh, 5 up
and
front.
4
Gotcha.
to return from the graveyard with Delirium.
That's what got me.
And here it is.
Whee! In for 5. Big ol' hasty threat.
This is a really cool card that I did not expect to see. But, you know, I love in a format as powerful as Standard that players are still finding hidden gems like this that just make a lot of sense given the exact deck you're playing and the exact you know, configuration of opponents and removal spells that you might expect to see.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this.
Oh no! Worm died. Now Worm is back on Michael's side of things.
Yep, so this is this is a great play for 2 reasons. Number 1, it allows the Spider-Man to come in with Trample and Haste. Number 2, it just straight up exiles it from the graveyard, so no worries about that coming back with Delirium.
Oh my goodness. Spidey! Stop stealing things from people's graveyards, man. Play with your own stuff. Oof, that is pretty brutal for Alex now. We saw an incredibly quick game 2. Game 3 is looking to keep pace with that if things keep going Michael's way. Hushwood Verge now for Alex. Balustrade Worm number 2. In for 5. Shoo-wee. Pretty good slugfest here between these 2 players, even though, yes, I know that is a worm.
All right, Michael passing. That's not a good sign for him because most of the instant speed plays he can have here are removal spells, and Alexander's hand is super well set up for that fight with multiple copies of Restoration Magic.
Yeah, he's in a great spot now. So Michael certainly needs a sweeper. Hopefully he has that in hand. Where does Alex go with the start of his turn? Badgermole Cub in hand. Does he have practiced offense as well? Is he feeling feisty? Does he think he can win?
He might just decide to go for it.
Yeah.
If he actually has practiced offense and double Restoration Magic, that seems like the right play to me. Just fire it off. And I can't really think of configuration even of multiple cards that Michael could have for this amount of mana that would stop that.
Yeah. Okay. Land or else.
Yep, which does make sense to play that before the practice offense.
Practiced offense backed up with 2 Restoration Magic. So 6/6 double striking coming in. Michael doesn't look happy about it. He's going to try Bitter Triumph away. The Balustrade Worm protects. Does he have another piece of removal? You gotta go for it. No one expects the double restoration magic requiring Hex to kill just the Llanowar Elves, and that is going to be Alexander Khans picking up the win. GG.
Balustrade Worm,
yeah,
8-0.
woo!
Man, you learn something new every single day. I love it.
What a sweet piece of tech in the sideboard there. You know, it's kind of like, I don't know, like a Surak meets a questing beast.
Yeah.
Kinda. Maybe not, but it's really cool. So kudos to Alex for picking up the win there, friends. We are going to get ready for another feature match for you. We are in round number 8. If you're just joining us, hi, welcome. Nice to have you. I'm Ailey, this is Reed, and we have the pleasure of bringing you the final rounds of today's competition. We have plenty of people through to day number 2 so far. A couple of undefeated still remain, and when we get to round number 9, we'll know who exactly is our overnight leader, undefeated, hopefully. Let's jump into our second feature match here and see what these players have in store for us. It is John Eli up against Bradley Schlesinger. Is it Elementals versus Jeskai Elementals? Gee, I wonder what the Jeskai Elementals is playing that they have white mana in there. Let's find out.
Wow, and speaking of sort of off metagame decks, it's not that we've never seen Elementals before, but it has not been, you know, it's not in the top 5 or even 10 most popular decks here. And to see Elementals mirror match at 7-0 is a huge surprise.
Good job, Elementals. So, Jeskai Elementals playing, oh, okay, Beza, the Bounding Spring. Is that the only?
That's a nice elemental.
Yeah, that's the only white card, and it's double white. I mean, I guess if you have Cavern, it doesn't really matter, but that's so funny.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe it's like if I'm casting Beza so often, it's cast off of Smokebraider or Ashling anyway.
Yeah. That's
that the
true.
double cost is like kind of trivial.
Yeah, fair. Good point.
I mean, there's no planes in the deck, right?
No. What's funny is the John's deck, just the Izzet deck, is playing 3 copies of Beza in the sideboard too. So it's like Bradley's just said, you know what? It's good enough. Just stick it in the main deck. All right. So we have our Flame Braiders down. We had both of them on the board, but Burst Lightning took care of John's copy of it. Now, one of our mythic elementals at Vibrance, the alternate art, I think.
Yep. So John is picking up a land here, and then he would really love to kill that Flame Braider if possible, because the mana advantage is one way to get majorly ahead in this mirror match.
I would like to submit a complaint.
Yeah, what is it?
Vibrance is the dog elemental, right? Look, there's a puppy face. But then that art, it looks like a salamander or a fish or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Complaint noted.
Yep, thank you.
We take those seriously around here.
Yes, and straight to the trash can, no doubt. So here we go, an elemental of Bradley's own now, Deceit. Gets to take a look and finds Deceit and a Roaming Throne. Yuck. Not too sure what that alternate art is.
It could be Winter Night Stories. Sometimes I try to guess based on the text box, and it looks like it's got something to the effect of Harmonize or Flashback, though I will admit I do not recognize the art.
Might be a Spell Pierce. I think it's... Let's find out. Come here, Scryfall. Yes, Spell Pierce. Okay.
Oh, wow. Well spotted.
Good job, me. I opened a fair bit of the Commander, the collector boosters for that set, so yeah, they're so pretty. All right, Whew, look at these big old elementals. Wistfulness and Deceit getting busy there.
Yeah, well, the Flame Breeder survived, and you know, the cards here are so powerful that if you can just spend more mana each turn casting these super powerful cards, it is going to put you ahead. Sunderflock,
Get out of here.
not a nice come-from-behind mechanism in the Elemental's mirror.
I mean, it's still a flyer.
Sure. I mean, yeah, if you could play a 5/5 flying for 2 or 3 mana, I guess I'd take that. But
Oh my goodness. All right, so that was pretty swift. Bradley coming out with the victory there in the first game. Let's take a look at the sideboards here for the players, and let's play Spot the Difference. Because I'm pretty sure they have some similar things. So, Bays of the Bounding Spring for John, Broadside Barrage, Disdainful Stroke, Fire Magic, Ghost Vacuum, Petrified Hamlet, Spell Pierce, Sunderflock, and Igra. Ooh, that's a spicy include. Eater of All.
yeah, wow. A lot of interesting stuff going on here.
Anything that jumps out of the page, jumps off the page here for you?
Well, okay, one of the things that's very challenging about these elemental decks is the elementals are expensive creatures with enter the battlefield abilities, right?
Yes.
So what would be the best way to deal with that? Counter them before they ever hit the battlefield.
Not legal.
Yeah. However, they also play 4 Cavern of Souls. So it's sort of like, look, do I want to bring in Disdainful Stroke and just hope that I can, you know, tag the right card in when they don't draw Cavern, or if they somehow have, like, you know, expensive non-creature like Ashling's Command, but risk it being dead in the games where they do have Cavern? I'm not sure. That is a judgment call that these players will have to make. I think stuff like Broadside Barrage is worth bringing in, though again, it's not going to be the best card in your deck if you have to kill an elemental after the fact, after it's already gotten those powerful enters the battlefield abilities. But, you know, more of the stuff that's great, like Quantum Riddler, looks pretty strong to me. I would probably bring that in. Yeah, it's tough.
This is a tough one,
Sunderflocks presumably are going to be cut or trimmed.
Get the flock out of there, right? I do see the interesting sideboard card there, Pit of Offerings. And I was like, what's that for? And I see that it exiles cards. And it's also fix your mana. It's pretty cool little funnel that he's also playing in the main deck. So, you know, plenty graveyard shenanigans in the standard format.
There you see Pit of Offerings, a cave, nonetheless.
Irrelevant, but still cool.
Yeah, probably not the matchup for it. I don't think the graveyards are super meaningful for either player, since these particular versions of the elementals do not include Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah.
A couple Winter Night stories each, but actually a refreshing rare matchup in Standard where we don't have to pay that much attention to the graveyards.
Yeah, it is nice. So many zones to keep focused on in these matches. So this is just a good old, you know, just a good old boxing match between who gets to resolve and keep the elementals on board. Hey friends, come hang out with us in Vegas. That's our next stop on the SCG tour. It is going to be Marvel Superheroes, the Spotlight series there between the 26th and 28th of June. So if you got no plans next month, well, make some. Come hang out with us. It'll be great to see you. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for more information. All right, players taking a look at their openers. We are good to boogie. So, Steam Vets on the board. Starting town for Bradley. Turn passes back here to John. Does he have a Flame Breeder? Let's find out. Ashling.
Ashling, yep. So ideal start.
Yeah.
You got the Cavern, you got your mana all set up, you've got your best 2-drop.
Ashling is sweet. So do 5-drop on turn 3.
Yep.
And Brady's just like, well.
I guess.
Yeah,
I guess
I like that.
only a 4-drop on turn 3 specifically, because you have to pay the 1.
Oh yeah, I got a flipper. Yeah.
But every turn after that, you're all set.
Yeah. Bradley keeping John off of turn 3 4-drops and subsequent 5-drops by bounce off So setting him back one turn. 2 Ashlings.
And did John really opt not to rummage with the Ashling? That's a show of strength. Just turn 2. Hey, my hand's perfect. I don't need anything.
That's a little concerning. Although here now he's discarded the second copy of it.
Yes.
So just getting the mana base established here for Bradley, and John gets the turn back. Does he want a flippity flop? This Ashling. Yeah. Whoop. So 2 mana of any color he chooses. What's gonna join Ashling? Cavern of Souls, first and foremost. Winter Night Stories, okay.
Discard
right.
Beza.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. So didn't use that mana at all, did he? Because it's gonna be used to cost 4 or greater.
Yep.
So just deciding to Winter Night Story, sculpt the hand a little bit more, and get rid of poor Beza.
Well, the problem with Beza in this situation is you're too far ahead.
Yeah, like,
you have everything. What
you're
more can
just
Beza
a
even offer?
Moose. An elk, but you know, it looks like a moose. Not this time, love. Maybe in game 3. Oh, hey, Roaming Throne. Okay, this is good if it sticks for Bradley. Trigger Ashling. Not going to bother about that. So 2 mana. Steam Vents again. Woohoo! All right. Vibrance now. Killing it, right?
Wistfulness.
Sorry, Wistfulness. Yeah, killing
which
the,
destroys the artifact
artifacts,
and you know, enough mana to pay the ward and draw 2, discard 1. So yeah, I mean both these games like pretty straightforward. Just the unanswered mana creature has been leveraged to a colossal advantage. And I agree the Roaming Throne is pretty cool. Like that's a way that if both players are just absolutely doing their thing, the Roaming Throne could plausibly get you a big advantage. But you know, if you're behind and it just gets answered 1 for 1, it's not going to help. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, with the Cavern of Souls down too, if he is playing any counter spells, they're absolutely useless. So you just got to kind of play what you have.
Play what you have. That's it. Yep.
Secluded Courtyard now. There's Vibrance. So that's going to whack the Mana Dork. Goodbye, Ashling. The goodest Doug Carnation Elemental thing.
And man, these decks look so impressive in game states like this because it's everything you play. It's like I add a huge creature to the battlefield, I kill one of your permanents, and I sculpt my hand. I get card advantage, in hand card advantage, on board card advantage, and a huge creature.
It's real fun. It's kind of like watching 2 Titans just duke it out. What's that? Restless Vinestalk?
Restless Vinestalk.
Okay. Was that played or just revealed from hand?
Revealed from searched for with Vibrance,
gotcha.
ready to go for a future turn.
Alrighty. Down to 12 goes Bradley. John looking to equalize here in game number 2. Both players having a great day. Sitting undefeated thus far.
Regional championship competitors, if I call your name, we are missing the results of your match.
All right. Ill-timed Explosion, Ashling, Wistfulness. And a couple lands in hand for Bradley. So Ill-timed gets out of there. Wistfulness isn't scary, and Ashling, could get some more value for Bradley, but definitely getting Ill-timed Explosion out of hand to protect the threats on board.
I'll mention that John should be at 16, did not take 2 damage from Steam Vents on the turn that he played with Wistfulness.
Okay. I wonder if he just didn't mark it on the overlay for us. Here comes Wistfulness that is known about. So let's draw some cards and discard. All right. Very pretty mana bases.
Yeah, nice colorful decks. They're just like joyful Magic decks. I like elementals. I could see myself playing this one.
Okay, Broadside Barrage now.
Yeah, and the Vibrance being the smallest creature on the battlefield does not bode super well for Bradley. I mean, he's going to be attacked for 11 damage with no blocks, no reasonable blocks available.
Does he just take it? I mean, he can't, right? Yeah, got to chump with the pup. And down to 6 he goes. 7, sorry.
Petrified Hamlet.
That's a fun land. Someone that switches off the abilities of lands. Good against the Great Halls. Also against Restless Vinestalk, I guess.
Yeah, it could shut down Quarry Mountain Monastery or Restless Vinestalk. I guess they're confirming there. I don't think if Bradley is activating either of those lands that he's going to be competitive in this game anyway.
No.
But you might wonder why all these weird one-of lands. It's because of Vibrance. It's because you can search for them under the right circumstances.
Yeah, Petrified Hamlet named Quarry Mountain, looks like. So Bradley won't be able to turn to that if he had the opportunity to do so. But as it stands, without any blockers and no board wipes, I don't think he has anything to turn to in this regard. Thunderflock ain't gonna do it. So you named Sphinx. Ah, okay. Hey, Quantum Riddler.
Regional championship.
Okay. All right. So, if John has nothing, he's at least got blockers to survive a turn. Bradley looks stressed.
We need the results of your match in melee.
And John, on the other side of things, he's just chilling.
So anything that removes a creature is lethal.
Yeah.
He's got the Winter Night Stories in the graveyard.
Using Flame Braider for mana. What are we going to play here? Nope. Goes back in the tank.
Well, depending on your hand, starting with Winter Night Stories sounds like a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
It's like a tale of two mind states here. Combat. Okay. Lining up the most sensible blocks here is Bradley.
So it seems like Bradley is trying to keep his life total above critically low so that he doesn't die to an eventual top deck Burst Lightning or Vibrance. Now, it's pretty obvious John doesn't have those right now because Bradley would be dead.
Yeah.
But Bradley seems to be, he's saying, like, I don't want to play a 10-turn game where I'm just dead at any point when you find those cards.
Yeah. So Vibrance number 2. Sorry, Wistfulness number 2 on the board here for John. And we are going to go to game 3. Are we? Yes, we are. Wasn't sure that. I'm like, are we scooping? Not scooping? What's happening here? Alrighty, friends. If you want to join us at another event, if you can't make it to Las Vegas, then come and hang out with us in Dallas, September 4 to 6th. It is going to be the Spotlight Series for The Hobbit. So if you're a big fan of the Lord of the Rings universe, come and hang out. It'll be great. Bring your hairy feet. maybe wear shoes, though, you know, like, don't be weird about it. StarCityGames.com/SCGCon to find out more information about that con.
Yeah, I'm taking a close look at these elemental decks. Very, very similar configuration, with the main difference just being the Bezas being in the main deck versus the sideboard. But yeah, they seem to have access to pretty much all the same cards. Bradley is higher on ill-timed explosion. I'm not sure if that one is going to be present post after sideboarding in the mirror match, but that's a card that I could see serving him well over the course of this event.
2 Roaming Thrones. We got Flame Breeder.
It's a Burst
Vibrance.
Lightning.
Yeah,
that is an alternate art that I recognize.
Yeah.
But that's a really nice hand. So multiple 2-drop mana dorks, multiple payoffs. Bradley, if he has a removal spell, I could see taking one of the mana dorks, you know, burning the other, and then just hoping that John can never get his mana underneath him. But if mana dork's going to survive, then maybe you just let it go and start going after the vibrances. Whoa there.
Whoa, Nelly. All right, sorry about that, friends. Slight technical glitch there, but we're back where we were. So Ashling taken care of, courtesy of Deceit. Now we know about the Flame Breeder, so let's see if John wants to run that out. If not, why not, huh?
Hard to imagine making any play besides that. I mean, if I'm John, I'm like, okay, I have a feeling Bradley is just going to kill this, but what else am I going to do with it, right?
Yeah. Gets a card out of his deck, so, or out of his hand.
All right, and can John continue making land drops? That's the million-dollar question.
All right. Starting town number 2. Just passes the turn back, so nothing to do there proactively for John. Bradley now, let's see what you got here, man.
Bradley would love Roaming Throne. Beza, is this any value in this Beza, or just
Vanilla Moose?
Gain 4.
Oh yeah.
And draw? Does that mean
Oh.
maybe he mulliganed?
Oh, okay.
Or just by virtue of being on the play, I guess?
Oh, Roman Throne. Hey, bud. Okay. I think that at least Beza can attack through that. But that's going to be problematic for Bradley if he doesn't answer it soon. Nice. Great answer for the Roaming Throne. In for 4.
But this is the first game that, you know, I think is still competitive at this stage. In the first 2, they were split by somebody just running away with an unanswered mana dork. But this time it's like, you know, Bradley has the Beza, but he's spending his whole turns to 1-for-1 with the cards that John is playing, instead of actually getting ahead with each progressive elemental he deploys.
Yeah. But
So John, we remember, has Burst Lightning. He has Vibrance, which would be a solid play here. Did he maybe have a second copy of Roaming Throne? I can't remember.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
So Throne and Burst Lightning just in case.
And he has successfully hit his land drops, you know,
Yeah.
after that kind of dicey looking opening hand.
Once again, regional championship competitors.
So Bradley now in the tank. He's got the Beza down on board. He can keep swinging in for 4 points of damage, but now this Roaming Throne presents a pretty big threat where John can start pushing the advantage here and going over the top of whatever Bradley does.
Lucas Alexander, please submit your result.
He's so emotive. I love him.
Yeah. We've seen like pretty much every range in the feature match
Yeah.
area. Some very, very stoic
Yep.
players, but Bradley's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah. Very expressive. I wonder if he's got a good poker face, though.
The closer the game gets, the more his hat
Yeah.
gets adjusted.
Oh, okay.
All
Finds
right,
the answer
so
for it.
he's really valuing, like, let's not let the Roaming Throne start doubling abilities.
yeah.
Let's just make these trades. I think that's wise.
Yeah, I think that's how he loses the game here if he doesn't have a Roaming Throne of his own. So
Yep.
Flame Braider now down on the board. Nothing to do except to pass a turn. So.
Unfortunately, it looks like John is going to get a full value Vibrance where he can kind of kill the Flame Braider off for free.
Nice.
However, it makes sense to deploy it because John could have also Vibrance, deal 3 to the Beza, search for an untapped red source, play it, and Burst Lightning.
Oh, yeah?
So now you're kind of forcing the damage to be distributed across 2 creatures. So, yeah.
That's kinda cool.
So some interesting stuff going on here.
Looks like a Deceit in hand there as well for John. Deceit, Burst Lightning, Vibrance, Land. That would kill for those cameras they use in poker tournaments.
Yeah, the hand cams.
Yeah. Here comes Vibrance. Oh, he's gonna do what you said. Nice. Okay, biggest thing off the board.
And notably, John does not have Mountain in his deck, so he's got to take a somewhat relevant 2 damage.
Ouch.
For his troubles.
But, you know, I think that's a small price to pay for having the biggest critter on board here and less threatening mana dork than Ashling is.
Yeah, so I think John is kind of making the totally reasonable deduction that Bradley probably doesn't have a stacked hand such that he can actually profitably spend, you know, 6, 8, 9 mana in the same turn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What you got? Deceit. Nice.
Now it's always a question. It's like, do you even want to bounce the Vibrance? 'Cause
Yeah, no.
you could bounce the Vibrance and take it away, but what if your opponent has another card that you'd rather take? Then the Vibrance just gets to get recast.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually love that play. You know, just look at the hand. The Deceit itself is bigger than the Vibrance. So John might be stuck. No value land. This would be a great spot to have Restless Vinestock or Quarry Mountain Monastery, but he doesn't have either of those.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay. Ugh. Yep. Bounce and discard.
And actually, I want to point out something subtle but really meaningful is that to make that play of grabbing the untapped red source and you know, double burning the Beza.
Yeah.
John had to get Steam Vents. If he had a Steam Vents, he could have gotten Quarry Mountain Monastery, and then that's several extra cards he gets there on a stalled board. So like little factors like what lands happen to have been drawn in the first few turns, those matter a lot.
Yeah, so a good old fight there between 2 elemental decks. We are 1 round left in our day, my friends. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have round number 9 for you. What's up, everybody? Hello, and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Reed Duke, and we are in round number 9 of today's competition. And we have some undefeated players that we need to, defeat, yeah. We need to let them fight and see who our overall leader is going to be. Speaking of leader, let's take a look at our leaderboard here and see how things have played out. This is a second page of standings. We'll jump back to the first one as soon as we have that available, just to see who it is we're going to be checking out in our final round here. There are 4 undefeated players, so two someones are going to be overnight co-leaders of the tournament. Nico Ferrigno, Bradley Schlesinger, Dan Schriever, and Alexander Kahns. And look at that, all 4 different archetypes.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's pretty awesome. So, we got a sneak preview by seeing the first 2 pages of standings, but at least 32 players at 7 and 1. Let's keep in mind this is a big field tournament with 1,200 players. Yep. So a lot of people at 7-1. A lot of people are going to be making day 2 in solid position, but that 8-0 and shooting for 9-0, that's the rarefied air where you're going to be our tournament leader overnight. So yeah, which of these 4 distinct archetypes with notably no Is It Prowess represented is going to be among our 9-0s.
And everyone in chat rejoiced. So those are our undefeated players. Those are the 2 feature matches that we're going to be checking out. The one we're going to be starting with is going to be Dan Schriever up against Alex Kahns. So we saw Alex a little bit earlier with a very cool Selesnya aggro list. But his opponent has something that I'm very keen to take a look at, and that is the Golgari aggro, or excuse me, Golgari landfall deck. This is Alex Kahns' list that we've seen. Bright Glass Gearhulk, Badgermill Cub, Make Thing Go Big Bird, Smack You with Practiced Offense being the latest include to this kind of deck. Pretty cool. And here's Dan Schriever's list, Golgari landfall. Look at this guy. Season of Loss, 4 of them, Reed.
Yeah, so I mean, we were going over this before the match, and I'm kind of like
very curious.
What's the word I want to choose? Yeah, curious is it, because Season of Loss is, you're adding an entire color to your deck for a double colored card, but this is an exceptionally powerful card that could do a variety of things here. So, if you imagine a long game where Icetail Explorer has gone to work, you might just kill the opponent outright by using the 3rd mode of making the opponent lose life. I could see the 2nd mode come up if you're doing lots of shenanigans with fetch lands and Earthbend and this and that. Or in the matchup we're about to see, this could just be a super, super powerful board sweeper, which could totally change the dynamic of what Alex Kahns is used to when playing against Mono Green or Selesnya landfall.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun matchup to watch, so I'm super keen to get into the action here, find out who of these 2 players is going to be undefeated, and then once we're done with that matchup, we'll take a look at the second one and see who comes out undefeated there. So plenty to play for here this weekend. Pro Tour spots on the line, World Championship spots on the line. There's still, plenty of money too. That's a small detail that a lot of people tend to forget about. But this is some big prizes on the line here for these players.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, aside from the 3 Pro Tours and the World Championship, it doesn't get bigger than this. Like these are just huge, awesome tournaments that, in addition to all of the qualifications at stake, I would be stoked to be the United States regional champion. There's a lot to play for and a lot of prestige.
Yeah, and fun fact, in the Pro Tours, we have specific rounds set aside for our regional championship winners, so you can be featured on coverage in the Pro Tour. Even if you're not having the best start to the day, we have rounds set aside just for you. So if anything, play for that, right? Yeah. And we can butcher your name and pronunciations and things in the feature match area. But that's what is on the line for these players here today. We saw 25% of the field as an Is It Prowess, and those decks don't seem to be doing all that well, at least based off of the first page of standings that we saw. So it's going to be interesting to see what the conversion rate is. I always love to play this game of what happens on day 2. Who comes out on top? Who has the best win rate? I mean, I think at the previous one, Cincinnati, Mardu Discard had the best conversion rate. Most number of players in from day 1 to day 2. That's how that goes, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I just see it as a remarkably balanced format. I was, of course, not competing this weekend, but I was like sort of listening in on a lot of conversations of, oh, what's the deck to play?
Yep.
You know, people switching decks. A really fun fact that I observed earlier in the day is we have 2 players in the field who made the top 8 of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. So Nathan Story was in our feature match area in round 1. He won the event with Selesnya Landfall. Here he's playing Is It Prowess.
Yep.
We had Zevin Faust, who is kind of the originator of the Azorius Flash Prison deck, made top 8 of the Pro Tour. He was here playing 4-color control. So this is like an interesting dynamic and indicates to me a really well-balanced format where it's not just like, I'm going to pick a deck and stick with it. I'm going to try to ride the waves, be a step ahead of the competition, and it's not always clear how to do that. Even the very best players don't agree on what the best deck choice is.
All right. Our players are ready to rock and roll, so let's head on down to the feature match area and find an undefeated tournament leader. Funnily enough, on that note of, you know, being loyal to a deck, I chatted to Andrew Ellenbogen. Him and his team came up with Spelementals, you know, a couple of Pro Tours ago.
Right.
And, you know, I said, you know, why are you guys switching? Because I think they played the Landfall deck. And they said, you know, well, we're never loyal to a deck. That's the rule. It's like, it doesn't matter if we absolutely broke it in the one Pro Tour. If we don't think it's going to be good for this one, we're not going to play it. It's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's a quality you see at, among like really high-level professional players is their willingness to play any archetype and switch decks frequently. And, you know, granted, every player is different. The amount of resources you have in terms of acquiring cards, in terms of time spent practicing, these things all can influence your deck choice. And I'm not saying every player should behave that way, but you do see it a lot in terms of high-level Pro Tour players where it's like, you know what, I'm just going to play absolutely whatever deck I believe is the best and gives me the best chance in this particular tournament.
We are underway here in our feature match. Dan Shriver has an excellent start there with Llanowar Elves into our Badgermole Cub. On the other side of things, Alex Cons is playing Bounce a Paw Patch with the Paw Patch Recruit and the Nurturing Pixie.
Yeah, so honestly, like, Dan is kind of just outclassing Alex right now. He is on the play with arguably the most powerful deck in the format and a great start. And Alexander is just, I mean, he has a fine draw, but he's playing normal cards.
Yeah.
And Dan is playing Badgermole Cubs.
That's one way to put it, Reed. Saja's Chocobo, oof, goodness me, into Earthbender, essentially.
This is shaping up to be a massacre.
Yes. I would agree with you there.
And notably, we're not even dealing with, you know, swamps and black cards here.
No,
this is just the plan A of the landfall deck operating exactly as it's intended to.
I wonder where this landfall, you know, strategy is going to eventually evolve to. Are we going to see a Simic landfall deck or a Gruul landfall deck or just, you know what, 5-color landfall deck? Why not? Just play everything that's good. You know, Selesnya evolving, you know, after Strixhaven release, Secrets of Strixhaven, due to Erode being so powerful, you know, introducing some instant speed interaction for a deck that otherwise didn't really have any. So, curious to see how the landfall strategies go from here. Alex is going to be in a world of hurt here pretty quickly.
Yeah, so Alex is trying to tread water until he can deploy Bright Glass Gearhulk and use it to find 2 removal spells, and that's kind of his plan for stabilizing and keeping pace against landfall. He still has multiple turns before he's going to be able to deploy said removal spells. So right now I think he's going to use a, you know, quote-unquote defensive practiced offense where maybe he's going to gain some life, maybe he's just going to leave these creatures as blockers, but no, he's
I like this.
Trying to give as good as he can get.
Yeah, I think this is pretty cool. You know, Dan, is he playing the usual yet? Yeah, the usual suspects. We got the Mightform Harmonizer and the Icefall Explorers. You know, like so playing pretty stock standard Golgari. Landfall. But Alex is just like, you know what? if you have those, I don't win in that situation. So I'm just going to hit you and see if I can kill you next turn with another practiced offense.
Yeah, so what do we think happened here? Is it the Paw Patch recruit gained double strike?
I think so.
Okay.
You want it to stay alive, right? And it's got trample too, so.
So one thing that Dan could do is he could double block the Paw Patch with, say, Escape Tunnel and Saz's Chocobo.
Mm-hmm.
And that would soak up some damage and actually kill the Paw Patch. Mm-hmm. And granted, it would take some material off of Dan's side of the battlefield, and that Saz's Chocobo could grow pretty large.
Yeah.
But Dan is far enough ahead on resources that he can at least consider making, you know, an exchange like that. It's up to him of how fast he thinks this game is going to move.
Because it's a 3-2 double striker, right?
Yeah, so, okay, it looks like he might just be... Yeah, he's going to just trade with the Chocobo in this way, which is, yeah, just as good as what I suggested. He gets 2 landfall triggers. He makes it a 3-4, so it will not die to first strike, and then they'll basically trade with the double strike damage.
Yeah, but it will die, even with the Earthbender Ascension triggers, right? Yeah. Okay. So, Paw Patch down. Nurturing Pixie still alive, but certainly not the best thing that Alex wants to have on the board right now. Down on the other side of things, you know, he's been taken care of to an extent.
And it proves that Alex's play was great because I said, you know, make a defensive play.
Yeah.
And in this case, the best defense was a good offense because it spooked Dan enough that it made him trade off, you know, a somewhat powerful creature.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I wonder if this was in hand, because I don't think we would have seen a block if it was.
Good point, yeah. But we're close to lethal here. So he's going to put some triggers on the stack. Mm-hmm. He can sack his Escape Tunnel in a favorable way so that he winds up adding 2 counters to the Badger Mole Cub and then doubling its power twice to 16. Yeah, so he can threaten an attack for 17 here if that's what he would like to do.
Not too shabby. I mean, yeah, so if he didn't have that in hand... No, if he did have it in hand and didn't block, then he would have lethal this turn.
I agree. So, yeah, we can probably deduce that he drew the Harmonizer... Yeah. Maybe the land, but yeah, probably he, you know, even if he just hadn't sacked the Escape Tunnel, he could have won with the Harmonizer, so.
Yeah. All right. Nevertheless, Alex isn't threatening lethal with just the Pixie on board, so Esper Origins now for Dan. So, gain some life, surveil some cards. And have an impending threat for later if the game gets to later. Stan like both those things. Sure does. That's going to stay right there. Esper Origins to the yard. Alex on 4. And turn passes back. I don't think he has anything to do about this current board state, especially not with Trample, not with an active Mightform Harmonizer.
No, he's at least a turn off from being able to use the Gearhulk to stabilize. Granted, it does have first strike, so, you know, even if you attack with a 1 million for a Trample, the Bright Gearhulk could hypothetically stave it off, but that, I think it would basically require Dan making like a blunder.
Mm-hmm. So no fetch lands on board currently for Dan.
Yeah, I mean, there's like Dan could just activate bossing, so he doesn't even have to have any cards or land drops.
Yeah, he's got 3 attackers. There's a land. So looks like we are good to go here shortly in game number 1. We haven't seen any black cards yet, though. Dan, I'm disappointed. There is only one in the main deck. Post-board, though, we might see a couple of inclusions there. Nice. There goes Bossing Say. There goes the team. And that should be all there is about that. Okay. So, Dan took his explosive start and capitalized on it. We're going to go to game 2 now. Let's take a look at the sideboard, though. Oh, there's one more black card. Disruptive Stormbrood, Petty Revenge.
Yeah, and actually some of the instant speed, like sort of Doomblade effects could be pretty effective here, requiring Hex and Shoot the Sheriff. I wouldn't be surprised if Dan has perhaps all of his black cards in after sideboarding here.
Yeah, especially being, you know, a creature-based deck that Alex is playing. That's the perfect sideboard for this. You know, bringing in all those removal spells. And then from Alex's side of things, what do we like for his choices?
Alex is going to want Erode and Sheltered by Ghosts. I think those are his key anti-creature measures, where if he can use Sheltered by Ghosts to get some onboard presence while also removing a key threat from Dan's side, set himself up with a lifelink creature, which we know how powerful that can be alongside the double strike of practiced offense. I think that's a great plan for him, just to lean on Sheltered by Ghosts.
Yeah. Super powerful card from Duskmourn, like limited all-star. I'm not surprised to see it, you know, making its appearance in the standard format either. So that's what the players have to work with. If we can take a look at our second feature match, we'll do so. See how our other undefeated players are doing. This is match D, so not our undefeateds, but here is Colin Jones up against Noah Bland, Mono Green Landfall versus Selesnya Landfall. So these players fighting for their day 2s. They have the same basics.
I noticed that as well.
I'm glad their sleeve outlines are different colors, though, otherwise that would be very confusing. Jeez, look at the size of that Mossborn Hydra.
Mossborn Hydra, an absolutely key card in these landfall mirrors, especially in game 1 when there's not quite as much removal.
Yeah. That's what you call a house. Snakeskin Veil in hand there for Noah, so he's got a way to protect, but does he have mana up available at the moment? Doesn't look like it. Esper Origins returning from the graveyard for Colin Jones.
Yeah, I mean, Colin's doing a lot of great stuff, and I do not see any of it really being able to deal with a 32-32 Mossborn Hydra.
Quite large. Unfortunately, not Commander, so you don't have 40 life to work with. But can he kill? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage on board so far.
Yeah, I mean, no Mightform Harmonizer, no Earthbender Ascension, so he's not really getting any more damage with the actions that he's taking, which means he's going to have to survive an extra turn if he wants to win the game. And again, I don't see any way that he's going to be able to do that.
Not if that Hydra has anything to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking actions in the hopes that maybe Noah won't have a land drop, because a 16 power Hydra, like, you know, you can survive that. You can take the hit, you can put some power and toughness in front of it, but with even one land drop, there's no way.
Yep. And there is the land in hand there for Noah, so it's all just a case of, all right, give me my turn. Thank you. And this game should be going to game number 2 very shortly. All right. Our main feature, players are getting shuffled up, done consulting their sideboards. And we'll see what their draw has to deal them.
Alexander gets to be on the play this game, which is potentially huge. He also picked up some more interactive sideboard cards, so this could be the game where he's at his greatest advantage. And just quickly giving a second think to his sideboard options.
What do you take out there, Shard Mages or Sheltered by Ghosts?
He has the Sheltered by Ghosts in the deck, and he decided at the last minute to reconsider that one copy of Shard Mage's Rescue. Yeah, it's tough because this is maybe one of the things that Dan's Golgari landfall is forcing the opponent to think about something new, because he's got that instant speed removal.
Just wondering where I recognize Dan from. He's got a podcast called Faithless Brewing, so no surprise that he's bringing a brew.
Nice.
Or at least an iteration of a pretty popular deck. All right, let's take a look at this hand. Where are the lands? Are there lands in that hand? Is there? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Temple Garden. Sure. Temple Garden, Llanowar Elves. Let's go.
So yeah, Alex quickly kept this one, in part because he has a high degree of confidence that his turn 1 Llanowar Elves is going to survive. It's possible that Dan could kill it. Dan has, I think, 5 sources of untapped black mana, and I presume the 2 requiting hexes are coming in off the sideboard.
Yeah.
But if he's turning to, you know, like a fight spell, you of course can't set that up on turn 1. And, you know, just in all likelihood, Alex can count on his Llanowar Elves and Badger Mole Cubs to do what they're meant to do.
Oh, yeah. So Dan unhappy with his first hand drawn, so takes a mulligan. Let's see if he prefers the 7. Lots of lands. Harmonizer. Is that Llanowar Elves in the back there? All right. We're good to boogie. Let's go. Game number 2 here. Dan Shriver, up game. It is round number 9 of the regional championship, friends. And we're kicking things off here. Game number 2. Llanowar Elves for Alexander Cons. Dan liked the play so much, he decides, you know what, I too shall Llanowar Elves, but I have a Badger Mole Cub, says Alex.
But no second land.
Yep. That's the price you pay when you keep one lander and you hope.
But still, you know, if all those cards survive, Alex has 4 mana next turn. He's totally on schedule there, right?
Totally fine. Nothing can go wrong from this point on. Famous last words. But as things go, Dan is just developing his game plan, getting his Earthbender Ascension on board, finding the lands needed.
Swamp.
Okie dokie.
Okay, and Alex has a big turn set up here. He found his land. He's got the Badger Mole Cub ready to double the mana from Llanowar Elves and Earthbent Temple Garden.
Gross. Unchecked Badger Mole Cubs just get out of hand so quickly.
Ooh.
Lovely.
So now up to 6 mana, because each of these lands producing 3.
1 extra per Badger Mole Cub. What are you going to do with all that mana?
He has yet another Badger Mole Cub, wow.
Oh. Just make another one. What's the worst that could happen? Oh,
huge board.
What is going on?
This game is going to be a one-sided affair unless Dan has Season of Loss.
Yeah, but I mean, Season of Loss is also tricky because he can't decide which creature is, destroyed. It's a sacrifice choice from Alex's side. So he just gets extra landfall triggers, if that matters in this instance, which it doesn't yet, but this is gonna be this is gonna be an interesting one. Woo-wee. Yeah, I guess it is 5 creatures. Yeah, there's 5. That lines up nicely. Does he have the second black source, though? That is the question. Where are those lands from? Reed, you know your basics.
Those are from Revised, and I am, well, the 2 in the back are from Revised, and I'm wondering what it looks like a little stamp.
Yeah.
On many of Dan's cards, which in a lot of cases that if you have a stamped card, it means it was used in a competitive, like a Pro Tour draft, for example. And I wonder if that's the case for these Revised lands, which would be really cool, but I don't know exactly what event that would have been from.
It is cool. Ice Till Explorer hits the board now, so Dan gets to accelerate his mana. Let's see if he can catch up to Alex, whose mana dorks currently tapped for 9 between them. It's so funny. He's got no lands in the back there.
Yeah, just 7 permanents, all creatures.
Lands in front, yeah. That's so funny. All right. So Dan taking an almost equally impressive turn here with the Ice Till Explorer's help.
So let's try to figure out if Dan can survive. Let's say practiced offense. Let's say one of these lands has to tap to flashback practice offense. It's going to add a counter to everything. It's going to give double strike to the 4/3 trampling Paw Patch recruit.
Yeah.
So Dan could line up 2 blocks on the 2 Badger Mole Cubs. He takes 8 from the biggest creature, +3, +3, +3. So that's lethal unless he has Requiting Hex.
Yeah.
So on the board, provided Alexander goes for it, and Dan does not have Requiting Hex, Alexander will win the game. But, as soon as you include some ifs, it means that the game becomes interesting because, Alexander might respect that Dan could have Requiting Hex. He might choose to take a conservative line.
Yeah.
A lot of things can happen here.
He's got the Sheltered by Ghosts as well.
Correct.
That maybe be an alternate line for him. But he's doing math. And math is always a scary thing to see your opponent doing. I love when players talk to themselves during their thinking stages. Here comes Badger Mole Cup number 3. Let's make even more mana and swing out with the team. Yeah. Gross. Everything's a creature. Everything is large and has P and T. All right.
Okay, Dan, do you have Requiting Hex in your hand?
He's gonna need it. Holy moly. He looks pretty calm for someone who doesn't, or might not. Let's see. Math. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Nope, game is over.
That's a lot of dice. Holy moly. You know, the number of dice needed in competitive Magic, You'd think these teams would have some dice sponsors, huh? Wowza. All right, so Alex just put his foot in the accelerator and didn't take it off. So going into game 3 now.
How many times today have we said, okay, you know, they're going to game 3 after the player who had a great draw on the play won a one-sided affair. But, you know, I feel like a lot of these matches, it's like you split games that are pretty lopsided, and then you get to play one really close good one. So that's let's hope for that for the final game of the day between these undefeated players. Is you know, we caught a couple of easy freebies, and now, you know, maybe we'll get a close one. Maybe we'll get that really exciting season of loss in the mix.
Yeah, I want to see some of these black cards. Otherwise, Dan is just playing mono green, and I feel cheated. Friends, if you don't want to feel cheated, you should sell your cards to Star City Games because you get great prices and you get 30% trade bonus. So if you have any extra cards lying around, if you want to, you know, maybe trade them in for something else, you could buy cards from Star City Games as well. So sell your cards.starcitygames.com. Go check it out and get some good prices for your cardboard. We do love shiny cardboard, don't we?
Yep.
Colin Jones, Noah Bland. Jump back in here and see how these two are faring. Colin Jones up a game. Got a Lumbering World Wagon, an Ice Till Explorer, and an Animated Land, courtesy of Earthbender Ascension. So green doing green things.
Yeah, lots of green doing green things at the top tables here. You know, Landfall seems to be successful in a variety of forms, in addition to some of these non-landfall green decks, like the one that Alexander Kahns is attempting to go 9-0 with, the white-green beatdown. But yeah, like you said, Ailey, you know, we got to wait and see some day 2 conversion rates, maybe some win rates if folks crunch the numbers. But just like a bird's eye view of seeing the top couple of tables that we're featuring, it does look like these green decks might be outperforming Is It?
Which makes all of the green players very happy. And who knows, maybe we'll see some conversions or converts in the next tournament. You know, anyone playing Is It? Maybe they bring mono green next time. Or something to beat it. What beats mono green? Control?
Depends on the type of control.
Yeah.
I would say proceed with caution if you're trying to face landfall with control. Historically, the best deck against landfall is often like a go bigger type of cub deck. You know, for example, Nature's Rhythm, Crater Hoof Behemoth. I think Dimir Excruciator has some nice things going, especially if you bring the right cards like Day of the Black Sun. But you know, it's tough because we're talking about even the decks that are the very best against landfall. If landfall wins the die roll, has a good draw, you're still scared. It's just a really, really good deck.
I'm a big fan of those planes that Noah Bland is rocking.
Oh, I was trying to identify what that was. I couldn't even tell that that was like a game piece. I was like, oh, is that, you know, some kind of token or the backside of a sleeve or something? But
yeah, it's the All Will Be One Phyrexia special edition box thingy.
There you go.
Had those oil slick lands in. They're very, very pretty.
Oh, it's the Phyrexian oil slick. Gotcha. Now it all makes sense.
So plenty going on here in our top tables. Colin Jones and Noah Bland fighting for their day 2 spot. Wow, in our main feature, it looks like we have at least one player happy with the hand that they have drawn. I see a practiced offense there for Alex.
Yeah, so Dan Schriever on the play this game with his Golgari Landfall deck. He's mulliganing to 6, but it seems that Alexander has kept or is just, you know, still thinking. We're not sure.
Yeah. As soon as Dan's ready to go, we'll jump back in there. But for now, we've got a Lumbering World Wagon that I think is going to cause some hurt here for Noah Bland.
It looks like the game is pretty close to over. Granted, Noah has mana available, but I mean, crew the World Wagon, give it trample with
Yeah,
Earthbender
it's
Ascension,
so big.
double its power. It's just enormous.
Because its power is based on the number of lands you have, right?
Correct.
Yep. And then, yeah, crack it, give it some counters, give it trample with Earthbender Ascension, double power, boom!
Colin might even be like seeing if he can assemble 2 lethal threats.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know exactly,
Yeah.
but this looks to me like, let me plan for the worst case
Yeah.
scenario where you have an erode to stop my my World Wagon.
Yep. And there is the Fabled Passage on board there. And 4 lands, so white mana is on the cards for Noah if he has the erode.
Players John, Eli, and Tess.
Our main feature is underway, so let's jump back in there. Llanowar Elves to start things off. Gene Pollinator for Alex Cons.
On melee. Once again, John, Eli, Tess, Oswald, Gabriel Meyer, and Gia Wu. We are missing your result. Please enter it in.
Let's see. We've got another Gene. Looks like we've got a Bright Glass Gear Hulk, Practiced Offense, Llanowar Elves, and a couple lands in hand for Alex. So really, really nice hand there.
Yeah, wow.
And
So
Shellbuggers.
Alex even led on Gene Pollinator rather than Llanowar Elves.
Nice. Earthbender Ascension.
Seemingly both players with really good hands.
Yeah. So the Malta 6 here going well so far for Dan. Let's hope that he finds some interaction, though, for the slew of creatures that Alex will hopefully soon deploy. Turn passes back to Alex. Let's see if he can dump as many permanents on the board.
Oh, wow. Badger Mole Cub. Holy smokes.
Okay. Tap Badger Mole Cub into Llanowar Elves or second Gene Pollinator. Yes, yes.
So a lot of permanents to have on the second turn of the game.
That is ridiculous. Oh, yes. I think he did it. I think he outdid what Dan did.
Yeah, Dan's draw is just the modest, like, best 1 mana play into best 3 mana play.
Yeah.
Whereas
Honest, yeah.
Alex has deployed 6 permanents in the first 2 turns.
Oh, wow. Oh, next turn. Okay, first, let's see what Dan's doing before I start thinking about next turn for Alex. Okay, all right. Let's keep pace here. Lands can be played from the yard. There's a Chocobo. Second land drop available for Dan. Makes the Chocobo a little chunkier. More counters on Earthbender Ascension. So now Dan's ideal draw is a Might from Harmonizer and a fetch. Another fetch, maybe.
But Alexander's turn is going to be ridiculous. He's got access, like he can spend 10 mana this turn. The Gear Hulk can find removal spells. He has Sheltered by Ghosts. He can practice offense, which I don't imagine he's going to assemble a lethal attack this turn, but you better believe over the course of 2 turns he can put something together.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, from Dan's side, like, he doesn't really have ways to protect his creatures from removal spells or fights or anything like that.
That is correct. Dan is not, he's not going heavy on stuff like Snakeskin Veil and Royal Treatment like some landfall players are.
So, and I guess he's not too mad about his things dying, because if the game goes long enough, then Season of Loss can literally mean a loss for your opponent. But let's kick things off here for Alex's turn. Let's get some mana symbols to represent what he's floating. So white and green, no doubt. White, white, green, green, green?
Yes.
Yeah.
So 5 mana, he's going to float 1 green mana and play the Bright Glass Gear Hulk.
And then punch some stuff, no doubt.
That sounds right.
I think the Ice Till Explorer might not be long for this world. Is that the biggest threat? It has to be, right?
Yes, it is.
It's not Chocobo.
Unless you count maybe the Earthbender Ascension itself, but I
Sure.
don't think there's a 1-mana card that Alex can use to get rid of that.
Yeah. Pixie just targets your stuff, so I'm not going to be bouncing anything with that. But there is, in fact, the Mildstarter's Resolve taking care of one piece of the puzzle in terms of multiple land drops a turn. Hey, speak of the Pixie, and it appears. So another fight available here, and you know what? Let's do it again. Goodbye, birdie. Ooh-wee.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah? What next? What more?
Oh, he just attacked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just a swing. Swinging with the little guys, nothing else to do from here, but yeah, if he can find more pieces of removal to clear out these blockers, he could be setting up for a good punch next turn, especially with practiced offense in hand. Sheltered by Ghosts into practiced offense. It might just be GG. No other trample on board, though. Yeah, none at all for Alex. So certainly wants to get these creatures off the board. Swamp! Welcome.
RC players John Ellie and Tess Boswell.
It's kind of funny
Senior result.
in these, you know, very landfall-heavy archetypes. The demolition field can block and then kill another attacker. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I imagine so Alex can, you know, let's just say he has plenty of mana to do what he wants. If he's sheltered by Ghosts and double practiced offense, the Bright Glass Gearhulk, it will be a 7-power double strike trample. Along the way, he gets to remove a blocker and pump up the rest of his team all +2/+2, including that flying nurturing Pixie.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, we're real close. I think this requires some thought, but I do believe Alexander is going to find a lethal attack here.
Yeah. I forgot the Gearhulk had trample. That's where you have your trampler. So, big ouchies incoming here. Practiced offense #1. Dan just smiles, and, you know, you got to have a chuckle at that. This is a pretty silly board state to be up against. And you know what? Let's do it again. Can I have more dice, please? Lovely. One more time. Once more into the breach. Yes. Sheltered by Ghosts. Move the blocker out the way. Just a land. And a lot of damage coming over the line. So it's a how big now? 5 currently?
It is 6-power double strike.
Okay.
So that's 12. Let's say you throw the forest in front of it. Now you're taking 8 trample. No, they're satisfied that it's over, and that is Alexander Kahns with the kind of unexpected Selesnya beatdown practiced offense deck 9-0 on day 1. Congratulations.
Love to see it. Alex, of course, our runner-up from Arena Championship 12, so he's won one hell of a hot streak. You know what he says? You know what? 1 World Championship spot is not enough. I'm going to go for 2. Why not?
Why not?
And he's on track to do it, yeah.
Yeah, great work. Very cool. Played well, has an awesome deck, and I'm excited to see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, absolutely. Kudos to Dan Shriver as well. We didn't get to see any black cards, so I feel cheated. He'll just have to come back and play in the feature match.
Yeah, it was just
tomorrow.
landfall with some cool basics, basically.
Yeah,
you know,
pretty much. All right, but that is going to do it for our main feature match. Just confirming if we are going to check in on our other undefeateds, or if that is going to be it for the day. As soon as we have confirmation of that, we'll let you know. We are, in fact, done. So if you want to find out who the undefeated was, well, you have to check out on social media, friends. Or join us tomorrow as we kick off the day with Corey and Jim in our spots. So any final thoughts for the day there, Reed?
Well, I'll just remind everyone the other undefeated match was no Is It Prowess among our 8-0 players. It was Jeskai Elementals against Mono Green Landfall. So either we're going to have 2 green-based creature decks, or we're going to have 2 dark horse unexpected decks in Elementals and White Green Beatdown as our 2 undefeateds overnight. But either way, pretty interesting story. Sets us up for a very cool day 2.
Yeah.
So if you love Magic, if you're excited about Standard like we are, be sure to tune in tomorrow. It will be Jim and Corey in the morning.
Yeah. Same time, same place. We'll see you tomorrow morning, friends. Thank you so much for hanging out. For now, we love you. We'll leave you. Goodbye.